a youth of noble lineage, yet nurtured in the rugged mountains of the southwestern frontier, apprenticed to an extraordinary mentor, acquires an array of ancient skills. Witness how this young man evolves, how he amasses boundless wealth, and how he ultimately secures the affections of a beautiful maiden. Love and hatred intermingle within this saga, depicted with striking realism, devoid of embellishments. If this does not align with your preferences, please refrain from criticism. Chapter 1. Tales from the Frontier. On a mid-spring afternoon, near the border between Myanmar and the southwestern city of Ruijing, a young man in his 20s rode a motorcycle along a winding mountain path. A sizable woven bag was strapped to the back of his well-worn bike, which emitted a throaty roar, while his youthful, handsome face bore traces of fatigue. In the distance, a city came into view. He smiled faintly, revved the throttle, and darted onto the highway. In an obscure alley of Gaojian, Ruijing, the young man deftly steered his motorcycle into a large courtyard. To his left, a row of two-story dai-style houses stood, while to his right was a cargo yard. Beneath a sprawling shed, stones were haphazardly stacked, alongside woven bags filled with stones piled in disarray. A line of machines operated nearby, their engines roaring as a group of individuals gathered around a makeshift platform, engrossed in some activity. "Xiang, you're back?" A slender, middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, hastening toward the young man to inquire. "I'm back, Uncle Siyuan. Why are there so many people today?" The youth responded. "There was a significant price increase from a customer yesterday, and word traveled fast many have come. The boss is in his office, you should go see him." Uncle Siyuan explained. "All right, Uncle Siyuan. Afterward I'll come help you, just watch my woven bag, it's too heavy for me to lift." Xiang replied hurriedly, making his way up to the second floor. Arriving at the door to the boss office, Xiang knocked lightly before pushing the door open. A long tea table, stretching nearly 10 meters, was occupied by several individuals engaged in lively conversation. Upon hearing the knock, they turned to look. Xiang swiftly approached the table and addressed a middle-aged man in his 50s. "Boss, the goods have arrived." The man scrutinized Xiang and asked, "No issues on the road?" "None, boss. The goods are downstairs," Xiang assured him. The middle-aged man turned to the tea drinkers and announced, "Gentlemen, let's head down to take a look. New goods have arrived, and he'll treat you all to some game dishes tonight." One of the middle-aged men remarked, "Shwe, if it's like that stone from yesterday, you'll take it." As this was said, the group rose and headed downstairs. Xiang quickly moved ahead, arriving first on the lower floor, where he found a handcart. With great effort, he loaded the woven bag onto it, then pushed it into the room on the ground floor. Mr. Shwe and the others followed suit, shutting the door behind them. Mr. Shwe gestured, "Xiang, bring the stones to the table." Xiang opened the woven bag, lifting out each stone carefully and placing them gently onto a scratch-ridden tea table. Each stone was still enveloped in thick layers of woven fabric and Myanmar newspaper. Mr. Shwe said, "There are 5 pieces in total, the largest weighing 40 kilograms, and the smallest just over 6 kilograms. Please, gentlemen, take a look." The others began searching for scissors and knives amid the stone packages. As the sound of tearing filled the air, the stones were gradually unveiled, each man using a specialized flashlight to inspect the surfaces meticulously. Jade ornaments are highly cherished by the Chinese, yet the majority remain unaware that raw jade, once mined, is encased in a layer of weathered crust. This crust can vary in thickness, and even with today's advanced technology, no instrument can accurately assess the quality of the jade beneath. Hence, individuals must rely on visual inspection of the raw jade while judging the inner quality based on the outer appearance, giving rise to the phenomenon of stone gambling, an industry that has persisted for hundreds of years. Xiang stood by, examining the stones. 3 black, 1 yellow, and 1 yellow-white, with the largest being black and the yellow-white the smallest. At that moment, Mr. Shwe remarked, "The black one is from Mo Wanji, a truly genuine site. The yellow is from Guingjiao, and the small one is from Muna." Mr. Shwe referred to the mining areas where these raw jade pieces originated, recalling the industry adage, "One must know the mine before gambling on stones." A man in his 30s inquired, "Mr. Shwe, what's the price?" "Zhang, which piece interests you?" "We can negotiate a price that will satisfy you," Mr. Shwe responded. The group busily examined the stones from all angles, periodically conversing as they manipulated the heavy rocks. Xiang quickly assisted in flipping the larger stones, each turn proving a strenuous task. After about half an hour, the 30-something man pointed to a piece of black stone and said, "Mr. Xue, what about this one? For 100,000. Though it has water and color bands, the crust is too poor." Zhangxi remarked while continuing to examine the stone. "Brothers, do any of you have a preference for a joint venture? Let's try our luck together." Zhang, that crust fails to impress, the quality will likely be subpar, which could pose a significant risk, piped in a slender man. Brother Tan, which piece catches your eye? Zhang casually inquired. "I'm interested in that yellow one. It has a yellowish tint and a tight crust. If the color shows through, it's a big win." Although Brother Tan was slender, his bright eyes betrayed the shrewdness within. A plump middle-aged man chimed in. "I'm newly initiated and quite naive. Wherever others bet, I will follow, even if it's merely for the sake of learning." Mr. Xue declared, "All the materials this time were meticulously selected by us. Their quality is exceptional. It's truly a matter of whether you gentlemen have the fortune to match." These individuals would typically visit him only once or twice a year. Yet each time, they would purchase stones worth tens or even hundreds of thousands, making them prime clientele. The eldest, Brother Dai, ventured, "If you found something appealing, let's cut it. If you're keen to share, that's also fine." Chun, the newbie, is eager to participate and expand his understanding. "Thank you, big brother," the plump Chun expressed gleefully. He had recently become captivated by the thrill of stone gambling, but would never dare navigate this realm alone without the guidance of his seasoned companions. Ultimately, the four selected 3 stones. Brother Dai and Tan chose the one with yellow crust weighing 17 kilograms, while the youthful Zhang, brimming with ambition, not only opted for the 400,000 piece, but also claimed the largest stone available. While the prices were reasonable, Chen insisted on participating in each stone. After negotiating the price and settling the payment, Mr. Xue felt a surge of satisfaction and eagerly asked, "Gentlemen, shall we cut them?" "Of course. What else will we purchase them for?" Zhang remarked, taking up a pen to mark the stones. Zhang had only recently developed an interest in betting on stones. Many novice gamblers are often unclear on their desired outcomes. They are merely curious, wanting to uncover what treasures lie within seemingly appealing stones. Shop owners greatly appreciate such patrons. Mr. Xue called out to Ah Xiang, "Go summon someone to bring the saw." Chapter 2. A world of ice and fire. Ah Xiang emerged from the house, summoning Uncle Siyuan and 2 workers from Myanmar to assist him in placing the stone onto the trailer. As they made their way towards the machinery under the shed, the crowd outside, witnessing yet another stone cutting, quickly gathered around, animatedly discussing the stone. Each of them, Uncle Siyuan and Ah Xiang, carried a stone, while the Myanmar workers helped secure the stones onto the machines. In no time, 3 stones were positioned within 3 machines. Ah Xiang inquired, "Boss, which one should we cut first?" "Let us cut them all together. Their sizes differ anyway," replied the slender Mr. Tan. With the crowd now silent, Ah Xiang pressed the switch on his machine. A deafening roar erupted as the motor began to hum. About 20 minutes later, one machine clanked and came to a halt. The throng surged forward once more, prompting Mr. Xue to quickly call out, "Step back, don't obstruct the work." Ah Xiang approached the machine, prying open the lid slightly, and a thick plume of oil vapors began to emanate from within. Several bosses gathered around the machine, their focus solely on catching a glimpse of the stone. At that moment, they were unconcerned about the toxicity of the fumes. Their sole desire was to behold the stone. Once all machine lids were fully opened, the bosses leaned in closer and beheld a half piece of yellow stone lying in the oil-coated machine trough, the other half still clamped in the machine's fixture. "He has expanded," Ah Xiang murmured softly. The bosses exchanged glances of delight, realizing the potential before them. The cut surface of the half stone revealed 2 distinct layers. The outer layer was remarkably thick, nearly 2 centimeters, with a pronounced granularity, gradually transforming into a more delicate texture, while a green band, about a finger's width, snaked through the middle. Ah Xiang carefully removed the 2 stones, washed away the oil, and placed them on a table beside the machine. The bosses and Mr. Xue encircled the stones, scrutinizing them, while a crowd of onlookers gathered around. "The skin is too thick, the meat is scarce," remarked Fat Chun. "This is a low-quality ice type with color bands. A bracelet can fetch at least 100,000. The total value should exceed 300,000, Mr. Xue added, visibly excited. "Brother Dai, do you think we'll see 5-fold returns?" Mr. Tan pondered. "About that," he replied. The onlookers began clamoring for red envelopes. A customary practice in the stone gambling trade. A significant profit entails distributing red envelopes to those present. Though the amounts may vary, Mr. Shue shouted, "Everyone, don't rush. We have 2 more to cut. Let us do them together." Today seems fortuitous. Just then, another machine abruptly ceased operation. Xiang approached to vent the oil vapors and opened the machine lid. What is this? How could this happen? The gathered bosses exclaimed in unison. Upon cutting open the stone, they found the outer layer to be black, revealing white flesh within, which, while sufficiently delicate, was marred by a network of cracks, some of which contained black inclusions. It became apparent that the green skin had penetrated less than half a centimeter, resulting in a grayish-green texture that was fragmented by the cracks. Emperor cracks, indeed. This stone is a trickster. The bosses exchanged bewildered glances, having previously examined the stone, though they had not anticipated such a dismal outcome. It's a complete loss, Zhang Shi lamented, his confidence shaken despite his financial stability. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak. Xiang dutifully removed the stone, cleaned it, and placed it on the table. Mr. Shue's face twitched. A client's loss would severely tarnish his reputation, indicating a flaw in his judgment regarding stone selection. The eldest boss, Brother Dai, interjected, "Don't despair. We still have 1 more. Let us wait and see." During the wait for the final stone, the bosses remained mute, the only sound being the low hum of the motor. The onlookers began to worry about their anticipated red envelopes. After a while, a loud clank signaled the completion of the last stone. Xiang opened the machine lid, revealing a dark green cut surface. "This is oil green, but of good quality," Mr. Shue remarked. Zhang Shi, undeterred by the oil covering the cut surface, illuminated it with a flashlight. The light diffused, casting a gentle and refined glow, reflecting a rich green that was very pleasing to the eye. "Damn. It has an excellent shape and appearance, yet it's marred by poor quality," Fat Chan commented. The slender Mr. Tan added, "The potential for profit is limited. This piece would serve better as a decorative item. Such old oil green is indeed a rarity." Brother Dai, the eldest, concurred. The others chimed in with their opinions. Oil green, despite being considered lower quality in jadeite, is dark green and gray, typically suited for crafting large ornaments rather than finer jewelry. However, this particular stone's age promised a commendable outcome when carved. Mr. Shue sighed in relief. Had the largest stone also failed, these clients might never return. Turning to Xiang and Uncle Siyuan, he instructed, "Take the stones inside at that moment." Brother Dai pulled out a stack of cash from his bag and declared, "For the good fortune, everyone gets 100. He proceeded to distribute red envelopes to the workers and onlookers. Boss Zhang and Mr. Tan followed Mr. Shue back into the first-floor room, where Mr. Shue began brewing tea. Fat Chen soon entered, exclaiming, "This is exhilarating, far more thrilling than playing cards. It's all in the blink of an eye." Zhang Shi shot a glare at Chen, retorting, "Are you mocking me?" Fat Chen quickly replied, No. It's just that your luck seems to be off today. Besides, I've also had my stake in this. We'll come back tomorrow. I assure you, there will be great gains." After distributing the red envelopes, Brother Dai entered, addressing Mr. Shue, "Let us assess the stone. Let us see how many bracelets we can extract." The slender Mr. Tan was also in high spirits, especially since his piece had yielded a substantial profit. He turned to the others, asking, "Shall we cut these 2 pieces as well?" Brother Dai advised, "Let us take our profits and leave." Young Zhang Shi, having lost hundreds of thousands, reluctantly approached Mr. Shue, saying, "Old Shue, that last piece was a complete loss. Let me select one from these 2, and you can give me the cost price. I'm preparing to cut another." Mr. Shue agreed, "No problem. We misjudged that stone. These 2 1T yield profit, so feel free to choose one." Zhang Shi picked up a flashlight and began examining the stones alongside Mr. Tan, while the others engaged in casual conversation. Xiang lingered, drawn to the 2 stones. One a deep black, the other a yellowish-white shell. The black stone weighed over 20 kilograms, its skin tight, with fine, uniform grains, and a 2-finger-wide color band wrapping around it. Illuminating it revealed a vibrant green hue, an impressive appearance indeed. Xiang mused silently, running his fingers over the grains of sand surrounding the color band. The other was a rectangular yellow-white stone, weighing just over 6 kilograms, entirely composed of fine, yellow-tinged sand grains, all standing upright, with a few green specks peppering its surface. The term green specks refers to jadeite gambling jargon. denoting the green grains found on the outer skin of jadeite rough, which come in various forms and distributions, serving as key indicators for assessing the presence of color within the jadeite. Chapter 3. Bitter medicine. This stone performed the worst among the selections. It had few green specks and lacked water, appearing white and dull under the light. Thus, none of the individuals chose it. As such stones, even if cut, rarely yield significant results. To achieve a profit, one would rely on those few green specks. Even if they did produce a gain, the potential would be limited. Xiang shone his light on the stone. Noting its mediocre transparency, revealing only half a degree of water, emanating a white glow, he fixated on the stone. Suddenly sensing a hint of green mist amidst the sand grains, he shifted the stone closer. Bending down to examine it closely once more, still perceiving that elusive quality. Removing the flashlight, the grains transformed back into a yellowish-white hue. He discreetly tilted the stone, observing the changes in the grains from various angles. Afterward, he set the flashlight down, squinting without looking at the stone, his hands gliding slowly and gently over its surface. He occasionally lingered at specific spots, feeling for any hidden qualities. The color is emerging. Xiang felt a moment of clarity. Meanwhile, Zhang, standing before the two stones, hesitated. He was somewhat drawn to the black stone, admiring its firm skin and good shape. If the 2-finger-wide color band could be accessed, it would undoubtedly yield enormous returns. However, if it were not, he feared it would result in a total loss. Conversely, the 6-kilogram yellow stone seemed less problematic, likely priced affordably, but relying on those minuscule green specks to gamble on color felt exceedingly uncertain. Weighing just over 6 kilograms, the potential for profit was slim, and a loss would be particularly embarrassing, leaving him indecisive. He raised his head and asked the others, "Gentlemen, any suggestions?" Fat Chin eagerly chimed in. "Go for the big gamble. Let us feel the thrill. I can stake a share. Go big or go home." Others echoed, each voicing their opinions. "I in the face of disarray." The eldest, Brother Dai, casually remarked, "Xiang, you've been observing for a while. Which piece do you think is better?" Xiang, taken aback by the inquiry, quickly glanced at Mr. Shui, who smiled and encouraged, "Xiang, feel free to share your thoughts. Even if you're mistaken, these esteemed bosses won't hold it against you." Mr. Shui's intention was to prompt Xiang to recommend the black stone, as it held a higher price and profit margin. The notion of offering Zhang Shi a cost price was merely a pretext. Xiang understood the boss's intentions but was reluctant to comply. He replied, "I'm just a cutter. I wouldn't dare to speak without certainty. Besides, you gentlemen are all experts. I wouldn't presume to offer an opinion." With that, he turned, walking away from the bosses, only to catch a glimpse of the 6-kilogram stone once more before shifting his gaze back to Brother Dai. The adage as one grows old, one becomes shrewd, just as a horse becomes slippery with age, resonates in the atmosphere as Boss Dai catches a glimpse of Xiang eyeing a stone before turning back to him. He senses that Xiang has unspoken words, yet he remains silent. Not a minute passes after Xiang departs when he suddenly exclaims, "I haven't given Xiang the red envelope. I shall deliver it to him." The others in the room pay little heed, engrossed in their discussion about the stone slice. Upon exiting, Boss Dai finds that Xiang is nowhere to be seen, and a worker informs him that he has gone to the restroom. Hastening towards the restroom, just as he reaches the door, Xiang emerges. "Xiang, thank you for your good fortune," Boss Dai says, casually pulling out a stack of cash and handing it to him. Xiang respectfully accepts the money, bowing slightly with a smile. "Thank you, boss." Shortly thereafter, Boss Dai retrieves another stack of money and tells Xiang, "Out of the 3 stones, only the one I have is one you cut. I wish to borrow your luck once more. If you were to choose between the remaining 2, which would you select?" Although Xiang has known Boss Dai for many years, their encounters are limited to just a few each year. Nonetheless, he holds Boss Dai in high regard, as every time they gamble on stones, regardless of the outcome, Boss Dai bestows him with a red envelope. Unlike some other gamblers who, upon winning, become arrogant and dismissive, or upon losing, berate the workers, often requiring even General Shui to tread carefully and smile obsequiously. Xiang regards Boss Dai with respect. Observing Boss Dai, Xiang refrains from taking the stack of money and inquires, "Are you betting, or is it someone else? Does it make a difference? If you are betting yourself, I would recommend the smaller stone." He continues, "Earlier, my boss suggested I recommend that piece of black wuxia stone. I refrained from doing so because that stone merely exhibits surface color. It is only a superficial layer. Although the stone's quality is acceptable, the color has not penetrated. If purchased at the price your boss offered, you would incur a loss of at least 80. How can you be so certain? Do you understand how to gamble on stones? Boss Dai responds, astonished. I have never heard you mention gambling on stones before. Do you truly comprehend it? Boss Dai's inquiries come out in a jumble. Well, I understand it to some extent. Asyang continues, moreover, in 2 months, I shall be leaving. You have graciously given me red envelopes every time you have come to cut stones these past few years. And it is out of genuine gratitude that I share this with you. Boss Dai pays little mind to what Asyang says thereafter. Fio him. The money given to Asyang is hardly more than pocket change. As long as he is in good spirits, he can easily give away millions. What astonishes him is Asyang's unwavering certainty that the stone, which appears supremely promising, would indeed collapse. 80 loss. You must be a deity. Regaining his composure, Boss Dai asks, what about that smaller piece? Asyang ponders for a moment and replies slowly, if all goes as expected, it should be full of color, of the glutinous ice variety. At its lowest, it might be fine glutinous, and at its highest, it would not reach the ice variety. It all depends on the intensity of the color, and there should be minimal cracks. Boss Dai nearly faints from shock. He has known this lad for years, who has never been particularly talkative. Today, however, his words seem poised to astound. Who taught you? How can you be so sure? I have spent all day cutting stones and have seen plenty. Asyang replies. Boss Dai muses, you have seen plenty? Nonsense. There are thousands along the China-Myanmar border who cut stones daily, yet none dare speak so boldly. Has this lad lost his senses? Steadying himself, he says. Very well, Asyang. Let me take another look. I shall borrow your good fortune. He turns to leave. But Asyang quickly adds, Boss Dai, if you intend to take that smaller piece with your friends, it would be best not to cut it here, nor to divulge that I spoke with you. With a smile, Boss Dai pats Asyang on the shoulder, saying, rest assured, I shall keep it to myself. You certainly know how to keep things under wraps. Upon returning to the room, Chinfati immediately asks, Brother Dai, a few of us are considering pooling together to cut that large piece. Would you like to join? Reflecting on his earlier conversation with Asyang, Boss Dai casually responds, I'll take another look. After all, dinner is still some time away. With that, he picks up a flashlight and begins examining the large stone. General Shui, seeing the potential for selling this stone, quickly approaches to assist Boss Dai. As Boss Dai shines the flashlight, his thoughts drift. With such a broad color band, even if just 1 centimeter penetrates, the resulting piece alone should fetch over $1 million. How could it possibly incur an 80 loss? The color cannot be that superficial, can it? After assessing the situation, he picks up the smaller stone. Examining it closely. With years of experience in gambling on stones, he concludes that, by all appearances, it seems mostly white, and if it has even a hint of green flecks, it would be a stroke of luck. Full green is out of the question. After a moment's contemplation, Boss Dai inquires about the price of the large stone. Chinfati promptly replies, each of us 4 would need to contribute 300,000. Boss Dai considers this. The sum of 300,000 is neither excessive nor insufficient. After all, the preceding piece has already appreciated, ensuring that even if the earlier piece fails, a loss is unlikely. He turns to General Shui and states, that smaller piece should be no more than 100,000. I'll take it. Just as General Shui is about to speak, Boss Dai interjects, if that piece is not available for 100,000, then I shall not gamble on it. General Shui, with a bitter smile, realizes that Boss Dai is clearly consenting to the transaction. After settling the payment, Zhang Shi hurriedly rises to summon workers to lift the stone for cutting. Boss Dai instructs, that smaller piece stays here for now. We shall only cut the larger one. Asyang follows Zhang Shi into the room and notices that the black wuxia stone has already been marked for cutting. He furrows his brow slightly, avoiding eye contact with anyone, and directly carries the stone outside. A few others follow suit. Upon reaching the machinery, Asyang hands the stone to Uncle Si Yuan and turns to General Shui, saying, Boss, I didn't sleep well last night at the Myanmar Dan, and after riding the motorcycle for half the day this morning, I feel a bit tired. I would like to return home early to rest. With a wave of his hand, General Shui replies, go ahead. Just be sure to come to work on time tomorrow. General Shui genuinely appreciates this young man, who is diligent, intelligent, and never shirks his responsibilities. Boss Dai contemplates calling out to Ah Xiang to stay a moment longer, but ultimately refrains. Ah Xiang steps out from the crowd, his expression unreadable, and approaches his motorcycle, which, apart from the horn, produces sounds from every other part. He mounts the bike and, with a swift kick of the engine, speeds out through the courtyard gates. Chapter 4. Dependent on each other, Ah Xiang weaves through the streets on his motorcycle, taking sharp turns until he nears the edge of the city, where he can glimpse farmland. He then slips into a narrow alley and, after riding for less than 50 meters, arrives at a spacious courtyard with double doors. Dismounting, he calls out loudly to the main house on the first floor, "I'm back, old man. Are you home?" Before his voice fades, the door to the central room swings open, revealing a frail old man, standing just over 1.5 meters tall, appearing to be in his 70s. His features do not resemble those of a typical Han person, and a scar over 2 inches long runs across his forehead. His penetrating gaze suggests a lifetime spent navigating the undercurrents of life. "Brat, you're wailing again. I didn't call for you." Fearing I might walk in on something inappropriate, the old man quips. Ah Xiang chuckles, handing the old man a cloth bag he retrieved from his motorcycle. The elder places the bag on the tea table in the courtyard and asks, "Was this trip smooth?" "Not particularly. It took an extra day. The mountain troops and the government forces have set up checkpoints everywhere. Fortunately, I can speak in Burmese, which helped, though I was stopped several times," Ah Xiang explains. "The mountain troops are strapped for cash. You should run fewer errands. It's risky," the elder advises. "Run fewer? If I run less, how will I earn money for your housing? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for you?" The elder playfully swats at Ah Xiang's head as he sits down, just out of reach given his height. "Did you bring back some goods?" The elder inquires. .5 items arrived at noon. "I've already cut 3 pieces, and they're decent." Ah Xiang replies, "Go upstairs and check on your mother. We can talk later." Ah Xiang nods and heads upstairs. The courtyard features a 3-story building, with 5 or 6 rooms on each floor. The elder occupies the largest room on the first floor, while the others are rented out. Ah Xiang resides on the second floor, sharing 2 rooms with his mother. Ah Xiang rushes up the stairs and gently knocks on his mother's door. A voice from within calls, "Come in." He pushes the door open and exclaims, "Mom, I'm back." A middle-aged woman reclines against the bed, watching television. Her complexion is pale, her body frail, and a haze lingers in her brow, suggesting a prolonged illness. Seeing Ah Xiang enter, the woman's eyes brighten. "Ah Xiang, you're back? Have you eaten? Are you tired?" "Mom, I'm fine that I've been away for several days. How have you been?" "Still the same. Neither getting better nor worse," she replies, rising from the bed. "I'll go make you some food." "Mom, let me handle it." "You watch television. I'll just wash my face first." As he speaks, Ah Xiang pulls out the money given by Boss Dai and hands it to his mother. "Today, I cut a piece of stone that appreciated. This is the red envelope from the boss." The woman takes the money, placing it in the wardrobe. "There's some cured meat and vegetables in the kitchen. Why don't you invite your master to join us for dinner?" "All right, I'll take care of it." Ah Xiang steps out to wash his face and shouts down the hallway, "Old man, let us eat together tonight. Don't bother cooking." An hour later, Ah Xiang sets up a small dining table in his room. Arranging 4 dishes, a bowl of rice, and a cup of local rice wine, he steps outside to summon his mother and the elder to join him. The 3 sit down to begin their meal. The elder sips his wine, ponders for a moment, and then says, "Ah Xiang's mother, I need to discuss something with you both. I plan to go to Myanmar in the next few days, likely for about a week. You two can keep an eye on things at home." "Master, how long has it been since you last went? Is it something important?" Ah Xiang inquires, puzzled. "Ah Xiang, don't ask. You wouldn't understand your master's affairs," the woman interjects. She continues, "Uncle O, if the matter is too troublesome, perhaps it's best not to go. If you leave, then so be it." The elder gazes affectionately at Ah Xiang and says, "Ah Xiang is turning 20 soon. He deserves a good start." The woman falls silent, but in terms of feelings, the elder's care for Ah Xiang is undoubtedly equal to her own. The trio eats in silence. The atmosphere somewhat heavy. Just then, a voice calls from downstairs, "Ah Xiang, are you home?" Ah Xiang rose and announced, "Dodo has arrived." He stepped outside and called down, "Dodo, come up," before his words had fully echoed. A young man, approximately 17 or 18 years old and standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, suddenly bounded up the stairs. Upon entering, he quickly greeted the people in the room, saying hello. Grandpa, oh, hello, Auntie. The woman replied, Dodo, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and join us for a meal. Thank you, Auntie, but I have already eaten, Dodo replied, as he grabbed a small bamboo stool and sat next to Asyong. Chattering excitedly, Asyong, why did you leave earlier? Did you not see that piece of stone being cut behind? It was hilarious. The performance, the skin, it's something you rarely see in years, and the result was just ha ha, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Dodo could no longer contain his laughter and burst out again. The master looked at Asyong with confusion and inquired, What stone? Asyong responded, The one we brought back today. Black Wu Sha, over 30 kilograms, with a 2-finger-wide bright green band wrapping around most of it, sold for over $1 million. After speaking, he turned to Dodo and asked, How did it collapse? Dodo stifled his laughter. It collapsed completely. The color was just a thin veneer, not even 2 millimeters deep, with half white flesh and half oil green inside. The quality is decent, but it would fetch a maximum of just over 100,000. He continued, Asyong, fortunately, you didn't cut it. You entrusted it to Uncle Siyu and as soon as he opened the machine's lid, the 4 bosses' eyes turned green with envy. That fat chin was furious with Uncle Siyu, saying his luck was terrible, having cut 3 pieces today, each worth tens of millions. Shue stood by silently, not daring to speak. The master glanced at Asyong but remained silent. At that moment, the woman interjected. You two must stay away from gambling on stones. And no matter how much money you have, you'll end up losing it all. Do you understand? Both replied in unison. No gambling, no gambling. After finishing their meal, the master went downstairs, while Dodo helped clear the table. Asyong attended to his mother, who needed rest due to her multiple ailments. She could not afford to be too fatigued or exposed to temperature extremes. Despite being just over 40, her health had deteriorated to that of someone in their 50s or 60s. Once they finished tidying up, they descended to the tea table in the courtyard, where they sat down to sip tea and chat. After a while, the master came over, observing Dodo animatedly recounting tales of stone cutting from the past few days. The two listened intently, occasionally interjecting a comment or two. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Dodo stood up, announcing he had to go to work. It was a common practice in Rue Ning City for those involved with stones to work late into the night. Once the master saw Dodo leave, he turned to Asyong and asked, Did you manage to see anything in that stone? Asyong replied, I can only speculate. That piece of black Wu Sha performed exceptionally well, a rarity indeed. I scrutinized it closely, but there seemed to be little chance. However, for those who gamble on stones, the temptation is immense. The elder remarked, Over the years, you have learned quite a bit, but the nature of humanity cannot be taught. Seek not to achieve merit, but rather to avoid faults. Maintain a tranquil mindset, and you shall stand undefeated. Asyong chuckled, With your daily guidance, esteemed master, how could I dare to stray? The master continued, You are soon to be 20. It is time to contemplate your future. Do not always rely on your mother and me. If you make a name for yourself, your mother can enjoy some comfort. Asyong rose, saying, I shall heed your advice. Master, I will head upstairs to study. Please tidy the tea table. Get out of here, you rascal, the master chided with a laugh. Back in his own room, Asyong picked up a textbook and began to study diligently. Asyong had attended primary and secondary school in a border town, achieving excellent grades. However, when his mother fell gravely ill, their source of income abruptly ceased. Consequently, he had to drop out of school at the age of 15 to work, earning a meager income while his mother required costly medical treatment. They relied solely on rental income from the master, who could not provide much assistance. Although he was extremely busy, his mother was unusually stubborn, persistently urging him to self-study and frequently checking his progress. However, as her health deteriorated over the years, she gradually eased her demands. As he grew older, Asyong developed a fondness for reading, yet living in a remote mountainous area, the cost of books became a significant expense. Chapter 5. A brilliant night after finishing dinner, Boss Dai and his 3 companions declined Shue's invitation to the nightclub and returned to the hotel in a business vehicle. Although the meal had been lavish, the 4 found it tasteless, not due to an inability to lose, as the amount of money at stake was trivial, but because the experience left a sour feeling that dampened their spirits. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhangxi proposed a sauna to wash away their misfortunes. Chun, the plump man, and General Tan readily agreed, while the oldest, Boss Dai, clutching a 6-kilogram stone, said, You all go ahead, I will return to my room to drop off the stone. Once back in his room, Boss Dai lit a cigarette and pulled out a flashlight, not intending to examine the stone just yet. He sat quietly on the sofa, reflecting on the details of the black stone from earlier that day. That young man, Ah Seong, was remarkably astute. He had accurately predicted the stone's properties. The history of Jade gambling spanned centuries, with countless individuals transitioning from failure to success and back again, often producing remarkable characters. Had I stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter with a master? In the world of Jade gambling, Boss Dai was considered a significant player. Not only ordinary people, but even so-called Jade gambling experts from the border, both domestic and from Myanmar, admired Boss Dai's discerning eye. Talent plays a role, but experience is even more crucial. With wealth, one can gain access to the best stones and the chance to gamble. His 2 decades of successes and failures had established his reputation as a heavyweight in the industry. In Beijing, he owned 3 top-tier Jade chain stores, though they were not his main enterprise. He merely had a passion for Jade. After meditating for half an hour, Boss Dai picked up the 6-kilogram stone and turned on the flashlight, beginning to study it closely. Yet, there were no new insights to be found. Why did that young man insist it was fully green? To cut or not to cut? Should he inform the others? He hesitated. Cutting was a necessity. Leaving the raw stone was pointless. The thrill was in the gamble. And today's events had left him somewhat bewildered. If he did not cut it tonight, sleep would elude him. However, not telling the others would leave him feeling unscrupulous if the stone turned out to be fully green. Potentially worth millions, but if it did not yield such a result, he would become the subject of ridicule. After further contemplation, he rose, took the stone, and exited the room. Boss Dai entered the hotel sauna lobby and called over a waiter to summon Zhang Shi and the others. Moments later, Zhang Shi, General Tan, and the Plumpchin emerged in their bathrobes. Just as Zhang Shi was about to speak, Boss Dai interjected, "This stone is priced reasonably. I want to cut it tonight, but we won't go to General Shui's shop. And he must not know we are cutting it tonight. Hurry, get dressed and come with me." Zhang Shi asked, "What's the rush? Today has been so unlucky. Can't we do it tomorrow?" "No, it must be tonight." Boss Dai insisted. The others exchanged glances and hurried to change their clothes, thinking they had never seen Boss Dai so anxious. Upon exiting the hotel, they found themselves opposite the jewelry city, bustling with people and brightly lit. Boss Dai remarked, "We won't cut it here. Let's go to Rue Ning City." They took a taxi to the old town of Rue Ning, where they got out and began searching for a jade processing factory. It was already 11 at night, and the streets were lively. When they spotted a processing factory's facade from a distance, Boss Dai unexpectedly turned toward a nearby late-night eatery, prompting the others to follow him in confusion. They randomly ordered a few skewers and 2 bottles of beer, all eyes on Boss Dai, awaiting his explanation. Boss Dai finally spoke, "This stone is a bit peculiar. It might hold some surprises. I'll count you each a share. And shortly, Old Chun will cut the stone. You're new to this, so remember to pay generously, but no photos and no outsiders. If it turns out well, we'll give a few tens of thousands as hush money." As he spoke, he pulled out 2 stacks of cash and handed them to Chen Ai. In the realm of stone gambling, cash was king, especially when dealing with Myanmar traders, who had no regard for bank transfers or mobile payments. They simply preferred cash transactions. General Tan felt perplexed. "Why the secrecy?" Zhang Shi added, "We've all seen that stone. It's nothing special." Boss Dai replied, "I don't know. Something just feels off. In any case, Old Chun, do as I instruct. I'll mark the line, and just make 1 cut." Old Chun took the stone without taking the money and walked into the shop. Inside were just the shop owner and a worker. Old Chun asked, "Can you cut this stone?" The owner, preoccupied with a game, glanced at Chun and replied, "1 cut for 50. This was clearly a ridiculous price. Old Chun insisted, "Just 1 cut, but you need to close the door. No outsiders are allowed." He slid 300 yuan bills across the counter. The owner jumped up, realizing he had a wealthy client who wasn't concerned about money. The late-night eatery was bustling with young people enjoying skewers and beer. While the 3 men sat at their table, making small talk without much enthusiasm. They hadn't even touched the skewers they ordered. Zhang Shi asked, "Boss Dai, you looked at that stone during the day. If it was good, shouldn't you have cut it then?" Boss Dai vaguely responded, "At the time, I didn't notice anything. Later, it just felt a bit off. Splitting the profits was fine, but Ah Xiang's words must not be disclosed to this group. And until there were results, he would decide later whether or not to reveal the truth." Old Tan looked at Boss Dai in confusion. Old Chin returned, having run back. Though the weather was not particularly warm, he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his body jiggling with every step. He carefully placed the stone on the table, and the three men stared at Old Qian in anticipation. He leaned toward Boss Dai and whispered. Fully colored. What? Both Boss Dai and Zhang Shi exclaimed simultaneously, with Boss Dai sounding incredulous while Zhang Shi, too far away, had not heard clearly. Mr. Tan hurriedly opened the bag, peered inside, and with a casual flick, his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Boss Dai. How could this happen, Lao Dai? You are truly remarkable. The remaining two individuals also craned their necks to take a look. Raising his head, Zhang Shi repeatedly tapped his forehead with his hand, mumbling incomprehensibly, glancing this way and that, seemingly at a loss for words. Lao Chen downed 2 beers, oblivious to whose they were, his body trembling involuntarily. Whether from exhaustion or something else, who could tell? He had witnessed countless fortunes, but this exhilarating rush was something he had never encountered before. A mere broken stone tossed onto the street would hardly attract attention. Yet within mere minutes, it had transformed into a treasure of immense value. What a thrill! Boss Dai was not faring much better, rendered speechless, staring blankly, not from the shock of the Jade's vivid green, but rather from the radiant smile of the youthful man before him. Lao Chen whispered, Boss, I put in 20,000, the assistant a mere 10,000, saying that if this matter gets out, our legs would be broken and the store destroyed. Boss Dai nodded in acknowledgement. Lao Chen, a coal magnate, had fought his way through the chaos and was quite an intimidating figure when he set his mind to it. Let us find a tea house to sit and chat. Boss Dai suggested as he rose to leave. Chapter 6. The Emergence of a Master. Chapter 7. The first glimpse the early spring weather in Ruining was splendid, not too cold, not too hot. With scarce rainfall, however, the sun rose late here, only illuminating the sky around 8 o'clock. The Jade Raw Stone Market in Ruining was divided into several sections: the morning market, the night market, shops, and hotels. The morning market commenced at 8, with enormous makeshift tents sheltering rows of counters stretching over 100 meters, bustling with activity by 9. Over 90% of the Jade Raw stones in the nation were traded in Ruining, attracting dealers and enthusiasts from across the country in search of a chance to strike it rich overnight. The morning market typically concluded by noon, while from 2 to 5 in the afternoon, the hotels operated, with each standard room in places like the Friendship Hotel and Ruining Hotel serving as a small shop, tables and beds littered with Jade Raw stones, most of which were of promising quality. The night market, situated along the main street by the station, was smaller in scale, its goods a mixed bag, severely disrupting traffic and drawing considerable public discontent. Jade shops generally opened around 10, and out-of-town guests would typically be wandering the morning market at that hour, rarely visiting the shops. Upon arriving at the shop, the tasks mainly involved cleaning up, washing the teacups and pots used the previous night, collecting the scattered cigarette butts, and tidying up a pile of half-drunk mineral water bottles. Stones of varying sizes and waste materials. Truthfully, the Jade Raw stone business was quite a dirty industry. Xiang was well-versed in these chores. He was a foreman, as was Uncle Cun, leading a few locals and Burmese workers, their daily tasks revolving around cutting stones and shipping them out. This work was busy, not only because outsiders came to gamble and cut stones, but locals and Burmese people were even more enthusiastic, including his boss, Shuezong. The legends of striking it rich here were numerous, leaving no room for calmness, yet every year, there were stories of people jumping from buildings due to gambling losses. Dodo was one of his subordinates. A local Han man, tall and robust, often causing trouble but fundamentally a good person. He shared a close bond with Xiang. After tidying up, the group sat beneath the tent to chat. Shuezong typically arrived around noon, working until midnight, which was quite taxing. When Lao Dai and his companions arrived, Shuezong had yet to show up. Xiang invited the bosses to the second-floor office for tea, with 2 young Burmese girls assisting. The Burmese girls were quite beautiful, well-proportioned, and typically in their teens or early 20s. For a Burmese woman to marry a Han Chinese man was considered a great fortune. As they settled in, Xiang expertly brewed tea, and Lao Dai quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Xiang. Xiang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, responding, I haven't encountered such things in years. You are indeed fortunate. The group shared a knowing smile, appreciating the young man's eloquence. After a few casual exchanges, Xiang called Shuezong to inform him that Boss Dai had arrived. Shuezong replied that he was in the process of packing stones and would be there shortly. Within 20 minutes, the sound of a car horn echoed through the courtyard. Xiang announced, "Gentlemen, the stones have arrived. Would you like to see them now?" Lao Dai replied, "Let us go downstairs." As they descended, they noticed workers lifting stones from a rugged vehicle into the building. Upon seeing the brand-new Mercedes-Benz 450, Zhangxi whispered, "Damn. At least those four wheels were funded by me." Chen Pongzi remarked, "He should have earned half a car's worth yesterday." Lao Dai scoffed, "You'd be willing to give it up?" The group erupted into laughter. After exchanging greetings, they returned to the first-floor room, where 6 or 7 stones were displayed on the tea table. While preparing tea, Shuezong said, "These are all alternative materials, suitable for inventory. Their cost-performance ratio is quite reasonable." The 4 of them settled in, as these alternative materials were the primary goal of Lao Dai and Mr. Tan's visit. The so-called alternative materials involved splitting jade raw stones in half, polishing the cut surfaces, revealing the jade's quality within. Although much was still encased in weathered skin, fully cutting them into finished products still carried a degree of risk. However, for seasoned individuals like Lao Dai and Mr. Tan, this was hardly a concern. Such materials were ideal for owners of jade finished product stores to process into final goods, significantly cheaper in price. Yet, for smaller shops, engaging in such ventures was impractical due to substantial investment and the abundance of varying qualities, making it difficult to sell. Those with smaller enterprises had no choice but to comply and send their goods to Guangdong, allowing processing factories to profit handsomely. The 2 men took out flashlights, beginning to meticulously examine the stones. This was a craft requiring patience. Assessing the quality, color, and potential yield of each stone was crucial. If a stone was purchased and the finished product did not meet expectations or incurred excessive costs, it would reflect poorly on their abilities, leaving no one else to blame. Zhangxi and Chen Pongzi, however, were less interested, drawn instead to the thrill of gambling on stones. Zhangxi suggested to Chen Pongzi, "Shall we take a stroll?" Chen Pongzi eagerly replied, "Let us go chat with the Burmese girls." At this moment, with no other customers around, the group congregated under the tent, and Zhangxi approached Xiang, saying, "Xiang, go help Brother Dai move those stones. Those old fellows can't handle it." Xiang smiled in agreement and left. Chen Pongzi, ever unabashed, asked one of the young Burmese girls, "Ping, do you have a boyfriend? How about I introduce you to Zhang Zong? He is not only young but also wealthy. You may not know, but he is quite skilled in bed." His remark elicited laughter from the crowd, prompting Zhangxi to fluster, "How do you know how good I am? Have you tried?" Another round of laughter ensued. As time passed, by 3 in the afternoon, Lao Dai and Mr. Tan finally concluded their discussions regarding the desired raw stones, each having spent over 2 million. This was merely one stop on their journey, with several more shops to visit. Shuezong felt a bit disheartened. Previously, anything with a vibrant green hue placed before these 2 would be snatched up if the quality was good, even at a higher price. However, this time, there were 2 stones of full color that they merely glanced at without further inquiry regarding the price. Exiting the door, Zhangxi asked, "Shall we head back to the hotel?" "Yes," Lao Dai replied. As discussing matters in front of Shuezong's driver was inconvenient, upon entering the hotel, Lao Dai suggested going to the tea house for a bite to eat, feeling somewhat hungry after consuming so much tea. The group settled down, ordering a pot of tea and a few plates of snacks. Once the server departed, Zhangxi spoke, "I've gathered most of the information. Xiang's full name is Chu Tianxiang. He is not a local but has residency in Ruining. He lives with his mother, who is frequently ill, in a private property on the outskirts of the city. Shuezong provides him with 3,000 yuan a month, but expenses are high, leading to a somewhat frugal lifestyle." Taking a sip of water, Zhangxi continued, "The one named Dodo mentioned that Xiang's landlord is an old man whom Xiang refers to as master. But he couldn't clarify what exactly he does. I didn't dare to probe too deeply." Lao Dai glanced at the 3 of them and pondered, "What should we do?" Chen Pongzi suggested, "It couldn't hurt to bring a few gifts for a visit." Lao Dai mused, "It's not that simple. Having learned remarkable skills, yet remaining discreet, do you truly believe that a young man under 20 possesses such depth?" Zhangxi, sharp-minded and youthful, replied, "Brother Dai, we're merely expressing our gratitude to Xiang. Overthinking can lead to unnecessary anxieties." Lao Dai was suddenly startled, realizing his previous preoccupations had clouded his judgment. He chuckled, coming to a realization. Ah, I see now. These past few days, Xiang's brilliance has left me somewhat dazed. I've thought too much. In reality, we should engage normally. I have confidence in my character that my interactions with Xiang will only improve. Never diminish. Let us head out to purchase some gifts, but not too many. Let us set aside 300,000 for Xiang, which aligns with the customary 10% rule in ruining. No one can object to that. Zhang Shi and Chen Pengzi went to buy gifts, while the two older men returned to their rooms to rest, planning to intercept Xiang later that evening as he finished work. Unaware of his home address. Chapter 8. A visit in the evening. They called for a car at the hotel and arrived at the entrance of Xiang's workplace, hesitant to disembark, feeling somewhat like thieves. Fearful of being recognized by Shui Zong's staff. Just after 6, Xiang emerged on his battered motorcycle. They followed him for 2 intersections before rolling down the car window to greet him. Upon seeing Boss Dai and the others, Xiang displayed no confusion, smiling as he acknowledged them, surprised to hear they wished to visit his home. He soon understood, likely realizing that these bosses wanted to discuss matters with him privately, as the shop was not conducive for conversation. With Xiang leading on his motorcycle and the car following closely, they arrived at Xiang's home within 10 minutes, where the 4 men disembarked. Carrying several gifts as they followed Xiang upstairs, they stepped into Xiang's modest abode. Lao Dai, leading the way, was taken aback. The entire space, scarcely measuring a dozen square meters, was dominated by a makeshift bookshelf spanning 4 to 5 meters in length, reaching from floor to ceiling, brimming with books. The 3 individuals who followed him were equally astonished. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't this lad a stone cutter? Why did his home resemble that of an academic? Xiang set up a small dining table, moved a few bamboo stools, and apologized. I am truly sorry for the simplicity of my home. I hope you do not find it laughable. Allow me to brew some tea for you. The group engaged in polite banter, while Lao Dai approached the bookshelf, examining it closely. A significant portion consisted of various textbooks, particularly in the fields of classics and history, alongside several volumes on gemstones and jade. There were also numerous novels, yet many appeared quite old and worn, likely acquired from a second-hand stall. To his surprise, Lao Dai even spotted a copy of Das Kapital. How had this book come into his possession? Xiang, are these all books you have read? Lao Dai inquired. Indeed, they are, Mr. Dai, Xiang replied. My family was poor during my childhood, and my mother's health was frail, so I had to drop out of school to earn a living. The little money I made went towards my mother's medicine, and the rest was spent on books. If I didn't study as a child, my mother would have scolded me mercilessly, as he rambled on. He placed the brewed tea on the table, offering it to his guests. You started working at such a young age? Zhang Shi asked. Yes, at 15, during my second year of junior high. Afterwards, I self-studied at home. With my mother teaching me up to high school, I learned the university curriculum online, and if I encountered difficulties, I could always ask for help online. My mother's health has deteriorated over the past 2 years. But I manage my studies without burdening her. I have developed a fondness for reading. The group regarded Xiang as if he were a curious specimen, for in border regions, unless in exceptional circumstances, children typically left school after junior high to enter the workforce. Parents who were slightly negligent often did not allow their children to continue their education, hastening them into labor. It was common to see 15 or 16-year-olds working. It was only due to the country's enforced promotion of compulsory education that conditions began to improve. Xiang, do you have friends visiting? A voice from outside interrupted. Xiang's mother appeared at the door, prompting the 4 to rise and turn towards her. A middle-aged woman stood at the entrance, slender and pale, with graying hair and wearing old, though clean and tidy, clothing. Xiang, are these your friends? She inquired. Her gaze fixed intently on the guests, discerning from their attire that they were not ordinary individuals. Mother, these esteemed guests are customers from the shop, here to visit, Xiang casually introduced. Upon observing their attire, his mother's demeanor shifted, exuding warmth as she slightly inclined her body in greeting. You are all distinguished individuals. I am humbled by your presence. My child is unruly. I hope you can forgive any shortcomings. Lao Dai felt a wave of dizziness. He would have difficulty believing this woman lacked a notable background. Her gracefulness in mannerisms and inherent poise suggested an upbringing steeped in refinement, an elegance that seemed innate, contrasting starkly with the boorishness of many relatives in his own family. Lao Dai hastily responded, Madam, Please forgive my intrusion. Xiang has rendered us a service, and we came specifically to express our gratitude. At that moment, Chun Pongzi stepped forward, presenting a gift to the lady with both hands, stating, "A modest token, not meant to impose. I apologize for the inconvenience," he added. The lady nodded in acknowledgement but did not accept the gift. Xiang quickly took the offering, feeling bewildered, for he had never witnessed his mother converse in such a manner. "If you gentlemen require anything from Xiang, please do not hesitate to ask. However, I fear his youth may limit his capabilities and could hinder your significant endeavors," she added. "You may converse. My health is not well, so I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and exited, prompting Xiang to rush forward to assist her back to her room. The four exchanged glances, each harboring the same thought. This woman is extraordinary. Initially guarded, she later displayed a commendable composure, embodying the poise of a refined lady. Their visit to Xiang's home had unveiled an abundance of surprises, further igniting their curiosity. Upon returning, Dai cautiously asked, "Xiang, what ailment afflicts your mother?" "She suffered a severe cold during her pregnancy with me, which later led to heart issues. She is sensitive to both cold and heat and must avoid overexertion," Xiang explained. Having lived with his mother for years, he had grown accustomed to her condition and did not sense that the guests were prying at Mr. Dai. "Has that stone been cut?" he inquired, eager to validate his own judgment, as he possessed both theoretical knowledge and practical experience, but had not yet taken a gamble on stones. Aware that only Lao Dai was to pose questions, yet unable to contain himself, Chun Pongzi interjected, "Xiang, you are incredible. It is indeed a full green piece." Mr. Tan elaborated, "We cut it in the old city of Ruining, and no one was aware." "What is the quality of the jade?" Xiang pressed. Before the words left his mouth, an aged voice echoed from downstairs, "You little rascal, come down and help with the fish." Xiang quickly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards the four men. "My master has returned. I shall check on him and return shortly." In a short while, Xiang rushed back upstairs, announcing, "My master invites you gentlemen to join him downstairs." Chapter 9. Who comes? The four descended with the mindset of settling in where they found themselves, arriving at the pavilion in the courtyard. The elderly man within stood and clasped his hands together, stating, "I am old O. May I inquire your names?" He possessed an air reminiscent of the martial world. The guests promptly introduced themselves, extending the respect warranted by his age. The old gentleman turned to Xiang, instructing, "Go prepare the fish. You and your mother may eat first. I shall converse with these esteemed guests." Xiang nodded and departed, gesturing to the others as he left. The elderly man inquired, "Do you gentlemen engage in the jade trade or merely dabble in it?" Lao Dai replied, "I, along with Mr. Tan, are in the jade business, operating several small shops. Mr. Chen here is a miner from Shaanxi, and this young brother specializes in electronic products." The old man discerned the underlying implications. A few small shops. Each must be worth millions, and the mining operations entail substantial funds flowing in and out. An electronic product assembly line alone is worth tens of millions. Each of you holds a fortune of at least several tens of millions. After exchanging pleasantries, they gradually approached the main topic. "I heard from Xiang that you uncovered a piece of full green jade," the old man inquired. Lao Dai smiled, replying, "We came here regarding that matter. Go be honest. Our eyes are not as discerning as we would like. We did not recognize the value of that piece. Xiang and I have built a good relationship over the years, and he privately informed me." He took a sip of water and continued, "In fact, Xiang mentioned two pieces to me, one worth betting on, the other not. Out of curiosity, I had both cut, and the results were exactly as he described. The full green piece is likely worth around 30 million. We came to meet Xiang's elder. Aware of the industry's customs and practices, I am concerned that Xiang is still quite young and might struggle to manage such wealth. We also heard that Xiang's mother is unwell. We have some connections. We could assist in finding treatment in Beijing or Shanghai. Money is not an issue. This is also part of our reason for visiting." He continued. Flattering words flowed easily from Lao Dai, who was determined to forge a bond with this promising young man. The master pondered for a moment before saying, "You gentlemen are all men of character, and I thank you on behalf of Xiang. In a couple of months, he will turn 20 and venture into the world on his own. I am growing old. I have done all I can to help him. What lies ahead will depend on his own fortune. You need not speak, for I understand your intentions. Xiang possesses skill and a good heart. I hope you will look after him, especially you. Mr. Dai, he has mentioned you a few times before. Yet, he felt compelled to issue a stern warning. If any of you esteemed gentlemen harm this child, not only will you find it impossible to continue in this industry, but the consequences will be far more severe. The master, initially amiable, grew increasingly severe as he spoke, his scarred face flushed with intensity. The guests paid little heed to the old man's warning. Who would harbor animosity towards wealth? The old man concluded, "You may leave. Tomorrow, bring 200,000, and we will consider the matter settled." The four hastily took their leave. The old man's imposing presence was overwhelming, and they felt unable to withstand it. As night fell, Ah Xiang had already left for work. The old man and Ah Xiang's mother sat in the pavilion, engaged in conversation about Ah Xiang. "Uncle O, must we compel Ah Xiang to leave Rui Ning?" The woman expressed her concerns. Ah Xiang's mother, "You are not from the mountains. This is not your hometown," he replied. "Though we have found ourselves here, I have long regarded this place as home. Ah Xiang is still young. He has a long journey ahead. Do you truly wish for your son to remain trapped in this impoverished corner, achieving nothing? The world beyond is his stage. His life is destined to be vibrant and colorful. He will earn the admiration and reverence of countless individuals, and you will take pride in your son. Is this not the culmination of your years of perseverance?" As she listened to these words, Ah Xiang's mother felt a flush of emotion, a blend of sorrow and exhilaration. Who could praise their child so? Any mother would feel joy at such words. When he was young and didn't study hard, you disciplined him. If he lost a fight outside, I would discipline him too. Do you think all those skills came without effort? The child is intelligent, persistent, and kind-hearted, showing goodwill towards others. Currently, the country enjoys a period of peace, unlike Myanmar, which is plagued by constant warfare, posing little danger. This much you need not worry about. I possess no other talents. From a young age, I immersed myself in the jade trade, later engaging in conflicts with the government forces and various factions. Enduring a lifetime of gunfire, in my 50s, I was compelled to leave Myanmar, suffering the loss of my family. Upon arriving in Ruining, I took you and your mother in, declaring that Ah Xiang is my apprentice. In truth, it is you two who are my saviors. Without Ah Xiang, I might have perished long ago. Reflecting on those days fills me with despair. The old man spoke, tears streaming down his face. "Uncle O," Ah Xiang's mother comforted, "do not dwell on the past. Ah Xiang has long regarded you as his grandfather. Chu Xiu, you are not a child of an ordinary family. Ensure your child is worthy of your surname rather than leading a life of obscurity here. My life has been fraught with hardship, and I fear my child may follow my path." Ah Xiang's mother choked back her emotions. Ah Xiang has no rivals in the stone gambling trade, neither domestically nor in Myanmar. Do you think your Uncle O has been idle? What Ah Xiang lacks is experience, something he must grasp on his own. The individuals who visited today were quite impressive, particularly the one surnamed Dai. Otherwise, Ah Xiang would not have mentioned him several times in my presence. Moreover, from my observations, that boss Dai is certainly not a mere jade merchant. Ah Xiang requires a platform, and I will negotiate with those individuals. A novice suddenly becoming extraordinarily talented is not a good sign. Ruining is too small and too close to Myanmar, where the environment is rife with complexities. Relying solely on Ah Xiang is insufficient. I had initially intended to return to Myanmar to seek support for him, but it seems the timing is not right. Chapter 10. The crocodiles flowed on water at the same time. In a different location, the same topic was being discussed. Old Dai and his three companions sat in a private room of a restaurant, also deliberating on Ah Xiang's matters. Today's experiences had astonished them greatly. Without sharing their thoughts, they felt stifled. Zhang Shi inquired, "Brother Dai, what do you think of Ah Xiang's mother?" "I believe she is far from simple." Old Dai replied, "She definitely hails from a prominent family. Children from such families receive rigorous etiquette education from a young age, with strict demands on their behavior and speech. It is a harsh upbringing. As they grow, this education becomes ingrained in their very being and remains unchanged throughout their lives. Moreover, this type of education cannot be achieved merely through wealth. It requires a profound cultural foundation, often built over several generations." As Old Dai spoke, he gently shook his head. "But how did such a person end up in Ruining?" Chin Pongzi asked. "People from the mainland come here to seek fortune. Who among them lacks a story? If not for life's pressures, who would willingly leave their home?" Old Dai responded. Pongzi pressed on, Brother Dai, what do you think is the reason Xiong's mother came here? His curiosity was evident. Old Dai's expression turned grave, and he said frostily, Chen Zhengsheng, I advise you to refrain from prying. Everyone who comes to the border to make a living has their own untold struggles. Some can be shared, while others cannot. These are sensitive matters that can easily lead to enmity. Pongzi, feeling awkward, stammered, Rest assured, Brother Dai, I will not speak out of turn. General Tan explained, Old Chen was merely asking. Pongzi quickly shifted the topic, that old man has certainly killed someone. I've seen that kind of gaze before, especially during the coal mine heists. Zhangxi remarked, whether he has killed or not is irrelevant to us. We are in a time of peace, seeking only wealth. General Tan interjected, indeed, Zhangxi has a point. With two powerful figures backing Xiong, how will we collaborate with him in the future? Old Dai responded. It is not a major issue. Today, Xiong's master has already made his intentions clear, and I have communicated our position. That old man is astute and understands our meaning. It mainly hinges on the conditions. However, I still need to discuss with him the extent of Xiong's abilities, as this will determine our attitude towards our collaboration. There are some details I have not shared with you. That piece of black sand jade he said would collapse by at least 80. Yet what was worth 1.2 million now amounts to less than 200,000. As for that fully colored piece he claimed was of the glutinous ice type, it certainly does not reach the ice type. It turned out to be glutinous ice. Would you not agree that this is somewhat extraordinary? The three men stared in astonishment. Pongzi, unwilling to accept, said, This kid can't possibly have some sort of supernatural vision. Can he? Zhangxi shot him a sidelong glance. Have you read too many gambling novels? General Tan mused, if that were truly the case, it would indeed be puzzling. It defies logic. We have encountered genuine gambling experts before, who merely make predictions based on the appearance of the skin and years of accumulated experience, but none have dared to speak with such certainty. Old Dai smiled ruefully, do you know how I have spent the last couple of days? My mind is filled with Xiong's words, consumed by thoughts of those two stones, yet I cannot make sense of it. General Tan remarked, that should not be. If both Xiong and his master possess such abilities, why are they still living in that dilapidated courtyard? Pongzi quickly chimed in, indeed, if it were me, I would casually cut a piece of stone and have long since exchanged it for a villa. Perhaps even find a couple of beautiful ladies to attend to me. Zhangxi laughed, Pongzi, that is the extent of your ambition. General Tan added, it is indeed possible that they have their own untold struggles. As Old Dai mentioned, Zhangxi questioned, in this remote place, even if they did something, who would know? Pongzi finally seized the opportunity to retort, you, young comrade, lack experience in conflict. Once enmities are formed, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, your enemies may still find you. Old Dai and General Tan exchanged knowing smiles. These individuals are all astute, for otherwise, they would not have amassed such wealth. While their speculations may not stray too far from reality, the complexity of the situation and its far-reaching implications are beyond their comprehension. Old Dai stated, tomorrow, I will go alone to deliver the money. It is not a matter of distrust towards you all. I merely worry that too many people may complicate matters, as there are some things the old man cannot conveniently say. However, please rest assured, if the negotiations are successful, I guarantee equal distribution of benefits. He concluded with a pat on his chest. To claim that Old Dai harbors no self-interest would be disingenuous. Given his good relationship with Xiong, he still wishes to meet with him privately, as this would ensure maximum benefit. Dai Dong, 48 years old, is a prominent figure in the Dai family, one of the significant families in the capital. The origin of the Dai family traces back to the early patriarch, who navigated the turbulent seas of politics for decades and has since passed away. However, the family has since produced several remarkable individuals, each holding considerable sway in various fields. Dai Dong primarily oversees the family's business operations, which focus mainly on the light industry, with 3 publicly listed companies. They represent several top international brands in luxury goods and cosmetics, along with various other enterprises. Currently, Dai Dong's situation is precarious, as the younger generation of the family is aggressively vying for power. Each company has its own leader, diminishing his authority as the overall head. Although he still retains control over 3 chain stores in the capital, yielding only a few tens of millions in profits annually, little remains after family contributions. In the family, whichever branch gains prominence will obtain greater commercial benefits. To keep such a vast family intact and prevent being usurped, lacking influence is utterly unrealistic. Unfortunately, Dai Dong's branch has little hope of advancement in the next decade. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, once he steps down, his branch will gradually fade into obscurity. If this opportunity allows for a turnaround, it would usher in a new era, where wealth equates to influence, but such wealth is measured in billions. General Tan Hui, 47 years old, is a reputable jade merchant, known for his integrity and astuteness. He operates 6 chain stores in the capital and has known Dai Dong for a long time due to their shared industry. Chen Jiangsheng, 45 years old, is a coal magnate from Shaanxi Dai. In his youth, he was a ruthless figure. Now, he enjoys considerable success, with several coal mines generating substantial profits, managed by professional managers, while family members handle finances, allowing him to spend most of his time in the capital. He met Dai Dong at a club in the capital, drawn by Dai Dong's official status, and upon finding him to be a man of honor, they became friends. Zhang Shi, a native of the capital, comes from a family with modest political connections. Having studied abroad, he returned to establish a company focused on electronic products, embodying the spirit of self-made success. Chapter 11. Difficult Negotiations. The world's gem-quality jadeite is found only in Myanmar. The aesthetic values of the Greater China region have kept jadeite prices high and profoundly influenced neighboring countries. Long-standing ethnic conflicts have rendered Myanmar chaotic, with jadeite-producing areas becoming focal points of contention among various factions, known as mountain armies, autonomous organizations of minority ethnic groups. This situation is further complicated by the existence of multiple such organizations, with decades of disputes leaving both sides exhausted. Currently, the sources of jadeite are under government control, and mining is conducted by various private companies, which must pay a substantial sum to the government in order to obtain licenses. Furthermore, the raw stones sold must incur over 30 in taxes, making smuggling and tax evasion a common practice. For individuals like Asyong, who are tasked with transporting goods from Myanmar to the mainland, the risks are considerable. Not only are government inspections prevalent, but autonomous organizations in the northern mountainous regions also conduct checks. Those fortunate enough may bribe their way through, but if luck is not on their side, they risk detention, confiscation of goods, and financial ruin. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Dai Dong hailed a taxi and arrived at Asyong's residence as promised. It was the hottest part of the day. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted the elderly gentleman reclining in a chair, his eyes half closed. Dai Dong approached swiftly and greeted him softly. "Uncle O, I have arrived." The old man opened his eyes, glanced at him, and replied, "Ah, you're here, Boss Dai. Please, have a seat." After settling down, Dai Dong produced a paper-wrapped bank card from his bag and stated, 2,300,000. 2 million as agreed, and the extra 300,000 is for Asyong's mother's medical expenses. After all, I am of an age that can be considered his elder. The account name and password are written on the paper. The old man's mouth moved, but words failed him, and his impression of Dai Dong improved slightly. This gesture was indeed commendable. Dai Dong then took the initiative to pour tea, conversing with the elderly man. Asyong's remarkable abilities are a testament to your guidance. However, with his skills refined, he must have the opportunity to demonstrate them. I believe I possess a modicum of capability myself and have managed reasonably well in the capital. Therefore, I intend to collaborate with Asyong. If you have any thoughts on this, we can discuss them candidly. Additionally, I am curious about the extent of Asyong's skills in gambling on stones. I pose this question without ulterior motives, as I, too, engage in such activities and consider my proficiency commendable. However, this time, I genuinely find it perplexing. After a brief pause and a glance at the elderly man, he continued, "If you find it inconvenient to share, that is perfectly acceptable. It would not affect my collaboration with Asyong. This inquiry could potentially encroach upon the old man's privacy. Why would one seek such information? Should misunderstandings arise, it could lead to deep-seated enmity." The old man regarded Dai Dong and suddenly asked, "You aren't merely a simple jade merchant, are you?" Dai Dong was taken aback, shivering slightly, and managed a wry smile. "You see through me, uncle. I am the commercial representative of my family. Yet for this collaboration, I represent only myself. It is unrelated to my family." He then leaned forward, lowering his voice. "My grandfather is Dai XX. The old man stiffened momentarily, evidently familiar with the name. Last night? Dai Dong had contemplated extensively, recognizing that revealing his background sooner rather than later would serve as leverage. enhancing his standing in this society where connections hold significant weight. Furthermore, he needed to clarify that the partnership was solely between him and Asyong, not involving the vast family network. Collaborating with a small child would likely lead to ruin, and the formidable figures backing Asyong would undoubtedly recognize the risks involved, rendering the opportunity nearly non-existent. After a lengthy pause, the old man slowly responded, "Thank you for your candor. The elder has a good reputation. My father has met your grandfather." Daidong was somewhat surprised. Uncle O had an impressive lineage. Even among the overseas Chinese elite, one would not encounter his grandfather without a certain status. "How much capital can you bring forth, or your associates?" he inquired, including the three individuals in question. Daidong pondered for a moment before cautiously replying. Several tens of millions would not pose an issue. Anything beyond that would require further discussion. The old man probed again. "Do you have channels for distribution? The ones in Ruining do not count. I am familiar with the Guangdong market alongside General Tan. That is not a problem," he continued. "In the jadeite industry, the process of cutting stones must culminate in either finished products for sale or direct stone sales, both of which require time, especially for finished products as the market's absorption period is lengthier. Thus, the jadeite industry is undoubtedly a capital-intensive domain, distinct from the rapid liquidity of gold. Boss Dai, how do you envision our collaboration?" "Uncle, you may simply call me Xiao Dai. Please refrain from calling me Boss Dai. My consideration is to establish a company in Ruining specializing in jadeite, focusing on acquiring raw stones, primarily through Asyong. With us assisting where necessary, we will purchase suitable stones and subsequently sell them in Guangdong, where numerous affluent buyers await. As long as the quality is commendable, demand will exceed supply. Our equity distribution will be based on capital contribution. Naturally, Asyong will contribute through his expertise, and we can negotiate the specifics. I believe this arrangement is feasible. Asyong will invest 2 million, alongside his technical contribution for a 60 stake. While you will provide 50 million for a 40 share. As for your internal distribution, I shall not interfere. We can revisit the company's operations after 2 years," the old man declared resolutely. "However, there is one stipulation. Asyong must not venture to Myanmar within the next 2 years. This is a non-negotiable requirement." Daidong was taken aback. Anyone would be bewildered by such a condition. How could one possess 40 with 50 million while Asyong, with 2 million, held 60? Even if one possessed remarkable skills, the inherent risks could not be overlooked. Who could guarantee consistent success in this gamble? There have been instances where millions worth of stones were discarded in the streets after cutting. 50 million would not withstand repeated failures, especially when the investment came entirely from his side. If Asyong were truly endowed with the so-called X-ray vision as Chen Pongzi claimed, that would be one thing, but the reality was otherwise. Presenting such terms to the others would surely incite their wrath. They would suspect that the old Dai harbored some ulterior motives. Daidong found himself at a loss for words, contemplating whether it would be better to bring the others along for discussions. Now, he felt caught in a dilemma. Chapter 12. The past like smoke. Noticing Daidong's bewilderment, the old man smiled knowingly. "Xiao Dai, let me share a story with you. It may be lengthy, so bear with me." "Please, go ahead," Daidong replied, momentarily disoriented. My mother was the daughter of a chieftain in Myanmar, her family wielding substantial power. Their lineage has been engaged in jadeite mining since the Qing dynasty. Back then, without flashlights, do you know how one determined the quality of stones? Daidong genuinely did not know. When he began gambling on stones, he used a flashlight and had never considered how one would assess stones without one. He shook his head. The old man continued, by touch, examining every inch with their hands, interpreting the stones through the feel of sand granules, hardness, and subtle temperature changes to ascertain the quality of the jade within. At that time, transportation was inconvenient and gambling on stones was confined to a small circle. Generations passed, and this tactile method of identifying jadeite developed into a comprehensive experience, albeit with low accuracy. Approximately in the mid-Qing dynasty, a genius emerged in the mining area, capable of accurately discerning the quality of jadeite through touch, achieving remarkable accuracy and becoming a legend in the region. Imagine, during a time when extraction was arduous, cutting was challenging, and transporting these stones was a significant endeavor. Having such an individual saved a fortune. Tragically, conflict erupted among the various tribes over this talent, resulting in numerous casualties. After years of chaos, this individual was ultimately killed, and the tribes lost the will to continue fighting, but enmity remained. The genius' skills were not wholly passed down. The old man sighed before continuing, coincidentally, during the early Republic era, a prodigy from the Dai family mastered the art of touch, achieving what was said to be an extraordinary level of proficiency, hitting the mark every time. By then, gambling on stones had gained immense popularity. Yet this person remained relatively unknown, with only a select few aware of his abilities. Leveraging this astonishing skill, the patriarch of the Dai family became renowned throughout the country and Southeast Asia within a decade, accumulating wealth beyond measure, rivaling nations. If you know a bit about Jadeite history, you should be familiar with this individual, although how he amassed his fortune remains a mystery. Dai Dong was captivated by the tale, nodding in acknowledgement. What became of that individual? He inquired. Fate was unkind. This prodigy succumbed to an epidemic in Myanmar before reaching 40. The old man lamented. Subsequently, with the advent of flashlights, gambling on stones became considerably easier, and few pursued the art of touch thereafter. In the 70s and 80s, a person in the country began to grasp the fundamentals, achieving high accuracy, which earned him the title of King of Gambling Stones. If he were still alive today, he would be nearing 90. The old man sipped his tea, his gaze distant. Uncle O, are you suggesting that Asyang possesses this skill now? Dai Dong asked, excitement bubbling within him. He surmised that he was at least superior to that so-called King of Gambling Stones, though whether he could rival the Dai heir remained uncertain. Dai Dong's hands trembled slightly, his heart racing with the fear that it might leap from his chest at any moment. He thought to himself, this is not merely gambling on stones. It is akin to seizing money. No, it is more like picking up money, but without the need to bow or stoop. This is the rhythm of striking it rich. Without delving into the past, consider the Dai heir. How many stones could one assess in a month? The current output of raw stones from the mining area in a month equates to what was produced over the past 20 years. Any company lacking dozens of excavators worth millions would be reluctant to show its face. If Asyang does not go to Myanmar, then so be it. There are still plenty of raw stones domestically to assess. Regardless of Uncle O's conditions, even if they were more stringent, Dai Dong would readily accept. With these thoughts, Dai Dong felt as though a veil had been lifted, revealing a vibrant horizon. He then turned to the old man and asked, Uncle O, when we gamble on stones, we often touch them. Why do we not feel anything? This represents the last vestige of dignity for the Burmese in this industry. When entering the field, a modicum of experience is handed down through generations. It is said that if an ordinary person can comprehend even 10%, they are considered an expert. To ascend beyond that threshold, one must rely solely on innate talent. Dai Dong chose not to inquire further, recognizing this as the so-called secret knowledge. Regarding Asyang's craft, it is better for the world to know as little as possible, for it is a skill of extraordinary prowess. In several centuries, only 2 individuals have emerged, both meeting untimely and mysterious ends, and my greatest concern is that Asyang might follow in their footsteps. Rest assured, Uncle O, the tumult of war is behind us, and we now reside in a time of peace. Devoid of peril, if necessary, we can withdraw at any moment, Dai Dong advised. Yet, despite his reassurances, he understood that should the domestic jade magnates or other fierce players become aware of Asyang's talents, they would not hesitate to resort to open theft or covert intimidation. Whoever possesses Asyang could amass a fortune beyond imagination, leaving no room for temptation to be ignored. This area is also in proximity to the Burmese Dan, where the mountain armies hold vast quantities of jade rough. A kidnapping under the cover of darkness is a real possibility, as these mountain soldiers are inherently fierce, lacking any moral compass. The old man was indeed right to be concerned. Furthermore, it should be noted that Asyang's mother hails from a prominent family, which adds another layer of complexity. Given the right circumstances, they may wish to return to their homeland, and your assistance will be invaluable when the time comes. No problem, Uncle O. This is part of my duty. I believe Asyang's mother is from the south. Alas, let her tell you herself when the time is right, Dai Dong mused. Uncle O, in a couple of days, we shall return to the capital. Since we have come to an agreement, I wish for Asyang to emerge sooner rather than later. If we are to establish a company, there will undoubtedly be numerous trivial matters to address beforehand. So it would be wise for him to start gaining experience now. Very well, I shall speak with him tonight. Perhaps it was due to the fatigue of prolonged sitting, but the old man rose, Stretching to Asyong is the culmination of my later years. Please take good care of him. With that, he quietly retreated into the room. We will come by tomorrow morning. Dai Dong felt the gravity of the old man's emotions as he watched him enter, prompting him to rise and return, for the three individuals outside were likely in a state of anxious anticipation. Chapter 13. The official apprenticeship given these conditions proposed by Master Asyong. Let us deliberate, suggested Dai Dong. He elaborated, stating, in matters between brothers, clarity is paramount. Let us be forthright. This venture carries an element of risk, as I possess slightly more knowledge than you, so we must proceed with caution. I have committed to Uncle O that I will follow through. I previously mentioned that we would share the profits equally. However, if anyone finds these terms unacceptable, they may contribute less or opt out entirely, and I will bear the remaining burden. Zhangxi interjected, Daigu, don't you think the distribution of shares is somewhat stringent? With only 2 years of operation, should the business underperform and profits dwindle? The residual value upon dissolution will be disproportionately disadvantageous. As a modern businessman, he naturally had reservations regarding such an evidently inequitable division of equity. It seemed as though they were simply awaiting their share of the profits 2 years hence. General Tan pondered for a moment before addressing Dai Dong. Speak plainly, old Dai. To what extent can we gauge Asyang's skills in stone gambling? Deep and unfathomable, Dai Dong replied, feeling that his explanation had not sufficiently clarified his point. He continued, it is not that I wish to withhold information, but the implications are considerable. The old man harbors many concerns and has instructed me not to speak of it. Perhaps after a period of collaboration, Asyang will choose to disclose his abilities, but we must not inquire directly. Fat Chun, however, seemed unperturbed, declaring, I will invest 10 million, treating it as an advance for the upcoming years of stone gambling. Zhangxi calculated and stated, I will contribute 5 million. He was genuinely apprehensive. Unlike the others who had thrived in commerce for decades and possessed ample resources, his enterprise required significant capital investment. General Tan deliberated carefully, saying, 8 million is my limit. Any more might jeopardize the current operations of my business. Then I shall cover the remaining amount, which should total 27 million, Dai Dong concluded. Let us finalize this. As Uncle O will discuss matters with Asyang tonight, and we will visit tomorrow morning. Afterward, I have a few locations to inspect with Lao Tan. Dai Dong wished fervently that everyone would refrain from contributing. Zhangxi, draft a shareholder agreement this evening. This is your forte. Aim to have it signed by tomorrow. Once that's settled, you and Lao Chun can accompany Asyang to scout locations. Since Asyang is the expert, he will know best what suits his needs. We should also purchase 2 vehicles, but nothing too extravagant, as ostentation is ill-advised at the outset. The company will publicly state that it is merely acquiring rough stones. Once the prices surge, we cannot act in Ruining. Dai will liaise with buyers from Guangdong and Fujian, and we might consider participating in the Guangdong public auction as well. All office equipment and stone-cutting machinery should be procured in Ruining. And we must act swiftly. Lao Chun will be responsible for securing the necessary licenses, providing you with an opportunity for governmental engagement. We shall refrain from hiring anyone for the time being. Lao Tan and I will confer and aim to transfer personnel from the capital to this region, as the locals are overly sensitive to the stone gambling trade, and ignorance of the situation may lead to complications. In the coming days, Lao Tan and I will seek out a few stones for Asyang to examine, hoping to achieve a successful debut. Additionally, we should rent a villa with a private yard, as we are likely to frequent this location. We will also bring staff from the capital to handle cleaning and cooking, as the local cuisine is quite unpalatable. Lastly, let us keep Asyang's affairs under wraps for as long as possible, as this is the foundation of the company's existence. Once outsiders become aware, while open threats may be avoided, covert ones are far more perilous. We must maintain strict discretion, particularly you, Lao Chun. Refrain from disclosing everything. The elder brother makes the decisions. I am merely awaiting my share, Fat Chin chuckled. Zhangxi produced a pen and began noting down various details, as the process of establishing a company and procuring goods is indeed intricate. Once they had concluded their discussions, the group swiftly departed for dinner. At 10 that evening, in the humble quarters of the elder, he and Asyang's mother sat upon chairs, while Asyang knelt on the ground. The elder retrieved a roll of paper from the depths of his tattered trunk, its yellowed hue indicating its age. Upon unfolding it, a classical painting emerged, depicting a refined young man adorned in traditional Dai attire. The elder gestured for Ah Xiang to assist in hanging the artwork. Subsequently, he produced several ancient books bound in thread, placing them upon the table. He spoke, "Ah Xiang, though you are of Han descent, the mastery you possess is a result of the blessings from our ancestral patriarch. This patriarch, Ban Huang, was a member of the Dai people in Burmese Didayan, who, during the Qing dynasty, perfected the art of stone gambling. Those who later learned the ancient techniques revered him as the founding master. This is a tradition among the Burmese. Ah Xiang, bow thrice to the patriarch." Witnessing Ah Xiang perform the bows with great reverence, the elder continued, "My surname is Ouyang, given name Xing. My ancestors fled to Burmese Dian during the tumultuous transition from the Ming to the Qing dynasty, originally bearing the surname Zhu. Generations later, our family became leaders among the Chinese, strictly forbidding intermarriage with outsiders. However, my father fought fiercely to marry the daughter of a Dai chieftain, who was your mother, and was subsequently cast out of the family. I received a fine education, yet was rebellious from a young age, often defying authority. I spent many years living in mining regions, befriending countless heroes of the underworld, and learned the art of stone gambling, at 17, in a moment of impulsiveness. I joined the mountain army, engaging in combat against the government, killing many and sustaining 2 gunshot wounds. Due to my extensive connections, I later took charge of funding for the military, primarily trading local resources such as opium, gold, copper, jade, gemstones, and timber. As the government forces, bolstered by Western support, intensified their crackdown, our situation grew increasingly perilous, leading to a schism within our ranks. Some sought to surrender while others were determined to resist. Initially, we could engage in fruitful discussions. After all, we had amassed wealth over generations. However, conflict soon erupted, resulting in a cycle of revenge, with assassinations escalating into outright warfare. Longtime friends and comrades turned into bitter enemies, a reality that chills the heart. Both factions sought to win my favor, as I held substantial financial resources. My father, mother, and younger brother all perished due to assassination attempts. I narrowly escaped but could not evade the government's relentless pursuit. Ultimately, I was captured. Fearing my family's influence, they spared my life, likely due to some internal negotiations within the family, though the cost was undoubtedly steep. My captors exiled me from Burmese Dian, forbidding me from accessing any of its resources. Someone provided the funds for this building, intending to confine me here. Upon my arrival, I spent each day lost in memories, utterly despondent. Fortunately, it was not long before I encountered you both, at that time. You too were also suffering greatly. You were exceptionally perceptive and intelligent as a child, and I cautiously began to teach you a few things. Gradually, I found the courage to continue living. Ah Xiang, you possess remarkable talent and perseverance, for without such qualities, you could not have mastered this ancient craft. Starting tomorrow, you must venture out into the world on your own. I have previously mentioned that throughout the history of stone gambling, only 2.5 individuals have emerged. You are the third. Do not bring shame upon our patriarch." Upon hearing this, Ah Xiang's mother rose swiftly, kneeling beside her son and addressing the elder. "We are grateful for your guidance and care for us. I, Chu Xiu, along with my son, Chu Tianxiang, bow in respect." With that, the mother and son bowed 3 times in reverence to the elder. The title of Great One bestowed upon the elder signifies respect for his noble lineage. Had it been in ancient times, he would undoubtedly have been regarded as an aristocrat of the highest order. During the late Ming period, he bore the surname Zhu, the very name of the emperor. Chu Xiu was genuinely unaware of what the old gentleman had imparted to his son. While she was aware of the martial arts training in Sanda, which she wholeheartedly endorsed, her understanding of the other teachings remained rather vague. It was likely just knowledge related to jade and gemstones. She had only a sporadic understanding of the old gentleman's past, knowing his high status and that he had offended many in Myanmar. However, upon hearing these words today, she was truly moved. The old gentleman comprehended the essence of Chu Xiu's words and nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah Xiang's mother, please take a seat. I have more to discuss with the children." He picked up the books on the table, saying, "These are the techniques for stone gambling that our ancestors compiled. Many Myanmar people are illiterate, so the survival of this knowledge is indeed a remarkable feat. A culmination of generations of hard work. You no longer need these things. Remember to burn them at my grave a century from now. You may keep the portrait of our ancestor," he continued. "Tomorrow, Boss Dai Dong will come over. You will sign the agreement, and from now on, your dealings will be with them. Neither I nor your mother will participate or inquire. You are not to go to Myanmar for the next 2 years. We will discuss it again after that. I have but one piece of advice for you to remember for a lifetime. Moderation is key. Furthermore, your mother hails from a prestigious family in Jiangnan. Born into nobility, yet through a twist of fate, she ended up here, as a child. You always clamored for your father, which resulted in punishment. After discussing it with your mother, if you excel, you may learn the truth in 2 years. But you must prove your capability to handle everything during this time. Who is my father? Xiang suddenly stood up. Chu Xiu hesitated before replying, you will be proud of him. Chapter 14. A flourishing start. The following morning, before 8 o'clock, Xiang began tidying up the courtyard, a chore he had been accustomed to since childhood. Additionally, the words of his master from the previous night had profoundly affected him, resulting in a restless night. His eyes now bloodshot. Much of what the master had said was familiar to him, but the segment regarding his parents had struck him deeply. In his early, naive understanding of the world, he would see other children with fathers and would plead for his mother to bring him his father, only to be met with disappointment when she told him that his father had passed away. As he grew older and gained more experience, he recognized that his mother was different from others. She was relentless in ensuring he studied, erupting in fury at any poor grades, with no room for compromise. While other children enjoyed their leisure time, his free hours were spent either honing his skills at stone handling under his master's guidance, or reciting ancient poetry in front of his mother, or practicing stances in the courtyard. Each of these activities was excruciatingly tedious, yet they served to temper his character. It was only when his mother fell ill and could no longer work, leaving them without a source of income, that she made the tough decision to disregard her master's objections and insisted that he drop out of school to earn money for their survival. In reality, the master's income barely sufficed. The location of his home was poor, making it difficult to rent out, and the rental prices were low. It seemed that those who sought to buy a house for the master faced considerable challenges as well. Over the years, he had read extensively, and his mindset had gradually calmed. Yet, he remained perplexed about his future aspirations, observing shop owners and high-stakes gamblers and finding no intrigue in their pursuits. Although his mother often spoke of the grandeur of the capital, the vibrancy of Shanghai, and the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan, he had never ventured beyond the mountains, having yet to witness the bustling world with his own eyes. His limited perspective was his greatest shortcoming. The master's assertion from the previous day resonated with him. In 2 years, he must possess the ability to handle everything. What did that mean? Such capability either required power or wealth. Power was unattainable. So he resolved to strive for wealth, believing it should not be insurmountable. Once he acquired money and capability, he would seek out the man known as his father and demand to know why he abandoned them. Dai Dong and his companions arrived. Upon seeing Xiang seated in the pavilion, they approached, and he promptly stood to greet them. After they sat down, Xiang spoke, Uncle Dai, Uncle Tan, Uncle Chin, Uncle Zhang, it is a rare honor for esteemed elders to regard me and include me in this endeavor. Henceforth, I shall refer to you all as uncles. The others nodded, but Zhang Shi interjected, do not call me uncle. Call me brother. I am only in my 30s. Not that old. Laughter erupted among them. Dai Dong added, that works. Let us keep it informal. From now on, we shall call him Tian Xiang. No more of this Xiang business. In the mainland, that title is rather informal. Everyone nodded in agreement. Dai Dong then inquired, Tian Xiang, did Uncle O discuss matters with you yesterday? He did, Uncle Dai, but the share distribution seems somewhat inequitable. My portion appears too high. This arrangement was set by your master and cannot be altered. Dai Dong replied seriously. He gestured for Zhang Shi to present the contract, stating, let everyone take a look. There are 5 copies. Once agreed upon, please sign. I have decided on the company name. Dong Xiang Jewelry Company, Ltd. Combining the names of the 2 major shareholders, as your elder, I shall take the lead. This was the first time everyone saw the shareholder agreement, which was just 2 pages long and quickly reviewed. Each person took turns signing the 5 copies, officially establishing the company. Dai Dong announced, Tian Xiang, as the major shareholder, you may speak first. Chu Tian Xiang pondered for a moment before saying, Uncle Dai should serve as the general manager, while I will act as a technical advisor. The others shall be deputy managers. Uncle Dai will handle recruitment for finance, including an accountant and a cashier. If we do not require them initially, we can hire an accounting firm. I have studied this but lack practical experience. We will need to hire 1 or 2 workers for moving stones and cleaning. He paused briefly before continuing. Our immediate task is to secure a rental property. I have a place in mind, located near the jewelry city on the north side of ruining River Bridge. It is not very conspicuous, offers good privacy, and ideally, we should find an independent courtyard to avoid disturbing others while cutting stones. I am unsure how to decorate the reception area, but I require a small room of around 10 square meters. Also, which uncle will handle the business license? I have never done this and have no knowledge of the process. I will purchase the machines. There are many available in ruining. The key is to finalize the location first. Dai Dong mused, impressed by the young man's organized approach. He then looked around and asked, "Does anyone have any suggestions?" Everyone voiced their agreement, as old Dai, being the eldest and most composed, was the most suitable choice for general manager. Having Tian Xiang take the lead felt somewhat awkward. Tian Xiang continued, "I will resign this afternoon. It won't take long, and then I will look for a property. It would be best if Uncle Dai could speak to General Shui to avoid any awkwardness in future encounters." Dai Dong agreed. "I will accompany Tian Xiang to General Shui's office, while the rest of you split up to search for properties, including the villa where we will stay. We may frequently visit this location, and staying in a hotel will be inconvenient. The office should meet Tian Xiang's criteria, and we aim to secure it today. One more thing. Old Chun, please find a housekeeper, someone clean, to take care of Uncle O and Tian Xiang's mother, as Tian Xiang may have little time in the future." Upon hearing this, Chu Tian Xiang quickly expressed his gratitude. Uncle Dai truly knew how to handle matters well. Everyone seemed satisfied, tasks were allocated, and they prepared to get to work. The thought of these multimillionaire bosses engaging in such labor was amusing. Finally, Chu Tian Xiang declared, "Uncles, as we launch the company, let us aim for a prosperous beginning. At General Shui's shop, there are 2 stones. Uncle Dai and Uncle Tan should purchase them in the coming days. One should not be expensive, but is quite large, likely over 100 kilograms. Black and sandy, probably from the Maman quarry, and should contain some quality material. The other stone is on the second-floor shelf, a green waxy skin weighing over 20 kilograms. Its exterior is colorless, but it should have some green flecks inside. If it's too pricey, we can forego it. It looks promising." As Chu Tian Xiang discussed the stones, interest peaked among the group, and they settled in to listen. Dai Dong, having previously heard Chu Tian Xiang speak of stones, remained calm, while the other 3 were captivated, their eyes wide with curiosity. Uncle Tan eagerly pressed on, "Is it guaranteed? I have examined every stone at General Shui's shop no less than 5 times. Any newly arrived stone that hasn't been sold on the same day, I've scrutinized repeatedly. I've been at it for 5 years, he replied. Uncle Chun, in a hurry, asked, "What are those 2 stones like?" He was uninterested in how Chu Tian Xiang had honed his skills. Hearing about gambling and cutting stones immediately lit up his eyes. The sandy one must have been misidentified or overlooked on site. It was not cleaned, and only one side should yield ice type, and it's quite old. The 20-kilogram stone should yield something. Uncle Tan felt a bit lightheaded, incredulous. Is this really worth 6 million? He was well aware that ice-type stones without patterns were priced at 300,000 per kilogram on the market. Zhang Shi and Uncle Chun were also stirred. While they knew ice-type stones were expensive, they had no idea how exorbitant the prices could be. 600,000, Dai Dong whispered. The 2 men looked puzzled and quickly asked, "What did you say?" Dai Dong clarified, "Tian Xiang claims that stone could yield 6 million. So much?" Uncle Chen turned abruptly to Chu Tian Xiang and asked, "How much will that stone sell for?" Chu Tian Xiang replied, "I am uncertain. That material is slightly better than ordinary kilograms. It has been on display for over a year without selling. I estimate it might fetch 200 to 300 per kilogram at most. 30,000. That's a staggering amount." Dai Dong could barely contain his excitement, and the 4 fell into silence, collectively digesting the news. Chapter 15. Formal resignation. After a while, Dai Dong inquired, "What is the matter with that stone that gets stuck? It weighs over 20 kilograms, has a remarkably long water vein on the outside, looks appealing, and is priced rather high. However, there is a broad waterway inside, reaching high ice, with a color band that doesn't fully align with the waterway, which leaves me uncertain." Chu Tianxiang reminisced. "Cutting that stone is quite troublesome. I fear that slicing through the waterway might sever the color band, and cutting the color band might disrupt the waterway." General Manager Tin asked, "How much can we extract? What would the pricing be?" Chu Tianxiang appeared somewhat embarrassed. Uncle Tan, I am not very knowledgeable about the prices of finished products. If we're talking about bracelets, I estimate we could yield 6 or 7 pieces of good quality. Dai Dong assessed the situation and responded, with over 20 kilograms, we could potentially extract between 15 to 20 kilograms of ice-grade material. Upon hearing this, Chen Pongzi and Zhang Shi thought to themselves, that's less than the previous one. To their surprise, Dai Dong continued, let us calculate 6 bracelets, 3 of which are high ice, which would yield an additional 2 million. If we include color, that could add another 5 to 6 million. So, conservatively speaking, we're looking at between 10 to 15 million. General Manager Tan nodded in acknowledgement, while Zhang Shi and Chen Pongzi remained puzzled, unable to grasp the calculations. Dai Dong instructed, Old Tan, please make an effort to find some photographs of high-end finished products. Then, go to Rui Ning where they sell premium jadeite and teach Tianxiang about the knowledge and pricing of finished products. He must memorize it in a short time. General Manager Tan nodded in agreement. This stone should not be taken for less than 3 million, Dai Dong asserted. Agreed, the others replied. With only a few tens of millions in the company, if the profit margin is insufficient and the stone is bought only to remain stagnant, it could lead to significant trouble later on when better opportunities arise but funds are lacking. As they left to hail a taxi, Chu Tianxiang opted not to ride his dilapidated motorcycle. Given the difficulty of finding a taxi in Ruining, while waiting, Dai Dong suggested to General Manager Tan, you and Zhang Shi should go by a car. Having your own vehicle makes travel much more convenient. General Manager Tan, recognizing the inconvenience, readily agreed, all right, Zhang Shi and I will go by a car. Dai Dong turned to Chen Pongzi, saying, you should come with us. There are matters that require your attention. Once in the car, Dai Dong sat in the back with Chen Pongzi, while Chu Tianxiang led from the front. Dai Dong instructed, Old Chen, when we enter, after discussing Tianxiang's matters, you two should exit first. I will have a conversation about that stone inside. But I will not be making a purchase today. Make sure to identify the stone in the shed correctly. When you go inside, just say you want to buy that stone. As for the reason, you can fabricate one. If I were to express interest in buying, it might raise suspicions with Shuezong. Chen Pongzi pondered for a moment and understood Dai Dong's intentions, nodding in agreement. This was to avoid Shuezong from raising the price, as a stone priced at 20,000 could be quoted at 200,000, and one at 30,000 could be quoted at 600,000. After all, who wouldn't he exploit the wealth of the esteemed Dai? Upon reaching the second floor, Shuezong was delighted to see Boss Dai again and warmly welcomed them to sit down. He was slightly surprised to see Chu Tianxiang seated beside him, as they typically stood. Following their prearranged script, Dai Dong said, Shuezong, I have a rather impolite request. I am planning to establish a company here to handle stone procurement. I am too busy to come by often. We need someone responsible to oversee the stall. I spoke with Xiang, and he agreed to join. I would like to take him with me today. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you. Upon hearing this, Shuezong's face contorted slightly. This was an overt attempt to poach. However, upon reflection, he recognized that Boss Dai was indeed considerate, addressing the matter directly with sincerity. If he hadn't, he brought it up. Xiang would leave regardless, and he would have no recourse. It was better to maintain a good relationship. Shuezong smiled and said, no problem, Director Dai. For you to recognize Xiang is his fortune. I couldn't be happier. Seeing Shuezong's response, Chu Tianxiang immediately stood and expressed, thank you, Shuezong, for your care over the years. Should any need arise in the future, Xiang will not hesitate to assist. I bow to you in gratitude. He then deeply bowed. Raising his head, he added, Shuezong, you gentlemen discuss matters. I will take my leave for now. Chen Pongzi quickly stated, I will accompany you for a stroll. The two engaged in light conversation over tea, and after approximately half an hour, they heard footsteps on the stairs. Turning around, they saw Chen Pongzi returning. Upon arriving, he addressed Shuezong, there's a stone downstairs. What is the price? Nobody seems to know. If it's inexpensive, I'll buy it and use it to press pickled vegetables at home. It has a rather appealing shape. Dai Dong nearly burst into laughter. What kind of reasoning was that? Who uses a stone weighing over 100 kilograms to press pickled vegetables? Shuezong, who was currently discussing the stone that gets stuck with Dai Dong, felt anxious upon hearing Chen Pongzi's interruption and quickly said, please have Xiang come upstairs. Chu Tianxiang ascended, and after Shuezong clarified which stone was being referred to, he impatiently stated, Director Chen, no haggling, 20,000, take it. Chen Pongzi muttered, that's a bit pricey. Dai Dong laughed and scolded, Chen Pongzi, don't embarrass yourself in front of the coal bosses. just 20,000. I'll take responsibility. Take it or leave it. Chen Pongzi retrieved 2 stacks of cash from his bag, placing them on the table, and said to Dai Dong, Boss Dai, you're in charge. He then pulled Chu Tianxiang and headed downstairs. After a while, the sound of a car echoed outside, and Chen Pongzi shouted from downstairs, Boss Dai, hurry down. The car has arrived. Hearing this, Dai Dong and Shuezong descended, only to find a brand new Buick commercial vehicle parked in the courtyard, with several workers loading stones into the back. Zhang Shi and General Manager Tan were chatting nearby. Shuezong asked, Is this your new purchase? A vehicle is quite convenient. He then added, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll come back in the next few days to check on the stone. Please reconsider the price. After bidding farewell, Shuezong felt quite pleased. After over a year of holding on to a worthless stone, he finally managed to sell it. Though the profit was limited, the 3 million yuan stone appeared promising. Nonetheless, he lamented that old Dai had taken away Ah Xiang. It would be difficult to find another diligent worker like him. Chapter 16. A joyful farewell. Zhang Shi was at the wheel. After crossing the Ruining River Bridge, he asked, Where to next? Speak quickly. Chu Tianxiang replied, After the bridge, turn left. There are several jewelry cities. Ask the property management or security. They should know which taxi service is available. After visiting several places and finding them unsuitable, they finally settled on a property at Jupiter Jewelry City just before dusk. The rent was exorbitant at 150,000 per year, which was quite high for Ruining. The compound featured a 2-story building, capable of accommodating 2 vehicles, with plenty of rooms that they wouldn't even need. Frustrated, Chen Pongzi exclaimed, Let us just take this one. I don't want to walk anymore. Dai Dong looked toward Zhang Shi and Chu Tianxiang. Zhang Shi nodded, and Chu Tianxiang seemed satisfied, albeit with reservations about the price. Dai Dong made the final decision. Old Tan hadn't even exited the vehicle. Ever since the stones were loaded, he had been examining them with a flashlight, lost in thought and meticulously inspecting the stones without pause. After negotiating with the landlord to pay the deposit and collect the keys the following day, the group felt their stomachs grumbling. They hadn't eaten all day. Dai Dong suggested, Let us call your master and your mother. We should have a meal together to celebrate. Chu Tianxiang shook his head. My master said he and my mother will not participate in any of our affairs. Chen Pongzi inquired, Not even for a meal? That's out of the question. Unless you want to eat at home, Chu Tianxiang clarified. Dai Dong concluded, Then we'll eat on our own, perhaps at the hotel where we're staying. After dinner, Tianxiang can take a taxi home, and we'll enjoy some drinks tonight. They were lodged at the finest hotel in Ruining, boasting a 5-star rating, though the truth of that claim remained uncertain. Upon entering the dining hall, they were greeted by opulent decor, exuding luxury. The floor was covered in plush carpeting, and as they walked on it, Chu Tianxiang felt somewhat anxious, having never been to such a place before. He took deep breaths to calm his nerves. Upon entering the private room, a circle of sofas lined the outer edge, with a large round table inside large enough for a dozen diners. Chu Tianxiang sat on the sofa alongside the others. Noticing his nervousness, Dai Dong smiled and reassured him, Tianxiang, you're still young. Relax and don't be tense. You'll find yourself in places like this often in the future. After placing their orders, Chen Zhengxing asked Dai Dong what he would like to drink. Dai Dong turned to Chu Tianxiang and inquired, Tianxiang, is it all right for you to drink? Chu Tianxiang replied, Uncle Dai. It's fine. I can manage a bit. Why master just doesn't want me to drink too much, as drinking regularly in this line of work can affect one's dexterity. Dai Dong remarked, having a drink or two won't hurt. Let us go with Wu Yed. I'm curious to see how much you can hold. You'll be attending many drinking events in the future. Chen Pongzi, unrestrained by the cost of his own money, ordered an abundance of dishes. Dai Dong aimed to test Chu Tianxiang's alcohol tolerance. However, within 2 hours, he himself fell victim to the drink. In the world of men, a minor reason suffices for a sip, while a significant reason warrants half a cup or a full cup. Dai Dong, buoyed by the excuse of being promoted to general manager, drank to near inebriation. Celebrating the occasion, he loosened his limits and welcomed all challengers. Eventually, with Chen Pongzi and Chu Tianxiang teaming up to push him further, he was entirely incapacitated. At first, Zhang Shi held his own, but soon, after being called brother repeatedly by Chu Tianxiang, he too succumbed to the revelry. Under the persuasion of Chen Pongzi, who declared that anyone who couldn't drink was a fool, Zhang Shi downed a glass and promptly rushed to the restroom. Chen Pongzi laid Zhang Shi down and soon found himself unable to resist, collapsing onto the table in slumber. Chu Tianxiang felt his eyelids growing heavy. This was the most he had ever consumed in his life, and he was elated, exceeding his anticipated capacity. The only one remaining sober was General Manager Tan. Due to his high blood pressure, he was cautious, sipping slowly and leaving more than half a glass untouched by the end of the night. Tianxiang, go wash your face. I have something to discuss. After observing the stone in the car, Tan said he felt no embarrassment in asking for guidance, as he did not comprehend it at all. Chu Tianxiang, feeling somewhat dazed, heeded Uncle Tan's words without much thought and proceeded to the bathroom in his room. After turning on the water and washing his face, he felt much more awake. Upon returning and taking a seat, Chu Tianxiang inquired, Uncle Tan, what is it? Tan replied, Tianxiang, let us talk about that stone. Uncle, that stone is rather unconventional. Allow me to explain the formation of this jadeite, but if I err, please forgive me. After the jadeite crystals formed, the ice-type piece, being relatively small, fused with another ordinary jade stone under high pressure. It was later likely brought to the surface by a volcanic eruption and subsequently buried again due to tectonic movements. It is also possible that the ordinary jade side was subjected to excessive heat, leading to a significant metal replacement, resulting in several sides becoming blackened. However, buried underground, under suitable pressure and temperature, another replacement occurred. The ice-type structure is dense and cannot be replaced easily, while the blackened side is softer and more porous, allowing chromium ions to infiltrate, thus undergoing an anaerobic reduction reaction, culminating in the current appearance. What appears to be a black and rough jadeite stone, when illuminated, reveals some translucency, but aside from the ice-type portion, it is essentially just a large blemished piece. Tan listened intently, though he struggled to grasp the intricacies of the explanation. It felt less like a discussion about gambling stones and more akin to a university geology lecture. Tianxiang, how did you come to this understanding? I self-study geology at the university level. The geological changes in Myanmar are particularly distinctive and quite fascinating. Though many theories remain inconclusive, you have not cut open the stone. How can you ascertain the changes within? Uncle, the formation of any jadeite initially lacks a skin. The skin is a result of secondary weathering, formed through reduction and oxidation reactions, hence it can provide substantial information regarding the internal quality of the raw stone. For instance, variations in the size of sand particles, changes in hardness, temperature fluctuations, and color alterations must be carefully observed. All these experiences were imparted to me by my master. I have practiced these since childhood. It was tedious and often frustrating, and mistakes resulted in punishment. However, I finally feel I have achieved something. Uncle, I must share a secret. My master is no longer my equal, he. Having consumed a bit too much alcohol the previous night, Chu Tianxiang spoke rather freely. While he was oblivious to the implications of his words, Tan discerned something deeper. This young man was indeed full of hidden depths. Tan understood that further inquiries were unwarranted, for if Dai Dong learned of what Chu Tianxiang had just disclosed, he would undoubtedly become agitated. Dai Dong had a clear agreement with Chu Tianxiang's master, though it was certainly not regarding shares. Dai Dong was not that petty. However, his intention to protect Chu Tianxiang was unmistakable, as he had expressly forbidden any questions about the young man's methods. Despite Dai Dong's usual genteel demeanor, when provoked, he could instill fear in the rascals of the capital. In his youth, he had not shied away from breaking limbs. Having mulled over these thoughts, Tan remarked, Tianxiang, it's getting late. You should return and rest. Come by early tomorrow. I will summon the staff to escort the three inebriated gentlemen back to their rooms. Chu Tianxiang replied, I will call them. Rising, he summoned several attendants to help the three drunken men back to their quarters and bid farewell to Tan before hailing a taxi home. Chapter 17. The launch of a career that night. Chu Tianxiang fell into a deep slumber, having never consumed such an abundance of alcohol before. He felt liberated and filled with hope for the future. Yet, by 8:30 the following morning, he arose punctually. A habit ingrained over the years, after freshening up, he began sweeping the hallway on the third floor, a responsibility of the landlord. He was gentle, careful not to disturb the tenants. After tidying the hallway, he swept the courtyard, followed by the pavilion, where his master would sip tea daily, and his mother would come down to bask in the sun and connect with the earth and ruining. It is customary not to prepare breakfast at home. Irrespective of status, a bowl of rice noodles suffices. If one bowl is insufficient, then two will do, with no exceptions. After enjoying breakfast at the alley's entrance, and noting the time was still early, Chu Tianxiang returned to the pavilion to brew himself some tea. Yunnan is renowned for its tea production, with nearly every village possessing tea trees, and the habit of drinking tea has persisted since ancient times. Yunnan lacks a distinct culinary style. Most dishes predominantly feature sour and spicy flavors. However, tea is treated with great reverence. The highly acclaimed Yunnan pu'er tea, though celebrated in the mainland, is virtually absent from the local market, where residents primarily enjoy green tea and ancient tree tea, with the finest ancient tree teas fetching prices comparable to gold. Yunnan people are often criticized for two reasons. First, pu'er tea achieves astronomical prices in the mainland, yet they seldom consume it. Second, they simultaneously serve as both athletes and referees in Jade gambling, colloquially referred to as killing Zhu by those who come to gamble. Noting that it was nearly 10:30, Chu Tianxiang rode his dilapidated motorcycle to the hotel. As taxi fares were exorbitant, and he had been frugal since childhood, still adapting to his current lifestyle. The extravagant dinner the previous night cost over 10,000, which felt excessively lavish. Upon arriving at the hotel, he knocked on Dai Dong's door. After a moment, Dai Dong, frothing at the mouth, opened the door while brushing his teeth. As the door swung open, a potent odor of alcohol wafted toward Chu Tianxiang. He held his breath, lowered his head as he stepped inside, swiftly pulled back the curtains, and opened the window, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The stench within was unbearable. After finishing his morning routine, Dai Dong emerged and asked, "Tianxiang, are you all right? How did I return last night?" Chu Tianxiang responded, "Uncle Dai, I'm fine that I brought you and the others back with Uncle Tan. Uncle Chen and Brother Zhang also succumbed to intoxication." Dai Dong remarked, "Well done, Tianxiang. With your drinking capacity, you could go anywhere. I have never consumed so much myself. Only Uncle Tan remained sober." Dai Dong began changing clothes and casually retrieved a card from his handbag, handing it to Chu Tianxiang. "This card holds 230,000. I gave it to your master, who then returned it to me. Take 30,000 for personal expenses, then return the card to me. Your mother and your master are both in poor health. Do buy them some supplements. Additionally, I will allocate a monthly salary of 10,000 to you. Others do not receive this, and we shall discuss additional earnings later." Chu Tianxiang hesitated, saying, "Uncle Dai, is that appropriate?" Dai Dong asserted confidently, "I am the general manager. Any objections must be tempered." After a moment's contemplation, Chu Tianxiang suggested, "How about I cover the expenses for hiring a caretaker for my master and my mother?" "Very well, that is not a significant amount. Now, go rouse the others. They drank excessively last night without eating much, and now their stomachs may be a bit uneasy." After a flurry of activity lasting 40 minutes, they finally made their way to the dining area. Breakfast was no longer available, so they opted for some light fare, which they enjoyed immensely, regaining their spirits. They began to tease one another, especially when Chun Fatty made Zhang Shi spray his drink everywhere. Dai Dong was oblivious, but everyone else recognized Chu Tianxiang's drinking prowess and etiquette. Sometimes, one's drinking capacity could prove crucial in business dealings. Once they finished, Dai Dong stated seriously, "We will head out shortly to collect the properties. Then discuss room arrangements. No need for renovations. The original setup is quite satisfactory. Old Tan and Zhang Shi will find someone to clean up and purchase furniture. Do not forget Tianxiang's requests. Old Chun will handle the licensing, while I will accompany Tianxiang to finalize the machinery. In unison, they agreed and rushed out to the company. On the way, Chun Fatty suddenly asked, "Tianxiang, can you drive?" "I can, but I do not have a license. Obtaining one costs several thousand. I can't afford it," Chu Tianxiang replied. Chun Zhengxing interjected, "Do not speak like that in the future." Dai Dong recognized that Chu Tianxiang's remarks indicated a lack of experience. He possessed ample knowledge and insight, but what he lacked was practical experience. This would take time to develop. After finalizing the payment and receiving the keys, they had officially secured a location. The largest room on the second floor was designated as a reception area, while the other two would have single beds installed so that anyone feeling fatigued could rest. The first floor contained 4 rooms, one for machinery, one small reception room, a storage room, and the smallest room, approximately 15 to 16 square meters, was assigned to Chu Tianxiang. Once the rooms were allocated, the group dispersed to their respective tasks. Tan and Zhang Shi sought assistance for cleaning, coordinating with the property management, and determining the necessary furniture and dimensions, heading straight to the furniture market. Chun Fatty took charge of obtaining the business license, while Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang went to purchase machinery. At Ruining's largest chain store, Chu Tianxiang ordered 3 chainsaws, which operate with white oil for cooling and produce significantly less noise and dust compared to water-cooled versions. They acquired one of each size, large, medium, and small, along with a plethora of other assorted tools. Dai Dong did not haggle much, only insisting on immediate delivery, to which the store manager eagerly complied, understanding the fierce competition. When the two returned, the others had not yet arrived. Only the workers were busy cleaning. They settled in the pavilion for a casual chat. In Ruining, a courtyard always features a pavilion, serving both as a sunshade and a space for tea drinking. Even in the coldest winter, one does not feel the chill when enjoying tea in a pavilion during midday to evening. As temperatures hover above 20 degrees Celsius, and Ruining is a low-wind area, with winds rarely exceeding level 2, however, the summer sun in Ruining can be quite intense, and one could easily feel faint under its direct rays. Especially considering Yunnan's relatively high altitude, where ultraviolet rays pose a true threat. Yet, beneath the shade of trees and in pavilions, the atmosphere remains refreshing and pleasant. Dai Dong mused aloud. We truly need to find someone to handle the cleaning. Even moving stones requires assistance. Chu Tianxiang suggested, if necessary, we could call Dodo from Shue's place. He is a good worker and has a good relationship with me. He is over 1.8 meters tall and does not slack off. Dai Dong inquired. What is his character like? Qu Xiangxiang replied. My character is beyond reproach. I hail from Lianghe, and my family is employed in Ruining. At the age of 19, I have been working under General Shui for 2 years. Dai Dong pondered for a moment and said, tomorrow, I shall find time to have him come over for a look. Tell him that salary is not an issue. Chapter 18. The first cut. Upon opening the door, Dai Dong initially considered transferring personnel from the capital, but that now seemed somewhat unrealistic. Firstly, time was not on their side. Newcomers require a period to acclimatize. And while most tasks are rudimentary, some require a degree of technical skill, such as how to operate a saw or use calipers. If Dodo were to arrive, it would simplify everything. Secondly, in this remote mountainous area, no matter how much one offers in wages to outsiders, it feels inappropriate to pay too much since they are merely low-level workers. Conversely, if the pay is too little, they may be unwilling to come. As they were discussing, Chun Pongzi returned, his spirits high as he approached the two and exclaimed, all sorted. We'll have the license in 3 days. This is your doing. You know what those officials like to hear. Dai Dong remarked, and no sooner had he spoken than they heard the sound of a car horn from outside. Qu Xiangxiang said, it must be the machinery arriving. Upon exiting the hospital, they indeed spotted a truck laden with machinery, accompanied by 5 or 6 laborers. Qu Xiangxiang promptly directed the workers to move the machinery indoors. The largest machine was so heavy that it took 6 men to maneuver it, but once that was completed, the rest were much easier to handle, and soon enough, the task was accomplished. After Dai Dong settled the final payment with the foreman, he entered the machine room to observe Qu Xiangxiang as he busily organized the machinery, attaching belts, adding cooling oil, and testing the apparatus, all in a flurry of activity. Dai Dong and Qin Pongzi stood by, unable to assist, and Dai Dong mused to himself, we need to hire someone quickly. We are out of our depth here. Once Qu Xiangxiang finished, the 3 of them sat in a pavilion to chat, each holding a bottle of mineral water. As there was no tea available, as dusk approached, Tanzong and Zhang Shi returned, with Zhang Shi panting and exclaiming, we must treat ourselves to a good meal tonight. No alcohol, though I need to reward myself. Tanzong retorted, nonsense, let us just have boxed meals. He then turned to Dai Dong and the others, saying, I suggested delivering tomorrow, but he insisted on today, threatening the boss that if delivery wasn't made today, he'd return the goods tomorrow. Just wait. With 7 or 8 clients, we'll have to order takeout tonight. As he spoke, he glanced inside the room, and his eyes lit up as he shouted, ah, the cutting saw has arrived. He hurried inside. Moments later, they heard him calling, Tianxiang, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Tanzong's call, Qu Xiangxiang responded and walked toward the room. Tanzong, visibly excited, asked, can the machine be used? Yes, it can, Qu Xiangxiang affirmed. Then why aren't we cutting that piece of stone right away? Tanzong urged, the stone is on your truck. How can we cut it? Tanzong smacked his thigh. Realizing the truck had already left, he rushed outside, shouting, get to work, we're cutting now. The others looked on in astonishment as Tanzong went to the back of the truck and opened the door, saying, quick, help lift the stone and let us get cutting. With a boom, the mention of cutting stone invigorated everyone. Qu Xiangxiang wheeled over the newly purchased handcart, placing the stone onto it, and with considerable effort, They maneuvered the cart into the room. Dai Dong inquired, Tianxiang, how do we cut it? Xiangxiang said nothing but took a signal pin, gently caressing the stone surface, inching forward and then marking a line where he had touched. His pace was deliberate, occasionally feeling the stone's surface. The others remained silent, watching intently. After several minutes, Xiangxiang exhaled deeply, standing up to declare, let us cut along this line. We should see some results. There might be a pleasant surprise. The others approached to examine the line he had drawn, which appeared unremarkable, far from straight, indicating a lack of finesse. Uncle Chin, Brother Zhang, you two just need to lift it up. Too many people will complicate things. The three of them exerted considerable effort to hoist the 100-kilogram stone onto the machine. Xiangxiang adjusted the angle, aligning the cutting tool's direction with the line he had drawn, and after several test runs, he felt confident enough to secure the clamps and close the machine's cover. He turned to ask, shall we start cutting? Chen Pongzi, slightly anxious, questioned, is there any particular significance to cutting stone at night? Shouldn't we wait until daylight? His inquiry caused a ripple of tension among the group. Dai Dong remarked, Tianxiang, are there any taboos from your master regarding this? There is nothing to worry about at night. But cutting during the day is a different matter in ancient beliefs. Cutting jade is akin to stealing from the heavens, and only at night can one produce fine results. Zhang Shi urged, then what are we waiting for? Let us get on with it. Xiangxiang glanced at Dai Dong and said, Uncle Dai, you go ahead. He gestured towards the switch at the machine's front. Tianxiang, you should make the first cut. Dai Dong insisted with undeniable authority. Xiangxiang nodded, taking a deep breath before abruptly pressing the switch. The machine roared to life, its noise so overwhelming that everyone stepped outside, rendered speechless, as they awaited the outcome. If the stone were to yield a valuable result, it would undeniably validate Xiangxiang's extraordinary skills. Conversely, if it were to fail, what then? No one knew what to do. The framework had already been established, retreat was not an option, and pressing forward required careful consideration of each step. At that moment, several deliveries began to arrive, alleviating some of the tension as everyone resumed their busyness. They set up a table, a few chairs, and a toolbox in the machine room, while the warehouse shelves were assembled on site. The first floor featured a small tea table with solid wood stools, a standard setup for ruining stone gambling business. The second floor boasted rosewood sofas, an office desk, and several single beds, with 3 sets of tea utensils purchased so that everyone had their own cup. Items like basins, trash bins, small knives, toilet paper, and various office supplies had all been procured, showcasing Tanzong and Zhang Shi's meticulousness. Though the machine had automatically stopped, no one thought to pause their work to check on it. Those without tasks sought out work instead. The atmosphere was palpably tense. When it became impossible to find any more tasks, everyone turned their gaze toward Xiangxiang. Dai Dong suggested, Tianxiang, go take a look at the stone. The group entered the machine room, each wielding a flashlight, their expressions tense, reminiscent of warriors preparing for a daring mission. Xiangxiang approached the machine, gently lifting the cover and shaking it slightly, a habitual motion. The inside was filled with oil vapor, and oil dripped from the edges of the cover, making it quite dirty. Once he flipped the cover completely, the 4 of them peered inside the machine, where they beheld a large stone resting in the trough, its cut surface glistening with oil, dark and uninviting. Tanzong illuminated the stone with his flashlight, exclaiming, no water. Tanzong moved the flashlight around, but the cut surface revealed no glimmer of light. It was utterly opaque, marred with imperfections. The group's spirits plummeted. Chapter 19. Rise after a fall. Xiangxiang unfastened the clamp's lock, drawing the fixture toward himself to begin removing the smaller piece. After detaching it, he turned to Zhang Shi, saying, Brother Zhang, lend me a hand. We'll lift it to the water tank. Zhang Shi positioned himself opposite Xiangxiang, and together they carried the stone to the water tank. Once settled, Xiangxiang poured on some detergent and began washing away the oiled. Xiangxiang's demeanor was as tranquil as still water. Having entered this industry, he was an expert, a master. His confidence innate and unshakable. Since the age of 10, he had undergone a rigorous apprenticeship in this field. Did you think there were no secrets in the centuries of jade gambling by the Myanmar people? Did you assume there were no unique skills within the tribe? My master, having navigated the northern Myanmar region for 30 years, imparted to me countless abilities. As he began the cutting process, he noticed the unease among the older men. He chose to remain silent, allowing them to experience disappointment first, For the greater the disappointment, the greater the hope that would follow, I rely on my skills. You have yet to witness the miracles of stone unearthing. Qixiangxiang placed the cleansed stone on the table and signaled for everyone to come look. This time, Chen Pongzi rushed forward to place the flashlight on the cut surface, swiping left and right, but there was no reaction. He moved it up and down, still nothing. The light from the flashlight reflected not at all on the surface. It was merely a large blemish, a solid piece of rock without a trace of jade. The group's spirits sank to the depths of despair. All eyes turned to Qixiangxiang, who smiled and pointed to a roughly coin-sized, slightly to the right of the cut surface, gesturing for them to shine the flashlight on it. Zhang Shi, quick to act, flicked on the flashlight and directed it toward the cut surface. Before even touching it, the dot suddenly burst forth like a high-wattage light bulb, illuminating the area like a sun, casting a beam of light that soared a foot into the air. Ah! Everyone gasped in astonishment. What is happening? Could it be? Ice Jade. They all scrambled to shine their flashlights on that dot, exclaiming excitedly, unwilling to let anyone else take a turn. Qixiangxiang stepped back, allowing them to revel in their moment of joy. This, indeed, was the allure of gambling stones and unearthing jade. After a period of exhilaration, the group realized that Qixiangxiang was not in the room. Upon stepping outside, they found him in the small guest area, preparing tea with the newly purchased tea set. Tanzong, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Tianxiang, I am in awe of your skills. Truly remarkable, no surprise there. I have always known Tianxiang to be exceptional," Qinpengzi boasted unabashedly. "Uncle Tan, I told you last night that this stone was mostly blemished. Why were you so anxious earlier?" Tanzong chuckled, saying nothing in response. Daidong commented, "Tianxiang, your cut was extraordinary, truly a work of art. If it had gone any deeper, we would have had to discard that stone." Zhang Shi remarked, "Tianxiang, my dear brother, refrain from such antics in the future. Have you not noticed the pallor on the faces of Brother Dai and General Tan? A few uncles, I was merely jesting with everyone. I lack substantial confidence in this flesh-cutting endeavor. And the stone is rather large, harboring numerous uncertainties within. Given that you esteemed gentlemen have taken me under your wing to earn a fortune together, I must showcase my abilities to demonstrate my worth." His words suggest that it is evident he is leading these gentlemen to prosperity, yet he paradoxically claims that, by merely revealing this skill today, should he call out on ruining street, throngs would flock to partner with him. Daidong interjected, "Tianxiang, let us refrain from such statements in the future. Now that we are united, we are all family." Chu Tianxiang promptly nodded, "Understood, Uncle Dai. I shall heed your counsel." General Tan further commented, "Tianxiang, upon inspecting the cut, the material appears quite aged and should exhibit fluorescence. The high ice quality is comparable, yet the cut is too small to discern clearly." Daidong added, "I am uncertain of the internal size. I weighed it earlier, and it is still 35 kilograms." Chu Tianxiang contemplated and replied, "It should be around 20 kilograms, though I cannot ascertain any more accurately." Suddenly, Qinpengzi exclaimed, "Is there not another piece? Let us cut that one tomorrow as well." Daidong responded, "That stone is priced at 3 million by Shui, weighing 29 kilograms. I have inspected it, and the ice quality poses no issues, though there are some variations that obscure the color." Now, General Tan's confidence surged as he stated, "It should be possible to acquire it for between 2 million and 2.5 million. I believe we should secure it tomorrow. Should it yield colored high ice? It would not merely rise significantly but soar exponentially." Zhang Shi directed his words towards Daidong, "Let us retrieve it, and we shall cut another piece tomorrow evening." Qinpengzi quickly concurred, "Agreed. Observing the cutting of stones is far more engaging than watching coal mining." Zhang Shi scoffed, "Can you not mention coal mining at all?" Qinpengzi feigned seriousness, "Young man, do not belittle us laborers. Look at yourself, well-fed and indulged, yet you call yourself a laborer. Do not bring shame upon us." He continued, "You cannot deny, 20 years ago, Old Chun indeed counted as a laborer." General Tan remarked that the atmosphere was lightened, and conversation flowed more freely. Daidong contemplated and said, "Tianxiang, work a bit harder this evening. Contact your friend and have him come by tomorrow morning. If all goes well, we shall keep him. We will convene at 9 tomorrow morning to discuss our next steps in the afternoon. Zhang Shi should purchase a computer and arrange for the broadband. Also, ensure that all rooms, the yard, and the entrance to the company are equipped with surveillance cameras, just in case." The group casually dined before returning to their hotel to rest. with Chu Tianxiang catching a ride back. His motorcycle still parked at the hotel, he rode to Shui's shop, knowing Dodo should be working at that hour. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, he called Dodo to meet discreetly. Dodo? Upon seeing it was Chu Tianxiang, was elated and hurried outside in the dim evening light. Upon their meeting, Dodo exclaimed, "Ah Xiang, why did you leave without informing me? I even went to your home last night. And your mother mentioned you were at work." Chu Tianxiang replied, "Dodo, the new company I joined is hiring, and I have recommended you. You would still perform your current duties, but with a higher salary. Are you interested?" Dodo immediately responded, "Absolutely. Working with you is enjoyable and a salary increase is enticing." Chu Tianxiang affirmed, "Then it is settled. Be at my home by 9 tomorrow morning. I will take you there. Whether you stay depends on the boss's decision, but it should not interfere with your current job." "Understood. I will be there at 9 sharp. I must return to work now." After bidding farewell to Dodo, Chu Tianxiang rode home and found his master sitting in the yard. He approached and greeted, "Old sir, have you eaten? I would like to discuss something with you." The elder did not lift his eyelids and casually replied, "Let us not discuss company matters. Did I not tell you that? It is not about the company. Here is the situation. I may be quite busy in the near future, and my mother is concerned about cooking and cleaning alone. Fearing it may take a toll on her health, I would like to hire someone to assist with those tasks." The elder contemplated and nodded, acknowledging, "Your intentions are commendable. Speak with your mother about it." The elder understood that Chu Tianxiang's intent to hire help was ultimately to look after his own mother. It was akin to claiming concern for his mother while also benefiting himself. The young man was clever. Indeed, when he discussed it with his mother, she fully agreed, though the thoughts of the elder remain unknown. Chapter 20. Shareholders meeting. Upon returning to the hotel, Dai Dong bore a heavy heart. He needed to contemplate how to coexist with Chu Tianxiang moving forward. Initially, he was merely taken aback by the young man's brilliance, but now he was astounded by his extraordinary skill. The cut he made left him trembling with apprehension. Typically, individuals dealing with jadeite stones would simply split them in half, as they often reveal flaws and are deemed worthless, resulting in their discarding. What does it mean to transform the mundane into the extraordinary? Today's cut was intentionally executed by Chu Tianxiang, whose interpretation of the stone was akin to an X-ray, flawless in precision, merely to showcase his remarkable talent. Could it be that he possesses extraordinary abilities? The young man is perceptive and knows when to advance or retreat. His only shortcoming is a lack of experience, an unusual deficiency for one who has never ventured beyond the mountains. Presently, it appears the elder wishes for them to compensate for Chu Tianxiang's shortcomings. This is both an opportunity and a test, hence the elder has set a 2-year collaboration period. The elder's father had met his grandfather, which may explain the elder's swift decision to collaborate with him, yet from another perspective, the familial ties between the elder's lineage and his grandfather may extend beyond mere acquaintanceship. This suggests that the elder's family holds a significant position in Myanmar, as they would not have encountered high-ranking officials otherwise, especially during that era. One must not underestimate the elder. Though he may appear downcast now, such individuals can unleash formidable and fearsome energy at any moment. Furthermore, one cannot overlook the potential influence of his mother, whose connections may be equally formidable. At this moment, Dai Dong could scarcely fathom how far Chu Tianxiang might progress in 2 years. During this time, he must earn Chu Tianxiang's trust, as well as the approval of the 2 formidable figures behind him, to secure a chance for collaboration in 2 years, which would yield astronomical wealth. What to do? Sitting on the couch in his room, Dai Dong found himself wide awake. He was not a member of a top-tier family and lacked significant administrative resources. He was also not part of the family's mainstream, receiving little support and faced the risk of being undermined. While he remained confident in overcoming the current challenges, the outcome was predictable. Merely a calm before the next perilous shoal. To gain or to lose? That is the question. Should he leap forth, he might face utter failure and become a laughingstock, or he could soar to unprecedented heights, discovering an entirely new realm. To gamble or not to gamble? At 8:30, Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie arrived at the company. The remnants of the packaging boxes and bags from the previous night lay scattered across the floor, and the two quickly began tidying up. As it neared 9 o'clock, a Buick business vehicle drove into the courtyard, its doors opening to reveal the attendees, all appearing well-rested and brimming with energy. Li Jie sensed a touch of tension among the bosses. Dai Dong nodded towards Chu Tianxiang, glanced at Li Jie, and proceeded into the first-floor reception room, with Chu Tianxiang swiftly pulling Li Jia along. Moments later, the two emerged, and Dai Dong expressed satisfaction with Li Jia. Noting his robust physique and straightforward family background, having completed middle school, he increased Li Jia's salary by 500 yuan, promising a raise every 6 months, cautioning that any indiscretion would result in immediate dismissal. He insisted that Li Jia report for work without delay. Li Jia was elated. Having originally earned 1,500 yuan, he now received a raise and hurriedly rode off to resign. Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang ascended to the second floor. Entering the reception room, once seated and observing that all were present, Dai Dong solemnly stated, "Now that we have established a company, we must adhere to the company's bylaws. We are all shareholders here. And since you have chosen me as the general manager, I shall assume my responsibilities and not betray your trust." This marks the first shareholders' meeting. The shareholder agreement stipulates that any withdrawal of investment must be communicated 2 months in advance. Shares are not to be transferred externally, and dividends will be distributed annually, with 80 of profits allocated. Is there any dissent? There was none. To voice opposition now would indicate either foolishness or a lack of awareness. As the opportunity for substantial profit was evident, first, let us discuss personnel arrangements. We all have businesses in Beijing, yet we cannot neglect our responsibilities here. What shall we do regarding our small group? Silence ensued. Frankly, each shareholder had their own enterprises in Beijing, which inherently require hands-on oversight. It is unsettling to leave matters unattended. Chun Pongzi was the exception, having opted for a professional manager to ease his burdens. General Tan initiated the discussion, saying, "For now, I must prioritize Beijing. My son is unreliable and indulges in frivolous pursuits, so I cannot be absent for long. However, if needed, I can come for short periods." Zhang Shi concurred. "My factory cannot operate without personnel. A careless mistake could lead to a catastrophe. Moreover, I must oversee certain critical state orders." Zhang Shi, being a technical expert, had a valid point. After some consideration, Chun Pongzi remarked, "I have no pressing matters, but my presence here would not be of much assistance. Brother Dai, I will follow your lead." Upon hearing this, Dai Dong felt a sense of relief, aligning with his expectations. He proposed, in a couple of days, we should all return to Beijing. A week later, I will accompany Old Chun back to stay for a while Old Tan will be responsible for finding an accountant to join us. This was a prudent measure to avoid any semblance of impropriety. Dai Dong turned to Chu Tianxiang and said, "After we leave, there are 2 matters for you to attend to. First, enroll in a driving course post-haste and obtain your driver's license. Second, frequent the market to observe the finished products, their prices, and the various themes, as there is much to learn. When you have the time, you may also examine the raw stones, but that can wait." He then turned back to the group and stated, "Regarding our operational strategy, my preliminary idea is to temporarily base ourselves in Ruining. With myself and Old Chun at the helm, we should familiarize ourselves with more business owners. And ideally, we can borrow some stones for Tianxiang to inspect. This should only take half a day. If it's satisfactory, we keep it, and if not, we return it.as for selling in Guangdong. Old Tan possesses stronger connections in that regard." He continued, "Tianxiang should refrain from taking a front-facing role for the time being. Firstly, due to his youth, he lacks sufficient experience. Secondly, many locals recognize him, and if he suddenly starts evaluating large stones, it may undermine his credibility." "No problem," Tan replied. "Old Chin, your task is to indulge in feasting and socializing, establishing connections swiftly with the larger jade merchants in Ruining. They likely have items we have yet to encounter, and we must not overlook any good stones." "Haha, it seems I'm here on an official mission to flirt," Chin chuckled, beaming with joy. Zhang Shi appeared somewhat perplexed, asking, "Daigu, are there really that many stones that can yield a profit?" Chu Tianxiang smiled and replied, "Zhang Gu, every evening, the nearby jewelry markets are ablaze with fireworks, all of which are set off from stones that have proven profitable. It's a local tradition." "Oh," Dai Dong remarked, "I just hired a worker. And the accountant will arrive shortly. Our staffing is temporarily sufficient. Additionally, Tianxiang's monthly salary will be 10,000, while other shareholders will not receive a salary, but the company will cover all expenses while working here." No one seemed to mind this minor detail. Having already invested several million, it would be rather embarrassing to fret over such a small salary. Dai Dong then inquired, "Are there any other issues? Please share your thoughts." Old Chin suggested, "Let us rent a villa for a comfortable stay." Everyone unanimously agreed. Tan then asked, "Should we contact Guangdong in advance?" Daidong pondered and replied, "We can reach out to them to inquire if they are interested in buying finished stones. But let us keep the conversation open-ended. We can send them pictures later, and if they are interested, you will need to go there." "Understood," Tan responded. "Then we shall depart the day after tomorrow. Jiangxi will handle the flight bookings. Tomorrow, Tan and I have several companies to visit, and Old Chun will join us to facilitate future dealings. In the afternoon, I, along with Old Tan, will visit General Shui to secure that stone. Old Chun will rent the villa, while Jiangxi will purchase a computer and install surveillance equipment, which should be completed by tomorrow. Tianxiang will peel that stone at home to assess how much valuable material can be salvaged. Now, let's tidy up. We have several prominent business owners from the capital visiting, so make sure everything is clean," he instructed, prompting a chorus of laughter from the group. Chapter 21. The second cut. Upon gathering for lunch, Li Jie arrived, having officially resigned from his previous position and commenced work here, unaware that Chu Tianxiang was also a boss, mistakenly believing he was just another employee. After lunch, everyone dispersed, leaving the vehicle for Daidong and the others to drive away. If everything went smoothly, they would need to transport the stones back. Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie began the arduous task of peeling the stone, a meticulous process requiring them to carefully remove the outer skin without damaging the precious jade within. After all, that represented money. They lifted the stone onto a small water saw, slicing it bit by bit, and soon their wrists ached, necessitating a switch. The two worked at a leisurely pace, and after 3 hours, they had nearly finished, albeit the stone looked rather unappealing, marred with numerous cuts. However, once illuminated by a flashlight, it revealed a stunning clarity. A total of 23 kilograms of pure material remained. Once they finished, the two sat in a pavilion chatting, and soon after, Old Chin and Daidong returned. Daidong called out to Li Jie, "Come here and help move the stone." Li Jie hurried over to unload the stone from the vehicle, and Daidong gestured towards the machinery room, instructing him to carry the stone inside. Old Chin announced, "The villa has been rented. We need to find someone to tidy it up," Daidong replied. "Leave that to Tianxiang and the others. We don't have the time to manage it." The group settled down to chat, and shortly thereafter, Jiangxi returned with a vehicle laden with large boxes. He got out and instructed the foreman, "Install the computers on the second floor first. We'll set up the surveillance tomorrow." Tan busied himself taking pictures of the finished ice jade stone, subsequently sending them to others. Within 5 minutes, the phone rang. Tan answered loudly, "Bossly, what do you think? Are you interested?" It was unclear what was said on the other end, but Tan burst into laughter. Exchanging a few more words before covering the phone and asking Daidong, "Someone is interested. What should we quote?" The others perked up at this news. Daidong advised, "You should hold the line. Let them know we need to discuss it first and we'll call back shortly." Tan relayed this to the caller before turning to Li Jie and directing, "Go upstairs and fetch Zhang. You keep an eye on the workers setting up the computers." Zhang Shi, puzzled, made his way down and inquired, "What is happening? Good news. Someone wants to buy this stone," Old Chin exclaimed, shining a flashlight on the stone. Thoroughly enjoying the moment, Zhang Shi remarked, "Daigu and Tan should negotiate. We aren't knowledgeable about this." Daidong looked at Chu Tianxiang and asked, "How many bangles do you estimate we can get from this? It will influence the selling price." Chu Tianxiang contemplated for a moment before stating, "No more than 5. There are 2 significant cracks that are difficult to manage." Tan interjected, "Let us aim for 20 kilograms of usable material. The base price is 6 million. If we gamble on bangles, given the size of this stone, even if we estimate 10 bangles at 2 kilograms each, priced at 500,000 each, that totals 5 million. Plus the initial 600,000, bringing us to around 10 million. We should ask for 12 million. Daidong inquired, "What is the lowest price we can accept?" Tan replied, "We won't let it go for less than 8 million. Zhang Shi and Old Chin were momentarily bewildered. They had initially discussed 6 million, and now the figures had escalated to 10 million and 8 million. What was going on? Daidong considered this and said, "All right, inform them that we are interested in conducting the transaction in the capital. We will bring the stone back." Chu Tianxiang felt out of place. He had never participated in discussions at this level before. Tan picked up the phone again, speaking in hushed tones for less than 3 minutes before hanging up, announcing, "They will come to the capital the day after tomorrow to examine the stone before finalizing the details." "Just like that. And I haven't even had my fill of fun yet," Old Chin boasted shamelessly. Tan retorted, "You can continue your fun under the covers tonight." In high spirits, he too joined in on the jokes. The group was elated, knowing that this stone would yield at least 8 million in profit. an auspicious start for the company. Thus far, establishing the company had only cost a few $100,000. Including rent, if this momentum continued, the profits from cutting a few stones each month would be substantial. Let us order some takeout. Once night falls, we'll cut that stone, Tan suggested. As they dined, their anticipation for nightfall grew. Yet the more they wished for it, the slower time seemed to pass, prompting old Chun to retreat to the second floor for a nap. The night eventually descended, and preparations began to cut the stone. The stone was placed on the workbench in the machinery room, with Chu Tianxiang seated on a chair and the others surrounding him, including Li Jie. The stone was rather round, with one end larger than the other. Chu Tianxiang examined it, occasionally marking it with a pen, pausing to reflect, then continuing to sketch, drawing lines haphazardly. Eventually, he began to outline the cutting lines, murmuring to himself, "The color is unavoidable. Let us preserve the integrity." He then instructed Li Jie, "Begin the saw. Ensure you cut along the lines. Do not deviate." The two commenced securing the stone in the fixture, finding it rather awkward, as Chu Tianxiang drew a twisted line. The others watched in silence, intensely focused on the two working without intervening. After securing the cover, Chu Tianxiang turned to Dai Dong and said, "Uncle Dai, I've preserved the integrity. The color band might be severed." "Why not cut along the color band?" Dai Dong asked. "Uncle Dai, I can't see it clearly. I lack confidence." "Proceed with the cut," Dai Dong urged without hesitation. Chu Tianxiang, this time, was not courteous, promptly pressing the switch. And the machine roared to life once more. Ligs stood beside him, bewildered, thinking, what does he mean by not seeing clearly? Where is the color band? I can't see it. Does Tianxiang have X-ray vision? No one paid heed to his thoughts as they stepped outside to chat in the courtyard. Having learned from their previous experience with stone cutting, they felt less tense this time. Approximately half an hour later, the machine ground to a halt, and everyone quickly entered the room, this time without anyone shining flashlights haphazardly. They removed the stone and washed off the oil in the sink, placing it on the workbench. Only then did everyone approach to inspect it. It was icy jade, translucent with a slightly dark hue, resembling a block of ice, and the base was remarkably clean, with not a single crack inside. Luck was on their side, as this was a hallmark of quality stones. If there were no cracks, it meant there were no flaws at all. If there were cracks, they would be of the net-like variety, and regardless of quality. Such stones had to be discarded as waste. A green color band was visible in the center, measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length, with the widest part spanning 2 fingers, though it tapered in width elsewhere. Tan scrutinized it closely but could not locate the water path Chu Tianxiang had mentioned. He dared not voice his thoughts. Zhang Shi and Old Chan, however, were enthusiastically examining the stone with flashlights, illuminating it entirely, and Chan, delighted, found something to play with. Chu Tianxiang remained silent, instructing Do, cut the larger slices at 2 centimeters thick. Ensure you don't skimp on that. For the smaller ones, cut them at 1.6 centimeters. We'll operate both machines simultaneously. With that, the two resumed their busy work. Chapter 22. Overnight wealth. Daidong inquired, "Tianxiang, why are we cutting at 2 centimeters? Isn't that a bit thick?" His question was quite valid. Slicing too thick would waste materials, as bangles did not require such thickness. "Uncle Dai, there may be a water path below. If we cut too thin, the bangles will lack perfection." Oh, several of them suddenly understood. Especially Tan, who silently thought, "Thank goodness I kept my mouth shut, or I would have embarrassed myself again." 2 pieces were cut off, and after being cleaned, Chu Tianxiang first picked up the larger piece. Holding a flashlight sideways to illuminate it and examining it closely, he raised his head and said, "There are 3 high ice bangles, 2 of which are colored, and 1 is colorless." Dai Dong snatched the piece and scrutinized it intently, while General Tan also leaned in for a closer look. Jia handed over the calipers to measure the bangle's circumference to Dai Dong, who accepted them and began to sketch the bangle's shape on the surface. After a short while, Dai Dong finished his drawing, exhaled deeply, and remarked, "Impressive, 3 high ice pieces. This is worth at least 10 million less." General Tan took a closer look, observing that one side appeared quite transparent. Yet there seemed to be a fibrous substance obscuring the light. This was the essence of icy jade, while the other side resembled glass, clear and unobstructed, the 2 sides evidently differing in quality. Chinpongzi leaned in and asked, "Is this not glass type?" "It looks quite similar to glass to me." General Tan replied, "Not at all. Wait until you see true glass type, then you'll understand what beauty is. Chu Tianxiang added, we can still make 2 more cuts. Our luck is indeed favorable. No cracks. Chen Pengzi jested, if all these fine pieces were cracked, Zhang Shi would be in tears. Zhang Shi, feeling flustered, retorted, I haven't done anything to provoke you. Everyone shared a light-hearted laugh. The group then took the 2 pieces to the pavilion, leaving Dodo to monitor the machine inside as they prepared to cut 2 more pieces, ensuring that the remaining ones carried no risk. In the pavilion, Dai Dong and General Tan resumed their calculations, while the other 3 listened intently, though unable to contribute. How should we handle this? Dai Dong inquired of General Tan. Is your shop in need of anything? General Tan countered, high ice bangles with floral patterns sell well. Then let's pick out the floral ones and sell the rest? The other 3 found the conversation perplexing. Chen Pengzi quickly interjected, can you say something we can understand? Dai Dong clarified, it's just that the floral bangles are what General Tan and I will acquire. The company won't suffer losses. The rest we can sell off in bulk. Chen Pengzi responded, we don't care whether you 2 buy or not. Just tell me how much this piece has appreciated. Right? Zhang Shi? Zhang Shi nodded vigorously. Just then, Dodo brought over the finished pieces, totaling 6 in number. Dai Dong and General Tan fell silent, both beginning to sketch the bangle shapes. Before long, they had completed their drawings. Dai Dong counted, noting 12 bangles, 5 with floral patterns, and 3 of high ice quality. The 2 then began tallying up, and after a moment of silence, General Tan stated, 16 million. Dai Dong replied, I calculated it. It won't be less than 15 million, primarily due to those 3 high ice bangles, a credit to Tianxiang. Zhang Shi queried, how much did we spend on this stone? Dai Dong and General Tan had yet to disclose the price point 2,400,000. General Tan answered, so. We made over 20 million in just these 2 days. Zhang Shi exclaimed, astonished. How much must we earn in a year? Zhang Shi felt slightly overwhelmed. Chen Pengzi gleefully patted Chu Tianxiang on the shoulder, repeatedly exclaiming, well done, well done. He added with flattery, Tianxiang, how about I introduce a lovely girl to you as a reward? Chu Tianxiang blushed deeply. Dai Dong swiftly doused the enthusiasm, saying, this was a stone that Tianxiang had his eye on from the start. Among Shui's many stones, only these 2 were viable. Finding stones in the future will be much more troublesome and time-consuming. It might take a month to find just one. Zhang Shi considered this and realized it was true. There weren't that many stones that simply appreciated. General Tan understood Dai Dong's point, but he knew that once Chu Tianxiang grasped the nuances of raw stones, finished products, processing, and learned to calculate costs from raw stone to finished product, it would be unrealistic to expect daily cuts. However, over the course of a month, cutting 10 to 20 pieces would not pose a problem. While the profits might not be as substantial as now, a million's worth of stone could yield 2 million once cut. Such stones are ubiquitous. Yet, this operation carries risks. If Chu Tianxiang's skills falter and he misjudges, he could easily incur losses, as profit margins are limited. After some thought, he proposed, how about this? You all head back for now, and I'll stay here for another week. Once old Dai returns, I'll leave. I want to use this week to teach Tianxiang. There are some concepts he urgently needs to grasp. Dai Dong gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, excellent, old Tan is brilliant. We think alike. Chen Pengzi glanced at the 2 and remarked, Dai Gu, I feel like you're praising yourself. Dai Dong retorted, get lost. I only realized it after hearing old Tan say so. After a moment's consideration, Dai Dong addressed old Tan. What about the situation in the capital? If you don't return, how will you host the visitors? General Tan replied, no worries. I'll have them contact you directly, saying we are partners. Take them to your wealth center's store. It's upscale, and these people are rather snobbish. Let them see your capabilities, and things will be much easier. Dai Dong calculated briefly, nodded, and added, you need to expedite the hiring of financial personnel. We can't operate without someone keeping the accounts. We can initially manage internal transactions. Even if their skills are lacking, it's fine. The company can outsource its public accounts. Rest assured, we have people I originally intended to return to discuss, but if that is not feasible, I'll call tonight. If they agree, they'll come over immediately, no need to wait for you. Transactions and transfers in the Jade industry typically occur on a private-to-private basis, with rare use of company accounts. This is primarily to avoid taxes and due to the high demand for cash. Withdrawing cash from a company's public account is too cumbersome. After some lighthearted banter, Dai Dong dismissed everyone to rest, handing Dodo a key and instructing him to arrive punctually at 10 every day. Zhang Shi was tasked with overseeing the installation of surveillance cameras, while Dai Dong led Old Chen to visit several previously acquainted jade dealers. Meanwhile, General Tan and Chu Tianxiang agreed to meet at the early market at 9 the following morning to commence a week of intensive training. Dai Dong and the other two departed. Ruining is merely a county-level city under the jurisdiction of the Dai and Jingpa Autonomous Prefecture, with its capital, Youngster, featuring a small airport that offers direct flights to the capital, making it quite convenient. Ruining is over 100 kilometers from Youngster, accessible solely by national road, requiring more than 2 hours of driving. Compared to Tengchong, another jade distribution hub in southern Yunnan, Ruining falls significantly short in both urban scale and aesthetics. Before the domestic reforms, Ruining resembled a small border town like Shenzhen's Yuzhuan, with a brief history and a lack of cultural depth. Over the past 20 years, Ruining has evolved into the largest border port in southwest China, with a constant flow of vehicles continuously importing resource-based goods, including jade, indicating that the country has indeed become affluent. Chapter 23. The difficulty of learning jadeite. Chu Tianxiang was busy and fatigued, adhering to the daily routine of the early market, followed by the afternoon jewelry street, memorizing various finished product prices, and studying cost accounting, processing fees, carving techniques, and the symbolism of themes, scribbling densely in his notebook. The pricing structure of jadeite products is influenced by numerous factors, including raw stone costs, processing costs, store overheads, personnel expenses, and delivery timelines. Consequently, the price of the same piece of jewelry can vary greatly depending on the store's tier, size, location, and display. Typically, jade jewelry stores enjoy a profit margin of 3 to 5 times, resulting in diverse pricing systems across different shops, which the average consumer cannot easily discern. Raw stones can be priced at astronomical figures, yet no one pays much mind to the asking price. Those dealing in raw stones are generally knowledgeable, focusing more on the value they perceive. Even if a shopkeeper claims a price of 1 million, if you assess it to be worth merely 100, you can confidently offer 100, and the shopkeeper will not be offended. However, if a shopkeeper agrees to sell at 100 and you subsequently decide against the purchase, it could lead to significant disputes. Even physical altercations. The elder's role was solely to impart knowledge and experience regarding raw stones to Chu Tianxiang prior to cutting. The Burmese lacked understanding of subsequent processing, carving, polishing, and the symbolism of jewelry. Reflecting a cultural deficiency, the 3,000-year jade culture of the Huaxia nation can breathe new life into any jadeite, while other cultures can only learn and may not necessarily excel in it. Chu Tianxiang had previously perused numerous books on the subject, but the theory diverged significantly from practice, and without a mentor, even decades of solitary study would not suffice to achieve mastery. General Tan was also exhausted, not from mental fatigue, but from the sheer volume of conversation. Throughout history, no other gemstone has exhibited the complexity of jadeite. While it may seem simple to learn to distinguish types, translucency, and color, the terms type, translucency, and color encompass hundreds of subcategories of identification standards. Every hue present in nature can be found in jadeite, and each comes with a distinct price. For instance, while both may be green, there are numerous shades within that category. A variance in color can lead to a tenfold difference in price. If one misjudges, it may not matter much, resulting in only minor financial loss. However, the potential for substantial loss looms large. Classifying types is even more intricate, showcasing the Chinese cultural traits of restraint and subtlety, often lacking explicit definitions. There are only about a dozen classifications, and without a modicum of imagination, one could struggle to learn them. Once one grasps the types sufficiently, there remains further complexity, as types must also be categorized by age, young versus old. Generally, glutinous jade pieces are priced several tiers lower than high-ice pieces. However, an old glutinous jade might surpass the price of a young high-ice piece. What a perplexing conundrum. The term translucency refers simply to clarity, distinguishing between colorless and colored varieties. The colorless ones are straightforward, adhering to established standards, but the challenge arises with colored varieties, as their concentrations vary, necessitating further categorization based on sensory evaluation. If one's judgment is inadequate, it could lead to further unnecessary expenses. Chu Tianxiang is exceptionally skilled in the identification of raw stones. However, his subsequent performance has been rather disappointing. Currently, General Manager Tan is fully invested in him, providing a foundational understanding and allowing him time to gradually digest this information, which will undoubtedly require patience. Tan Hui has also become contemplative, filled with regret for not having invested more at the outset. Financial resources are not a concern. They can be found anywhere. In retrospect, his short-sightedness is glaringly apparent. Given the current trajectory of development, it is reasonable to anticipate that the profits accrued during that time would far surpass the combined income from his several stores. Moreover, the existence of this company is only guaranteed for 2 years. The elder's intentions are crystal clear, to have a select few mentor Chu Tianxiang comprehensively. However, this nurturing will not be without its returns. Each individual can expect to earn tens of millions, if not over 100 million, during these 2 years. Lao Dai has invested the most and possesses the foresight that others lack. The critical question remains, what will happen after these 2 years? Will Chu Tianxiang continue to engage with these individuals? How many will he choose to mentor? This is crucial, as he will not be able to visit frequently in the future, placing him at an emotional disadvantage. His primary advantage lies in his sales channels, unmatched by anyone, not even Lao Dai. Yet, the issue is that after 2 years, all stakeholders in his resource company will be aware of this point. One must prepare for the future. His son is disappointing and lacks focus. Upon returning, he needs to exert some pressure and dedicate more effort to cultivating his son. For 5 consecutive days, Chu Tianxiang rose early and returned late. Shadowing Lao Tan, learning to the point of feeling overwhelmed but persevering through gritted teeth. In contrast, Li Jie had little to occupy his time aside from tidying up, often left in solitude as Tan and Tianxiang would occasionally return to spend a brief moment together, leaving him alone to guard the expansive yard. Young people are naturally restless, and this situation has effectively confined him. On this particular day, Chu Tianxiang arrived at the company early, as the accountant was coming from ruining. He expressed a desire to pick them up from the airport, but General Manager Tan disapproved, instructing him to wait at the company instead. After tidying up the premises with Li Jie, they ordered takeout, which the company would reimburse. While eating, Li Jie initiated a conversation. Brother Tianxiang, the company isn't buying or selling stones right now. Can it sustain itself? Chu Tianxiang reassured him, don't worry, we just closed a deal in the capital a few days ago. In a few days, General Dai and General Chun will return, and we will have plenty to do. Bosley from Guangdong successfully secured over 20 kilograms of icy jade in the capital, spending 8.6 million yuan. This was the company's first revenue. After much deliberation, Dai did not keep the second stone but recommended it to Bosley for 22 million yuan. Upon seeing the high-quality icy jade bracelet, Bosley was ecstatic, waiting for partners to arrive in the capital to finalize the deal. The accountant arrived in the afternoon, and General Tan came by in the evening, having been tirelessly on the go. Around 2 in the afternoon, a petite young woman entered the yard, pulling a suitcase. Spotting Chu Tianxiang and Dodo enjoying tea, she inquired, "Excuse me, is this Dongxiang Company?" Upon hearing Tan mention her arrival, Chu Tianxiang promptly responded, "Yes, you must be Zhang Li?" The petite girl smiled and replied, "My name is Zhang Li. I'm here to work as an accountant." "Are you Chu Gu?" Chu Tianxiang introduced himself. "I am Chu Tianxiang. You can call me Xiang. This is Dodo. You can call him that too. We are colleagues." He took the suitcase from her and led Zhang Li upstairs as they walked. He said, "Your accommodation has been arranged. It's an apartment where you can cook. If you prefer dining out, that's fine too, and it's not far from here." Upon reaching the finance room, he explained, "You will be the only one here for now. The specifics of your work will be discussed when General Tan arrives. For now, familiarize yourself with the environment and see if anything is lacking. I will take you to the apartment shortly, and General Tan will invite you to dinner tonight." With a smile, he concluded. Zhang Li had never been to the South before. She was a recent graduate from a finance school, only 19 years old, and had been working as a cashier at her uncle's company. Initially reluctant to come to a remote area, she was swayed by the prospect of a significant salary increase and future bonuses, leading her to agree without hesitation. In today's world, few would turn down financial opportunities, including young women. Chu Tianxiang and Dodo rode their bicycles to Zhang Li's apartment, which, though modest, was tidy and equipped with all necessary kitchenware. The 3 young people quickly became acquainted, with Dodo affectionately addressing her as Sister Zhang Li, which delighted her as she had worried about not making friends here. Dodo promised to invite her to go shopping soon. That evening, General Tan arrived, and the 4 of them dined at a Sichuan restaurant in ruining. There are hardly any northern-style eateries. Most tend to be lackluster. After ordering, General Tan said, "Tianxiang, Zhang Li is my distant niece. She has just graduated and lacks social experience, so I am entrusting her to you with one request. Ensure that nothing goes awry." Rest assured, Uncle Tan, I will take good care of her. Chu Tianxiang promptly assured him. Tan then addressed Zhongli, there are some documents related to the company's opening in your office. Please organize them over the next few days and maintain 2 ledgers for income and expenses. Be diligent in your work. Do not let anyone worry about you. If you have questions, feel free to ask either of them. Work diligently here, and you may find it hard to leave in 2 years. He added, pulling a card from his bag and handing it to Chu Tianxiang. I will be returning to the capital tomorrow. You have the freedom to operate as you see fit for the next few days. If you come across good stones, buy them. The funds on this card are ample, and it's acceptable if the prices are slightly higher, provided the stones are of good quality. Also, make sure to get your driver's license. By the way, how could you drive without one? General Shui has a dilapidated vehicle for transporting stones that several of us have secretly driven on occasion. You two should go together to get your licenses. The company will reimburse you. Upon hearing this, Li Jie sprang to his feet and bowed, exclaiming, Thank you, boss. General Tan was keen on securing a favorable connection for Chu Tianxiang. He recognized the unique bond between Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie. Should anything occur to his niece, Dodo might be of assistance. Young people understand gratitude, and this could foster a positive relationship for Tan's niece. Tianxiang, I might not return for some time after this trip. Please take care of yourself here. Remember the advice I've given you. Since you've chosen this line of work, these principles are your foundation. Overpaying for stones or miscalculating accounts is inconsequential. If you don't personally test the waters, you will never succeed. Chu Tianxiang stood respectfully and said, Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Tan. Tan waved his hand dismissively, We are family. There's no need for formalities. Sit down and eat. After General Tan departed, only the 3 young people remained, and thus, Chu Tianxiang embarked on his gold-seeking journey. The next morning, he visited the early morning raw stone market, wandering from stall to stall for over an hour without finding anything suitable. To be candid, the quality of stones at the early market is generally poor. The truly exceptional stones, which have demonstrated significant potential, are typically secured in the safes of shop owners and seldom displayed in public markets. After 2 days of searching, Chu Tianxiang's interest began to wane as he struggled to locate what he desired. On his way back, he decided to stop by the bank to check his account, discovering he had 5 million yuan. Initially, he had intended to visit the jewelry street to view finished products in the afternoon, but having grown weary of them, he resolved to inspect raw stones at the hotel instead. At the Ruining Hotel, each standard room functions as a shop, with many Burmese merchants operating there. Inside, tables and beds are strewn with varying sizes of raw stones, fully speculative, semi-speculative, open, and modified. Everything one could imagine. Albeit generally small in size yet of excellent quality. Many out-of-town business owners are willing to sift through stones in this setting. In one room on the first floor, he noticed an 8-kilogram piece of all speculative material from the Mashi Sha quarry. Under the light, it displayed half a point of water, with a fine color band, not overly vibrant, and with hard sand that showed little variation. The shop owner initially priced it at 50,000 yuan. But after considerable negotiation, he managed to acquire it for 10,000. Perhaps due to this initial success, he later purchased another piece from Mashi Sha weighing over 10 kilograms and a 2-kilogram piece from Mowanji. Totaling over 30 kilograms, he ended up buying 4 pieces for less than 300,000 yuan. To be honest, this was his first venture into purchasing raw materials, and this 300,000 yuan was the absolute limit he felt comfortable spending. He hesitated when it came to some other pieces he liked, as their prices were in the million range. Having never seen or spent such a large sum of money before, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him after calculating his expenditures on the stones. If his companions had been present, he would not have experienced such uncertainty. Even having Dodo with him would have made a difference. After packing the stones into a woven bag, he rode his battered motorcycle, feeling a sense of relief as the wind blew against him, though his throat was parched and in dire need of hydration. Upon arriving at the company, Li Jie hurried out to assist him in placing the stones in the machine room. Zhongli also came down, having never heard of gambling stones before and merely there to observe the commotion. Chu Tianxiang gulped down several glasses of water to calm himself before entering the machine room to begin marking the stones for cutting. He carefully examined each piece again, inspecting them from every angle, and found them to be satisfactory, with no signs of failure. He decided to start with the Mashi Sha stones. All 4 were fully speculative, meaning the outer shell of the jade had not been opened, concealing the quality of the inner jade, making the risk significantly high. The first Mashi Sha piece weighed 8 kilograms and cost him 10,000, while the second weighed 14 kilograms and cost him 80,000. Do took the marked stones to the machine, while Zhongli followed closely behind, utterly baffled by how these unassuming, dark stones could be transformed into the beautiful jade pieces she had seen displayed in the capital's markets. The contrast was striking. Before long, the stones were cut, and Li Jie went to wash them. Chu Tianxiang sat motionless, his mood beginning to grow increasingly restless for reasons unknown. Li Jie joyfully presented the cut stones to him. Tianxiang? They all appreciated in value. Indeed, that large moxisha has splendid blue veins, of the glutinous ice type, with a bangle position. Bracelets of such quality fetch between 30 to 40,000 each, and now there are at least 4 on display. All having risen in value. As for that smaller moxisha, it's of the glutinous type, slightly biased towards a blue base color, a blue clear hue. Should be worth around 200,000. He called out to Li Jie. Do? Cut those 2 pieces as well. Li Jie agreed and set to work, pondering just how remarkable Tianxiang was, as both pieces of moxisha had yielded such significant gains. He had never seen him exhibit such high skill before. Zhongli, utterly oblivious, casually waved her flashlight over the stones, remarking on the beauty of the blue hues. Unsurprisingly, the Mowanji quarry consistently produced exquisite stones. A 2-kilogram piece revealed a full color, not of sufficiently aged quality. With wisps of white lines, technically, this should be classified as flower blue, and while Chu Tianxiang found it difficult to estimate its price, it would undoubtedly be valued at least between 2 to 300,000. The largest piece was a stunner, weighing over 30 kilograms, and it was also the most expensive stone of the day. Xiang gambled that this stone would contain no cracks and would reveal blue veins. His wishes were fulfilled as he sliced through it, yielding 24 bracelets. Despite all the pieces appreciating, Chu Tianxiang could not muster joy as evening approached, and he said to the 2 others, "Let us close up. I'll treat you both to drinks." The 2 were delighted, and Li Jie exclaimed, "I'll call my sister over. It'll be a perfect opportunity for her to meet Sister Zhongli." Chapter 25. The Trials of Growth, Part 2. Upon arriving at a diethnic restaurant, the 3 had scarcely taken their seats when Li Jie's sister arrived. She worked at a real estate agency, was 21 years old, stood around 1.65 meters tall, wore light makeup, and was a very unpretentious girl. The 2 of them were of similar age. They quickly became familiar with one another. Chu Tianxiang ordered a jean of local small pot rice wine, a local specialty distilled from pure grains, high in alcohol content but smooth, readily available in many restaurants and supermarkets, and quite favored by the locals. While Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie drank, they ordered soft drinks for the 2 young ladies. As they poured their drinks, Xiang was about to take a sip when Li Jie raised his glass and said, "Brother Tianxiang, you were incredible today. All 4 stones yielded substantial gains. I admire you greatly. Allow me to toast to you." After clinking their glasses, they downed their drinks in one go. Li Jie added, "Brother Tianxiang, you are the owner of this company, right? That's what Sister Zhongli said." Zhongli chimed in, "You little rascal, are you trying to sell me out?" Li Jie quickly clarified, No, I just wanted to confirm it. I've been here for several days, and Brother Tianxiang hasn't mentioned it." Zhongli responded, "What is there to doubt? My uncle said Tianxiang is quite remarkable. This company was established for him." Do poured more wine for Chu Tianxiang, who raised his glass and said, "Do? We've known each other for several years now. Let me tell you, if you work diligently here, making money won't be a problem. In the future, I'll take you out to see the world." They downed another drink together. Zhongli and Li Jie's sister grew anxious, fearing that if they continued drinking in such a manner, they would soon be intoxicated, and they hurriedly urged the 2 to eat more dishes. The young people, brimming with topics to discuss, continued their lively chatter, while Chu Tianxiang and Do kept drinking, oblivious to how many more drinks they ordered. Eventually, both were slightly inebriated. After settling the bill, Xiang asked Li Jie and his sister to escort Zhongli home while he rode his motorcycle back. The wind hit him, inducing a slight nausea. He barely made it home and saw the light still on in his master's room. Staggering, he knocked on the door and pushed it open. Entering, he found his master sitting at the edge of the bed and, in a mix of anger and frustration, exclaimed, "Master, there's something I need to discuss with you." The old man lifted his eyelids. "How many times must I tell you? I don't concern myself with company matters." He noticed that Chu Tianxiang seemed off, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiang, fueled by anger, shouted, "You don't care? Do you think I can't overcome this hurdle? Tomorrow, I'll buy it back." The old man's eyes widened. "You little rascal. Get lost?" Chu Tianxiang was taken aback, turned, and walked upstairs. Just as he reached the upper floor, he saw his mother standing in the corridor. "Mom, I've had a bit too much to drink and feel a bit tired. Let us talk tomorrow." After saying this, he pushed open his bedroom door and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep within a minute, snoring loudly. His mother hurried over, removed his shoes, pulled the blanket over him, glanced at her son with a sigh, closed the door, and pondered before descending the stairs to her husband's door, where she knocked lightly. Hearing the knock, the old man opened the door, and the mother quickly inquired, "Uncle O, what's wrong with Tianxiang?" The old man smiled and replied, "It's nothing. He probably has some worries. A good sleep will do him good," he added. Hasn't he experienced such challenges before? Now carrying such a heavy burden, it's normal for him to feel a bit troubled, and no need to rush." Upon hearing this, Xiang's mother said nothing, shook her head, and returned upstairs. The next morning, Chu Tianxiang opened his eyes to find the day bright. Stretching lazily, he realized he had not changed out of his clothes and rubbed his temples, gradually recalling the events of the previous day. With little experience, he often found himself unable to make decisions in difficult situations, feeling anxious. This would not do. He must cultivate the habit of judgment, analysis, and resolution. It was unacceptable to be afraid to spend money. Although the stone he wished to buy was priced high, that was no excuse. It stemmed from his own lack of confidence. Uncle Tan was right. Regardless of being right or wrong, one must first take action. Those who are constantly worried about gains and losses will never achieve great success. With this realization, Xiang felt uplifted. He rose from his bed, changed his clothes, and took a shower. Hearing movement in Xiang's room, his mother knocked on the door and entered. She hadn't slept well all night, constantly worrying about her son, and had been attentive to the sounds coming from his room. Upon seeing her mother, Chu Tianxiang greeted her and she asked, "What happened yesterday? Why did you drink so much? Who were you drinking with?" Chu Tianxiang quickly explained, "Mom, it's nothing. I was a bit tired from the past few days. And yesterday I had some worries, so I drank a bit more with Dodo. I'm fine now." His mother replied, "It's normal to face difficulties when you first start out, but don't neglect your health. It's truly nothing. I won't drink like that again. Go explain to your master. You were shouting at him last night." Chu Tianxiang said, "Oh really? All right, I'll go over right away. By the way, has the nanny been found?" "Your master has found one. She'll come every morning to clean up, buy some groceries for 2 meals, and handle the laundry. The washing machine at home still works, so it's not too much trouble." After getting dressed, Xiang said, "Mom, I'm off. I'll apologize to my master first, then head to work." He descended the stairs and arrived at his master's door, which was open, but his master was absent, so Xiang had to head to work first. By the time he arrived at the office, it was already 11 in the morning, and Zhang Li and Li Jie were chatting in the pavilion. Dodo asked him, "Everything all right last night? You drank too much. You can't do that again." Zhang Li scoffed, "Ha, you'd get upset if we didn't let you drink." Chu Tianxiang awkwardly smiled. Li Jie inquired, "What's on the agenda today? No stones to cut." "Well, today I'll polish the cut surfaces of those stones. Once polished, I'll place them on the warehouse shelves. I'll give Uncle Dai a call. I need to discuss something." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang, and upon checking, it was indeed Dai Dong calling. He answered, "Uncle Dai, when are you coming back? I have something to discuss with you." Dai Dong replied, "2 things. First, good news, the stone has sold for 17 million. The money has been transferred. Second, your Uncle Chen and I will be arriving and ruining the day after tomorrow. No need to pick us up, but you need to tidy the villa. We'll be staying there, and it's best to leave a room for yourself as well." After a brief pause, he added, "Now you can share your matters." Hearing that the stone had sold made Chu Tianxiang very happy, and he quickly responded, "If you're coming back the day after tomorrow, I'm not in a rush. I bought a few stones in the past couple of days, all of which have appreciated, though they aren't worth much. The Yingjiang public auction is about to commence, and I was considering whether to sell them there, but since you'll be back soon, I'll wait for you to return." Dai Dong remarked, "It's fine to wait until I return. Do you have enough money on hand? If not, I can send you some." Chu Tianxiang quickly replied, "No need. Uncle Dai, I have enough. Besides, you'll be back the day after tomorrow." Dai Dong concluded, "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up." We'll discuss it further when we meet. Chapter 26. The Trials of Growth, Part 3. After hanging up, Chu Tianxiang noticed Odo and Zhongli entering the machine room, and he called out to them, "Hey, you two, come here." They hurriedly emerged, and Chu Tianxiang instructed Dodo, "After lunch, you and Zhongli should check the villa to see if it's clean. If not, hire a few more people to clean it up. The furniture, kitchenware, and appliances are all there. We just need to buy bedding. Today, you two should go get that. As for what style to get? You girls are detail-oriented. Just listen to Zhongli." With that, he pulled out 10,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Dodo. Now, Chu Tianxiang had also purchased a handbag, carrying it around daily, which contained a good amount of cash, giving him a more respectable appearance. Zhongli clapped her hands in delight, finally getting the chance to go out and shop after being cooped up in the courtyard all day, which was quite suffocating. After finishing lunch, they all busied themselves with their respective tasks. Chu Tianxiang once again arrived at the Ruining Hotel. Yesterday, he had set his eyes on a piece weighing over 40 kilograms, composed of wood na, a complete gamble stone, resting beneath a table, covered by a red cloth placed by the shopkeeper. This indicated that the stone had displayed excellent qualities and commanded a high price. Chu Tianxiang had examined it yesterday, noting its yellowish-white skin, its rectangular form, and the myriad of speckles of moss, with a sufficiently hard sand texture. When he inquired about the price, the owner casually mentioned several million, causing Chu Tianxiang's heart to tighten, and he dared not press further. Having previously dealt with stones worth hundreds of thousands to millions, he felt no pressure. The fluctuations in value were of no concern to him, as they pertained to others. Thus, his mindset was relaxed. However, when it came to spending such a substantial sum on a stone for himself, the situation was entirely different. His once adept ability to interpret stones seemed ineffective, as any mention of the price made his palms sweat and his mind foggy. Today, he had come specifically for this stone, determined to acquire it regardless of the cost, provided it was of good quality. Upon entering, he found the owner absent, only a beautiful young lady seated at the tea table, engrossed in her phone. It was still a bit early. This place typically opened at 2 o'clock, and it was only 1:30. Chu Tianxiang feigned calmness, surveying the surroundings before crouching down to lift the red cloth and begin his examination of the wood na stone. He did not use a flashlight, instead placing both hands on the stone, slowly exploring it, inching forward, his hands absorbing the information conveyed by the sand particles on the surface. After about 10 minutes, he flipped the stone over to inspect its underside and continued his careful examination. The lovely young lady glanced up at him as he manipulated the stone but remained silent. Chu Tianxiang repeated this action several times. After a few more minutes, he withdrew his hands, switched on the flashlight, and illuminated the stone's surface from about a foot away, scrutinizing it intently, occasionally using his fingernail to scratch at the sand particles on the skin. He remained oblivious to someone entering the room. Pan Yue walked into his shop and noticed someone examining the raw wood na stone on the floor, not paying it much mind since the price was exorbitant, making it unaffordable for most. The stone belonged to a friend from Myanmar and was part of a larger collection left here for sale. A significant portion of the goods in the hotel were not owned by the shopkeeper but were consigned by various sellers. There were two types of transactions. One where the seller provided a bottom price, allowing the shopkeeper to sell at any price above that for a profit. The other where the shopkeeper took a 10% commission on the sale price, requiring constant communication with the seller. This particular stone followed the latter arrangement, meaning each time a customer proposed a new price, the shopkeeper needed to consult with the seller. In a sense, the shopkeeper and the customer were allies, both hoping the seller would agree to the transaction, satisfying the customer and allowing the shopkeeper to earn his 10% commission. Initially, the asking price for this stone was 8 million, but it had dropped to 5 million. However, inquiries had been frequent and offers had been scarce, with the highest bid reaching 210,000, which the seller had not accepted. Pan Yue sat beside the young lady, pouring himself a cup of tea. Positioning himself directly opposite Chu Tianxiang's back, he initiated the conversation. "Boss, do you fancy this piece? The yellowish-white skin of the wood na, adorned with abundant moss, is truly a remarkable find." Chu Tianxiang turned around, and Pan Yue recognized him as the young man who had visited the day before. "Boss, what is the price of this stone?" Chu Tianxiang inquired. "The selling price is 5 million. It has been offered at 3 million. Pan Yue replied. In the realm of jadeite raw stone transactions at Ruining, There are three types of prices: the asking price, the selling price, and the offers made. When a shopkeeper sells a stone, if a customer asks for the price, the shopkeeper might say the asking price is 20,000, the selling price is 3,000, and 2,000 has been offered. The 20,000 is essentially a random figure to elevate the stone's perceived value, suggesting a potential for significant appreciation. The selling price of 3,000 reflects the amount the shopkeeper hopes to receive, which can be lower but not excessively so. The 2,000 offered indicates that someone else bid that amount, but the buyer should not take this at face value, as it is also a sales tactic employed by the shopkeeper. Chu Tianxiang, well-versed in the intricacies of this market, remarked, "Whether it is truly wood na is uncertain. The moss color is too faint, the skin is decent, but the sand particles lack sufficient hardness, making it a considerable gamble. It is undoubtedly a genuine wood na, belonging to the Myanmar seller, and has been here for 6 months. If you are interested, please make an offer." Pan Yue, observing that the young man appeared to be around 20 years old and did not dress like someone wealthy, thought perhaps he was intentionally keeping a low profile. Another unwritten rule in raw stone transactions is that regardless of the seller's asking price, buyers are free to negotiate. They might offer 100,000 for a piece listed at $1 million, and the seller would not perceive this as disruption. However, if the seller agrees to sell at 1,000 and the buyer subsequently changes their mind, that could lead to complications, possibly even requiring compensation for the seller, the amount of which would be negotiable. Chu Tianxiang pondered deeply. The first offer is the most challenging to make. If he set it too high, he would incur significant losses. The issue was that he had only observed others negotiating for such expensive materials and had never done so himself. He turned back to feign further examination of the stone, his mind racing with calculations. The seller's 5 million was irrelevant, and since 3 million had already been offered, he should aim for something below that. Even at 3 million, having it would result in 150,000. Given the quality of this wood na, it should appreciate well, but he also didn't want to overextend himself. A favorable number would be ideal. "Boss, I genuinely wish to purchase this. I will present an offer, and if it is suitable, please sell it to me." Upon hearing that Chu Tianxiang was ready to make an offer, Pan Yue perked up, straightening in his seat, grabbing a teacup to rinse, pouring tea, and placing it before Chu Tianxiang. "Boss, come, have some tea." Chu Tianxiang settled onto a wooden stool, looking at Pan Yue and stating, 180,000. "That is far too low, brother. You have yet to understand the value of this material." Pan Yue shook his head. 3 million has already been offered. "Consider it carefully. If the price is right, I will call the seller." As a first offer, 180,000 was not unreasonable, but Pan Yue, experienced and savvy, desired to maximize the price. "Boss, please provide a realistic figure. If I find it acceptable, I will take it. If the disparity is too great, I simply do not have that much money at the moment." Chu Tianxiang feigned poverty. "Brother, you seem like a straightforward person. I can offer 280,000, and I cannot reduce it even by a cent. That is the seller's requirement, and I am powerless to change it." They engaged in a spirited negotiation, exchanging arguments, with Chu Tianxiang gradually losing his patience, declaring, "Let us settle on a flat price of 250,000. If that works, we can transfer the funds now. If not, I will take my leave. Oh, brother, why the haste? Let us sit a while longer, enjoy some tea. Whether this works out or not, we can always be friends," he said, also noting Chu Tianxiang's phone number and WeChat. Chu Tianxiang felt a bit defeated. Sensing his growing impatience, Pan Yue knew the time was ripe. He stood up and said, "Brother, let me call the seller and check." He initially mentioned not to call unless it was below 280,000. "Seeing you are genuinely interested, I will give it a try." He exited the room to make the call. Shortly thereafter, Pan Yue returned, stating, "Brother, you truly put me in a difficult position. I had to plead with the seller to agree to sell, and I even had to forfeit 3% of my commission. Please consider supporting my business in the future. This time, I am truly not making a profit." Chu Tianxiang retrieved his bank card from his bag and handed it over. Pan Yue accepted the card, swiping it while asking, "Brother, how will you take the stone? Should I drive you home?" Chu Tianxiang replied, "Brother Pan, please help me transport it to the hotel entrance." I arrived on a motorcycle. Xiang walked ahead while Pan Yue fetched a hand truck. Pushing the stone behind him, he understood the importance of treating such a significant client with utmost courtesy. Iron Ruining Hotel. Transactions typically involved raw stones priced in the thousands or tens of thousands. with pieces worth hundreds of thousands being rare and those exceeding 1 million seldom seen. Upon reaching the entrance, Chu Tianxiang rode up on his motorcycle, and together they placed the stone on the bike's footrest. Xiang waved goodbye to Pan Yue and rode off. After Xiang had departed for some time, Pan Yue stood there, momentarily dazed, feeling a sense of unreality. This young man was far too understated. Riding such a dilapidated motorcycle after spending over 200,000 on a stone in his shop. A wealthy heir? Certainly not, as no wealthy heir would ride such a beat-up vehicle, a bureaucrat's offspring? That also seemed unlikely. There had been no reports of low-key bureaucrats. Shaking his head, Pan Yue walked back, contemplating the need to maintain contact with such a client. Meanwhile, Xiang hurried back, feeling a sense of exhilaration. Though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, yet he couldn't quite place it. Upon returning to the company, he found the two others still absent, so he had to carry the stone inside alone. After waiting a while and seeing that it was nearly 5 o'clock without their return, he decided to call Dodo. When the call connected, Dodo informed him that they had completed the purchases. Only the cleaning remained. Chu Tianxiang locked the yard and headed upstairs for a nap, having slept poorly the previous night and feeling fatigued after the recent tension. Chu Tianxiang was jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. Glancing at the clock to see it was past 7, he hurried downstairs to open the yard door, where Zhongli and Li Jie were clamoring. "We knocked for ages, and you didn't answer. What secret business are you conducting at the company?" Chu Tianxiang quickly explained that he had been asleep on the second floor, but Dodo, skeptical, began searching each room for women, finally settling down when he spotted the large stone in the machine room. Dodo inspected the stone for a while. Though he didn't possess extensive knowledge, his experience with cutting stones had given him some discernment. After examining it, he exclaimed, "Xiang, this stone is not inexpensive." Zhongli was discussing the villa matter with Chu Tianxiang, and he smiled, saying, "It is indeed quite pricey. We shall cut it open shortly, and let us hope it doesn't result in a loss." "How could there be any losses, Brother Xiang? Your skills surpass those of General Shui by far," Li Jie complimented. Chu Tianxiang merely curled his lip, disregarding him, and turned to Zhongli, saying, "No, you should go buy it tomorrow. Take Dodo with you. I'll stay home and polish those stones." Zhongli nodded in agreement and ascended the stairs. Chu Tianxiang and Dodo entered the machine room, where he sat before the workbench and began to study how to cut. The surface of this stone bore few cracks. Typically, there are two methods for cutting stones. One follows the cracks, and the other follows the color bands. This stone had no color bands, just speckled mottling, so it could only be cut along the cracks. If all goes well, this stone could yield quite a few bracelets, depending on the intensity of the color. After marking the lines, the two of them moved the stone to the oil saw. The stone was quite large, weighing over 40 kilograms, and it took them about 10 minutes to secure it properly. They covered it with the machine's lid, pressed the switch, and a roar erupted. The two stepped out of the room and waited in the pavilion. Dodo asked, "Brother Xiang, where did you buy this stone?" Chu Tianxiang replied, "At the Ruining Hotel. The stones there are all expensive. The owners are more unscrupulous than the last," Dodo exclaimed. Chu Tianxiang immediately understood why he felt less than thrilled. During the bargaining process, he had been led by the nose by that boss surnamed Pan, who maintained the upper hand in the conversation and surely realized he was genuinely interested in purchasing, relentlessly pushing him to raise his offer. He estimated he had spent an additional 200,000 to 300,000. With this thought, Chu Tianxiang couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He had paid his tuition, still lacking in experience. Fortunately, the stone had finally been purchased. This tuition was worth it, and next time he encountered a similar situation, he wouldn't be as anxious as during his first experience. As the oil saw came to a halt, Li Jie opened the machine cover. Chu Tianxiang leaned in to take a look, then sighed in relief. The judgment was correct. It was fully bean green. After washing the stone and placing it on the workbench, Chu Tianxiang examined the cut surface closely. The outer skin was quite thick, about 2 centimeters, followed by the vibrant bean green, which appeared exceptionally fresh. Reminiscent of green seedlings just sprouting in the spring, a hint of yellow intermingling with the green. The base was of the glutinous variety, exhibiting a semi-transparent quality, indicating it was quite aged. Chu Tianxiang took a caliper and began to sketch the bracelets on the cut surface. Avoiding several cracks, he outlined 6 bracelets in total. Putting down his pen, Chu Tianxiang looked up to find Dodo staring at him in awe, as if he were an oddity. He knew what Dodo wanted to ask. And after a moment of contemplation, he said. "Dodo, I want to hide it from you. I learned this craft from my master, starting when I was less than 10 years old. You just didn't know it before. As long as you follow me, I want to let you suffer losses. Money is not an issue. We have many endeavors ahead, including trips to the capital and Shanghai. But there is one condition. You must not tell anyone about my ability to gamble on stones. If word gets out, not only will we lose money, but we may also lose friends." Elijah nodded vigorously, though his mind was a blank slate. Chapter 28. Burning the boats in the capital. At the center of wealth, on the third floor of the Huatian building, within a luxurious office, Dai Dong sat behind the executive desk, awaiting someone, an elegant woman. The previous night, he had engaged in an extensive discussion with the leader of his family, resigning from the position of overall manager of the family business in exchange for his scattered shares in several listed companies. He acquired the majority of shares in 3 Jade chains in the capital, leaving the family with less than 1% to signify it was still a family enterprise. The negotiation was a bitter and poignant affair for him, yet he had no regrets. His grandfather had 5 children, 4 sons and 1 daughter. Dai Dong's father was the 4th son, and he had 2 children, Dai Dong and his sister. His sister's husband was a deputy general manager in a state-owned enterprise, and those engaged in technical work rarely had ample opportunities for advancement. However, her son was doing well, being a student in the UK and working in the finance department, yet he was merely a low-level cadre, needing to toil for a decade or more to achieve prominence. His father was still alive, but having retired for many years, his influence was negligible. Hearing a knock on the door, Dai Dong walked over to open it, revealing a woman dressed in a professional suit, elegant and dignified. His only sister, the deputy general manager of the Jade chain and the manager of the wealth center. "Brother, what's the urgent matter that you called me over so early?" "Xine, come in." Dai Dong gestured for his sister to take a seat on the sofa and poured her a glass of water. "I might need to be away for work for a while, so there are some matters I must discuss with you." "What's wrong, brother?" "Is something the matter?" Dai Dong replied. "Don't interrupt. Just listen to me. First, I spoke with our second brother last night and have resigned from all family positions, and I've exchanged my shares in the 3 listed companies for shares in the chain stores, leaving the family with less than 1 of the shares. Secondly, I've decided to allocate 45 of the chain store shares to you. You manage these stores, and you needn't worry about the supply. I will handle that. This time, I'm taking the initiative to concede. Financially, it may represent a loss, but in terms of relationships with our second brother, we have gained the upper hand compared to the others. They will surely have some grievances, so for the time being, avoid too much contact with them. If our second brother finds out, he will be displeased. Please make a point of visiting our father more, but avoid the old residents. Strive to open 2 more chain stores in Shanghai, focusing on the high-end market. You can send someone ahead to scout the terrain, and I will handle the funding. If all goes well, by the end of this year, we should be free from financial pressures." After listening to her brother's words, Dai Xine remained silent for a while, struggling to digest the information. Finally, she said, "Brother, I understand. You've been wronged. Those brothers of ours are not straightforward in their dealings. When grandfather was alive, the family was harmonious. Now, humph. Also, where are you going? What will you be doing? You ought to tell me a bit more. Without relying on the family, these few stores generate several tens of millions in profits annually. There's no need to take risks. I have partnered with someone in the south to establish a company. In the beginning, I need to keep a close watch, but you need not worry. We're grown-ups. It's not like we'll be committing heinous acts. In which city? I'll be shuttling between Yunnan and Guangdong, aiming to return once a month." Dai Xine felt a twinge of concern but said nothing further. Since her brother had made a decision, she could not change it. Since childhood, the bond between brother and sister had been strong. They were nearly 10 years apart, with the brother always leading the sister in play. In times of decision-making, it was always the brother who took charge, while he was the one who married later. Now, with a daughter only 14 years old, his wife stayed home, focused solely on caring for the little one, while she herself had married in her 20s and now had children who were already adults. Dai Dong began tirelessly shifting shares, requiring his personal involvement. After 3 continuous days of work, all share transfers were completed. Although seeing the arrogant expressions of his relatives was somewhat infuriating, he laughed it off. The future might not belong solely to him. They were all his grandfather's blood relatives, none inferior to the others. During this period, he and General Tan successfully sold the second stone, with Chan the Fatty observing on site. Once all matters were settled, he and Chun the Fatty boarded a flight from the capital to Ruining, 4 days later than expected. After disembarking, the two hailed a cab straight to Ruining. The journey was slow, with many mountains and curves, as well as numerous vendors selling local specialties along the way. The over 100 kilometers took a full 2.5 hours, by 2 in the afternoon. They arrived at the company, where 3 young people were delighted to see them. Chu Tianxiang introduced Zhongli to the boss. While Zhongli was not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a certain charm that revealed itself upon closer inspection. And both Dai Dong and Chun the Fatty were satisfied, well aware of Zhongli's background and not paying it much mind. The 3 ascended to the second floor, where Xiang briefly summarized recent events, ultimately mentioning the purchase of several rough stones. Upon hearing that Xiang had bought raw stones, Dai Dong and Chen the Fatty immediately set aside their freshly brewed tea, hastily heading back downstairs. Arriving at the warehouse, Dai Dong observed numerous stones on the shelves, examining each one closely. When he spotted the over 40-kilogram fully bean green material, his excitement was utterly uncontrollable. "Excellent, Tianxiang, you've done remarkably well." Chun the Fatty chimed in sarcastically. "Boss Dai, spare us the empty words and offer something substantial," Dai Dong retorted. "You're the only one who knows how to talk. I haven't seen you, as an uncle, provide anything worthwhile." Chun the Fatty replied. "How could I not? It's in the box. I just haven't taken it out." Dai Dong fell silent. He had his own gifts in the box, all for Xiang's master and his parents. Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang began calculating the prices of the stones. Chun the Fatty, feeling bored, wandered off to chat with Zhongli and Li Jie. The 4 stones purchased earlier were of mid to upper-grade quality, valued at approximately 4,500,000, yet they had invested very little in them. Ultimately, Dai Dong estimated the larger stone would fetch between 30 to 40 million. As it had cracks and had not yet been cut into slabs, making it difficult to determine how many bracelets could be produced. Dai Dong projected there would be around 20 bracelets. And such high-quality pieces typically commanded prices in the millions, making them ideal for young women to wear. Upon returning to the second floor, Dai Dong called General Tan, updating him on the situation and primarily requesting him to find a few more clients to see if the fully bean green stone could be sold. He did not want the boss from Guangdong to monopolize the goods. After sending the pictures to General Tan, the two wished to return to their villa to rest. Having just disembarked from a flight and then traveled for over 2 hours by car to the company, they felt the toll of age weighing on their bodies. Chapter 29. Preparing for action. As the two departed by car, Chu Tianxiang's phone rang. He picked it up to find it was the boss Pan from the hotel calling. Chu Tianxiang answered the phone, saying, "Brother Pan, hello? Greetings, my dear brother. I must admit, I feel a twinge of regret for not accompanying you home yesterday. If you have some time this evening, I would love to gather together and treat you to a meal." However, Chu Tianxiang found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such warmth. He was inclined to decline but could not bring himself to utter the words of refusal. After some contemplation, he replied, "Brother Pan, I have some esteemed elders visiting today, making it rather inconvenient. Would it be possible to postpone to another day?" To which Mr. Pan responded, "As long as we can communicate, the task is accomplished. A day or 2 does not matter. Let us reschedule, and you may attend to your affairs." Chu Tianxiang hung up the phone, shaking his head. Such matters truly require one to set aside their pride. I still need to refine my approach. That evening, Dai Dong, Chen Zhangsheng, and Chu Tianxiang convened at a Sichuan restaurant to discuss the forthcoming tasks. Chu Tianxiang began, "Uncle Dai, when Uncle Tan departed, he left me 5 million. I spent 3 million on several stones, which Zhongli has recorded. Being young, many shop owners do not take me seriously, and I prefer to keep a low profile, hence some fine stones remain unseen. This is where I rely on you and Uncle Chun." Dai Dong replied, "Tianxiang, you shall take the lead in purchasing stones. How do you propose we proceed?" Chu Tianxiang suggested, "Since you are acquainted with a few shop owners, we could use them as a starting point. Let us examine their goods. As long as we do not incur losses, we should acquire a few pieces, regardless of their quality, to establish a reputation. This way, they or their associates might present us with prime offerings." He continued, "Furthermore, there is no need to frequent the morning and night markets. They yield little of value and merely waste our time. Hotels are also unviable, as they primarily stock the wares of original stone shop owners. Not only are the prices exorbitant, but the larger pieces are scarce. Typically, aside from the merchandise displayed on the shelves or tea tables, original stone shops possess a high-quality zone, usually tucked away in the back. out of sight. Like Mr. Shui, who displays his finest stones on the second floor, our focus should be on these items. Chu Tianxiang further asserted, should we not establish some fundamental criteria regarding the types of goods we will accept and those we will reject? This would aid me in gauging the parameters for acquiring goods, as negotiations can be challenging on-site. Daidong glanced at Qin Zhengxing and inquired, Old Qin, do you have any thoughts? Qin Zhengxing replied, I have no objections. I merely wish to sweep through ruining. His confidence was palpable. Daidong stated, let us adhere to Tianxiang's proposed process for acquisitions. We shall target goods of a certain quality, specifically those of icy jade with floating flowers and above, as for color materials, you may take the lead. Any uncertainties we can discuss privately. Old Tan has imparted much wisdom to you. For some decisions, you may act independently, aiming for a minimum increase of 5-fold. Presently, there is approximately 70 million on the books. If we sell these few pieces at home, we could approach 1 billion. Tianxiang should operate within this budget. Acting freely and without constraint, a slightly higher price is acceptable. Once a favorable stone is identified, swift action is necessary. Old Chun must encourage Tianxiang, as I fear he may hesitate when the moment arrives. After a brief pause, Daidong continued, as for sales, I will take the lead, negotiating prices in conjunction with Tianxiang and Old Tan, primarily targeting buyers from Guangdong and Fujian. Should we acquire an excess, we will head to the Pingzhou public auction, avoiding the Yingjiang public auction, where many goods are easily recognized. Old Chun, your role is to accompany Tianxiang in sourcing goods, forging friendships, and leveraging your charismatic reputation as a coal magnate who speaks boldly without tax liabilities. The locals are fond of individuals like you, those who understand the intricacies of stone betting and possess financial means. You know the vernacular. They call it slaughtering pigs. Chun Zhengxing retorted, damn it. This time it's uncertain who will end up being the slaughterer. Through these days of independent operation, Chu Tianxiang had cultivated substantial confidence. After all, it was merely a game of expenditure. If he spotted a promising opportunity, he would seize it. If uncertain, he would withdraw without hesitation. Owing no one anything. Viewing tens or hundreds of millions as mere figures would alleviate anxiety. Bargaining was merely a process of reading expressions, honing eloquence, and sharpening reflexes, as long as he interpreted the stones accurately. He could secure an advantageous position. Today, he and Uncle Chen planned to visit a shop owned by a Hebei native at Yalong Jade City, whose proprietor also bore the surname Chen. The establishment was spacious. And Chen, the proprietor, had labored in ruining for nearly 2 decades, amassing significant wealth and establishing himself as a prominent figure in the area. This shop had previously been frequented by Daidong and Tan Hui, but after they lost a bet on a stone worth 850,000, which ended up as waste, their visits dwindled. At 3 in the afternoon, Chan Zhengxing parked his Buick business vehicle at the shop's entrance. The store, over 100 square meters, featured elegant redwood decor. As Chan Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang alighted, Chunli, seated inside, promptly stood to greet them, recognizing Chan Zhengxing. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Welcome, welcome, please, come inside. Chunli's smile was as warm as spring. He spoke to Chan Zhengxing while not forgetting to nod at Chu Tianxiang, who thought to himself that this was a shrewd individual. Chan Zhengxing replied, Mr. Chun, I just arrived yesterday and came to report to you today. Quite considerate, isn't it? As they entered, Chunli eagerly added, no need to mention it. It's more than enough. The two men settled in, pouring tea when Chunli gestured toward the 2 individuals sitting nearby, saying, Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce you. This esteemed elder is Mr. Zhang, a highly respected figure in the ruining jade industry and also the vice president of our association. The young man is Mr. Zhang's assistant. Chunli then turned to Mr. Zhang, saying, Mr. Zhang, this is a prominent businessman from Shaanxi in the north, sharing my surname. He is fond of jade and visits ruining annually. He is also a dear friend of mine. Initially, Mr. Zhang remained seated, but upon hearing he was a significant businessman from Shaanxi, his eyes brightened, and he promptly rose to extend his hand to Chen Zhengxing, beaming, a pleasure to meet you. Chen Zhengxing reciprocated. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Mr. Zhang, a top-notch expert in the stone betting realm. It is an honor to finally meet you here, thanks to Mr. Chen. Chu Tianxiang found great amusement in this exchange, as Uncle Chun had resorted to such flowery language, which sounded rather exaggerated. Knowing that only half of what Chen Zhengxing claimed might hold any truth, he nonetheless observed Mr. Zhang's delight. As they settled in, Chen Zhengsheng introduced Chu Tianxiang, saying, "This is my distant nephew, who also enjoys working with stones." Chunli and Mr. Zhang merely nodded, not taking Chu Tianxiang seriously. Previously, Chen Zhengsheng had visited this establishment with Dai Dong and Old Tan, and Chunli recognized him as a bold spender, unconcerned about his lack of knowledge. After sipping tea and exchanging pleasantries for a while, Chen Zhengsheng addressed Chunli. "Mr. Dai is also here but cannot join us today due to some commitments. A few of us have pooled some funds to set up a point here at the Jupiter Jewelry City to procure some stones. I also intend to buy a few to keep at home, as their value appreciates daily, proving more beneficial than saving money." "Not a problem, Mr. Chun. Please do not hesitate to ask for anything. I will assist you wholeheartedly. I just received a fresh batch of goods, all in good condition. You may take a look shortly. If you like them, they are yours. We share the same surname and are fellow townsmen, so I assure you of the best prices." Chunli's heart raced with excitement at the prospect. Mr. Zhang, eager to interject, had a larger inventory than Chunli, but industry norms dictated one should not overtly poach clientele in another's establishment. Chen Zhengsheng stood, stating, "Mr. Chun, let us have a look, and if anything suits my taste, I shall take it." Chunli led them to a storage room adjacent to the reception area, housing high-quality jade stones. The room spanned over 30 square meters, with shelves lining the walls, displaying jade stones of various sizes. The smallest weighing at least 10 kilograms, on the opposite wall stood a row of tall safes, each towering over a person. Chunli entered the room, inquiring, "Mr. Chun, which brand do you prefer? Do you wish to see the larger or smaller pieces?" "The smaller ones are in the safes, as long as the quality is good, any brand will suffice." "Let us start with the larger pieces," Chen Zhengsheng replied as he and Chu Tianxiang approached the shelves to examine the stones. Chunli accompanied them, while Mr. Zhang seated himself at a table in the center of the room, designed for customers to inspect stones removed from the shelves. Chu Tianxiang began his examination, holding a flashlight approximately 1 foot away from the stones, carefully scrutinizing each piece with his other hand. "This one won't do. Neither will this. Not suitable, not suitable." After reviewing over a dozen stones without finding any that piqued his interest, he turned to Chen Zhengsheng, saying, "Uncle, why don't you take a seat for a moment while I continue to look? You can decide afterward." Initially, Chen Zhengsheng had examined a few pieces with genuine interest, but soon it became apparent he was merely going through the motions. Upon hearing Chu Tianxiang's suggestion, he quickly agreed, "That sounds fine. This room lacks windows and feels a bit stuffy. I will go refresh myself with some tea while you take your time." He turned to Mr. Zhang, adding, "Let us step outside. Just have someone accompany my nephew." Chunli, trusting his instincts, called for a staff member to stay with Chu Tianxiang as the others exited for tea. Once the room was clear, Chu Tianxiang focused intently on the stones. "This one looks promising. This one won't do. This one is mediocre. The skin isn't right on this one. This one is decent." Time passed slowly, and after examining 60 or 70 stones, Chu Tianxiang had only identified 2 that caught his eye. He shook his head, realizing that finding quality stones was indeed a challenge. After all, if one could consistently find substantial gains, it would not be gambling, it would be theft. As he prepared to summon Uncle Chen to return, he noticed a stone weighing over 100 kilograms resting on the floor beside the safes. Casually, he illuminated it with his flashlight. It appeared dry and yellow, resembling parched clay. "Ah, what on earth is this doing here?" He bent down, shining the flashlight back and forth over the stone, observing the young man engrossed in his phone, completely oblivious to his presence. He placed both hands on the stone, feeling it meticulously, when suddenly, halfway through, he jerked his hands back and picked up the flashlight again. This time, he set the switched-on flashlight on the stone, sliding it back and forth as he searched intently for something. Then he pondered to himself, could it be that such things still exist today? He felt a surge of excitement, removed the flashlight, slowly stood up, and exhaled deeply. Truly, after all these years, this old shop never fails to harbor some hidden treasures, even if few recognize their worth. Chu Tianxiang stepped out of the storeroom, and the few seated individuals turned their gazes toward him. Chunli appeared particularly anxious. He realized that the decision to purchase rested solely on the young man, while that rotund Chen was merely the financier. "Uncle, I think 2 pieces are quite acceptable. If the price is right, I shall take them. Could you please go and have a look?" Chu Tianxiang inquired of Chen Zhengsheng. Chen Zhengsheng rose and replied, "If Chen Zong goes to take a look, will I be left with them?" Chunli nodded in agreement and promptly stood up, following Chen Zhengsheng over. Chu Tianxiang pointed at the two stones he had his eye on, explaining to Chen Zhengsheng. Chen Zhengsheng feigned interest as he examined the stones, occasionally nodding, before finally stating, Chen Zong, let's discuss this outside. As the group moved toward the exit, Chu Tianxiang suddenly interjected, Chen Zong, what is the price of that stone by the safe? If it's reasonable, I would like to acquire it as well. That should be a new factory stone, right? The term new factory stone refers to recently discovered mining sites that yield jadeite raw stones. Though their quality is generally subpar, Chunli, eager to negotiate, chimed in, young brother, let's discuss outside. As long as you fancy it, the price is not an issue. After settling down, Chunli stated, Chen Zong, that piece of black wuxia weighing over 20 kilograms is priced at 1.6 million. It's from Guangzhou, with a prime source, tight skin, and that color band indicates a significant appreciation is certain. The gray sand skin is Momo Yang's, priced at 3 million. It certainly contains color, and its size is considerable, nearly 40 kilograms. Momo Yang's goods are exceptionally good, capable of yielding 2 to 3 times the color. Yields and color flipping are industry jargon. Yields refers to materials that appear unappealing before being crafted into finished products, yet look significantly better post-polishing. Color flipping conveys a similar notion. The original stone may exhibit dull colors, but the finished product shines vibrantly. Some mining site stones exhibit such characteristics. Chen Zhengsheng glanced at Chu Tianxiang and remarked, it seems a bit pricey. This was a prearranged tactic between the two. No matter the price mentioned, Chen Zhengsheng would always respond, it seems a bit pricey. Chu Tianxiang addressed Chenli, saying, Chen Zong, here's the deal. The price you mentioned is truly beyond my comprehension. Let us not even discuss the stone's quality. Each of us has our preferences, and it's impossible to reach a consensus. For the Guangzhou stone, I offer 600,000. For the Momo Yang stone, 1.2 million. If that works, I will take them. Chunli nearly leaped from his seat. There was profit in that price, albeit minimal. The gambling stone industry has always been notorious for inflated pricing. Yet this negotiation was overly aggressive. He quickly shook his head, insisting, young brother, I can't even secure that price on the market. You seem to be quite knowledgeable, but this price is simply outrageous. I cannot sell at a loss. Chen Zong, we are not just acquiring 1 or 2 pieces. We aim for a steady flow. If there are good stones, we will certainly prioritize yours. For these 2 pieces, please accept a smaller profit. That won't do, young brother. I would be incurring losses. Then, Chen Zong, please propose another price. We will take whichever piece you deem suitable. Chunli pretended to ponder before stating, for the 2 pieces together, a package price of 3.5 million. Chu Tianxiang quickly responded, Chen Zong, it would be best if you quoted them separately. We will take the piece that suits us. Chunli felt a twinge of frustration. His mind raced, and he suggested, young brother, if you could add a little, I will consider letting go. Chu Tianxiang's primary objective was that stone on the ground. He was merely engaging in banter. He said to Chen Zhengsheng, Uncle, I can only see that price. Since you and Chen Zong are friends, why not discuss it among yourselves? He feigned recollection and added, and what about that new factory stone on the ground? Chen Zhengsheng, ever cunning, recognized the necessity of acquiring that stone. He inquired of Chunli, Chen Zong, what is the price for the stone on the ground? Chunli was not about to give away information easily. He understood Chu Tianxiang's intent and replied, that stone is on consignment from a friend in Myanmar. He is asking for 500,000. In truth, that stone was brought from Myanmar by a dealer who intended to sell it, but, having failed to do so over the past 10 days and succumbing to his addiction, was left with no choice but to pawn it to Chunli. Chunli had given him 100,000, though this transaction had occurred over a year ago. Chu Tianxiang exclaimed, Chen Zong, how can a new factory stone be priced so high? It is only worth around 100,000 or 80,000. That old Myanmar fellow is trying to fleece us. He turned back and said, Uncle, the prices are all too steep. We can't proceed. Chen Zhengsheng feigned a troubled expression and addressed Chunli. Chen Zong, he.s. young. Please don't take offense. How about this? Let us add 200,000 to the prices of the first 2 pieces and set the ground stone at 150,000. If that works, I will take them all. If not, we can simply let it go. There will be other opportunities. As he spoke, he stood as if ready to leave, prompting Chunli to hastily say, Chen Zong, don't rush. Let me make a call. He rose and stepped outside to pretend to make a phone call. Seizing the moment, Zhang Lao quickly handed Chen Zhengsheng a business card, saying, Chen Zong, If you have the chance, please visit my little shop. I have plenty of good items. Chen Zhengsheng was eager to acquire Zhang Lao's contact information. Just as he sought it, the opportunity presented itself, and he promptly accepted the business card, saying, "Thank you, Zhang Lao. I will certainly come to seek your guidance." Zhang Lao felt a weight lift from his shoulders. When Qinli returned, feigning difficulty, he said, "The old Myanmar fellow has agreed on the ground stone. What about my 2 pieces, Qinzong? Could you add a little more?" This was his final attempt, fully aware of its futility. Yet, he felt unsatisfied if he didn't try. "Qinzong, let us leave it at that. No need to add. If it's agreeable, I will transfer the money immediately and have the staff load the stones onto the vehicle." Chunli mused inwardly. Adding would be preferable, yet if not, it's no loss. These 3 stones should yield a profit of at least 6 to 70,000. Today, fortune is smiling upon us. All right, it's a deal. He stood and extended his hand to Chen Zhengsheng, saying, "Qinzong, may our collaboration be fruitful." With the transaction concluded, the 2 bid farewell, and Zhang Lao exchanged a knowing nod with Chen Zhengsheng. Upon returning to the company, Chu Tianxiang and Do Do transported the stone weighing over 100 kilograms to the machine room, where Dai Dong and Chen Zhengsheng chatted nearby. After finishing his tasks, Xiang inquired of Chen Zhengsheng, "Uncle, why do we need to add 200,000 to those 2 pieces? Wasn't he that excessive? I believe if I had added 100,000, Chen Zong would have agreed." Chen Zhengsheng cast a glance at Chu Tianxiang and replied, "I did it intentionally. By inflating the price, we appear as pigs, and they will seek stones for us. Did you not notice how anxious Zhang Lao became? He almost discreetly handed me his business card. However, you must ensure that those pieces yield a profit." "Yielding is not an issue, uncle, but you truly are cunning." Dai Dong and Chen Zhengsheng burst into laughter. Dai Dong examined the 2 smaller stones closely, feeling satisfied with their appearance, especially the skins, though he was indifferent to the price. With Chu Tianxiang around, higher prices meant greater potential appreciation. Yet, he couldn't comprehend the larger stone. It was clearly just a rock, devoid of any jade-like qualities. The so-called jade-like qualities, also known as fly wings, refer to the shimmering points on the stone's surface resembling a fly's wings. These qualities are the most critical indicators for determining if a stone is jadeite raw stone. Yet this stone exhibited none. Its skin was sufficiently firm, so much so that even under light, it lacked transparency. What was this situation? Dai Dong glanced at Chu Tianxiang, his gaze not one of skepticism but of inquiry. Chu Tianxiang, however, addressed Li Jie, saying, "Dodo, shortly head to the market and find 2 old Myanmar fellows. Purchase a couple of iron brushes and have them scrub this large stone. We will finish when the skin is clean. You can negotiate the payment, aiming to start work tonight." Dodo muttered, "I can do this myself. Why hire someone?" Chu Tianxiang chuckled, "If you do it alone, would you finish in a week?" The others were slightly taken aback. Could there truly be such a thick skin? Li Jie quickly sought assistance, while Chu Tianxiang explained to the others, "If all goes well, this stone harbors a significant surprise. I have never encountered such a skin before. I have only heard my master speak of it. Such stones are rare, having been exhausted from production 30 years ago. Zhang Lao likely has never seen one either." My master said, "Encountering such a stone is unforgettable for a lifetime." This sounded like a captivating tale, leaving the others speechless. Dai Dong asked, "What about these 2 pieces? Shall we cut them?" Unbeknownst to him, Dai Dong had begun to consult Chu Tianxiang on all matters. Chu Tianxiang smiled, saying, "Let us wait for Do Do to return. I cannot lift them alone, and I wouldn't dare to impose on you 2 elders." Dai Dong realized the truth in this. While they could offer verbal assistance, physical labor was another matter, especially considering their AGIT was best not to push their luck, and besides, they weren't pressed for time. Before long, Li Jie returned with 2 dark-skinned, short Myanmar men, leading them into the machine room and instructing them to position the stone by the pool in the yard, where they would scrub it with iron brushes. This is a significant aspect of the jadeite raw stone industry. When stones are excavated from the mines, they are covered in various dirt and sand particles, concealing the jade's weathered skin. Thus, iron brushes dipped in water are used to remove the dirt and sand. If the stone is too hard to scrub, a grinding machine is employed. Only in this manner can the true visage of the jadeite raw stone be revealed. A process colloquially known as scrubbing stones. Chapter 32. The first journey. The Myanmar nationals appear to be quite familiar with their tasks, having engaged in this trade for many years. However, The meticulous process of using a steel brush to polish the stones required a considerable amount of time. Chu Tianxiang summoned Li Jie to assist him in cutting the 2 pieces of stone. The 2 individuals upstairs had become desensitized to the sight of Chu Tianxiang cutting stones. They merely observed the process, knowing that compensation was out of the question. Their concern was solely about how much the value would rise, as they were also unable to tolerate the cacophony of the machinery, especially with the additional harsh sounds of the steel brush scraping against the stones. As anticipated, the smaller stone yielded a piece of icy jade with faint blue patterns, capable of producing approximately 15 kilograms of refined material, although it exhibited a few more cracks than desired. Creating bracelets from it posed some difficulty, with a projected value of around 300,000 per kilogram. The other piece was considerably more impressive, showcasing icy jade with green patterns and a remarkably mature texture. Such a lustrous stone could yield a high-quality product, despite having a significant crack. However, the cut face revealed 3 potential bracelet forms, which delighted Chu Tianxiang. The value of bracelets is nearly 10 times that of other types of jewelry. He called down Dai Dong and Chan Zhengsheng, both of whom were equally thrilled upon examining the stones. Chen Zhengsheng was captivated by the aesthetic appeal of the stones under the light, but he also recognized their considerable worth. He was somewhat straightforward in his demeanor. In contrast, Dai Dong understood that bracelets adorned with green patterns were exceptionally rare and thus carried a high price. Certain premium quality green pattern bracelets held significant collectible value. After a rough estimate, Dai Dong calculated that the smaller piece was valued between 4 to 5 million, while the larger one approached 20 million. Dai Dong quickly took photographs to send to General Tan, noting that he had yet to receive a response regarding the previous stones. Suddenly, he raised his head, recalling something important. There's an issue. Our warehouse is far too rudimentary and quite insecure. With so many stones stored here, despite having surveillance, any incident would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengsheng and Chu Tianxiang glanced around and concurred. With so many high-value cut stones on display, it was inevitable that some customers might develop an unhealthy interest. The warehouse was adjacent to a small reception room, which contained a small room designated for Chu Tianxiang, separated by wooden partitions. The main entrance to the warehouse and the front window were also wooden structures, easily breached with a mere push, rendering it unsafe. Chen Zhengsheng proposed, why not convert Tianxiang's small room into the warehouse? We can use the exterior for Tianxiang and create a brick wall inside the partition. The outer wooden door cannot be removed, and doing so would not be aesthetically pleasing. Instead, we should build an additional wall inside, eliminating the need for an external door to the warehouse. After some deliberation, the trio agreed that this was indeed feasible. The added privacy would deter customers from entering the warehouse, leaving them oblivious to its contents. Even if customers entered, they would not discern the purpose of the inner room. At that moment, Dai Dong's phone rang. He glanced down, smiling as he said, Old Tan can't contain himself any longer. He then answered the call, speaking loudly, Old Tan, how is everything on your end? We're awaiting your update. It was unclear what General Tan communicated, but Dai Dong burst into laughter and quickly responded, all right, I'll discuss it with the 2 of them and get back to you. After hanging up, he informed the others, I just spoke with the buyer. Old Tan. Group is waiting to view the goods, but the items need to be delivered to Pingzhou. What do we do? Chen Zhengsheng, ever vigilant, replied, with just the 3 of us, handling such a large shipment could lead to complications. Having emerged from a half-shadowy past, he was always on high alert. Chu Tianxiang, lacking experience in such matters, remained silent. In recent years, not only in the jade industry but across the entire jewelry sector, several major fraud cases had emerged annually, involving goods valued in the tens of millions, employing myriad deceptive tactics that were difficult to guard against. Dai Dong reflected on the risks. While they were not insignificant, they were manageable, especially since General Tan was involved. Yet, the uncertainty of human nature raised red flags. After contemplating, he suggested, what if we don't go to Pingzhou? Instead, we could head to Yangqing to inspect the goods. I have some connections there, which minimizes the risk. The drive from Pingzhou to Yangqing takes just over an hour, and I believe they will agree. Chen Zhengsheng concurred. That sounds good. We can book a hotel and rent a meeting room to display the stones. Even if they harbor any ill intentions, they would be hesitant to act in unfamiliar territory. Chu Tianxiang inquired, how will we transport the goods? Should we use a courier? Chen Zhengsheng responded, we will have to rely on courier services or logistics. We will decide based on which option is quicker and more secure. Dai Dong added, all 3 of us should go, allowing Tianxiang to familiarize himself with the process and experience the market in Yangqing. Chu Tianxiang asked, "Is it all right to leave Zhongli and Dodo at home?" "That's fine. There won't be any goods left at home, and the two can just watch over the place. Nothing will happen. Let us contact the courier tomorrow to see how long it will take. If needed, we can leave a few days earlier and let Tianxiang explore Yangqing." With that, Daidong picked up his phone and called General Tan. "Old Tan, we made our arrangements. We'll be viewing the goods in Yangqing." "Yes, indeed. Better safe than sorry. All three of us will be going." "What? You're coming too? That's splendid. I'll await your news. Once you finalize things with the client, let me know, and I will promptly arrange for the courier. Once the goods are dispatched, we'll set off." "Excellent, it's settled then. See you in Yangqing." Not 2 minutes after hanging up, Daidong received a message from General Tan confirming the arrangements for viewing the goods in Yangqing. He turned to the others and announced, "We will ship the goods tomorrow, then fly to Lingnan, Tianxiang, instruct those Myanmar nationals to wrap up, and have Zhongli and Dodo come up for a meeting." This was the first meeting for the entire company staff. Zhongli was unfazed. She had attended numerous meetings back in Beijing and found them rather uneventful, knowing that significant matters seldom involved her as a mere accountant. Li Jie, however, had never had the opportunity to meet with the boss, let alone hear any reprimands. Once everyone had gathered, Daidong said, "There isn't much to discuss. In a few days, I will be traveling to Yangqing with General Chen and General Chu for about a week. Aside from the stone polished by the Myanmar nationals, all goods at home will be shipped out tomorrow. Zhongli and Li Jie will oversee the house. You two should maintain your regular hours. Keep the place tidy and refrain from bringing any outsiders into the company. Business has been good lately, so I'm awarding each of you a special bonus of 500 yuan. Remember to keep tight-lipped about company matters. Zhongli, try not to go out much at night. There are many Myanmar nationals around. Just stay home and watch TV. Li Jie, you'll need to supervise Zhongli during the day at the office. Zhongli will be in charge. Tomorrow, Li Jie, you'll need to find a few renovation workers. I'll discuss the tasks with you downstairs shortly. We need to ensure that the work is completed while we are away." After finishing, Daidong turned to Chen Zhangxing and Chu Tianxiang, asking, "Do either of you have any instructions?" Both men shook their heads. Daidong then looked at Zhongli and Dodo. "If you have any requests, feel free to voice them." Dodo quietly asked, "Will we still be polishing the stones downstairs?" Chu Tianxiang pondered for a moment before replying, "Let us polish them for another day. If nothing comes of it, we'll halt the process until I return." This marked Chu Tianxiang's inaugural flight. Chapter 33. The journey to Yangqing. He had never flown on a plane or traveled by train. Ruining did not have any train services. He informed his mother and mentor of his intent to go to Yangqing to sell goods. His mentor harbored no concerns, believing that young people must venture beyond the mountains. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the years of arduous training and the remarkable skills he had acquired. His mentor was unaware of how the patriarch of the Dao family had taken his first step out of the valleys, but he was confident that Chu Tianxiang's current path was undoubtedly correct. His mother's worries were emotional. Her son had been born into hardship and had never strayed far from her side or ventured beyond the mountains of Dahong. Now, he was embarking on a journey thousands of miles away. Even though she knew he would be safe, she could not help but feel a pang of sadness and concern. The flight was anything but smooth, as the region was rife with mountains and turbulent air currents, leaving Chu Tianxiang feeling quite disoriented and anxious that the plane might plummet. Glancing sideways at the two uncles, he saw them with their eyes closed, seemingly at ease, which gradually helped him settle his own nerves. 2 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Yangqing's new Baiyun airport. Upon disembarking and entering the terminal, Chu Tianxiang was awestruck by the sheer number of people and the towering buildings. It felt surreal. Everything here was beyond what he could have ever imagined. The three of them each had a rolling suitcase containing a change of clothes. Just as they exited the baggage claim area, a middle-aged man called out to Daidong, Lu Gu, over here." Daidong looked up, a smile breaking across his face as he hurried over, extending his right hand. "Guodong, it's great to see you again. I hope I haven't caused you too much trouble this time." The man named Li Guodong vigorously shook Daidong's hand, exclaiming, "Lu Gu, why are you being so formal? It's my honor that you thought of me while in Yangqing." He was the child of the grandfather's former bodyguard, now working in the fire brigade. He took Daidong's suitcase and looked at Chen Zhangxing and Chu Tianxiang, waiting for Daidong to introduce them. Daidong said, "This is old Chen and Tianxiang. You can call him Cheng Gu, and this is Chu Tianxiang. He is a generation younger than you." After a few pleasantries, Li Guodong led them to the parking lot. Arriving at a Prado SUV, they placed their luggage in the back, with Dai Dong sitting in the front seat. The engine roared to life as they sped out of the parking area. As Li Guodong drove, he shared, "Lu Ge, I've booked 4 rooms for you at the Holiday Inn in Tianhe District, a 5-star hotel. I've also reserved a meeting room. All expenses have been covered, and you can stay as long as you like." Dai Dong quickly insisted, "Guodong, that's not right and I must pay you. You can't be using your salary for this. What would your wife say when you get home?" Li Guodong, however, said, "It's nothing, sixth brother, it's from one of my subordinates' enterprises, so you needn't concern yourself with it." "Well, all right, but do pay attention to the implications," replied Dai Dong. Dai Dong continued, "Guodong was small and often bullied when he was young. I would always seek revenge for him. Now that he has grown up, he has learned to bully others." Chu Tianxiang, with his ears attuned to the conversation of the few individuals, kept his eyes fixed outside. Such a wide road, yet still closed off. This must be the highway I in the distance. Towering skyscrapers stretched endlessly, while pedestrians jostled along the sidewalks, and the shopfronts displayed a dazzling array of goods. The surreal feeling grew ever stronger. Could I truly live here in the future? The SUV drove for over half an hour before exiting the highway and continued for another 20 minutes in the city, finally stopping in front of a 5-star hotel. After several individuals completed the check-in procedures, they ascended directly to their rooms, each allocated their OWN.in terms of hotel ratings. There is not much distinction between 3 and 4 stars, but the difference between 4 and 5 stars is akin to that between commoners and nobility. After a simple wash and tidy up, they all gathered in Dai Dong's room. Li Guodong remarked, "Sixth brother, Chenggu, Tianxiang, I need to make a brief visit to my workplace to handle some matters. This evening, I shall treat you all to seafood." Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhengxing hurriedly replied, "You are too kind, thank you." Dai Dong added, "Guodong, please help me find a car with ordinary plates. Tianxiang has never been to Yangqing, and I wish to give him a tour." Chu Tianxiang inquired, "When will Uncle Tan arrive?" "The day after tomorrow," came the reply, and turning back he said, "Guodong, you needn't concern yourself these days. If anything arises, I will call you." "All right, sixth brother, I shall heed your words. I will take my leave now, and come to fetch you all in the evening." With that, Li Guodong rose and exited the room. That evening, the feast left Chu Tianxiang thoroughly satisfied. Indulging in a plethora of delectable seafood whose names he could not even recall, prompting laughter from the 3 companions, who parted in high spirits. The next day, the group embarked on a self-driving tour, with Chen Zhengxing as the driver and Dai Dong accompanying. They visited the iconic Canton Tower, Yuexiu Mountain, Baiyun Mountain, and Liwan, followed by a trip to the Jade Market at Shiguan Wailan Temple. After several days of exploration, not even Chen, who was somewhat portly, nor the young and energetic Chu Tianxiang could escape the overwhelming fatigue. Dai Dong then led Chu Tianxiang to a shopping mall, where he insisted on purchasing a plethora of clothing, including 3 suits for Chu Tianxiang, who could no longer rely solely on t-shirts for formal occasions. On the 5th day, the hotel front desk notified them that the goods had arrived. The later arriving Mr. Tan immediately contacted the buyers in Pingzhou, arranging to examine the goods at the hotel the following afternoon. On the next morning, the group asked the hotel staff to place the goods in a small meeting room, arranging them neatly on the floor, with tools such as flashlights, spray bottles, and calipers prepared. At 1:45 p.m., 2 Mercedes-Benz cars parked in front of the hotel, and from the rear door emerged a middle-aged man weighing at least 200 pounds. Spotting Mr. Tan at the entrance, he laughed heartily, saying, "Old Tan, have you recently become kin with the god of wealth?" Mr. Tan chuckled in response, "My esteemed boss Wei, you appear to have grown even more prosperous." Following him was an elderly gentleman in a gray tang suit, approximately in his 60s, who greeted Mr. Tan. "It's been a while, Mr. Tan." Mr. Tan quickly responded, "Chairman Wu, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Boss Wei promptly introduced the guests from the second car. One surnamed Zhua, another surnamed Liao, and the last one surnamed Ouyang. Mr. Tan introduced Dai Dong and the others on his side, exchanging pleasantries. Upon entering the meeting room, they noticed a hotel staff member demonstrating the tea ceremony. After everyone settled, Mr. Wei remarked, "Mr. Tan, you have quite the reputation. Even Chairman Wu is here today, along with Boss Zhua, Boss Liao, and Mr. Ouyang." Mr. Tan quickly replied, "Thank you, Chairman Wu, for coming, and thank you to the esteemed bosses. It is an honor that you find interest in the few pieces of material we have brought. Recently, we established connections with Myanmar, and more goods will be arriving gradually. Let us first examine the items. If anyone feels weary, they are welcome to rest here, enjoy some tea, and have a snack. The group readily agreed, pushing open the door to the meeting room, revealing a dozen stones laid out on the floor, all split in half. They approached and began to examine them closely. A Xiang stood by, tasked with handing over flashlights and spray bottles, attentively observing the expressions of the individuals. Chairman Wu appeared stern and focused intently on a piece with a rich green hue. Mr. Wei examined each stone without displaying a particular fondness for any. Boss Zhua and Mr. Ouyang seemed to be together, while Boss Liao merely glanced around. After about an hour of scrutiny, the group settled on the sofa to rest. Mr. Tan leaned close to Mr. Wei and whispered something, then greeted the others before signaling Chu Tianxiang to step outside. Once outside, Mr. Tan said to Chu Tianxiang, "They are discussing the prices. Let us wait in our room." The two ascended to Dai Dong's room, where Chan Zhengsheng was also present. Mr. Tan remarked, "It feels promising." They are deliberating. 20 minutes later, Mr. Wei called, requesting Mr. Tan to come down for a discussion. Chapter 34. A clash of wits. The group hurried downstairs to the meeting room, where Mr. Wei began. "Old Tan, you have been sourcing finished products from my store with Chairman Wu for quite some time. We are old friends now. This batch of materials is quite good, and I appreciate that you thought of us. We are all interested. Let us discuss the prices." Chairman Wu added, "Mr. Tan, the quality of this batch varies. Some pieces are excellent while others fall short. Overall, it could still be better. We should communicate more about quality in the future." The individual surnamed Liao quickly chimed in, "Chairman Wu speaks the truth. This batch indeed has its flaws. However, since we are friends, if the price is right, it would be best to take it all together." Mr. Tan squinted at the man surnamed Liao and said, "Thank you, Mr. Liao. Packaging is certainly possible. What price do you consider appropriate?" Mr. Liao held up 4 fingers, stating, "4 million." Mr. Tan remained silent, lifted his teacup to sip, and glanced back at Mr. Wei, as if to ask if this was his sentiment. Mr. Wei, feeling somewhat irked, thought to himself, "You, Mr. Liao, are not part of the Pingzhou circle. Why are you making such unfounded claims?" However, since the words had already been spoken, it would be inappropriate to create discord. He chose not to speak, avoiding eye contact. Observing Mr. Wei's silence, Mr. Tan smiled and said, "How about this? I initially thought you would pick out as much as you could and leave the rest for public auction. But since Mr. Liao insisted on a package deal, let us set the price at 80 million. A moment of silence ensued. "If you wish to bargain, I shall be bold in my demands." Noticing the tension in the room, Dai Dong interjected, "The items are right before you, all are genuine materials. You are all connoisseurs. It should not be difficult to discern their quality. We are here to explore potential opportunities. If we can reach an agreement, that is splendid. If not, there will be future chances for collaboration." Another bold proclamation. The term public auction refers to the Jadeite rough stone auction, with the largest public auction taking place in Pingzhou. Anyone with goods can sell there, although the organizers do charge a fee. The 4 major Jadeite distribution centers in Lingnan are Jieyang, which specializes in high-end Jadeite; Pingzhou, which focuses on Jadeite bangles; Sihui, which deals in common goods; and Yangqing Wailan Temple, where there is a variety of merchandise. Mr. Liao felt somewhat awkward, as no one came to his defense. He was a Jadeite merchant from Hong Kong, with only a casual acquaintance with Boss Zhua and a nodding acquaintance with Mr. Wei. He had coincidentally come to observe these stones, and the price discussed among them was 60 million, with the prospect of a 1 million profit upon reselling. However, he believed starting at 40 million was reasonable, perhaps allowing for further negotiation. Yet, he underestimated the camaraderie among these individuals, especially between Mr. Tan and M.R. Wei. In business dealings with strangers, one may lower prices without causing offense. But with acquaintances, offering an absurdly low price signifies a disregard for previous relations, suggesting a shift to purely transactional interactions. This is particularly true in this industry, where pricing is quite transparent. Offering an unreasonable price suggests either ignorance or an attempt to play games. Did they not notice the rising tension? What public auction? Jieyang and Sihui are already involved. They might as well announce they will transport the goods directly to Yangqing Wailan Market tomorrow. Boss Zhua could no longer sit idly. Mr. Liao was his guest, and any trouble caused by him would reflect poorly on him. He quickly interjected, "Mr. Tan, we have examined the materials. They are indeed commendable. 40 million is somewhat lacking. Let us propose 55 million. Chairman Wu, now in his 60s, was at an age where he typically concealed his emotions, but he could not help but feel anger rising at Boss Wu's words. Are you out of your mind? Mr. Liao made a mistake, and you choose to compound it. You just raised the price by 1.5 million. They are asking for 80 million. How do you expect us to negotiate from here? Mr. Wei also found himself in a difficult position. He had initially estimated a 5 million offer, expecting them to demand 7 million at most, leading to a final agreement around 6 million. Now, however, with the opposing party demanding 80 million and his own side suddenly proposing 55 million, it became clear that unless the opposing side was willing to offer 75 million, he would find himself in a bind. Indeed, Mr. Tan smiled and said, "Thank you, Boss Wu. We have shared several meals, and we consider each other good friends. I must honor your standing, thus we shall set the price at 75 million. Mr. Wei could not remain idle any longer. He exchanged a glance with Chairman Wu, stood up, and approached Mr. Tan, saying, "Old Tan, may I have a word with you?" Mr. Tan glanced at him, then rose to follow him into the inner room. Outside, individuals sipped tea, stretched their limbs, yet no one spoke. In a short while, the two men emerged, and General Tan addressed his companions, saying, "Let's head upstairs for a while." The group departed, and General Wei remarked, "Old Tan stated that any offer below 66 million is off the table. It seems he is rather displeased. Well, let us deliberate on whether we can accept their proposed price or not. Anyone who finds the price excessive may withdraw it." Mr. Zhua and the individual surnamed Liao could no longer consider retreating. Having raised the price, they could not simply turn and leave without consequences if they wished to remain in this circle. President Wu harbored silent resentment, yet his face betrayed no emotion as he said, "It appears this is how it stands. If managed well, there is still profit to be made. I am in agreement." The others nodded in unison. Once the funds were transferred, the materials belonged to these individuals. They loaded the stones onto the hired vehicle and returned to Pingzhou without even stopping for a meal. Old Tan and Old Dai found themselves in a somewhat amusing predicament, having prearranged a lavish dinner at the hotel, which ultimately benefited their own people. As General Wei entered his car and started the engine, President Wu remarked, "Wei Hua, how can Olds be so unreliable? Is that Hong Kong fellow here merely to stir up trouble? After meddling, 4 to 5 million is lost. You should avoid dealing with such individuals in the future." Wei Hua, somewhat distantly related to President Wu, explained, "Uncle, Old Zhua is decent. It's just that I am not familiar with the one surnamed Liao. Damn it, he is indeed here to create chaos in the restaurant of the Holiday Hotel." The four men, along with Li Guodong, indulged in hearty drinks. Originally a private room for a dozen people, it now felt somewhat empty with just 5 present. However, the atmosphere was remarkably lively. Chen Fatty exclaimed, "Old Tan may appear overly proper at times, but he truly doesn't shy away from taking risks." Old Tan chuckled, "Well, isn't that just for your benefit?" He felt a sense of accomplishment. Dai Dong inquired, "What is the background of that surnamed Liao? How could he make such a foolish move?" "I don't know. I've never seen him before. President Wu has some familial ties with Wei Hua, and Old Zhua has only met him a few times. Those two are unfamiliar with each other," replied Chen Jingxing. Chu Tianxiang asked, "Why is it that when the other party offers 40 million, Uncle Tan dares to bid 80 million? I find it a bit perplexing." Dai Dong explained, "In the jade trade, the circle is quite small, especially among those dealing in high-quality goods. Everyone is essentially friends. Even if unfamiliar, one can learn about others through mutual acquaintances. Therefore, when trading face-to-face, everyone shows respect. If something worth 60 million is offered at 50 million, that's reasonable. But if you propose 40 million, you read disrespecting me, and in that case, I have no obligation to reciprocate respect. Moreover, in such dealings, the other party is being unreasonable. You may choose not to buy, but you cannot arbitrarily set a price." Tianxiang, this differs from trading rough jade. Gambling stones allow for arbitrary pricing and haggling, but finished products do not. If you dare to set unreasonable prices or haggle recklessly, you'll find yourself expelled from this circle before long. Enlightened, Chu Tianxiang grasped the intricacies involved. Despite their close proximity, the customs of the two industries were entirely contrary. Chan Zhengxing remarked, "Just now, sitting there, I could see that General Wei was on the verge of tears. That fellow surnamed Liao is undoubtedly a divine catalyst." General Tan stated, "General Wei is a decent person, well-connected, and with Old Wu's influence, he can certainly make himself heard in Pingzhou. However, it's worth noting that Old Wu has caused quite a few troubles in the past." Dai Dong added, We need not entangle ourselves in their disputes. As long as our supply remains steady, we need not worry about finding buyers. If worst comes to worst, we can head to Jiayang. Even if it is a bit farther. General Tan produced 2 jewelry boxes and said to Li Guodong, "These are for your sister-in-law. Do not refuse them. You know well that refusing is futile." Li Guodong, feeling somewhat awkward, accepted them, saying, "Then please convey my gratitude to sixth brother on her behalf." The following day, the 4 men parted ways at the airport. Old Tan returned to the capital, while Daidong and the others flew back to Ruining. This journey to Yangqing left Chu Tianxiang profoundly transformed. He had finally grasped the essence of luxury and splendor and realized the existence of countless lifestyles he had never encountered or could scarcely imagine. Now, he harbored a deep yearning to immerse himself in such a life. Chapter 35. The true gem. Upon returning to the company, both young men were present. Elijah excitedly pulled Chu Tianxiang into the office, exclaiming, "Ah Xiang, come quickly and see. A miracle has happened." Reluctantly, Chu Tianxiang followed Li Jia into the warehouse, where a stone was covered by a woven bag. Dodo lifted the bag, and as Chu Tianxiang focused his gaze, a shiver ran down his spine. It was indeed of the old mine variety. Dai Dong and Chen Zhengxing soon entered, and upon seeing the stone, Dai Dong gasped, "What kind of skin is this? I've never seen anything like it." He immediately lunged forward. The stone on the ground displayed a yellow sand skin, with a whitish hue that resembled stalactites, smooth and delicate without a hint of graininess. The entire stone was remarkably solid, almost sharp at the edges, and a color band wrapped entirely around it, the widest part being as broad as a child's palm. When illuminated, a rich green hue emerged. The base exceptionally clean with not a speck of impurity, glistening and translucent, invoking a sense of profound mystery and psychological awe. The 2 men busily examined it with their flashlights, immersed in silence. While Chen Zhengxing, Li Jie, and Zhang Li exchanged wide-eyed glances. After a considerable time, Chu Tianxiang sighed and muttered to himself, "It still falls short by a bit." Chen Zhengxing quickly asked, "Tianxiang, what is lacking? The color is still not quite the imperial green." Chen Zhengxing let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death. I thought something had gone awry." Dai Dong composed himself and asked Chu Tianxiang, "What kind of skin is this? From which site?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianxiang replied, "Uncle Dai, this is old Peigang stone, with stalactite skin. It became extinct over 30 years ago." He continued, "In the early days, jade miners sought only the finest quality. Nowadays, many materials that those individuals deemed waste are only suitable for paving roads. Over 20 years ago, the term old mine still existed, but as renowned sites like Old Peigang were depleted, the designation gradually faded from memory. Old mine merely refers to the age of the material, regardless of its color. Uncle Dai, you know that jade has a polycrystalline columnar structure. Even textbooks confirm this, yet old mine stones are fibrous in structure, making fly wings invisible. During our visit to Wallen Temple in Yangqing, I observed that some high-end top-quality goods are nearing a fibrous structure, marketed as high-ICER glass types, but compared to old mine stones, they are significantly inferior. The top-quality products sold in Ruining are even worse. Uncle Dai, you might not be aware, but back in the day, the stones from Old Peigang had a cutting yield of 80, unlike the current sites where yields can be less than 1 in 10,000. Stones with stalactite skin were considered exceptional at that time, with exceedingly low production. Many only heard of them without ever having seen one. Moreover, the outer layer of sandy skin is quite misleading, as its age bestows an extremely high hardness, making it incomprehensible to the average person. The others were captivated, listening intently as Chu Tianxiang spoke at length. Chen Zhengxing interjected, "Next time, I can also go out and boast a bit." Li Jie excitedly remarked, "Ah Xiang, you know so much. I never realized you were such a top-tier expert." Dai Dong expressed his admiration, saying, "Tianxiang, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even pay 10,000 for this stone." "You are truly my lucky star." Chu Tianxiang replied, "Uncle Dai, Uncle Chen, you must be tired today. Why don't you head back to rest?" Chen Zhengxing quickly countered, "Not at all, not at all. Come upstairs for tea." "Tianxiang, tell me more about this stone. If I don't grasp it today, I might just explode." "Dodo, go make the tea. Your Ah Xiang has brought you both plenty of delicious treats." As they exited the warehouse, Chen Zhengxing added, "Dodo, hurry and lock the warehouse door. Don't let the stone be lost." Upon reaching the second floor and taking their seats, Chu Tianxiang suddenly felt a pang of concern and asked Li Jia. Dodo, didn't I tell you not to polish the stone? Dodo nervously replied. You said not to let old me unpolish it. We didn't have anything to do at home. So I polished it. Sister Zhongli agreed too. Chu Tianxiang smiled knowingly. It's fine. I didn't anticipate this outcome. Had I known, I truly wouldn't have allowed old Mian to polish it. This could be considered a fortunate mistake. By the way, I have plenty of delicious snacks in the bag downstairs. You and Zhongli can go grab some. As the two left, Chu Tianxiang turned serious and said to Dai Dong and Chen Zhengsheng, Uncle Dai, Uncle Chen, there is something I'm a bit worried about. Both men immediately asked, What is it? This stone has questionable origins. The two suddenly felt a chill. This kind of stone had likely been around for at least 20 to 30 years. If not longer, the collector of this stone undoubtedly knew its worth. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been kept for such a long time. The reason for not polishing the exterior was likely to conceal its true value. Now, to acquire it at such a low price, it is certain that someone will seek to settle accounts later on, Chu Tianxiang expressed with concern. Chen Zhengxing interjected, What can they do about settling accounts? We are engaging in legitimate trade. Before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent. Dai Dong furrowed his brow, pondering for a long moment before stating, This truly is a concern. Tianxiang, please recount how this stone was purchased. Let us analyze it together. Chu Tianxiang recounted in detail how they discovered the stone that day and how he and Chen Zhengxing had collaborated to purchase it. Dai Dong remarked, If what Chenli said is true, then that Mian person likely does not know the true value of the stone either. Chen Zhengxing added, Boss Chen probably doesn't know either. That would imply that this stone should not have been obtained through legitimate means. Chen Zhengxing concluded. He then asked Tianxiang, How much is this stone worth? No price is set. Whatever the amount, it must be given. If one were to insist, it would be at least several hundred million. Such a sum? Dai Dong and Chen Zhengsheng were taken aback. Once this bracelet is transformed into a complete and vibrant piece, it becomes a top-tier collectible, and even $1 billion would be demanded for it. The two men fell into a profound silence once more. Dai Dong found himself at a loss. Such a vast fortune. One would not only kill a person but could also wipe out an entire family or exterminate 9 clans to seize it. After pondering for a while, Dai Dong finally spoke. This matter is of great significance. Summon those 2 individuals here. The more minds we have, the better ideas we can generate. This item could cost lives. It's not as simple as returning the stone. The owner of the stone is likely a powerful figure, and to prevent the news of such immense wealth from leaking out, murder is a trivial matter. Especially in Myanmar where guns are abundant, and a life is worth merely a few tens of thousands. There are plenty of reckless individuals willing to risk everything for that amount. Seeing the two remain silent, Dai Dong picked up the phone and dialed. He spoke into the receiver, You must come over immediately. Zhang Shi must also come. It's both a blessing and a cursed. It would be best if you arrived by tomorrow. Chapter 36. Astonishing revelation. After hanging up, Dai Dong reassured, Do not worry. After all, this is a good thing. If things go awry, we can always return it. Now, rest for a while. He was concerned that Chu Tianxiang, being inexperienced, might bear a heavy psychological burden. However, persuading these individuals to return the stone was absolutely out of the question. After all, it was not stolen. Why should they return it? The following afternoon, the 5 shareholders convened on the 2nd floor for what was essentially the second shareholders' meeting. Dai Dong began by briefly recounting the recent transactions, particularly for Zhang Shi's benefit, before laying out the situation and hoping that everyone could brainstorm for a solution. Tianhui inquired, Tianxiang, can this stone be cut? Let us not concern ourselves with other matters for now. Chu Tianxiang replied, Uncle Tan, it can definitely be cut. The stones from Old Peigang, as long as the site is right, have an 80% chance of yielding a profit. Peigang is the oldest jadeite mining area in Myanmar, spanning hundreds of square kilometers with various mining sites, and Old Peigang is the most renowned, boasting a history of several hundred years. The entire vein was exhausted 2 decades ago. But since then, people have gradually unearthed many valuable items from the former mining waste. Nowadays, seeking jadeite at Old Peigang is akin to the saying, the pocket is cleaner than the face. The group contemplated taking a risk without fully considering the consequences. Dai Dong cautioned, We are in the light while our opponents are in the dark. We do not know when they might realize what has happened. If they trace it back to us, it could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Shi suggested, Why not sell it quickly? It's above board. They wouldn't dare to say anything. Chen Zhengxing countered, If it were worth 3 or 5,000, No one would bat an eye. But this is several hundred million. If you don't hand it over, do you think your life will be spared? Do you think the people of Myanmar are easy to deal with? Dai Dong continued, put yourself in the shoes of the individual who lost the stone. If they discover it is missing and cannot find any leads, it may be acceptable, but once they do find out, they will pursue it relentlessly, and at that point, a life becomes worthless. Old Tam proposed, how about this? Let Tianxiang take a look at the stone first. If it's feasible, let us cut it and see what we have. Regardless, when the time comes, returning the raw stone or the finished product is of little consequence. Everyone agreed that this was a reasonable course of action. They proceeded to the warehouse, placing the stone on a table in an outer room for Chu Tianxiang to examine freely. The original 100 kilograms of stone had shed 30 kilograms of its weathered exterior. Chu Tianxiang said, Uncles, I apologize. I wish to take my time examining this. It may take a while, so please attend to your own matters. I need some peace. The others had initially anticipated that Chu Tianxiang would finish quickly, but upon hearing his request, they quietly left. Chu Tianxiang closed the door, drew the heavy curtains, and pressed down any light leaks, plunging the room into darkness. Sitting in a chair, he closed his eyes and cleared his mind. After several minutes, he placed his hands on the stone. Even in the pitch-black room, he kept his eyes shut. Moving his hands slowly, like a meditative monk, his mind as still as tranquil waters, absorbing the subtle information conveyed through his touch. After about half an hour, he paused, once again closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, the others were in the gazebo, sipping tea and chatting, with a pile of snacks that Chu Tianxiang had purchased for two young individuals at the airport in Youngster. Typically, they wouldn't even glance at such things. But now they opened several packages, sampling one after another, reluctant to stop. Although they had little to say to each other, Zhang Li and Li Jie were engaged in a lively discussion while eating. More than 2 hours passed and suddenly, they heard a creak as the door opened. Everyone turned to see Chu Tianxiang stepping out, announcing, if you wish to cut it, follow the lines I drew. I'm a bit tired. I'll head upstairs for a nap. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. The others stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Upon entering the room and pulling back the curtains, they finally saw the stone on the table. It was still the same stone, unchanged, save for the line that circled around it, remarkably straight. Chun Zhengxing exclaimed, quick, let us take it out for cutting. My heart is itching with anticipation. Dai Dong cautioned, hold on. This item is too noisy. Let Tianxiang sleep a bit longer. He must be exhausted after such intense focus. The others agreed, realizing that it was indeed true. Since meeting Chu Tianxiang, they had never seen him appear tired. After staring at the stone for just 2 hours, he looked utterly drained. Chu Tianxiang slept for an hour and a half, awakening to find it had grown completely dark and the room lights were still off. Rubbing his face, he momentarily forgot where he was. After regaining his composure, he heard voices outside and remembered he had come upstairs to sleep after examining the stone. Descending the stairs, he asked, I'm starving. Is there anything to eat? Upon seeing him awake, the others were quite excited. Chun Zhengxing replied, there's plenty of boxed meals, all meat and vegetables. Chu Tianxiang came down and noticed Zhang Li and Dodo were missing. What time is it? Where did Zhang Li and Li Jie go? They were sent home. It's nearly 10 now, Dai Dong replied. Chu Tianxiang grabbed a boxed meal and devoured it ravenously, finishing 2 boxes of rice in the blink of an eye. After taking a sip of tea, he remarked to the group, the price is skyrocketing. It's best if those two don't see it. He then turned to Dai Dong. The price is undoubtedly soaring. But the question is, will we cut it? The group exchanged glances and vigorously nodded in agreement. Let us cut it. The stone was placed on the machine, and Chu Tianxiang took a deep breath before firmly pressing the switch. Typically, a stone weighing 60 to 70 kilograms would take about 40 minutes to an hour to cut, but this stone took an hour just to cut halfway, and even Chu Tianxiang began to lose patience. He paused the machine several times, inspecting the narrow saw cut, which was dark and unclear. After another hour and 10 minutes, with a loud clang, the stone was finally cut. Everyone waited beside the machine as Chu Tianxiang hastily removed the cover of the oil saw, the fumes choking him into a fit of coughs. Once the oil vapors dissipated, half of the stone revealed itself. Although the cutting surface was smeared with oil, it could not conceal its extraordinary brilliance. The outer shell was thick, with the interior being a pitch-black, translucent ice variety, interspersed with faint green threads, and a palm-width green band resembling a ribbon slanted gracefully across the stone. Chapter 37. Proper aftermath. Everyone stood in silence. And Zhang Shi rushed to the sink to wash the stone while Chu Tianxiang began to remove the clamps from the half-piece. After cleaning off the grime, the two pieces lay quietly on the table, showcasing their unparalleled beauty that had been hidden for millions of years. The overall appearance was colorless ice, akin to ancient ice, exuding an aura, yet possessing the tranquility of deep, still waters within the cold ice. Faint green threads seemed to shimmer in and out of visibility, exuding a touch of warmth amidst the chill. The green band meandered forward like a celestial steed in flight or a dragon in a wild dance. Its color rich and deep, the essence subdued, with a base as profound as a hidden valley spirit, seemingly bottomless. Dai Dong caressed the cut surface, murmuring to himself, "So beautiful, truly beautiful." Qian Zhengsheng, after a moment of contemplation, finally exclaimed, "Stunning. This is what jadeite is meant to be." Zhang Shi muttered, "Let us not sell it. The stone is not for sale anymore." Old Tan was left speechless, having spent nearly a lifetime in the jade business. He considered himself knowledgeable, yet today he had encountered true divinity. Chu Tianxiang had heard his master describe top-tier jadeite countless times, but witnessing it face-to-face left him trembling. The impact was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Silence enveloped the room. No one spoke. After some time, Xiang finally broke the silence. "Uncle Dai, let us take the stone to the villa tonight. We should rent a safe deposit box at the bank first thing in the morning. We need to keep it safe." Qian Zhengxing nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, we cannot afford to lose this treasure." The others echoed their agreement, realizing that if it were left at the company, none would likely sleep soundly that night. Settling down, Dai Dong inquired of Old Tan, "Can you estimate its value?" Old Tan pondered for a moment, shaking his head. "I cannot estimate. There is no comparison. Ice varieties with green threads are classified as lotus jade. And just that small amount should be valued at over $1 billion. A full-color bracelet typically contains only 4 threads, and without cutting it, no one would dare to speculate on its value." He added, "Such top-tier, full-color jadeite would never appear on the market. The circulation channels are extremely narrow, and they are all in the possession of collectors. They are kept under wraps. Many prominent families specifically collect these top-tier jadeites, which are often passed down through generations. Even if 1 or 2 pieces were to leak out, they would be auctioned at major auction houses, and anything slightly lesser would still be in the tens of millions." Zhang Shi pondered for a moment and suggested, "Once we reach the capital, we should consult with those esteemed collectors for their insights." Tan Hui replied, "That is indeed a viable approach." Dai Dong countered, "Aren't you concerned they might disclose our plans?" Chu Tianxiang proposed, "I have a strategy. We can entirely disassemble the stone, dividing it into various sizes, with a focus on bracelets, ensuring no outer shell remains. This way, regardless of who examines it, there will be no issues." Dai Dong retorted, "Without a well-thought-out plan for the aftermath, we cannot touch that stone." Qian Zhengxing nodded repeatedly, fully aware of the perils of the underworld. For every suggestion, there was a counterpoint, and ultimately, no resolution was reached, leaving them to discuss it further the next day. By morning, it was already past 10. The previous night, Dai Dong had contemplated until after 3, finally resolving to act on his own intentions, hoping for a glimmer of hope. The 4 of them partook in a meal that could hardly be classified as breakfast or lunch, then drove to the bank, where they rented a safe deposit box and stored the stone, feeling a collective sense of relief. The bank, accustomed to such transactions, saw many high-value stones housed there for safekeeping. Upon leaving the bank, Dai Dong instructed the others to drive to the office while he hailed a taxi, claiming he had matters to attend to. He directed the taxi to Chu Tianxiang's residence and knocked on the door. The old gentleman appeared, dressed as if he were heading out for a fishing trip. "Uncle O, are you off to fish?" Dai Dong inquired. "What is it?" The old man replied, his expression neutral. "Uncle O, I have a matter I'd like to consult you about. I understand the agreement, but this situation is monumental. If it spirals out of control, I fear we may not be able to handle it, so I seek your wisdom." Initially, the old man continued to head out, but upon hearing this, he paused, contemplated, and took a seat in the pavilion. Dai Dong quickly joined him, recounting the events in detail and expressing his concerns. The old man remained silent, and Dai Dong hesitated to speak. The silence lingering for a full 5 minutes before the old man finally spoke. "The situation is not overly complex. I will manage the aftermath. Acquire a stone similar in size and shape to the one we have, and deliver it to me within the next 2 days. Ensure it is thoroughly wrapped. Furthermore, prepare 10 million in cash. I will notify you when it is needed. After returning, promptly dismantle the stone. Sell it if possible. Do not keep it on hand. My involvement in this matter must remain unknown to others, especially to your associates, particularly Tianxiang. You will have to devise an excuse. Dai Dong was elated and promptly assured. Of course, I will ensure that. The old man sighed. Such occurrences were commonplace in Myanmar Dan. You take from me, I take from you, and there were always casualties. You have done well to seek me out. Otherwise, even if you returned the stone, you would not escape unscathed. Such vast wealth, once exposed, cannot be concealed without resulting in fatalities. As Dai Dong exited, he felt a chill run down his spine. The old man's last remark was no mere scare tactic. After Dai Dong departed, the old man donned his fishing gear and rode his electric bike out, this time not heading directly toward Ruining River, but taking a detour to a modest shop in South Asia Jewelry City. The old man halted his bike and stepped inside, where 2 individuals were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing his entrance, they hurriedly stood up. The old man addressed them. I wish to see your chief advisor. Have him contact me with that. He exited. Dai Dong returned to the 2nd floor of the company, where he found several people present, announcing, all is resolved. A.S. Chun Zhengxing appeared ready to speak. Dai Dong interjected. Do not inquire. Even if you do, I shall not disclose anything. This matter ends here, and it must not be mentioned again. For the next few nights, everyone must work diligently to dismantle the stones. He aimed to keep the 2 employees uninformed. Dai Dong continued, in the coming days, Lao Chen and Tianxiang will continue sourcing materials, while Lao Tan and Zhang Shi will oversee the premises. I have some matters to attend to myself. After organizing the tasks, Dai Dong requested the car keys and drove away. Chapter 38. How to proceed. The morning market had already concluded, and the numerous jewelry cities nearby were overwhelming. Dai Dong, contemplating his next move, made his way to the colorful jewelry city in the north. By then, it was past 3 in the afternoon. He parked his car in an available space and began to wander. Spotting a large wholesale outlet for bulk stones, he casually walked in. The store was expansive, featuring a sizable canopy filled with stones packed in woven bags, along with several larger specimens scattered about. Dai Dong approached and examined them closely, when a staff member came over and stood beside him. Dai Dong selected a stone and inquired, how much for these stones? The staff member responded, Sir, they are 80 yuan per kilogram. I will take this one. Please weigh it. As Dai Dong began to pay, he casually remarked, wrap the stone securely in those woven bags, 3 layers thick, leaving no trace of the outer shell. The staff, recognizing the customer as king, complied with his somewhat unusual request, carefully wrapping the stone 3 layers deep. Once the stone was loaded into his vehicle, as Dai Dong was about to drive away, a sudden thought struck him. He withdrew the keys and re-entered the store, asking the same staff member, do you have any stones of similar size and quality, even if they are at a higher price? Indeed, sir. Follow me, the staff member replied. He led Dai Dong to a separate room filled with shelves of stones, the smallest weighing several dozen kilograms and the largest several hundred. Dai Dong began to inspect them and finally found one he liked. How much for this? He inquired. Sir, this one is 85,000, and its quality is exceptional. The staff member illuminated the stone with a flashlight, revealing a translucent glow the size of a soccer ball. Dai Dong inwardly cursed, realizing it was water jade, often mistaken for high-quality jadeite, yet of significantly lesser valued. 25,000. If that works, load it up. If not, I'll seek elsewhere, he stated, turning to leave. Sir, please reconsider. Just a little more. The staff member urged, making a final effort. As Dai Dong approached the exit, the staff member hastily called out, Sir, the stone is yours. Dai Dong drove to the bank, summoned a few security personnel, and had the newly purchased stone secured in the vault. While retrieving the one he had stored the previous day, he then drove to the old man's residence, but realized he could not move the stone alone. Exiting the courtyard, he noticed a small convenience store diagonally across the street, where several men sat chatting at a small table. He approached them and asked for assistance in moving the stone, and they readily agreed. After they helped transport the stone into the old man's room, Dai Dong purchased a pack of cigarettes from the store and left it on the table as a token of gratitude. By the time he completed this task, it was already past 6 in the evening. After driving a few hundred meters down the street, Dai Dong parked his car curbside and took out a pack of cigarettes. Pondering deeply, he felt there were no more loopholes on his end. It was now up to the old man. Upon returning to the company, he found everyone present but refrained from mentioning the stone's retrieval. Having not eaten since 10 that morning, he was nearly hypoglycemic and quickly grabbed a snack. As the boxed lunches available were not to his liking, he called Zhongli over, inquiring if she could cook. Upon her affirmative response, he was elated and handed her 10,000 yuan to purchase cooking utensils for tomorrow. Zhongli was equally pleased, as she had been feeling idle at the office. Dai Dong instructed the two to leave work early and go shopping for kitchen supplies, and they left in high spirits. The remaining individuals, noticing Dai Dong's dismissal of the others, turned their attention to him. "What are you staring at? Get back to work. We need to cut the stones," he directed. With the stones placed on the table, Chu Tianxiang, Dai Dong, and Lao Tan began to strategize on how to dismantle them. Aside from Chu Tianxiang, who had a unique approach, both Dai Dong and Lao Tan possessed considerable skill in interpreting the stones. Zhang Shi and Chan Zhangxing utilized an angle grinder in the courtyard to polish another stone's outer shell, a labor-intensive task with considerable noise and dust, as they were limited in their capabilities. On the evening of the 5th day, the old man instructed Dai Dong to deliver the funds to the west gate of South Asia Jewelry City, marking a temporary conclusion to the matter. After 7 days of diligent work, including dismantling and polishing, 5 complete stones devoid of any outer shell were displayed on the table. Having spent so much time with these stones, the group had grown somewhat weary of their beauty. The initial awe had faded. They sat together to discuss how to proceed with these items. Dai Dong shared that he had contacted the most renowned and somewhat tumultuous philanthropist in Beijing, rumored to be worth billions, primarily in dollars. Known for being generous with his wealth, it was said that if something valuable came his way, he would not let it slip through his fingers. And once such treasures reached him, they were rarely seen by outsiders. Lao Tan suggested, "We could also test the waters with President Wu from Pingzhou, as well as Jieyang, which has a consistent demand for high-quality goods. That settles it. Zhang Shi and I will head to Beijing, while Lao Tan and Lao Chun will go to Guangdong, and Tianxiang will remain home to gather materials. Furthermore, if this endeavor goes smoothly, I propose we share the profits, as our company is currently overflowing with funds." Upon hearing this suggestion, everyone laughed. Who wouldn't enjoy a bit of profit sharing? Lao Dai added. "I believe we should refrain from taking photographs to send to the other party. Once we photograph the goods, we establish a connection with them." Chen Zhangxing echoed, "This idea is splendid. Caution is the mother of safety, just like in Guangdong, where they say good things are best discussed in person." Zhang Shi nodded repeatedly. Lao Ten remarked, "I'll call over there and let them know I'm coming. Once we meet and see the physical goods, they won't be able to resist." Dai Dong interjected, "I'll bring 2 pieces. Lao Tan, you bring 3. If those 2 pieces are in good condition, they can be mined." I refuse to believe we can't win over that generous benefactor. After glancing around at everyone, he asked, "Do you have anything to add?" Zhang Shi inquired, "Shouldn't we set a bottom price this time?" Dai Dong looked at Tan Hui and said, "What should we do? We can't go without a quote, can we?" Tan Hui pondered, "It's difficult to say. If we set it too high, it's inappropriate. If too low, we risk humiliation, being taken for fools, and the losses would be significant." At this level of Jade, both Tan Hui and Dai Dong were novices. Having never dealt with such top-tier luxury jade before, and given that it was raw stone, their understanding was even more limited. Chun Pongzi's mind whirred with an idea. Why bother with all that? Let's treat it like selling raw stones. Ask for a lion's share, 1 billion or 2 billion. Just throw the number out there, as long as they counteroffer, we can negotiate. Dai Dong and Tan Hui exchanged glances, and Tan Hui smiled wryly, saying, "That's the only way. We would be utterly embarrassed otherwise." Dai Dong resolutely declared, "Let's do it this way. It's better to lose face than to lose money." Early the next morning, the group hurriedly made their way to the airport. Chapter 39. Meeting Mr. Pan again, the 3 young men were once again in charge. During this period, Chu Tianxiang had been deep in thought. Dai Dong was calculating and thoughtful. Chen Zhangxing was jesting and scolding. Tan Zong was cunning and strategic. And Zhang Shi's mind was expansive, as many things they had never encountered before surged forth. He needed time to contemplate. Only then could he progress, a truth he deeply understood. The growth of youth is both joyful and painful. "Little Do, what do you want to eat for lunch?" Zhang Li asked Li Jie. Although Li Jie was tall and robust, standing over 1.85 meters, Zhongli was petite and delicate, yet she insisted on calling him Little Dodo, despite his numerous protests. They were all in vain. I want to eat rice noodles. Li Jie, a local born and bred, had been assimilated by the local cuisine. But since the company started managing meals, he had completely bid farewell to rice noodles. Preferring to eat out himself, mindful of expenses, Little Dodo, rice noodles lack nutrition. How about I make you some braised pork instead? Zhongli tempted. I want both braised pork and rice noodles, Li Jie protested. Chu Tianxiang watched the two bicker with delight, not only because it had been merely 5 days since Uncle Dai successfully secured a deal with the immensely wealthy philanthropist, selling 2 stones for 1.6 billion, but also because that philanthropist was no pushover. He had consulted several prominent figures in the jewelry industry to arrive at that price. Yet it thrilled Dai Dong and Zhang Shi immensely. Today, Chu Tianxiang had an appointment with Pan Yue at the Ruining Hotel to inspect the stones, as the company currently had no business, leaving everyone with little to do. Driving the newly purchased automatic Passat, Chu Tianxiang was cautious. Both he and Li Jie had just received their driver's licenses, and their driving skills were still quite rudimentary. Upon arriving at the Ruining Hotel, he struggled to park the car. Sweating profusely, driving, he realized, was a stark contrast between the ease of watching others and the difficulty of doing it oneself. Upon entering the room, Chu Tianxiang saw Pan Yue joking with a young lady from Myanmar, which he presumed was Pan Yue's type. In many ethnic minority areas in the country, influenced by ancient customs, both men and women, even young girls, have little psychological barrier regarding such matters, in contrast to the inland where money is paramount. Here, relationships are valued more than wealth, and offering money can be seen as an insult. As soon as Pan Yue spotted Chu Tianxiang, he leapt up dramatically, exclaiming, "Brother, I've missed you terribly. I've been searching for you everywhere. Sit down quickly." Chu Tianxiang smiled apologetically. "I've been a bit busy lately, even took a trip inland, but I finally have some free time to report to you, Mr. Pan. Good brother, sit down for some tea. I've just received quite a few good stones. Take your time to look them over. See if any suit your fancy." After some pleasantries, Chu Tianxiang glanced around. Noticing a few new stones, albeit small, he stood up, walked over for a closer inspection and remarked, "Mr. Pan, these stones are too small. I prefer larger ones. Don't worry, brother, in a moment. I'll take you to see some larger ones at my other shop. This place is too small to accommodate them." Pan Yue reassured. Chu Tianxiang nodded in acknowledgement. After sitting for a while longer, the two prepared to visit Pan Yue's other store. Upon exiting, Pan Yue noticed Chu Tianxiang heading straight for a brand new Passat and mused. Last time he came back on a rickety motorcycle, and now he drives a car. I really can't figure this kid out. They each drove their own vehicles to the jewelry market in front of the station. The market was relatively quiet, with few people, yet many shops were open, primarily because the rent was cheaper here, and having a storefront to receive out-of-town clients projected strength and instilled trust. Stopping in front of a shop, they entered. All the raw stone shops in Ruining were quite similar. A solid wood tea table, wooden stools, and a few shelves. Inside, a woman in her 30s was cleaning. Pan Yue made no introductions, and neither did Chu Tianxiang speak. They approached the shelves and Pan Yue said, "Brother, take a look at these. They were just brought back from the field recently. Take your time. I'll go brew some tea." Chu Tianxiang nodded and began to examine the stones closely. Most of the stones were of decent quality, but none suited Chu Tianxiang's taste. Even if cut, they wouldn't yield substantial profits. Noticing Chu Tianxiang holding a flashlight, Pan Yue felt a bit anxious as he observed that unlike others who searched for jadeite on the stones, Chu Tianxiang merely illuminated them from a distance, while his other hand stroked the stones. After a while, Chu Tianxiang sat at the tea table and said, "Brother Pan, these stones are all quite good, but I'm interested in that one with white sand skin and that black stone over there." He pointed to the 2 stones he had taken a liking to. Then he added, "Brother Pan, since we are old friends, to be honest, I can buy these 2 stones or I can choose not to. You set the price and I want to haggle. If it's suitable, I'll buy." After speaking, he lowered his gaze to sip his tea without looking at him. Pan Yue was taken aback. "Is there such a way to negotiate? You don't even buy after I set the price. Are you here just to probe?" If it weren't for the fact that Chu Tianxiang had spent over 2 million with him before and had some credibility, Pan Yue might have thought he was just causing trouble. Knowing he couldn't win against Pan Yue with mere words, Chu Tianxiang had devised this strategy, having felt quite stifled by his previous experience with purchasing stones. Pan Yue's mind raced. "Brother, isn't this putting me in a tough spot? How much do you see? Just give me a number." I can accommodate you. Even if I take a little loss, I'll accept it. What do you say? Pan Yue babbled on, but Chu Tianxiang remained silent. Smiling at him, Pan Yue felt utterly powerless. He was eloquent and unashamed, and each stone held a decent profit. Yet today he encountered such a peculiar character who simply stared at him in silence. With no choice but to face the mute response, Pan Yue began to contemplate what price to set for the two stones. For the black stone, he would ask for a bit more, while for the white sandskin, he would quote a little less. Brother, how about this? I won't make any profit on either stone. I'll just cover my costs, but you have to take care of my business in the future. All right. Chu Tianxiang still said nothing, leaving Pan Yue cornered. The white sandskin is 165,000, and the black stone is 150,000. Brother, I truly admire you. The last sentence was spoken with genuine sincerity from Pan Yue. All right, Brother Pan, I said I would buy it if it's suitable. I'll take that piece with white sandskin. Chu Tianxiang pulled out his bank card and handed it to Chun-Li. Chun-Li was nearly in tears. He had only added 5,000 to the white sandskin, and after transportation costs, he hardly made any profit. For the black stone, he had added 50,000, but the buyer had no interest. And while he was reluctant to sell, it would be a significant loss if he did. Pan Yue's mood was considerably low. He couldn't blame anyone for it. He had set the prices too low, leading to a state of anxiety. After sending Chu Tianxiang off, Pan Yue, usually so talkative, fell silent. Once the car was loaded, Pan Yue gritted his teeth and said, Brother, there's another stone here, over 60 kilograms. But it's not mine. Do you want to take a look? Chapter 40. The private deal. Chu Tianxiang paused at the mention, considering before replying, let's take a look. Is the price high? Both were now sensitive to pricing. Upon entering the room, Pan Yue pointed beneath the main tea table, saying, it's this stone, over 60 kilograms. Chu Tianxiang then noticed a stone beneath the main table, covered by a large white cloth. He walked over, lifted the cloth, and gasped. What is this? Before him lay a stone with yellow sand skin, its surface uneven and riddled with protrusions, lacking a single flat area, and covered in dotted green spots, some resting on the elevations and others nestled in the depressions. The sand particles on the stone were as sharp as blades, with an extremely high hardness. Even a slight pressure would cause pain. The entire stone bore numerous marks resembling cuts from a knife, standing upright and sharp. Pan Yue remarked, this should be an old material. I've never seen a skin like this. It's dry and lacks water. We've measured its density, and it's definitely jade. The only issue is that this stone has a questionable origin, having come from a gambling den. The casinos in Myanmar are legal, and on the Myanmar side of the border, dozens of casinos, both large and small, are scattered like stars. Not only do the locals gamble, but many from the Han Chinese community also cross over to partake in the games, prompting the government to intervene numerous times. A distinctive feature of these casinos is that when one suffers significant losses, they can exchange jadeite raw stones for cash, with dedicated personnel available to appraise the value of the jadeite. Chu Tianxiang inquired, is it coming through normal customs or privately? If it arrives through regular customs, even if the stone is registered in the country, the government will intervene in any disputes regarding it. As for any issues arising in Myanmar, one would need to consult the customs personnel. If it comes privately, it amounts to smuggling, and in the event of a dispute, neither government will offer assistance, provided it does not escalate to a criminal case. Pan Yue hesitantly replied, it's coming privately, and the owner of the stone is likely not an ordinary person, hence it cannot be shown to others. A friend of mine has some connections with the casinos over there, and the stone is currently with me. I am quite interested in the stone, but I need to examine it closely. How much does your friend ask for it? 8 million. Chu Tianxiang pondered for a moment, then stood up and said to Pan Yue, whether it's 8 million or 80 million, money is not an issue for me. My requirements are as follows. First, I would like to take this stone back to my company for several people to study it carefully. Of course, you may send someone to accompany us. Half a day should suffice, but I cannot guarantee a purchase. Second, should I agree to buy it, you must have your friend go through the proper channels. I will cover the expenses. Third, to prove my financial capability, we can visit the bank where I can provide you with a capital verification certificate or show you my bank balance at the ATM. Chu Tianxiang was quite eager to acquire this stone. Failing to study such a specimen would be a disservice to his own expertise. He was still somewhat in the dark about the stone, but he knew one thing for certain. It possessed a duality akin to heaven and hell. Depending on one's discernment, how exhilarating! Pan Yue accompanied Chu Tianxiang to the bank, where Chu Tianxiang presented 2 cards at the ATM and, after entering his password, revealed the balances to Pan Yue. Subsequently, Pan Yue enthusiastically escorted Chu Tianxiang to his vehicle. Dai Dong returned alone, his spirits buoyant. Upon his return, he enthusiastically chastised Chu Tianxiang, who grimaced in pain. 16 billion. Based on his shares, he stood to net over 3 billion this time. I'm truly wise. To hell with the family business manager. I have no need for it. A public company? If they provoke me, I shall simply acquire it. This was mere daydreaming, as that amount was far from sufficient to purchase a publicly listed company. But who could say what the future might hold? Dai Dong generously gifted Zhang Li and Li Jia each a substantial red envelope and treated everyone to lavish dinners for several consecutive nights. Much to their delight, this was indeed a form of retaliatory spending. In the following days, Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang visited several previously acquainted Jade stores, acquiring a few stones. They decided not to cut any of them just yet, opting instead to fill the warehouse shelves so the company would appear more substantial. The raw stones could safely remain as they were. After a week of silence from Pan Yue, Chu Tianxiang began to feel anxious. Just as he contemplated calling him, Pan Yue's call arrived, inviting him to meet at the jewelry city near the station, a quiet place suitable for discussing sensitive matters. Chu Tianxiang arrived punctually at Pan Yue's shop, and upon entering, he saw 3 individuals seated around a tea table. Pan Yue occupied the main seat, while the other 2 men, both in their 40s or 50s, were one slightly lanky and the other quite short. Chu Tianxiang greeted Pan Yue, who promptly introduced the 2 men as Lu and Gao. After some polite exchanges, they settled into the main topic. They aimed to establish a private auction. A private auction, in contrast to a public auction, is organized by private individuals or companies rather than associations or the government. To hold a private auction, one must possess substantial resources, as having ample inventory is essential. Otherwise, relying solely on selling others' goods would not yield significant profits. Additionally, one must be able to source a large quantity of high-quality goods, as the scale of the raw stones is vital to the auction's success. Even if a particular piece does not attract attention, another might, necessitating a diverse and high-quality collection. Finally, a vast customer base is crucial. Without it, even the best goods would be futile. Thus, only industry tycoons dare to initiate private auctions. Furthermore, private auctions can handle sensitive raw stones since all participants are familiar acquaintances, creating minimal risk. Chu Tianxiang readily agreed to participate in the private auction. Gao informed him that it would commence in a month, and they were currently in the phase of stockpiling goods and notifying clients, with plans for promotional materials for some top-tier items. Pleased by Chu Tianxiang's agreement, the 3 men expressed their joy. Chu Tianxiang then asked Pan Yue, "Is that stone also going to be included in the public auction?" Pan Yue glanced at the other 2 and replied, "If nothing unexpected occurs, it should be included." Chu Tianxiang considered this and said, "I would still like to take a look at that piece, if possible. Mr. Gao and Mr. Lu, could you facilitate this? My company is located at Wuxing, and if you could bring the stone here, you may send someone to accompany it. After we examine it, you can take it back. Funds are not an issue for my company, and should there be suitable items at the private auction, I will gladly support your endeavors." This was a firm commitment that he would indeed make a purchase at the private auction. And M.Lu and Mr. Gao exchanged glances, with M.Lu remarking, "Mr. Chu, you are quite accomplished for your age. We hope to collaborate more extensively. As for that stone, we cannot make decisions on our own. I will provide you with confirmation in the coming days, if that is acceptable." Chu Tianxiang nodded in agreement, and after a few more exchanges, he took his leave. Once Chu Tianxiang departed, Mr. Gao asked Pan Yue, "Old Pan, does this Mr. Chu truly possess the means? He seems quite young." Pan Yue assured him, "No problem at all. That day, I had him check that stone on a whim. He specifically went to the ATM to confirm his funds, which totaled over 50 million across both cards. Moreover, he has purchased over 2 million worth of stones from me." Coming alone and making decisions without hesitation, Mr. Gao remarked, "Which family's child is so affluent? How can the elders be so at ease?" Mr. Lu suggested, "I will discuss this with President Zhang. If necessary, we can present the stone for him to inspect and have someone accompany it." Chapter 41. Meeting the president again. Chu Tianxiang returned to the company, brimming with excitement, as President Tan and Chen Zhengxing were back. It was yet another delightful surprise. 3 stones sold for 650 million. President Tan had originally sought out President Wu from Pingzhou and a major client from Zhejiang. But somehow the news leaked, prompting two individuals from Hong Kong to join in through Zhejiang's connections, driving the price up to the point where President Wu was left astonished. Ultimately, he spent just over 100 million on one stone, while the other two were jointly acquired by the Zhejiang and Hong Kong parties, leading to some discontent on President Wu's part towards Old Tan. Chen Zhengxing animatedly expressed, Old Tan was utterly foolish. Just 3 stones and 3 waves of people came. Whoever offered the highest price got the sale. President Wu called in reinforcements at the last minute and didn't have time to react. If it weren't for the Hong Kong folks fearing President Wu's influence, they likely wouldn't have left him with a single piece. The Zhejiang fellow is the most cunning. The moment he sensed he couldn't secure a deal, he summoned help. Old Tan explained, initially, I didn't intend to sell everything to President Wu, fearing he might monopolize them and keep the prices low. I contacted Old Kai from Zhejiang, who, upon seeing the images on my phone, covertly reached out to the Hong Kong parties. By the time they arrived to inspect the stones, he had accompanied them, leaving me with no choice but to allow them to see the goods. President Wu thought he had it in the bag, but when he arrived, he was taken aback by the quality and wanted to call others to co-purchase. Only to be stymied by Old Kai's remarks. Dai Dong inquired, is there any fallout from President Wu's side? Old Tan replied, no issues. Next time we have goods, we'll ensure to allocate something just for him. Chu Tianxiang concluded, it seems we must seek out quality goods, as fine items can fetch a good price. Chen Zhengxing eagerly stated, let's search for goods tomorrow. President Chen from Yalong has called me numerous times. Dai Dong suggested, let's take a few days to rest. Gather everyone, and let us go to Tengchong for some hot springs. Everyone has been tirelessly working, and it's time for some relaxation. And one objected. And Zhang Li and Li Jie were particularly thrilled, jumping for joy. Dai Dong cheerfully declared, Zhang Li, don't get too excited. Tonight we have a company dinner. Take Li Jie and go buy some supplies. We'll eat in the pavilion outside. You take charge of the cooking. We need to celebrate properly, and everyone should drink heartily. No one is allowed to hold back. The trip to Tengchong allowed them to wash away their fatigue. Upon returning to Ruining the next day, Chen Zhengxing called President Zhang of the Ruining Association. Soon as the call connected, a cacophony of noise erupted from the other end. Chen Zhengxing shouted, is this President Zhang? Hello, hello. My surname is Qin. We met at Old Qin's shop in Yalong. On the other end, President Zhang paused, momentarily confused, but then recalled who was speaking and immediately responded with warmth. Arranging to meet at 3 o'clock that afternoon at his shop, Chen Zhengxing then took a closer look at President Zhang's business card and couldn't help but chuckle. It was also from the Jupiter Jewelry City, not far from their location. Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang arrived on time at President Zhang's establishment, which boasted an impressive 30-meter-long facade. Stone lions stood guard at the entrance, exuding an imposing aura. While various greenery adorned the surroundings, upon entering, they found a space of around 200 to 300 square meters, decorated in a style that was both ancient and grand. At the front, a towering jadeite statue of Guangong graced the wall. As they ventured further, they encountered a 3-meter-long redwood tea table surrounded by 8 immortals' chairs, with shelves lining the right side, filled with large stones in neat rows. Near the windows, a small tea table awaited those inspecting the stones. The establishment also contained several rooms, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Seated at the tea table were 2 individuals, yet Chairman Zhang was notably absent. Upon noticing someone entering, both turned to glance towards the door. Mr. Chu, what brings you here? Mr. Pan, Mr. Gao, so you are here as well? The 2 individuals at the table were Pan Yue and Mr. Gao, and a flurry of polite exchanges ensued. Chu Tianxiang took the opportunity to introduce Chen Zhengxing to the pair, both of whom surmised that he must be an elder from Chu's family. Before long, Chairman Zhang returned, and upon seeing Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang, he immediately expressed warmth, apologizing for his tardiness. After taking his seat, Pan Yue quickly leaned in to whisper a few words in Chairman Zhang's ear. Enlightenment dawned on Chairman Zhang, who turned to Chen Zhengxing and remarked, Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. This Mr. Chu happens to know my younger brother. And he has also met Mr. Gao. He gestured towards Pan Yue and Mr. Gao. Chen Zhengxing, somewhat skeptical, glanced at Chu Tianxiang, who clarified, Uncle, I purchased a few materials from Mr. Pan, and I also met Mr. Gao there. Chen Zhengxing addressed Chairman Zhang, saying, acquaintance equates to friendship. Chairman Zhang, your esteemed reputation precedes you. We must learn much from you, of course. We are also interested in acquiring some good materials. Chairman Zhang beamed, readily agreeing, assured that these two gentlemen were certainly not short on funds. Chu Tianxiang quickly grasped that the particularly special material must belong to Chairman Zhang, and that Pan Yue was likely conducting business in close association with him, while Mr. Gao appeared to be Chairman Zhang's direct subordinate. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Chen Zhengxing noticed that Chu Tianxiang sat immobile, neither examining the stones nor participating in the dialogue. He prompted, "Tianxiang, why not take a look to see if there are any suitable stones? Chairman Zhang undoubtedly has plenty of fine goods here." Chu Tianxiang acknowledged the suggestion with a nod, yet remained in his seat, fixated on Chairman Zhang. Observing Chu Tianxiang's stillness, Chairman Zhang felt a flicker of understanding, a smile creeping onto his face. The youth was clearly intent on that particular stone, and he had yet to respond to him. This lad had taken a firm stance. If he did not show interest in the other stones, he would not be inclined to look. It was not that Chairman Zhang was unwilling to show Chu Tianxiang. He had been preoccupied with private dealings lately and had not been able to focus, nor was he entirely sure about the problematic stone. With this realization, Chairman Zhang chuckled and addressed Chu Tianxiang, "Young brother, I've been quite busy these past few days. I agree to what you mentioned. I just haven't found someone to deliver it to you. How about this? Tomorrow morning, I'll have Xiao Pan bring it to you." Chen Zhengsheng was taken aback. Uncertain of Chairman Zhang's meaning, he glanced at Chu Tianxiang, who replied, "Thank you, Chairman Zhang." Truth be told, whether Chu Tianxiang would purchase was another matter. What truly piqued his interest was the rare opportunity to examine such a unique item. He would not forgive himself if he did not scrutinize it thoroughly. After exchanging a few more words, Chu Tianxiang finally rose to inspect the stones, followed closely by Mr. Gao, who was prepared to assist at any moment. After examining several pieces, Chu Tianxiang could not help but internally commend Chairman Zhang's reputation. It was clear that his renown was well-deserved. The abundance of wealth was one aspect, but the quality of these stones, regardless of whether they could be cut profitably, indicated that they were indeed fine specimens. Chairman Zhang's expertise was not to be underestimated. He inquired of Mr. Gao, "Do these stones also go to private dealings?" Mr. Gao replied, "All of them do, but if Mr. Chu has his eye on any piece, feel free to take it directly." Selling now was imperative. The purpose of private dealings was to sell the stones, so there was no need to wait. After about half an hour of browsing through over 40 stones, Chu Tianxiang selected 2, yet he remained silent. He turned to Mr. Gao and asked, "Are these the only large ones? Surely there must be more good pieces." Mr. Gao promptly responded, "There are some more in the back room. Let me take you to see." He led Chu Tianxiang into a windowless inner room, where the walls were lined with two-tiered shelves filled with large stones, and one wall featured a set of towering safes. "Mr. Gao inquired, would you like to look at the smaller ones as well? There are some weighing a few kilograms, and their quality is quite decent." Chu Tianxiang replied, "I'll start with the larger ones. Then we'll see." He began to scrutinize the stones carefully. After a while, he said to Mr. Gao, "Open the safe. I won't look at the smaller ones, just those over a few kilograms." Mr. Gao opened the safes, revealing that the smaller stones were stored above, while the larger ones were below, each safe containing them. After about 20 minutes of examination, Chu Tianxiang asked Mr. Gao, "Should we invite Chairman Zhang in, or should we discuss this ourselves?" Mr. Gao inquired, "Which pieces have caught your eye?" "This one, and this one." Chu Tianxiang indicated 3 large stones, adding, "and just this one smaller piece." He raised a stone weighing about a kilogram. "Let's bring Chairman Zhang in," Mr. Gao suggested. Chairman Zhang and Chen Zhengsheng entered together, with Pan Yue trailing behind. Chu Tianxiang turned to Chen Zhengsheng, saying, "Uncle, I found a few pieces. We just need to discuss the pricing." Chen Zhengsheng nodded in acknowledgement. Chairman Zhang interjected, "Young brother, pricing can be negotiated easily." Mr. Gao pointed out the pieces Chu Tianxiang had chosen. After a moment of contemplation, Chairman Zhang stated, "The black sandstone is priced at 850,000, the Muna stone at 2.3 million, that one will be 500,000, and the smaller piece at 250,000. Chu Tianxiang glanced back at Pan Yue, who felt a chill run down his spine. Would this lad resort to that tactic again? To everyone's surprise, Chu Tianxiang spoke up, "Chairman Zhang, how about this? I will propose a price for each piece. If you agree, my uncle and I will take them. If you find the price is too low and it complicates matters, then you needn't sell. I will not raise my offer. I am young, and if my phrasing is lacking, I hope for your understanding." Not only Chairman Zhang but also Pan Yue and Mr. Gao were taken aback. Was there truly such audacity in negotiating a single price? How bold, Pan Yue thought to himself. This lad, relying on his wealth, dares to employ any tactic. The black sandstone at 600,000, the Mu Na stone at 1.6 million, the Kaika at 400,000, and the small stone at 100,000, Chu Tianxiang calculated. Upon hearing his proposed prices, Chairman Zhang quickly regained his composure. Other wealthy buyers would typically purchase just 1 or 2 stones. Yet this young man was intending to buy 4 at once, and the prices offered were reasonable, allowing for a fair profit. Faced with Chu Tianxiang's seemingly harmless yet confident smile, Chairman Zhang refrained from further negotiation. Agreed, Mr. Chu. I consider myself your elder, and I will grant you this favor. We shall conclude the transaction at your offered prices. Chairman Zhang feigned cheerfulness. Chairman Zhang, there are still 2 stones outside. Would you like to take a look? Chu Tianxiang suggested. Upon reaching the 2 stones, Chu Tianxiang pointed and remarked, Chairman Zhang, the prices for these 2 should not be high. I won't haggle. Just give me a price, and if it's reasonable, I will take them. Pan Yue, overhearing, thought, this is it. He's using that tactic again. Chairman Zhang, with a glint of shrewdness, replied, let's not price them separately. For both pieces, 25,000. If that works for you, take them. This price is nearly at cost. Chu Tianxiang pondered briefly before agreeing, and Pan Yue looked at Chairman Zhang with admiration. Had he made such an offer, his 2 stones would have sold as well. After finalizing the prices, Chu Tianxiang produced his bank card and handed it to Mr. Gao for processing, arranging for delivery. Chairman Zhang was exceedingly pleased, exchanging contact details with the 2, knowing their companies were nearby, and mentioned that he would visit them when he had a free moment. Subsequently, the 2 took their leave. Once the goods arrived at the company, the workers arranged the stones in the warehouse, and the group settled down for a chat. Chan Zhengxing looked at Chu Tianxiang and remarked, young man, you've become a bit cunning, but I like it. Dai Dong promptly inquired about the details, and Chen Zhengxing elaborated on the stone purchasing process with embellishment. Chu Tianxiang chuckled and said, when you all left, I felt quite at a loss in front of Mr. Pan, mulling over my predicament for quite a while, which led me to devise this method, and it turned out quite effective. Dai Dong and Mr. Tan burst into laughter, noting how this young man was indeed maturing. Mr. Tan remarked, if there's nothing pressing, I plan to return to Beijing tomorrow. I am considering whether we should visit the Pingzhou private auction. The profits there are substantial. Dai Dong, Chu Tianxiang, and Chen Zhengxing all agreed, recognizing Mr. Tan's expertise in sales, his extensive network, and his sharp acumen in understanding market psychology. Upon learning that Mr. Tan intended to leave the next day, Chu Tianxiang suddenly recalled something and said, Uncle Tan, let's postpone until the day after tomorrow. I need to inspect a stone tomorrow that you likely haven't seen before. I've been restless over it for days. The others inquired in unison, what kind of stone is it? Is the quality good? It won't turn out to be glass, will it? Chu Tianxiang replied, the quality is extraordinarily unique. I've never encountered anything like it before. But I have no idea what lies within it, which is why I haven't been able to sleep well, anxiously pondering over it. However, whether to buy it will depend on further research, and it needs to go to the private auction. Whose private auction? Both Dai Dong and Mr. Tan queried simultaneously. Chairman Zhang is preparing to co-host a private auction at the end of the month. When I met Mr. Gao a few days ago, he mentioned the auction and asked if I would participate. I told them I wanted to see that stone, and they neither agreed nor declined. Today, it just so happened to be the perfect opportunity. So I took a handful from them, and Chairman Zhang consented to bring the stone over tomorrow. The concept of private auctions was not foreign to Dai Dong and Mr. Tan. They had participated in a few before. However, they understood that private auctions could vary in exclusivity. Some were open to all, where guests could freely browse and purchase as they wished, while others had high entry barriers, allowing only specially invited clients. Even if ordinary guests were permitted entry, they would find it impossible to afford the items on offered. High-end private auctions often featured materials worth millions, emphasizing exclusivity, with attendees being either wealthy or influential individuals, making it easier to sell to them, yet their standards for materials were exceedingly high. Mr. Tan expressed great interest upon his arrival, noting that this private auction presented an array of materials not typically encountered. He inquired, when does it commence? I shall join as well. The robust gentleman chimed in, let us all attend. We must strive to uncover a stone worth several billion. Do you think this is merely picking up money? Several billion indeed, Daidong jested with a laugh. Chapter 43. The Power of Private Auctions. The following day, Pan Yue arrived in a vehicle, accompanied by 2 workers who transported the stone, securely wrapped and placed on the tea table on the first floor. As they unwrapped it, Daidong and the others gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" The stone was yellow and irregularly shaped, with one end larger than the other, its edges sharp and pronounced, resembling a toadstool covered in warts. The surface was marked with jagged cuts, and the granules on the skin felt as hard as blades, leaving one uneasy at the sight. "Is this jadeite?" Mr. Ten asked. Puzzled, Chu Tianxiang softly affirmed, "They've tested it. It is indeed jadeite." The group promptly began examining the stone. After a brief period, as per their agreement, Chen Zhengsheng led Pan Yue to the pavilion for tea, with the 2 workers following suit. Once the others had departed, Chu Tianxiang exhaled deeply, closed his eyes in meditation, while Daidong and Mr. Tan sat silently beside him. Minutes later, Chu Tianxiang began to caress the stone with his hands, sometimes gently, other times with considerable force, moving his hands with excruciating slowness, akin to a tortoise ambling along. Occasionally, he tapped the surface with a flashlight, producing a jarring metallic sound. After approximately 40 minutes, he opened his eyes, revealing numerous scratches on his hands, some even oozing blood. He then resumed his meticulous examination, his eyes widening as he lifted the flashlight, illuminating the stone from about a foot away, scrutinizing the protrusions without blinking. Daidong and Mr. Tan held their breath, exchanging glances, witnessing for the first time how Chu Tianxiang interpreted the stone. This method was something they had neither seen nor heard of before. An hour later, Chu Tianxiang set down the flashlight, pondered momentarily, and addressed Daidong and Tan Hui. "Uncle Dai, Uncle Tan, there should be a substantial patch of green here, of exceptionally high quality." He gestured toward the smaller end of the stone. Typically, the green within jadeite rough is displayed in spots, bands, or planes. The patch of green refers to a large expanse of green within the jadeite, which, once formed, indicates remarkable quality. The 2 men stood in stunned silence. Could this truly be discerned? Mr. Tan pointed at the larger end and asked, "What about this side?" "It likely contains nothing of value," Chu Tianxiang replied. Daidong rose, saying quickly, "Have him take the stone away. Prolonged observation may arouse their suspicions." Observing the silence from the 2, Daidong stepped outside to summon Pan Yue. After exchanging pleasantries, Pan Yue departed with the stone. Once seated, Daidong inquired, "How large is that patch of green?" Chu Tianxiang responded, "I cannot be certain, but it should not be too small. The hardness of this stone is exceedingly high, with numerous protrusions, making it difficult to gauge." Chen Zhengsheng, invigorated by the mention of the patch of green, asked Chu Tianxiang, "How much could it be worth?" "If it is less than 50 million, it is still a bargain." "Then what are we waiting for?" Chu Tianxiang sighed. "This stone must go to the private auction." He continued, "When I first saw this stone, it was priced at only 800,000. I didn't have time to examine it closely, and since it originated from a dubious source, I refrained from making an offer." Chen Zhengsheng repeatedly slapped his thigh, lamenting, "What a pity, what a pity." Daidong reassured him, "There is nothing to lament. We can bid for it later." Mr. Tan concurred, "It's merely a matter of spending a bit more money." Yet, the subsequent developments far exceeded their expectations. In the following days, Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhengsheng acquired several more stones, including those from Mr. Chen of Yalong and Mr. Shui, Chu Tianxiang's former employer, both of whom came to inspect the materials. Chu Tianxiang also took his mother to the hospital in Youngster, consulting the best internal medicine specialist for her condition, which was deemed the result of numerous injuries in her youth, with no viable solutions. Only gradual recuperation. During this period, Pan Yue delivered an invitation, accompanied by a beautifully printed brochure showcasing 20 stones, each occupying a page with 6 outstanding images. The first stone was a black Moshanji weighing over a ton, its skin gleaming with an oil-like sheen. Whether due to the stone's natural luster or the photographer's skill remained unclear. The second was a 20-kilogram moxisha material, appearing to be of high ice quality. The materials they were examining were labeled as number 11. Their invitation was designated as number 38, indicating that several prominent figures were yet to arrive. To be frank, while Mr. Tan owned several shops in the capital, his product quality was merely above average, with limited exposure to top-tier items. Daidong's establishment dealt exclusively in high-end products, but their inventory was insufficient, resulting in both men lacking substantial connections and recognition within the Jadeite community. Chairman Zhang's auction plan comprised 2 days, with 20 premium stones and 200 ordinary ones, evenly split between gambling materials and alternative offerings. Every day, viewing began at 10 in the morning, bidding commenced at 1 in the afternoon, and the results were announced at 4, all conducted through sealed bids. The auction possessed its unique characteristics. The so-called sealed bid involved a reserve price, undisclosed to participants, who would bid according to their assessments. The highest bid above the reserve would win, and since participants were unaware of each other's bids, discerning competitors' offers became crucial. The Myanmar public auction. Stones worth tens of millions to billions were often lost due to bids falling short by mere tens or hundreds. Guests attending this auction received complimentary airfare and accommodations, showcasing the host's lavishness and their confidence in the event's success. It was understood that no high-profile individual would attend alone. At least 1 or 2 senior advisors skilled in stone interpretation would accompany them. Additionally, some would seize the opportunity to bring their partners, with a team of 4 being considered a modest assembly. This private auction would undoubtedly incur expenses in the millions. On the day of the event, Chu Tianxiang donned a suit, tied a tie, and wore polished leather shoes, as per Daidong's strict instructions. Since purchasing the suit, he had only worn it a few days in Youngster. Upon returning to Ruining, he had resorted to t-shirts and casual pants, previously opting for sandals, which Daidong had now prohibited, compelling him to wear sneakers. The young man looked remarkably dashing, eliciting playful jibes from several uncles at the company. Subsequently, they all boarded a vehicle to the venue. During the ride, Chen Zhengxing suddenly remarked, "We're going like this. We ought to save Chairman Zhang some money." Indeed, with just their small group, if they were replaced by outsiders, the hospitality expenses would easily exceed several thousand. Could it be that they invited us because they expected us to spend less? Daidong speculated. Perhaps that is the case. Tianxiang's reputation in the circle isn't particularly prominent. What prompted them to invite him? Chapter 44. The scene of the private auction. Upon arriving at the venue's entrance, they spotted Chairman Zhang and several individuals welcoming guests, alongside Pan Yue and Mr. Gao. Chen Zhengxing stepped forward, walking alongside Daidong, as they had agreed that the two would take the lead while Chu Tianxiang and Mr. Tan offered support from behind. After exchanging pleasantries with Chairman Zhang, they proceeded inside, where the entire hall was filled with stones. To the left stood a viewing platform, and chairs were arranged in front for the opening ceremony, which would be brief. An usher directed them to their seats before departing. Numerous guests had already arrived, mingling in small groups, with some approaching the shelves to examine the stones. Bored, the group scanned their surroundings when suddenly, Chu Tianxiang exclaimed, "President Wu from Pingzhou has also arrived." Following his gaze, they spotted President Wu engaging jovially with a group, alongside the rotund Mr. Wei. Tan Hui suggested, "Let us go greet him." They approached President Wu, with Mr. Tan leading the way, extending his hand and greeting him loudly. "Old Wu, it's great to see you here." Upon recognizing Tan Hui, President Wu was taken aback, thinking to himself, how did they come to be here? In truth, he had previously regarded Tan Hui with disdain, a perception shaped by their respective statuses. However, in recent encounters, he had been impressed by the high-quality goods Tan Hui had brought forth. Grasping Tan Hui's outstretched hand, he cheerfully responded, "Mr. Tan, hello. It's wonderful to see you here." As he spoke, he looked past Mr. Tan to acknowledge the others behind him. The group quickly stepped forward to offer their greetings. Just then, an announcement came from the podium, instructing everyone to take their seats as the ceremony was about to commence. At 9:58 a.m., the host, Mr. Gao, strode onto the stage and warmly addressed the attendees, stating, "The Jadeite Rough Stone Auction, organized by the Ruining Association in collaboration with Ruining Zhang's jewelry company Ruining Yunda Jadeite Company, Myanmar Jella Jade Company and Mujia Gaming Co.is now officially underway." Applause erupted. After a brief pause, he continued, "On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a heartfelt welcome to the distinguished guests who have traveled from afar, including Mr. Sun Yuxuan, the Jade King of HK, Mr. Ho Dingxian, the Technical Director of Lin's Jadeite in HK, Ms. Kai Yuan, General Manager of Mingda Jewelry in Taiwan, Mr. Zhang Liren, President of the Jiang Association in Guangdong, Mr. Dai Yue, Vice President of the Yangqing Floral Association, and Mr. Wu Sanyuan, Vice President of the Pingzhou Association. The mentioned guests rose to acknowledge the audience with nods. Daidong and a few others sat there, utterly astonished, contemplating the formidable strength represented by the presence of over a dozen presidents and vice presidents from the domestic realm. In no wonder his invitation bore the number 38. It was likely that few remained after him. Following this, the organizers delivered their speeches, guests expressed their remarks, and thus the ceremony reached its conclusion. The hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, some examining the stones, others exchanging greetings, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chu Tianxiang furrowed his brow and remarked to Tan Hui, "I cannot bear this noise. It is too chaotic here." Tan Zong, unable to hear clearly, stepped out of the hall with him and inquired, "What did you say?" Chu Tianxiang replied, "It is too noisy. I cannot concentrate, and even if I look, it is not permitted." Tan Zong contemplated this and acknowledged the issue but mused that one could not simply expel everyone for his own convenience. He approached a staff member and whispered a few questions, returning to say, "At noon, all guests will be dining in the second-floor restaurant, but this place will remain open. We can look then, and I estimate there will be significantly fewer people." Lacking alternative options, Chu Tianxiang followed Tan Zong and glanced around the hall. The exquisite pieces were displayed individually, with only the top 10 bidding for today, while the ordinary stones permitted bidding for the top 100. Starting from number 100, Chu Tianxiang scanned the stones, bypassing the crowded ones and ignoring those with altered appearances. In less than an hour, he had examined all 100 stones. He settled onto a chair beside the display shelves, retrieved a bidding sheet from a small round table, and diligently noted several numbers, spacing them out, as these were the pieces he intended to focus on later. The exquisite stones were too crowded for examination. So he resolved to wait for an opportunity. As noon approached, the crowd began to thin. Chu Tianxiang glanced at the notes in his hand and noted that number 57 was unmonitored. This was a piece of woodnaw red skin material weighing 52 kilograms, adorned with a color band. The outer skin felt somewhat inferior, but upon touching it, there was no sand loss. A knock produced a muffled sound. Chu Tianxiang examined the stone thoroughly, placing one hand on it to sense its qualities. Then marked a note on his paper before turning to the next piece. The next, number 45, weighed 45 kilograms, showcased green wax skin, and had visible color bands and clarity. The current concern was its potential cracks. After a careful study, he marked it with an X on his paper. Within half an hour, he had finished reviewing the recorded stones and had 5 potential candidates for bidding. He turned to the exquisite section, fixating on the number 1 stone, a black wusa weighing over a ton. The entire stone was an inky black, with a small portion of the wax skin still intact, the sand particles remarkably uniform, abundant with mottled patterns and several color bands, the widest being the size of a child's palm. He placed his hand on the sand, feeling its texture. Suddenly, he heard a cough behind him. He quickly raised his hand and turned to find an elderly man in his 70s or 80s standing before him, accompanied by a charming young woman. "Young man, do you also fancy this stone?" the elder inquired. "Hello, Mr. Sun. I am merely browsing," Chu Tianxiang responded, recognizing the elder as the esteemed guest introduced at the ceremony, HK Jade King Sun Yuxuan. The elder had kind eyes, a sprightly demeanor, and stood at a modest height, his gaze sharp and lively. "Shall we exchange thoughts, young man?" Mr. Sun suggested. Chu Tianxiang hastily replied, "I cannot dare to show off my limited knowledge before you. I still have much to learn from you." The elder feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "There is no need for such modesty. Speak your thoughts. Why are young people so verbose?" The young woman beside him chimed in, "Little brother, go ahead and speak. My grandfather enjoys conversing with the youth. Do not be anxious." Seeing the duo pressuring him to share his insights, and feeling the youthful urge to compete, Chu Tianxiang paused before stating, "This should be material from Mowanji. The sand particles are uniform, the skin is tight, with both dot-like and banded mottled patterns. The sinking of the mottled patterns is significant, and the presence of a mist layer indicates that the material is very aged, exhibiting superb characteristics. Once the color penetrates, it will be worth a fortune." The elder nodded in approval, recognizing the young man's discernment as aligning closely with the judgments of the skilled stone gamblers he had brought along. He continued, "Is that all?" Chu Tianxiang hesitated, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, and whispered, "Mr. Sun, I believe this material is slightly off. The surface is not quite right, and the interior is quite rough." Mr. Sun's eyes widened in surprise, and he stared at Chu Tianxiang, momentarily speechless. That moment, Dai Dong and his companions, who had not gone to eat, noticed Chu Tianxiang engaged in conversation with the elder by the number 1 stone and approached them. Chapter 45. Rising tension. Seeing outsiders approaching, the elder ceased speaking, nodded to Chu Tianxiang as a gesture, and turned to leave. Chu Tianxiang quickly informed Dai Dong and his companions, for the ordinary stones. Check numbers 52, 67, 3, 86, and 13. These are worth bidding on, while the others did not meet my approval. Dai Dong and his companions had previously been fervently dedicated to stone gambling, even to the point of neglecting sleep and food, which was why they had come to know Chu Tianxiang. However, after witnessing his astonishing skills, their interest in studying stones had waned. After all, even a full day of their research could not rival the 10 minutes Chu Tianxiang spent examining stones, which was quite a blow to their confidence. Among the exquisite stones, only 4 were pure gambling materials, while the other 6 were altered. Chu Tianxiang showed no interest in the latter, focusing primarily on the 4 pure gambling materials. The first was unsatisfactory, the second as well, the third was promising, and the fourth was disappointing. While examining the 4th stone, President Wu from Pingzhou and General Wei also came to take a look. Chu Tianxiang exchanged a few casual words with them before departing. After a break until 1 in the afternoon, people gradually returned to the exhibition hall. Shortly after their arrival, some began writing their bidding sheets. Chu Tianxiang and his companions gathered around a round table to discuss their bidding strategy. The pricing primarily fell upon Dai Dong and Tanzong, as Chu Tianxiang had never participated in such an auction and had no experience to contribute. Dai Dong and Tan Hui first proposed a price based on their assessment of the stones, then inquired how much Chu Tianxiang believed the stones could potentially rise in value before adjusting their bids accordingly. After Chu Tianxiang carefully reviewed their notes, he handed them to Tan Hui, who double-checked them before passing them to Chen Pongzi, who took the bidding sheet directly to the bidding box, also participating in this endeavor for the first time. With still some time remaining before the 4 o'clock bidding began, Chu Tianxiang told the others, "I will go take a look at the stones for tomorrow's auction." The others had no objections and dispersed to wander about. At exactly 4 o'clock, everyone gathered near the podium, observing as Gao Zong took the stage with a brisk stride, tapping the microphone before pausing to address the audience. "Good afternoon, esteemed guest. We will now commence the opening of bids for the first session of this auction. In the exquisite section, stone number 1, winning bid number 88003, winning price 76 million. In the exquisite section, stone number 2, winning bid number 88011, winning price 20,020,000. In the exquisite section, stone number 7, winning bid number 88038, winning price 21 million. Dai Dong and Tan Hui exchanged a jubilant high five. "We won." As Gao Zong's voice resonated, emotions ran high. Those who secured bids were elated, while others who did not were left shaking their heads in disappointment. Overall, Dai Dong and his team successfully bid on 4 ordinary stones, while the final piece's winning bid was unexpectedly high, surpassing even the price known to Dai Dong and his companions. They successfully acquired 100 ordinary stones and 10 exquisite stones, with none slipping through the cracks. The following day, when Chu Tianxiang and his companions arrived, it was nearly noon. They purposefully timed their arrival for this hour when the crowd was sparse, making it easier to examine the stones. Chu Tianxiang ventured alone to the stones he had marked the previous day, beginning his meticulous study. Dai Dong and Tan Hui mingled among other onlookers, offering unsolicited advice, while Chen Pongzi humorously engaged with a young waitress, causing her to giggle. After reviewing the stones he had selected the day before, Chu Tianxiang made his way to the exquisite section, where he spotted Mr. Sun and his granddaughter examining stone number 11, which was the same piece he had studied in the shop. He hurried over to greet them, saying, "Mr. Sun, why are you not dining? Still inspecting stones?" The elder turned around, recognizing the young man from the previous day, and smiled, saying, "Young man, I never eat lunch. This stone is quite unique. I have never seen such a specimen before, and I am intrigued. Come, young man, feel it yourself." Chu Tianxiang quickly replied, No, please take your time. I will look at others first." Without waiting for a response, he hurriedly walked away, eliciting laughter from the young woman beside him. Chu Tianxiang knew he could not express his opinion on this stone in front of the elder, as he was also intent on acquiring it. Thus, he could neither praise nor criticize it, opting instead for a strategic retreat. After examining the exquisite stones, aside from number 11, Chu Tianxiang found 2 more appealing pieces. Today, the exquisite section still had 4 gambling materials, meaning they aimed to bid on 3 of those. When it came time to write the bidding sheets, the group reconvened. There were 4 ordinary stones and 3 exquisite stones, presenting a considerable workload, especially given that the exquisite stones differed by millions. Dai Dong and Tan Hui decided to establish prices for the ordinary stones first before determining the prices for the exquisite ones. They settled on numbers 19, 13, and 14, leaving only number 11 undecided. Dai Dong asked Tan Hui, "What shall we do? Should we establish a base price first?" "Fine, let it be 10 million, so that would mean a 50% increase. Meaning anything below 15 million has no chance. The winning price should fall between 15 million and 20 million. Chu Tianxiang interjected that Jade King, Mr. Sun, is also interested in that piece. Dai Dong and Tan Hui exchanged glances, and Tan, the elder, stated, "It cannot be less than 20 million. At this moment." The plump fellow interjected, "Then why complicate matters? Let us just set it at 50 million. Both Dai Dong and Tan Hui replied in unison. "No way. Each industry has its own rules, and this stone is clearly not worth 50 million. If you set the price at 50 million, all the guests will think you are just stirring the pot, or even a shill for the organizers, and you can forget about earning a place in this circle." Tan Hui suggested, "How about 25 million? That already represents a 150% increase over the base price. I refuse to believe anyone would risk such a significant investment on a gamble like this." Dai Dong remained silent, directly inscribing the bid on the proposal. As he wrote, a thought struck him, and he pinned the amount, 25 million and 20,000. By 4 o'clock, all guests had taken their seats, and the venue was enveloped in silence. As the clock struck 4:10, the esteemed Mr. Gao had yet to take the stage, and gradually, murmurs began to arise. At that moment, Mr. Gao hurriedly approached the podium, deliberately raising his voice. "The second round of bidding for this auction is now commencing. Due to technical difficulties, the bidding for the number 11 stone will be last." Mr. Gao then began to read, and unfortunately for Chu Tianxiang and his companions, they managed to win a piece of exquisite material. Number 19, while the others fell short. After announcing the winning bids, Mr. Gao regretfully declared, "The winning bid for number 11 is 25 million and 20,000." A buzz erupted in the audience. "That price is outrageous." Upon hearing the figure, Chu Tianxiang felt his heart plummet. They had missed out by a mere 20,000. At that moment, Dai Dong, seated beside him, gently patted his hand and whispered, "Do not lose hope. Tianxiang, that stone belongs to us." Stunned, Chu Tianxiang gazed at Dai Dong in disbelief, and Dai Dong smiled and nodded. However, Mr. Gao, unyielding, continued, "But there are 2 bidders who both offered 25 million and 20,000. The room erupted with excitement, and someone even whistled. This was quite the revelation for Dai Dong. Could such a thing actually occur? Chapter 46. A climax of events. The scene descended into chaos. Noticing that Mr. Gao was struggling to maintain order, Chairman Zhang took to the stage himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We did not anticipate such a coincidence. According to the regulations of the Myanmar Dien public auction, the bidder with the lower numbered proposal is considered the winner. However, due to special circumstances in domestic auctions, this policy is not enforced, and generally, a friendly negotiation between both parties is preferred. Therefore, I now invite the esteemed guests with bid numbers 88009 and 88038 to join me in the VIP room for discussions. The Venerable Mr. Sun from Hong Kong is with us. I hope he can serve as a witness. For the rest of you, transportation is available outside for those wishing to return to the hotel. We will have a grand banquet later tonight." After his remarks, Chairman Zhang descended from the stage. Dai Dong glanced at the 3 individuals and said, "I'll go in with old Tan." His intention was clear to all. In such a setting, Chu Tianxiang was but a novice and would be of no assistance. Chen Zhangsheng, unfamiliar with the customs, could inadvertently cause irreparable harm with careless words. As Dai Dong and old Tan rose and approached Chairman Zhang. Every eye in the room turned to them. "Who are these 2? Why have we never seen them before? Does anyone know them? Please, introduce us." The seated guests buzzed with speculation. Upon reaching Chairman Zhang, Dai Dong clasped his hands in respect and said, "Chairman Zhang, thank you for your assistance. Here is our invitation." Chairman Zhang hesitated, unable to recall who had introduced these 2. The guests had been invited by several companies, and it was impossible for him to know each one personally. Seeing Chairman Zhang's silence, Mr. Gao quickly leaned in and whispered a few words, causing Chairman Zhang to suddenly recall that they were indeed his guests. Chairman Zhang glanced at the invitation, which bore names. He quickly apologized. Mr. Dai, my sincerest apologies for the oversight. With so many people around these past few days, I may have neglected you, he continued. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Sun from Hong Kong, a respected elder and a veteran in the jade industry. We have invited Mr. Sun to serve as a witness today. After introducing Mr. Sun, Chairman Zhang pointed to a thin, elderly man beside him, saying, "This is Mr. Dai Yue from Yangsheng, the ninth guest." Chairman Zhang then introduced Mr. Sun and Mr. Dai Yue to Dai Dong and Tan Hui. The parties nodded and proceeded to the VIP room. While all other onlookers were dismissed, Dai Dong and Tan Hui entered alongside Dai Yue, who was accompanied by a slender young man. Mr. Sun brought his granddaughter into the room. Once seated, Chairman Zhang spoke first, saying, "The occurrence of a bidding clash is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that it indicates optimism for the jade industry's future, with everyone poised to profit. The curse is that it creates a standoff, necessitating one party to yield. Based on unwritten rules, I would like to propose a few suggestions for your amicable negotiation." Seeing that both sides nodded in agreement, he continued, "Since number 9 was submitted first and given Mr. Dai's age, the stone will belong to his side, with Mr. Dai providing appropriate compensation to the other party." "No, I want the stone," Dai Dong replied, his tone low but resolute. "Then, Mr. Dai, if you wish to claim the stone, can we agree on a compensation for Mr. Dai Yue?" Chairman Zhang turned to Dai Yue. Laughter erupted, and Dai Yue exclaimed, "If I agree to this, I will be the laughingstock of my family. What if we jointly own the stone, each holding 50? This time, both dais exclaimed in unison, "No way!" Chairman Zhang found himself in a predicament. What on earth is this? We should set a rule for next time. If a clash occurs, let us roll dice to determine the winner. Simple and straightforward. Suddenly, Dai Yue interjected, 3 million, and you concede. This was directed at Dai Dong. Dai Dong chuckled and replied, 5 million, and you concede. Ahem. Mr. Sun cleared his throat, indicating he wished to speak, and everyone fell silent. Mr. Sun accepted the teacup his granddaughter handed him, took a sip, and began, "Jade is a spiritual entity, yet it has been tainted by our commercial dealings. Since disagreements have arisen, let us settle this with money. I have known old Dai for many years. He does not like to lose, while this young man is new to me but shows a decisive nature that is rather intriguing. Since we all have some means, let us take this opportunity, facilitated by Chairman Zhang, to engage in some charitable giving." With a sigh, Mr. Sun continued, "Starting at 25 million, let us raise the bid by 2 million each time. You two can compete." Chairman Zhang, "Any amount above 25 million must see 90 donated to charity. You may keep only 10 as auction fees. Do you agree? There is one other condition. You must agree to cut the stone on site. I want to see what makes you both so reluctant to part with it. You two dais are ganging up on this old man, and I will bid 25 million and 10,000. Ah, everyone was stunned, except for Chairman Zhang, who had reviewed all the bids. Dai Dong's reaction was swift. After a moment of shock, he promptly stood, bowed deeply to Mr. Sun, and said, "I apologize for my impudence. Esteemed elder, I hope you will forgive me." Such words made even Dai Yue feel a tinge of envy. Mr. Sun chuckled, "Let us not waste time with formalities. If you wish to acquire the stone, let your abilities speak for themselves." Chairman Zhang looked at Dai Yue and Dai Dong and asked, "Do you both agree to Mr. Sun's proposal?" Once again, they replied in unison, "Agreed." Chairman Zhang then stated seriously, "The starting price is 25 million, with each subsequent bid no less than 2 million, and any increase must be an integer, counted in millions. The highest bidder will win. 90 of any amount above the starting price will be donated to charity, with the remaining 10 allocated for auction expenses. Is that acceptable? Oh, and the raw stone must be cut on site." Chapter 47. Who will claim the prize? Both parties had no objections, and Chairman Zhang promptly called for the auction to commence. The audience in the hall eagerly awaited the spectacle, with many rushing to the restroom, fearful of missing this rare display. Chu Tianxiang was exceedingly anxious, uncertain of the negotiations unfolding within. Truth be told, he was genuinely afraid of losing that stone. It was not merely a matter of finances but a deep-seated desire. Chen Zhangxing noticed Chu Tianxiang's disquiet and reassured him, "Tianxiang, do not worry. Your uncles are shrewd and will not be at a disadvantage." Chairman Zhang stepped onto the stage, striding confidently to the microphone, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, after amicable negotiations between both parties, we have decided to re-auction this piece. Starting from 25 million. However, only these two bidders will participate. Any bid exceeding 25 million will see 90 donated to charity, with 10 allocated as auction fees. Regardless of who wins the bid, the stone must be cut on site. With other esteemed guests serving as witnesses, the audience erupted in discussion. Amicable negotiations? What a joke! What a thrill! It has been years since I've witnessed something this exhilarating. Old Dai has lost his marbles. That worthless stone isn't worth 20 million. How could old Zhang come up with such a bizarre idea? Dai Dong and old Tan were invited to take front row seats, where a table was set up, featuring a wooden mallet and a large blackboard that displayed the numbers 9 and 38, alongside auction rounds numbered 1 to 10. For the first time in his life, Chairman Zhang assumed the role of auctioneer. Standing before the table and announcing loudly, "The auction begins. I invite Chairman Dai to make the first bid." Dai Yue's young companion, his grandson, shouted, 2 million, on stage. An attendant promptly wrote 27 million beneath the number 9 on the blackboard. While Mr. Dai stood nearby, supervising, ensuring that the figures were meticulously accurate. 3 million, Dai Dong's voice was barely audible. The attendant immediately inscribed 30 million beneath the number 38. Dai Yue, now in his 60s, had risen from a humble, unremarkable rural background to a massive fortune exceeding 100 million, dedicating his entire life to the jade industry. He was known for his ruthless demeanor, sharp instincts, and discerning EYI in his 30s at the Myanmar mines. He had encountered stones resembling the skin of today's offerings. At that time, the old mine owner had made a decisive cut, resulting in a price surge of over 100-fold. The old miner had told him that such stones embodied the essence of heaven and hell with a single cut, dependent solely on one's fortune. During this private auction, upon spotting the stone depicted in the promotional materials, Dai Yue felt as if he were gazing upon his youthful infatuation, Xiao Feng from the village, still vibrant and stunning. His long, stable heart, once undisturbed, began to race uncontrollably. Although the family business had been entirely handed over to the next generation, leaving him with only the title of chairman, this time he was resolute. No pleas would sway him, and he insisted on bringing one of his grandsons along. The other stones were to be decided by his grandson and the advisors. Only this particular stone was under his sole jurisdiction. With no room for outside input, his grandson recognized his grandfather's keen interest in this stone. 2 million. His grandson bid 3 million, Dai Dong countered, without the slightest hesitation. Each time, Dai Dong would increase his bid by 1 million, establishing an overwhelming presence in the auction hall that significantly swayed the atmosphere. At this juncture, the stone's price had escalated to 35 million. 5 million. A low murmur resonated from the crowd. Dai Yue boldly added 5 million, aiming to decisively intimidate his opponent. When his grandson called out a bid of 5 million, his voice trembled slightly. There was no room for negotiation. Disobeying his grandfather was unthinkable. 6 million, Dai Dong proclaimed loudly. Maintaining pressure on the rival, the commotion below grew increasingly loud, prompting Chairman Zhang to call for silence. "Please, quiet down and do not disrupt the order of the auction." 8 million, Dai Yue's bid silenced the hall. 9 million, Dai Dong asserted, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Dai Yue hesitated momentarily before raising his bid by 2 million. Initially, he had aimed for a decisive blow to his opponent, but upon realizing it was ineffective, he prepared for a prolonged battle. Seated in the front row, the elder son felt uneasy. The conflict had escalated beyond mere stones and had devolved into a contest of pride. He pondered for a moment before instructing his granddaughter. "Help me onto the stage." Though she was puzzled, she assisted her grandfather, and as the Jade King ascended, a wave of confusion swept through the audience. Even Chairman Zhang paused. The old man waved his hand, signaling for the auction to continue, and stepped to the front of the table, beside Chairman Zhang. At this point, the stone's price had reached 63 million, with Dai Yue's turn to bid. 2 million. Before Dai Yue's grandson could finish his sentence, the elder son moved with lightning speed, hammer in hand, striking the table with a decisive bang. Leaning close to the microphone, he declared, "Sold." Chapter 48. Deep bonds of the past. The hall fell into a stunned silence before erupting in a cacophony of astonishment. This was quite the jest. Had the old man lost his senses? Chairman Zhang was paralyzed with fear. When the stone had first come into his possession, it could have been sold for 4 or 5 million. Yet now it had soared to over 60 million and continued to rise. Regardless of who ultimately acquired the stone, he had alienated both parties. The elder son had taken the stage without a second thought. But little did he know he had orchestrated a monumental blunder by abruptly concluding the auction. Dai Yue was elated, yet Dai Dong found himself in a quandary. Initially, he had intended to withdraw at 60 million, merely hoping to endure a round or two more. Yet, with the old man's surprise maneuver, he had to consider his own reputation, regardless of his esteemed status or wealth. Standing before the microphone, the elder son stated, "We are all kindred spirits. Continuing this dispute serves no one, therefore. I shall take a step back and propose that for any bid above 25 million, I will take 10%. I believe Chairman Dai will agree." The elder son was effectively offering a financial lifeline to Chairman Dai. The stone valued at several million had now escalated to over 60 million, and the notion of further increasing the price was fanciful. The elder's offer was one that Chairman Dai could not refuse. The elder was astute, extending a favor while also ensuring that a significant portion of the proceeds would be allocated to charity. After all, he had no qualms about donating several hundred million annually. However, one obstacle remained. The elder had to placate Dai Dong, making him accept the reality of the situation. The elder gestured for Dai Dong to join him on stage. Without hesitation, Dai Dong ascended swiftly, approaching the elder without uttering a word, his expression solemn. "Young man, are you displeased?" The 50-year-old Dai Dong found it slightly awkward to be referred to as young man. "May I have a word?" the elder inquired, his tone seemingly conciliatory yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Chairman Zhang immediately interjected, "Elder, allow me to arrange a private room in a nearby reception room." The two men sat down. After a moment of contemplation, the elder remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you hail from the Dai family of Beijing." Dai Dong straightened in his seat, responding respectfully, "Indeed, I am the fourth son." The elder smiled. "You bear a striking resemblance to your third uncle. Earlier, I suspected you were not merely a businessman. It appears you come from a prominent family." Dai Dong replied, "In my childhood, my family often jested that my third uncle was my true father. Alas, fate was unkind. He passed away far too young at the age of 35. The elder continued, "My father and your grandfather were close friends in their youth, and this was prior to liberation. Do you comprehend the implications?" The elder's gaze bore into Dai Dong's eyes. Upon hearing this, Dai Dong sprang to his feet. "Then you must be surnamed Zhang. I am a child of an extramarital affair. I have not reverted to my original surname after all these years," the elder lamented. Dai Dong bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "We are indebted to the Zhang family for all you have done for us. My grandfather was engaged in underground work, and the Hong Kong tycoon Zheng Husheng supported our organization multiple times, saving my grandfather's life on 2 occasions. My grandfather regarded him as a dear friend." The elder replied kindly, "Let today's events conclude here. I owe you a favor. Should you have any requests in the future, do not hesitate to approach me, understood? No matter how trivial the matter." Dai Dong would bear the burden. For the Dai family's descendants, the Zheng family was akin to a second set of parents. Had Dai Dong's grandfather not survived, many descendants might never have come into existence. Standing beside the elder, Dai Dong respectfully stated, "Uncle son, you flatter me. This situation was reckless on my part, and I apologize for any trouble caused. If this can be considered a favor, how might we repay the Zheng family's kindness?" The elder mused silently. This young man is not ordinary. Decisive yet reasonable, he understands the balance of give and take. The second generation of the Dai family truly possesses discernment. After nearly an hour, the door to the reception room slowly opened, and to everyone's astonishment, the elder's granddaughter was not supporting him. Instead, it was Dai Dong who was assisting the elder. What was happening? It seemed they were previously unfamiliar with one another. Was the elder perhaps considering his granddaughter's suitor? Dai Dong helped the elder to his seat and quietly spoke a few words to him. The elder smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Dai Dong then strode back onto the stage and addressed Chairman Zhang. "May I say a few words?" Chairman Zhang, visibly exhausted, nodded slowly. Dai Dong seized the microphone and declared loudly to the audience, "My team and I fully endorse the elder's decision and have no objections." Chapter 49. Aside by the sunken boat, the audience erupted once more in applause, and hearing Dai Dong's words invigorated Chairman Zhang. He stood to reclaim the microphone, exclaiming, "Thank you, elder son, and thank you, Mr. Dai." We shall now proceed to the next segment, as previously agreed. The stone will be cut open live. Today, Chu Tianxiang felt as though he were on a roller coaster, experiencing highs and lows as his emotions swung dramatically. He had never encountered such a scene before, his heart taut, fists clenched, with sweat soaking through the back of his shirt, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Qian Zhengxing fared little better, caught in an indecisive state, constantly fidgeting, his incessant chatter filling the air. Yet no one could discern his words. It was only after Dai Dong addressed the crowd that both men realized the gravity of the situation. It was beyond salvage. As Dai Dong descended from the stage, he made his way back to his original seat. Old Tan quickly followed suit, and upon sitting down, Dai Dong murmured, "There are certain circumstances I will discuss upon our return. But we must relinquish the stone." He then turned to Chu Tianxiang. "Tianxiang, do not be disheartened. There will be other opportunities." He understood that Chu Tianxiang's insistence stemmed from his passion for the stone. The boy had little desire for wealth. Chu Tianxiang smiled, reassuring him, "I am fine, Uncle Dai." Meanwhile, the massive oil saw was being prepared, and a crowd gathered around the stone, discussing how best to cut it. Dai Dong and his companions refrained from joining the commotion. Moments later, Dai Yue drew a line on the stone, intending to have Chairman Zhang's finest gemologist execute the operation. The deafening roar of machinery reverberated through the hall. As Chen Zhangxing and Chu Tianxiang hastily darted toward the restroom like startled rabbits, "Why this time?" It was already past 7 o'clock. After several hours of holding it in, the sound of the saw was simply unbearable. Half an hour later, the machine finally ceased its operations. The skilled stonecutter stood beside the machine, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, tightly packed in layers. Among them were Dai Yue and his grandson, the venerable elder, Zhang Huizhong, along with several other unnamed presidents and vice presidents, all exchanging wide-eyed glances as they awaited the reveal. The adept cutter effortlessly lifted the massive lid and pushed it aside, and the crowd's gaze instantly converged on the interior of the machine, flesh and skin indistinguishable. Has it collapsed? What terrible luck! The hall erupted in gasps of astonishment. Beneath the greasy surface lay a neatly cut face, showing no signs of change. The outer skin was exactly as the inner contents, arid and desiccated. The outer layer, rough and gritty, suggested that the interior should be equally promising, yet there was not a trace of jade. All had weathered away. What on earth was this? Dai Yue, clutching a flashlight, scrutinized the stone. His hands trembling uncontrollably, he murmured to himself, "Is this the distinction between heaven and hell?" Reluctantly lifting his gaze, he overheard someone exclaim, "This worthless piece cost over 60 million. Dai Yue felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, toppling forward toward the machine, only to be swiftly caught by his quick-witted grandson, though he inadvertently grazed his brow against the clamp. Blood streaming forth in an instant, Dai Huizhong collapsed. "Quick, someone save him!" The crowd hastily assisted in laying Dai Yue on a nearby table, his petite frame fitting perfectly. The elderly gentleman's granddaughter rushed forward, exclaiming, "I'm a doctor. Let me assess him." The crowd promptly parted, allowing the young woman to examine Dai Yue's eyelids before rifling through his pockets in search of life-saving pills. To her relief, she found a handful in his shirt pocket. Without counting, she pried open his mouth and poured the contents inside, while Dai Yue's grandson stood by, helplessly fixated on his grandfather. "Go call an ambulance. Step back, step back. Let the patient breathe some fresh air," she shouted. Zhang Huizhong hurriedly joined the staff in ushering people away, for at this moment, titles of president or vice president held no weight. Even the most distinguished among them could not impede the urgency of the situation. Initially, Chu Tianxiang and his companions had refrained from joining the fray, yet they remained to observe the nature of the jadeite within. As the crowd erupted in chaos with the announcement of the disastrous cut, Chu Tianxiang let out a deep sigh, lowering his head. Old Tan, observing him, felt a pang of sympathy and suddenly called out to Chen Zhengsheng, "Old Chun, come here for a moment." Chapter 50. Feigning Madness. Chen Zhengsheng, puzzled by the request, followed Old Tan to a secluded spot, curious about the matter involving the two individuals. Tanhui stated, "Old Chen, you're adept at playing the fool. In a moment, go over there and discreetly purchase those two worthless pieces. Just don't overpay, lest they become suspicious." Tanhui regarded Chen Zhengsheng with a serious expression. Chen Zhengsheng, shrewd as he was, quickly grasped Tanhui's intent and nodded, "Just watch me." He then turned to leave. At that moment, The skilled cutter had removed the stone from the machine, washing it clean before placing it back on the original shelf. Chen Zhengxing approached the stone and exclaimed, "Such a worthless rock valued at 60 million. How many tons of coal would I have to extract?" He deliberately spoke in a typical Shaanxi dialect. "Look, flesh and skin indistinguishable. This is truly a loss of monumental proportions. Is that president still unconscious? Surely not. It's just a loss. If it costs him his life, it's not worth it." Seeing Dai Yue still unresponsive, Chen Zhengxing began to ramble, after a lifetime of hunting wild geese, to be bitten by one at the end. What a painful thought. This stone looks sinister. How could I have chosen this one? He shone a flashlight over the cut surface of the stone, continuing to murmur loudly, "This stone truly is consistent inside and out. What a deceptive appearance. How could so many experts have misjudged it? I'm better at this than any coal miner. Hey, any young lads here willing to sell the remaining stones? I've never cut a stone worth tens of millions before. How about you sell me these two worthless rocks so I can indulge myself?" Hearing his ramblings, the nearby crowd instinctively distanced themselves, wary of being associated with his loose tongue. However, upon hearing his intent to purchase the two pieces, several became intrigued, with one person loudly inquiring, "Boss, how much are you offering?" "This thing isn't worth 10,000 now, right? I'll offer you 100,000. I can go higher." Zhang Huizhang, recognizing Chen Zhengxing, quickly approached and advised, "Chun, please don't create more trouble. For the sake of kindness, say a few less words." Chen Zhengxing, undeterred, replied, "Zhang, I merely wish to buy this worthless piece for fun. Go persuade that young lad to sell. Otherwise, this stone will end up being used as a yard decoration." "What is the matter? Do you think my offer is too low? Should I sweeten the deal?" he exclaimed. "Look how sincere we Shaanxi folks are." Zhang Huizhang found himself at a loss and had no choice but to approach the young man, saying, "Shao Dai, while the iron is hot, sell if you can. Later, you might not get a single cent for it." Dai Yue's grandson, seasoned in life, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He grasped his grandfather's hand with one and wiped his face with a towel in the other. Casting a disdainful glance at Chen Zhengxing, he mused, "This man appears to be in his 40s or 50s, yet he acts like a rogue. Tell him 2 million. If he agrees, we'll sell. If not, let him keep his distance." He aimed to propose an outrageous price to scare off the ruffian, preventing him from further nonsense. Zhang Huizhang, taken aback, soon grasped the young man's intentions and shouted to Chen Zhengxing, "2 million, Chen. Do you still want it?" Upon hearing the figure of 2 million, Chen Zhengxing feigned shock, turning to leave, but after a couple of steps, he paused, reconsidering, and turned back with a sly grin. "Ha! Trying to scare me away? You, young lad, lack integrity. You look down on us coal miners." He then produced 7 or 8 bank cards from his pocket, fanning them out like a poker hand, declaring, "Let me show you what it means to have the demeanor of a Shaanxi coal boss." Without glancing at the cards, he randomly pulled one out and said to Zhang Huizhang, "Zhang, swipe the card. It's just 2 million. No big deal." The last phrase was delivered in a thick and unpleasant Guangdong accent. Dai Yue's grandson wanted to refuse, but felt it was too late to backtrack. Many in the crowd found Chen Zhengxing's ostentatious display off-putting and called out to Zhang Huizhang, "Zhang, swipe the card, swipe it." At that moment, a group of paramedics rushed in with a stretcher, igniting another flurry of activity as they quickly lifted Dai Yue onto the stretcher and hurried away. With some acquaintances following to the hospital, As Chen Zhengxing completed the transaction. He remarked, "I'm just a man of honor. 2 million for a worthless stone. Consider it charity. I'll tell the workers to dig more coal to cover the losses." The surrounding crowd wished they could give him a beating. His demeanor was insufferable. Chen Zhengxing inquired, "So, we don't need to cut this one, right?" He genuinely wished to avoid further cutting but feared inciting public ire. Hence the question. Zhang Huizhang and the crowd collectively responded, "No way." Everyone was eager to witness the spectacle of his misfortune after the cut. They would never consent to him taking the stone away. The young woman did not follow the ambulance but approached her grandfather, saying, "Grandpa, let us go home. You haven't eaten all day." The old man shook his head, feeling somewhat confused. He noticed that Chen Zhengxing was associated with Dai Dong, a meticulous and well-educated individual who would never associate with a rogue like Chen Zhengxing unless the latter's behavior was an act. But what purpose would such an act serve? As Chen Zhongxing presented his card to Zhang Huizhong, the elder began to understand. These young men were not yet disheartened. They indeed aimed to secure that stone. Yet, now that it had collapsed, why would they still wish to buy it? Did the stone still harbor some monumental secret? He could not discern it, despite having dedicated his life to Jade. Coming from humble beginnings and having amassed great wealth through Jade, he had managed to return to his family. Having presided over the family for many years, diversifying their ventures, the Jade business had dwindled to a mere fraction of their overall operations. The title of Jade King was a relic from over 40 years ago, and in recent years he had withdrawn from public life, disinterested in worldly matters. Had it not been for a chance glimpse of the stones in that album, he would not have ventured here. Gamblers are inherently confident, including himself, yet what gave these young men the audacity to believe that a collapsed stone was still worth 2 million? The old man raised his head and said to his granddaughter, "Go fetch me some snacks. I am indeed feeling a bit hungry." Chapter 51. The withered tree springs to life. Chen Zhongxing found himself at a loss. It seemed cutting the stone was unavoidable. He scanned the surroundings, spotting Tan Hui standing at the periphery. Seeing Chen Zhongxing searching for someone, he quickly made his way back to Chu Tianxiang's side and whispered, "Say nothing, just draw some lines." It should appear casual. Dai Dong was currently advising Chu Tianxiang when he heard Tan Hui's suggestion, feeling puzzled. Tan Hui added, "Tianxiang, go over there. Your Uncle Chen is waiting for you to draw the lines." Chu Tianxiang walked away in a state of confusion, while Tan Hui explained, "I had old Chen spend 2 million to buy back the stone." Dai Dong suddenly slapped his thigh, startling those nearby, who feared he was having some sort of fit. Chu Tianxiang approached Chen Zhongxing, who urged, "Tianxiang, quickly draw a line for Uncle. This stone has just been purchased." Startled, Chu Tianxiang was about to speak when he felt Chen Zhongxing grip his arm firmly, prompting him to remain silent. He picked up a pen and forcefully drew a straight line on the large stone, glancing at Chen Zhongxing, silently inquiring if he should mark the smaller one as well. Chen Zhongxing sighed, "They all need to be cut." Chu Tianxiang took the smaller stone, glanced at it, and directly drew a parallel line 1 centimeter from the cutting edge. Chen Zhongxing announced to the crowd, "My nephew has exceptional skills in stone gambling. I taught him well." The onlookers scoffed, wondering how such a person could exist. The expert placed the stone in the machine, and the crowd dispersed, some heading to the restroom, others in search of food, as it was already past 8 in the evening. President Zhang, with no other choice, arranged for some boxed meals and snacks, deciding to wait until the stone was cut before addressing anything else. 20 minutes later, the machine stopped, and the crowd gathered around as the lid was opened. The large stone had been split in half, revealing no changes inside. This time, no one gasped. All eyes turned to Chen Zhongxing, who merely glanced at the stone, said nothing, and ordered that the small piece be sawed. At this point, he felt no need to feign ignorance any longer. After another 20 minutes, the machine lid was lifted, and the crowd observed that the piece of stone inside remained unchanged. Silence enveloped the room as Chen Zhongxing pulled up a chair beside the shelf, waiting for the expert to finish washing the stone. When the stone was placed before Chen Zhongxing, he did not examine the smaller piece, but instead moved the more substantial stone, weighing over 20 kilograms, closer to the cutting edge. Though be honest, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Suddenly, Chen Zhongxing snatched a flashlight from someone nearby and deliberately traced a line from the outside in on the stone's cutting surface. Suddenly, a fine green light burst forth, illuminating Chen Zhongxing's face in green. He erupted in laughter, tossed the flashlight aside, and walked away. A loud commotion followed as those nearby shouted, leaning in to catch a glimpse of the stone. Those outside, unaware of what had transpired, pushed in to see, while those scattered around hurriedly gathered, creating a ruckus. Chen Zhongxing returned, muttering to himself, "A bunch of fools, thinking they can mock me. Who do they think they are?" He approached 3 individuals and declared, "It's here. My face is all green." Tan Hui quipped, "As long as your head isn't green, it's fine." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Dai Dong remembered something and approached Old Sun, whispering, "Uncle Sun, the value has increased." The elder looked up and asked, "By how much?" Dai Dong pondered briefly before replying, "It's still unclear, but it should be above 9 figures." The elder's hand trembled slightly as he remarked, "You have an expert among you." He added, "I had planned to return tomorrow, but it seems I cannot leave now. Though not cut that stone here. It's too ostentatious." Dai Dong quickly sought out President Zhang. Informing him that the stone would not be cut after all, President Zhang had no objections, acknowledging that this was Dai Dong's property and the initial agreement had concluded. Moreover, he was already exhausted from the day's events, so he readily agreed. President Zhang took to the stage and addressed the guests. Ladies and gentlemen, it is quite late now. We will return to the hotel for a meal, and regarding the stone, I will inform you as soon as it is ready to be unveiled. The guests, however, were ravenous and, upon hearing this, began to disperse in small groups. Regardless of who returned, this event would certainly be a topic of conversation for days to come. It was not a wasted trip. Dai Dong and Old Sun bid farewell, and the four of them, carrying the stone, had little interest in attending any banquet. Upon entering the company, Chen Zhengxing bellowed, "Little girl, hurry up and make dinner. Don't let your Uncle Chen starve." Zhongli rushed out, and Dai Dong urged, "Whatever food you have, make it quickly. The faster, the better. We have matters to attend to afterward." Chu Tianxiang brought the stone directly into the reception area on the first floor, followed closely by the others. Once seated, Dai Dong earnestly stated, "There's a matter I need to clarify with everyone. Old Sun's father and my grandfather were sworn brothers. Our family owes them a tremendous debt of gratitude. Therefore, I must make this sacrifice." Chen Zhengxing reassured him, "Old Dai, everyone knows what kind of person you are. I guarantee no one will hold it against you." Chu Tianxiang added, "Uncle Dai, I didn't take this matter to heart at all." Tan Hui, ever perceptive, remarked, "Old Dai, this won't be so simple, will it?" Dai Dong sighed, "Old Tan, please give me some face. Tomorrow, the elder will visit the company to see him." He gestured toward Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianxiang looked puzzled, wondering why he would be of interest since he did not know the elder. Tan Hui queried, "What's the reason? Is it good or bad?" Dai Dong explained, "The elder is coming from HK specifically for this stone. During the event, we were determined to acquire it. The elder guessed that there was an expert among us. Initially, he planned to return tomorrow, but now he has delayed his departure for this reason." The group fell silent. The confidentiality of Chu Tianxiang's identity was of utmost importance to the company, a promise Dai Dong had made to Chu Tianxiang's master. Now, not only had it been exposed, but it had also attracted a major player. If anyone believed this major player wouldn't act, even Dai Dong himself found it hard to believe. Tan Hui stated, "There are several issues now. First, how do we discuss matters with Old Sun tomorrow? Should we reveal Tianxiang's identity? Second, considering yesterday's performance, it was initially a sure win, then feigned ignorance, and finally the cut, to those with ulterior motives. It all seems suspect. Third, let us not forget about the hospitalized president. We may have established enmity with him." As they deliberated, they realized each point warranted attention. "Let us tackle them one by one." Starting with Old Sun, Dai Dong suggested. Tan Hui responded, "We can only take it as it comes. Hopefully, he won't have any ulterior motives. We can present Tianxiang, but we won't go into details." Dai Dong replied, "I am not suited for public appearances or to speak much." Tan Hui countered, "That's not right. You must use familial ties to bind him, making it hard for him to back down." Dai Dong agreed, "We can play the emotional card." "What about the next point?" He referred to Tan Hui's second concern. Tan Hui indicated that's the most troublesome aspect. "Recently, our operations have been anything but quiet. Various parties will be coming to investigate." Chen Pengzi interjected, "What is there to fear? Let them come. It's not like they're here to start a fight." Dai Dong shot a glance at Chen Zhengsheng, saying, "Old Tan means they are coming to gather intel. Our tactics at the event may have been a bit too much." Tan Hui noted, "But this could also work to our advantage. We can now collect stones openly and with great fanfare." Dai Dong concurred, "Thank goodness we moved the storage inside. Otherwise, if they arrived and saw high-quality stones on display, it would truly be a spectacle." At that moment, Zhongli called for several people to come down for dinner, prompting the group to set aside the topic. After dinner, everyone felt somewhat fatigued and ceased their discussions. The three older men and Zhongli returned to rest, while Chu Tianxiang kept Li Jie to unravel the stone, determined to finish it that night. The two worked until 4 a.m., finally removing the entire outer shell of the stone. Exhausted, they collapsed on the company sofa for the remainder of the night. At 10 the next morning, Zhongli arrived at work and, upon seeing one person upstairs and another downstairs sleeping soundly, covered in dirt and grime without having changed out of their clothes, she surmised they must have worked late and chose not to wake them. She turned to prepare lunch instead. By noon, anticipating the arrival of the three uncles, Zhongli finally roused the two. As Chu Tianxiang awoke, he noticed his clothes were speckled with dirt. His once pristine suit was now ruined, and he exclaimed before hastily riding off on his battered motorcycle. Upon reaching home, he found his mother eating and quickly changed out of his suit. Took a shower, had a quick bite, exchanged a few words with her, and then rushed back. Arriving at the company, he saw everyone eating and cheerfully approached, announcing, "Last night's performance was exceptional." Chun Zhengsheng, busy serving himself, turned to Chu Tianxiang and joked, "We were just about to give you a beating. Where did you hide the stone? You certainly wouldn't find it. I've got it in my pocket." Chu Tianxiang replied. The three men searched the company, scouring both floors, but found no trace of the stone. When they questioned Li Jie, the foolish boy admitted he had fallen asleep first and had no idea where Chu Tianxiang hid it, prompting Zhang Li to kick him several times in frustration. Chu Tianxiang, in jest, announced, "Uncles, brace yourselves for a grand surprise." He walked over to his motorcycle, lifted the seat, and pulled out a round stone wrapped in a black plastic bag. Placing it squarely in the center of the dining table, proclaiming, "Here's a special dish for you." Dai Dong reached out to open the plastic bag, wide-eyed, asking, "What is this?" He then grabbed the stone and dashed into the house, followed closely by the others who set down their chopsticks and hurried after him. Chu Tianxiang, with a laugh, locked the courtyard gate and sauntered inside. Several heads, both large and small, gathered around the stone, with Dai Dong holding a flashlight, unsure of where to shine it. Just as Chu Tianxiang was about to join them, a knock at the courtyard door interrupted. He turned back to answer it and found the beautiful young woman from the previous day standing at the entrance, flanked by two vehicles, a Mercedes and an SUV, with a pair of burly bodyguards standing beside the Mercedes. Upon encountering the young man she had met the previous day at the door, the young woman smiled and remarked, "We are here to see Uncle Dai." Chu Tianxiang appeared somewhat taken aback and hastily replied, "Please, come in. Uncle Dai is inside." Having said that, he stepped aside. However, the young woman did not enter but instead turned and approached the Mercedes. Opening the back door to address the occupant within, "Grandfather, Uncle Dai is here. Please come down." Old Master's son stepped out of the car, and the young woman assisted her grandfather as they walked towards the entrance. Chu Tianxiang promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Hello, grandfather's son." The old man looked at Chu Tianxiang and responded, "You are well, young man." At that moment, the commotion from outside caught the attention of those within the house, prompting several individuals to hastily emerge. Dai Dong jogged a few steps to reach old Master's son, bowed and said, "Uncle son, I should have come to see you. It was unnecessary for you to make this trip." "Why would I come to see you? I am not here for your sake," the old man teased. The young woman addressed Dai Dong, "Hello, Uncle Dai. My surname is Zhang, and you may call me Aining." The plump fellow standing behind mused to himself, "Zhang Ning, a fierce name. Quite fitting." Old Master's son stepped into the courtyard, glanced at the small building, and said, "No need to go upstairs. Let us sit in the pavilion." As the old man took his seat, the others had yet to settle in when he spoke again, "Bring it out. Do you not wish for me to see it?" Dai Dong quickly responded with a smile. "How could that be?" Speaking as he turned to Li Jie, he instructed, "Go, bring out the stone." Li Jie acknowledged and hurried inside to fetch the stone, gently placing it on the table. The old man did not touch it but gazed intently at the stone. After a while, he inquired of Chu Tianxiang, "Young man, do you have a darker room?" Chu Tianxiang promptly affirmed, "Yes, indeed, on the first floor." The old man rose and followed Chu Tianxiang into the house, with several others trailing behind. The old man turned and said, "Why are you all following? Aining should remain outside." Upon entering Chu Tianxiang's modest room, the old man sat on a chair and surveyed the table and chairs, remarking, "Young man, you possess considerable knowledge." Chu Tianxiang replied, "Grandfather's son, what do you mean by that?" The old man continued, "Are you aware of how rooms are arranged in Myanmar's jade trade? Low tables, low stools, and oil lamps." A sense of unease gripped Chu Tianxiang, realizing that grandfather's son was familiar with the secretive methods. The old man did not elaborate further. Chu Tianxiang sprayed a bit of water on the stone, which had transformed from a bright white into a darker shade of green, marked with cutting saw scratches and numerous fine cracks. The old man picked up a flashlight, pressed it against the stone, and with a sudden brightness, the entire stone became a large green bulb, illuminated from within, casting a green glow that enveloped everything within a 2-foot radius. The interior of the stone was devoid of any impurities. radiating a crystalline luster, its color neither too strong nor too faint, captivating and soothing, as if inviting one to dissolve within it. The old man sat in a meditative stillness, unmoving. Chu Tianxiang leaned against the door, refraining from disturbing the old man, equally captivated by the stone. He had specifically hidden the stone under the motorcycle seat before going to bed, fearing its loss, for it was an invaluable treasure. The stone was as large as a child's head, with no penetrating cracks, only minor surface fissures. It had not been altered, showing no cotton inclusions, and exhibited no color disparity. It was a true masterpiece of nature's craftsmanship. The old man rose and inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" "I am Chu Tianxiang." "How long have you been studying?" Chu Tianxiang replied earnestly, "Grandfather's son. It has been over 10 years. Chapter 53, 800 million offered. The old man stood, and Chu Tianxiang hurried to assist him as he exited the room, addressing his granddaughter, "Aining, go fetch the items." Aining stepped outside and called out. Shortly after, a burly man entered, carrying a woven bag, which he placed on the ground in the pavilion before exiting. The old man turned to Chu Tianxiang and said, "Young Chu, take a look at these stones." Chu Tianxiang picked up the woven bag and entered the room. Daidong suggested, "Uncle son, please sit and have some tea. It is quite hot." Daidong was merely seeking conversation, feeling the weight of the old man's commanding presence, which left the others feeling somewhat uneasy. The two children went upstairs to play, leaving the adults to discuss serious matters. The old man began to dismiss people, indicating that important discussions were about to take place. Zhongli and Li Jia, like startled rabbits, quickly fled, sensing the old man's intimidating aura. Now, only Daidong, Tan Hui, and Chun Zhengsheng remained. The old man spoke, "You cannot sell this stone. Cutting it would be an utter waste." Daidong and the others had considered this issue the previous day but had not seen the stone. Now, hearing the old man's words, they recognized the gravity of the situation. According to the ways of the underworld, this stone was akin to having been obtained through deceit. If Dai Yue claimed to have been unconscious at the time, and his grandson made the decisions, it would indeed be a convoluted legal battle. Furthermore, they could not release any pure green high-quality stones to the outside. Otherwise, the Dai family would assert that their stone had been cut from it, and any defense would be futile. The rumors in the underworld could tarnish one's reputation. The group exchanged glances, and Tan Hui asked, "Old man, we are young and have never encountered such matters. Please offer us your wisdom. Negotiate a price. I will take the stone." The old man was taking on the responsibility. Dai Yue had no qualms in facing Daidong and the others. He even had several advantages in the industry. Yet confronting the Jade King of HK was akin to courting disaster. Not to mention the old man's considerable influence even within the mainland. "Uncle son, will this bring you any trouble?" Daidong asked. The old man chuckled, "In my lifetime, have I encountered few troubles? If I take it, he will understand the implications." The old man's gaze met Daidong's, and Daidong understood. This was a test. The stone inherently possessed value and price. High ice type, Zhengyang green, weighing under 10 kilograms, without cracks or cotton, and no color disparity. One could not offer too low, lest the old man dismiss them, nor could one offer too high, as it would seem like extortion. The old man did not permit them to deliberate, and Daidong pondered, "Is this a test of my resolve?" After a moment's hesitation, Daidong resolutely declared, 600 million. Tan Hui felt a bead of sweat form in his palm, acutely aware of the old man's intentions, fearing that Daidong might misprice it. Upon hearing the figure of 600 million, his heart sank, and he involuntarily exhaled. The old man cast a glance at Tan Hui and smiled. "Do not let this old man take advantage of you young ones. It will be 800 million. This was a successful test. Chun Zhengsheng quickly interjected, "Old man, why the increase in price? You have truly aided us immensely." The old man chuckled. "Just for your display yesterday, pretending to be a dragon while being a dragon, and a worm while being a worm, is worth this sum." Chun Zhengsheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Old man, this was all you're doing." The old man paused, then realized the implication of Chun Zhengsheng's words, referencing his insistence on Daidong withdrawing from the auction. The old man erupted in hearty laughter. At that moment, Chu Tianxiang approached, the woven bag containing 3 stones. He had already examined them and, seeing the group engaged in conversation, refrained from interrupting. He stated, "Grandfather, I have inspected the stones. Shall we cut them?" The old man turned and replied, First, let us discuss what these stones are like. Chu Tianxiang extracted a stone from the woven bag, explaining, this one is from the Moksha area, weighing 12 kilograms, with floating blue flowers, yet it has significant cotton and cracks. It likely cannot yield a bracelet. He then presented another stone. This one is from Jindue Jiao. The color has penetrated, yet the quality is too poor to hold value. The last stone was somewhat acceptable, from Guing Jiao, a black wuxia, containing a streak of color, though it was not very large, and its base was somewhat gray. The old man had purchased these stones casually from a shop that morning. After listening to Chu Tianxiang, he fixed a gaze upon him and said, Young Chu, let us cut it according to your judgment. Chu Tianxiang quickly called for Li Jie, and 3 saws began to operate simultaneously. The old man instructed his granddaughter, Aining, accompany these 2 uncles upstairs for a chat while I discuss some private matters with your Uncle Dai. Tanhui and Chen Zhongxing promptly invited Aining upstairs. The old man turned to Dai Dong and asked, what brings you here for business? Is this a long-term endeavor or merely a temporary venture? Do you not attend to your family affairs? Dai Dong smiled wryly, Uncle Son, to be honest, at the beginning of the year, I was still the head of the family business, but after the new year, that changed and I met Tianxiang here by chance and decided to work here for a couple of years. You do not strike me as someone who would make grave mistakes. Why did you leave? Was it your second brother's decision? Several individuals sought to ascend, and I had no choice but to shift positions. A family of such stature ought to have some sordid affairs. The old man understood this well. He had maintained a good relationship with the 3rd son of the Dai family, but regrettably, the 3rd son passed away prematurely, leading the old man to gradually sever ties with the Dai family, primarily due to his disdain for the conduct of several prominent Dai family members. This encounter with Dai Dong was merely to gauge the current state of the Dai family, as for assisting the Dai family or Dai Dong. He had no such intentions. Even if he wished to aid Dai Dong, it would require the right opportunity. The pride and self-respect inherent in the bloodline of the Hongho descendants are not easily comprehensible to all. Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie arrived, pushing a cart. The old man concluded his conversation and approached, lowering his head to inspect the stones, saying, Young Chu, summon your sister. I must take my leave. Qu Xiangxiang hurried upstairs to summon Xingning down. A few individuals escorted the elderly gentleman to the car, where he remarked, Xiao Chu, make sure to visit HK before this year's spring festival. I have some splendid stones to show you. Qu Xiangxiang promptly agreed. The old gentleman then pulled Dai Dong aside, saying, this lad has a long life ahead. Be sure to assist him more with that. He turned and entered the vehicle. Inside, Zheng Ning addressed his grandfather. Those 2 were tight-lipped, and we couldn't extract any useful information. You are no match for them, Ajin. The old man signaled to the bodyguard in the front seat. Establish a shop near that location to keep a close watch. I want to be informed of their every move. Grandfather, are you truly considering bringing that Xiao Chu into the family? Xing Ning inquired. The old man remained silent, contemplating. With that extraordinary talent, bringing him into the family is no easy feat. Chapter 54. The Dai family pays a visit. The actions of the king of Jade demand meticulous observation, particularly concerning someone like President Zhang, a local power broker. Earlier in the day, he visited a hotel but, having not encountered anyone of significance, checked out and departed. However, news from Mongsher indicated that his private jet had only taken off in the afternoon. By noon, a message arrived, stating that Mr. Sun was at the Jupiter Jewelry City, where he had summoned General Gao for a scathing reprimand, forcing Gao to roam the jewelry city on an electric bike until he finally spotted the old man's Mercedes parked outside Dongxiang Jewelry Company, prompting him to rush back with the report. President Zhang immediately rose, preparing to pay a visit. Mr. Sun operates over 100 chain stores specializing in jadeite across the nation, and with the substantial annual demand for jadeite materials, infiltrating that circle could lead to a life of ease. Just as he was about to leave, Dai Nansheng, the general manager of Yangqing Weilin Spiritual Jewelry, arrived for a visit. This individual must be treated with utmost care, leaving no room for error, as the hospitalized Vice President Dai Yue is his father, and this visit bears the weight of accountability. Dai Nansheng was indeed incensed. The previous night, his nephew had called to inform him that their grandfather had suddenly collapsed at a private auction, which had left him quite startled. Given the old man's chronic ailments associated with aging, how could he have fainted so unexpectedly? After hearing his nephew's account, he angrily berated him for being foolish. He took the earliest flight this morning, heading straight to the hospital, where he found the old man to be fine, albeit under observation. While at the hospital, several acquaintances of his family came to visit the old man, and he inquired about the circumstances of the incident. From the accounts provided, there appeared to be no suspicious elements, but later, a coal tycoon from Shaanxi made a fuss, purchasing a stone for 2 million, only to cut it and reveal a vivid green hue, which awakened his suspicion of a conspiracy. Eldest nephew, it is undoubtedly a vivid green glass type. I saw it with my own eyes. Oldly, do not mislead General Dai. It does not qualify as vivid green, nor is it glass type. It is 100% imperial green, at the very least high ice. Each person had their opinion, and they all spoke with unwavering conviction, claiming to have witnessed it firsthand. This left Dai Nanxing feeling overwhelmed. After finally sending off his guests, the old man beckoned him over, saying, "Nanxing, there are numerous doubts regarding this matter. Firstly, the other party is undoubtedly aware that this material is of exceptional quality, which is why they placed such a hefty bet. Typically, this stone would sell for just over 10 million. I noticed that the old son from HK also showed interest in that material, which compelled me to place a significant wager, yet I still couldn't secure it. Secondly, that Shaanxi man is no fool. He is playing the role of the unsuspecting, and your nephew fell for it. Thirdly, the marked line is most concerning. A single cut reveals even a hint of jade quality. How did he know there was material present? Such skill is remarkable." Dai Nanxing asked, "Father, how do you know this material is good?" Dai Yue, looking perplexed, replied, "When I was in my 30s, an old mine owner unearthed a piece at the pit. A single cut resulted in a 100-fold increase, and that moment is etched in my memory, though I have never encountered such a piece again." Dai Nanxing continued, "Father, what do you think this stone could yield? According to what those people said, it shouldn't be less than high ice vivid green. The question is, how large is the interior? If it is merely the size of a sesame seed, then I shall accept the loss. However, if it is somewhat larger, it could be worth millions. That would certainly merit discussion. Especially considering we've already incurred a loss of over 60 million. Father, did President Zhang participate in this? Probably not. He too was likely deceived by that Shaanxi man." Dai Nanxing pondered for a moment and said to his father, "Father, I will approach President Zhang and urge him to persuade the other party to return the stone to us. We will refund them, and if they refuse, we shall uncover the stone to see exactly how much is contained within." Dai Yue replied, "That is a valid approach. Press old Zhang a bit. After all, the auction money has yet to be paid." Dai Nanxing then departed straight to President Zhang's company. Upon their arrival, the two exchanged pleasantries before Dai Nanxing outlined his purpose, directly stating his wish to refund the money, explaining that his father was still not fully coherent and could not recall the events of the previous night. He suspected that someone had colluded with the Shaanxi man to deceive his father. President Zhang, a savvy individual, could easily discern the implications behind Dai Nanxing's words. Realizing this could entangle him in a troublesome situation, he played along, affirming his commitment to arrange a meeting with Dai Nanxing to discuss matters with the other party. Eager to meet the king of Jade, as they arrived at Dongxiang Company, they noticed Mr. Sun's car departing. President Zhang remained silent as they parked and proceeded inside. The atmosphere among the onlookers was jubilant. 2 million had transformed into 800 million, and they were busy discussing how to celebrate when the sound of a vehicle pulling up caught their attention. Shortly after, Zhang Huichong and two shorter, muscular individuals disembarked. "What brings you, Boss Chen?" Dai Dong inquired, humorously welcoming him. Chun-Li, with a warm smile, responded, "All the big bosses are here. I happened to come looking for you about a small matter." After bidding farewell to Dai Nanxing and President Zhang, Dai Dong led Chun-Li and the two individuals upstairs. Once settled, Xiang served tea to everyone, and Dai Dong asked, "What brings you to our establishment, Chen General? This is your first visit. Let us have dinner together tonight." Chun-Li, with polite insistence, replied, "No need for formality, Dai General. Esteemed bosses, here's the situation. 3 months ago, General Chun and that young man over there purchased 3 pieces from me." He pointed at Qixiangxiang and continued, "One of those pieces was, at the time, identified as belonging to a friend from Myanmar. I've heard that these 2 gentlemen are his acquaintances, and upon learning that I sold the stone, they wish to buy it back at a higher price." Dai Dong and his associates exchanged glances, pondering the day's unforeseen developments. What is going on today? Why is everyone seeking to settle old scores? Dai Dong steadied himself. "Chun General, when exactly did this transaction occur? You have been quite active in your purchases recently. When was that?" He turned to Chen Zhengxing. "Old Chen, Do you recall? Chun Zhengxing replied, I can't recall that particular stone. I've bought several pieces from old Chun recently. Chunli quickly interjected, that stone was sold for 150,000. Dai Dong turned to Qiangxiang. Go fetch the ledger. I need to check the records. Qiangxiang nodded and exited the room. Dai Dong then addressed Chunli, saying, what has been sold cannot be reclaimed. There are no such rules. Chun Zhengxing added, Old Chun, you are bringing disgrace to our family. Why are you meddling in the affairs of the Myanmar people? At that moment, Chu Tianxiang returned, holding the account book and gesturing for Dai Dong to take a look. Just then, the Myanmar individual spoke. Friend, we must buy back that stone. We hope to discuss this matter amicably. Their Mandarin was quite fluent. Dai Dong's expression hardened immediately. What do you mean by must buy it back? If I choose not to sell, what will you do? The Myanmar gentleman chuckled. You exaggerate. Mr. Dai, that stone was purchased collectively by a few of us, and there are some debt disputes. Could you kindly allow me to inspect your account book? Dai Dong replied, that is not possible. Furthermore, we have already sold that stone. The Myanmar man appeared slightly anxious and quickly inquired, Mr. Dai, to whom was the stone sold? Dai Dong softened his tone. Friends, you are also in the jade business. You should understand the rules of the trade. Do you think I would disclose the name of my client? The Myanmar man hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, I apologize for the intrusion. He watched as the group left. Looking dejected, Dai Dong turned to everyone and said, both matters have converged. During this time, let us all be vigilant and avoid going out alone. Old Shin and Tianxiang should inspect the stones at Jupiter Jewelry City. Those two Myanmar individuals are not to be underestimated. If they return, just say that I sold the stone, oh not worry. I have already dealt with it, but they must discover the truth themselves. Everyone's spirits were heavy, and the joy of having just earned 800 million quickly dissipated. After the two Myanmar men departed, they bid farewell to Chinli and took a taxi to a village called Pasay. North of Ruining.I in the morning, three young men arrived first, only to discover an unexpected sight. Zhang Li's office door had been pried open. Zhang Li gasped, and Chu Tianxiang and Li Jia rushed over. Upon entering, they found the room in disarray and promptly called Dai Dong. Upon receiving the call, a few of them hurried over. As Dai Dong entered the courtyard, Chu Tianxiang quickly reported, Uncle Dai. The warehouse on the first floor was also broken into, but nothing was stolen. After some discussion, they decided to call the police. Shortly thereafter, the officers arrived, surveyed the scene, reviewed the surveillance footage, but found nothing of value, leading them to merely inquire about the situation before departing. No items were stolen, and the safe remained intact. It was likely that a petty thief had scaled the wall in search of money and left empty-handed. According to the police's assessment, however, the group did not share this perspective. It was evident that the account book had been rifled through, presumably by those two Myanmar men. Dai Dong fell into contemplation, pondering how to subtly shift the Myanmar men's focus onto Uncle O. After much deliberation, he found no viable solution and decided to wait. He sent Chun Zhengxing, Chu Tianxiang, and Tan Hui to inspect the stones while he remained alone in the pavilion, anticipating the return of the Myanmar individuals, as he suspected they would come again that day. As expected, at 4 in the afternoon, the two Myanmar men returned. Upon seeing Dai Dong seated in the pavilion, they approached and sat down without uttering a word. Dai Dong asked, Did you do this? The older Myanmar man replied, Yes, if we cannot find that stone, it will be disastrous. Dai Dong regarded them coldly and retorted, Do not try to intimidate me. This is our country. Do you dare to act recklessly? The elder Myanmar man smiled and said, In your mainland, we certainly would not dare, nor could we enter. But here, do you think we would hesitate? Years ago, these Myanmar individuals were indeed quite audacious on the border, wielding long knives and engaging in brawls frequently, fleeing back to Myanmar after committing murder, leaving domestic police powerless to apprehend them. It was only after stricter border controls were enforced that their behavior began to improve. Dai Dong feigned curiosity and asked, What makes that stone so sought after? I purchased it less than 3 days ago, and it was quickly bought by someone else, and now you insist on buying it back. There's some secret to this stone? The Myanmar man replied, Knowing too much will not benefit you. You are all wealthy individuals from the mainland. It is unnecessary for you to encounter trouble here. To demonstrate our sincerity, tell me who purchased that stone, and we can offer you some compensation. You enjoy gambling on stones, do you not? We can gift you a few stones. Dai Dong deliberately hesitated before saying, A man named Uncle O bought it for 500,000 and resides in Mungzong village. The Myanmar man stood up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Dai. I will investigate this matter. I may return. Farewell." After they left, Dai Dong felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, his shirt thoroughly dampened. Events were unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. With this realization, he raised a cup of now-cold tea and drank it in one gulp, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Uncle O, the ball is now in your court." Chapter 56. A perfect conclusion. Dai Nanxing returned to the hospital and found his father strolling in the corridor. Reassured that the old man was no longer in danger, he then returned to his room, where he recounted Dai Dong's words to his father. Chairman Dai fell into deep thought. The items were not cheap and could be said to be priceless. This was indeed a grave oversight. Dai Nanxing asked, "Dad, how did you deduce that?" In the entire auction hall, only 3 individuals recognized the true worth of that stone. Old Sun had not ventured out for years, and this time he came to ruining solely for that stone. Then why did he not bid a higher price? Do you think he did not? He merely underbid us by 100,000. Ah, Dai Nanxing found it hard to believe that such a dramatic turn of events could occur. Nanxing, the current issue is whether the stone has been opened. Given Old Sun's temperament, if he is certain of its value, he would act immediately. Thus, it is highly probable that it remains unopened, and time is running short. Father, I share your assessment, which is why I returned promptly without lingering. You acted wisely. Notify the HK company to closely monitor Old Sun's movements. If that stone appears, report it immediately. Additionally, since you are here, visit a few more establishments and make connections with more owners. After all, many supplies originate from here, which will benefit our future development. Also, inquire about that young man's situation. I believe the line he drew was not coincidental. Where did he acquire such skill? Dai Nanxing nodded in agreement. On the 3rd day, the 2 Myanmar men returned again, this time not empty-handed. They brought 2 woven bags from their car and placed them on the ground in the courtyard. The older Myanmar man addressed Dai Dong, who was seated there. "Thank you, Boss Dai. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it, Mr. Dai. May I have a word with you privately?" Dai Dong and his companions were engaged in casual conversation when they heard the Myanmar man speak, prompting them to rise and head upstairs. Once seated, the Myanmar man continued, "Mr. Dai, I appreciate your willingness to share that information. However, there is one more matter I hope you can understand." Dai Dong remained composed. Listening attentively as the Myanmar man continued, "I would like to see the safety deposit box you rented at the bank. Is that convenient?" This was not a question, but rather a statement made with an air of authority. Dai Dong fixed his gaze upon them and replied, "Isn't that a bit excessive? Do you think I fear you?" The Myanmar man chuckled softly and said, "I am well aware that you do not fear me. But do you know? If, and I emphasize if, this matter is not thoroughly investigated, neither of us will be able to return. What do you think we would do?" At this point, the younger man adjusted his clothing, revealing a handgun tucked into his belt. Upon seeing the firearm, Dai Dong's anger turned to sardonic humor. Well, for a mere stone, so much trouble has arisen. Fine, I will take you there right now. No need. Bring one other person along, let Kai Song accompany him, and we will wait here. He gestured to the young Myanmar man. With no other option, Dai Dong called Tan Hui over and instructed him to take the Myanmar men to the bank for a look. Less than half an hour later, they returned, with Kai Song nodding at the older Myanmar man. The elder then turned to Dai Dong and said, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Dai. It is all resolved now. I know you primarily deal in raw stones. I have many at a low price, and in a few days, I will bring some for you to examine. I apologize for the trouble caused this time." With that, the 2 men departed downstairs. Dai Dong remained seated, while Tan Hui looked at him, signaling for an explanation. Chen Zhangxing and Chu Tianxiang also ascended the stairs, prompting Dai Dong to finally speak. "This matter is concluded. What about the water jade in the safe?" Tan Hui inquired. "What water jade?" Chen Zhangxing asked, taken aback. "That was my quick thinking to safeguard against this situation. It has proven useful now," Dai Dong elaborated. "When the issue arose, I feared that the matter of the safe would be unclear. So I purchased a piece of water jade to place inside. Consider this. We had just purchased the stone from Chen Li and then went to the bank to rent a safety deposit box, indicating we had valuable items to protect. If it were not that top-tier material, what else could it be? I intended to buy a piece that would perform well enough to replace it. Fate smiled upon me. I acquired a large piece of water jade that closely resembled ice jade. leading the Myanmar men to mistakenly believe we were naive, purchasing rubbish as high-quality goods, and fearing loss. They opted to rent a safety deposit box. However, those Myanmar individuals possess significant influence. They even knew about the rental of the safety deposit box, and you are unaware that they came armed. A few individuals gasped in surprise. The Myanmar individuals brandishing firearms were certainly not to be trifled with, especially those rugged mountain dwellers from northern Myanmar who had long engaged in combat with government forces. For them, taking a life was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. The two Myanmar men investigating the leads found themselves at a dead end. They had uncovered that Uncle O had received some stones, but those stones had already been dispatched by express delivery, courtesy of the proprietor of the nearby convenience store. Curiously, the delivery's destination was Myanmar, and upon further inquiry into the courier company, it appeared that the distance from the domestic origin to Myanmar was merely about 1 kilometer, with no incidents occurring in between. The carrier from Myanmar was Mala Transport Company, and the recipient of the goods was a food store in Yangon. Strangely, the vehicle transporting the goods, along with the driver and a security officer, had vanished without a trace within the jurisdiction of an autonomous organization, leaving no evidence behind. Consequently, they hurried to investigate the recipient, only to discover that the address did not correspond to any food store but rather to a public square. With the phone number disconnected in Myanmar, mobile phones were not subject to real name registration, leaving them at an impasse. They contemplated taking action against Uncle O, but news from Myanmar arrived forbidding any interaction with him, threatening dire consequences otherwise. The elder Myanmar man was perplexed, despite his respectable standing within the ranks of the autonomous organization's military. The origin of the incident was rather straightforward. A group of thieves had excavated a tunnel over 100 meters long, leading to a warehouse near the autonomous government's estate, from which they made off with 5 stones. This estate had long served as a covert repository for the autonomous government, with all storage located underground, housing wealth accumulated over generations, a place even most members of the autonomous government might not be privy to. How had the thieves learned of this hidden warehouse? How did they know valuable items lay within? After digging over 100 meters, how had the guards failed to notice anything amiss? Was there an insider? The higher echelons of the autonomous organization were incensed, ordering the arrest and interrogation of all personnel responsible for the warehouse. Torture was merely a triviality. The head of the intelligence department and the commander of the security forces overseeing the warehouse were summarily dismissed and ordered to recover the stolen stones, or face military justice. Anyone who had come into contact with those stones was to be dealt with. Over the course of a year, 4 of the stolen stones had been gradually recovered. And although the final stone remained elusive, some leads had emerged, indicating a return to Myanmar for further investigation was necessary. As for the thieves, they languished in the estate's water dungeon, likely never to see the light of day again. After a week's stay in the hospital, President Dai returned to Yangsheng, finding little of concern. Dai Dong, Chen Zhengsheng, and Tan Hui then journeyed back to Beijing, particularly since Chen Zhengsheng had not returned in several months. This left 3 young men remaining, with the Myanmar individuals having delivered several stones that performed exceptionally well. Chu Tianxiang had taken a particular interest in 2 of them. Chapter 57. Resurgence of turbulence as the year-end auction in Pingzhou of Lingnan approached. Despite the numerous matters at hand, Chu Tianxiang diligently continued to gather materials. The warehouse had accumulated around 30 to 40 stones. The group deliberated on taking over 20 stones to the auction to test the waters. Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie commenced the cutting and polishing of the stones. After nearly 10 days of labor, they completed all their tasks. Tan Hui called to urge Chu Tianxiang to expedite the shipment of the stones to Pingzhou. As time was of the essence, he provided Chu Tianxiang with the address and informed him that after sending the goods, he would fly to Yangsheng and then proceed to Pingzhou, where they would rendezvous. Chu Tianxiang was familiar with the route. Upon landing at Baiyun Airport in Yangsheng, he promptly hailed a taxi direct to Pingzhou. Similar to Ruining, Pingzhou was a county-level city that lacked notoriety without Jade. Yet now, traders from across the nation, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and various Southeast Asian countries dealing in jade were all aware of Pingzhou's jade bangles. Upon reaching the designated hotel, Chu Tianxiang checked in and prepared to call a few people. Before he could dial, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, a young man stood outside, inquiring, "Are you Mr. Chu from Ruining?" "I am Chu Tianxiang from Ruining. May I ask who you are?" "Hello, Mr. Chu. My name is Fu Lin. From Mr. Tan's office, Mr. Tan sent me to assist you." Chu Tianxiang was aware of this arrangement and quickly invited Fu Lin into his room. As they conversed, Fu Lin turned out to be 8 years older than Chu Tianxiang. Unable to resist Chu Tianxiang's insistence, they agreed to address each other informally, with Chu Tianxiang calling him Brother Fu and Fu Lin referring to him as Tianxiang, thus ending the debate. Brother Fu. When will Mr. Tan arrive? Chu Tianxiang inquired. He was supposed to arrive yesterday, but he called today to say he is still handling some matters. He should arrive in a day or two. Tianxiang, here's the plan for the next few days. Tomorrow morning, we will deliver the materials to the venue and hand them over to the organizers. There is also a banquet in the evening that you must attend, as instructed by Mr. Tan. You are representing him, and the attendees will primarily be major suppliers for this auction. This is our first time participating as suppliers instead of buyers. The day after tomorrow, the auction begins and lasts for a week. During this time, you can observe the auction, and if you prefer, I can take you around the vicinity, though there is not much to see. Chu Tianxiang pondered for a moment and replied, let us focus on delivering the goods first and complete the necessary procedures. Fu Lin responded, that is not an issue. The goods are already at the office, and I've arranged for transport and personnel. We just need to oversee the process. The delivery went smoothly, and that evening, a banquet was held at a 4-star hotel, gathering leaders from the association and prominent figures from the jade industry. The entire hall was filled with dozens of tables. Chu Tianxiang followed the reception staff to his designated seat. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, leaving him to sit in solitude, a brief ceremony commenced, featuring speeches from leaders and representatives, followed by the feast. At Chu Tianxiang's table of 10, 3 were from Yunnan, while the others were local jade suppliers, all well acquainted with one another. Next to Chu Tianxiang sat a middle-aged man whose accent revealed him to be from Yunnan. Gradually, they struck up a conversation. This man, surnamed Zhuang and hailing from Tongcheng, was amiable and quite approachable. Brother, this is our first meeting. Very few from Ruining participate in the Pingzhou auctions, as you prefer to gamble on materials instead. Brother Zhuang, I may be visiting often in the future, so I hope you'll look out for me. Absolutely, brother, I know many people here. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. Zhuangshang was a regular at the Pingzhou auction, primarily sourcing goods from Myanmar to sell at domestic auctions. His Tongcheng store was essentially a facade. The products primarily moved through auctions, saving numerous sales steps and reducing worry, though it required substantial capital. Without sufficient funds, one could not participate. Chu Tianxiang intended to forge connections and handed out his business cards respectfully to those at the table, receiving reciprocal cards in return. Being young and charming, he garnered quite a bit of goodwill. As he approached 2 or 3 remaining individuals, Chu Tianxiang presented his card to a man in his 30s. The man glanced at it and casually inquired, from Ruining, have you heard about the private auction there recently? Chu Tianxiang felt a pang of anxiety but quickly smiled, saying, I was fortunate enough to attend. Do you have any insights? The man straightened up and replied, I heard that the last stone, valued at over 60 million, turned out to be a glass-type imperial green. Did you see it? Chu Tianxiang chuckled, I didn't see it. All the big shots were there, and I didn't approach. An older guest at the table admonished the man. Along, don't pry into matters that have passed. Along turned to the elder and said, Uncle Zhang, I was just asking out of curiosity. Please don't take offense. After distributing his cards, Chu Tianxiang returned to his seat. Zhuangshang leaned in and whispered, stay clear of that guy. He is the youngest son of President Dai from the Huayan Association, a rogue. But you needn't worry. If anything arises, just come to me. Zhuangshang, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the younger man, intentionally shared this warning. Chapter 58. A sudden twist of fate at that moment, the organizer's leaders began toasting at each table, prompting everyone to rise in unison, familiar with one another. Chu Tianxiang, however, felt like an outsider, knowing no one aside from President Wu in the center of the gathering, and even that was uncertain, as President Wu mingled with the guests. He suddenly spotted Chu Tianxiang. Raising his glass, he approached and said, Young brother, we've met a few times, but I don't know your name. Chu Tianxiang quickly bowed and replied, President Wu, hello, I am Chu Tianxiang. Learning the jade business from Uncle Tan, I appreciate your guidance. President Wu laughed heartily. How could I dare to instruct someone of your caliber? Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, surpassing many seasoned veterans. The warning bell rang in Chu Tianxiang's mind. What was President Wu's intention? He hurriedly smiled and said, I merely made a casual attempt, just a stroke of luck. President Wu then inquired, has Mr. Tan or Mr. Dai arrived? They should be here in a couple of days. Some matters have delayed them. Young man, enjoy yourself here, and if you need anything, just give me a call. With that, he handed over a business card, which Chu Tianxiang accepted with both hands. The leaders have departed, and a group has just taken their seats at the table. Alone stared at Qu Xiangxiang and remarked, "Young man, your honesty leaves much to be desired." Everyone present had clearly understood President Wu's previous remarks. The final cut on Ruining's private deal was executed by this young fellow. A mere centimeter apart, yet it represented the chasm between paradise and perdition. The various Jade distribution centers in Lingnan are closely interconnected, and any news travels the world in the blink of an eye. President Dai and his entourage were duped out of over 60 million, resulting in an immediate fainting spell. Certainly explosive news point, one could only assume he had been sent to his grandmother's house. Especially given the rampant street rumors, with countless versions of the tale circulating. Ultimately, driven by certain individuals, it morphed into a narrative that the Huawood folks were no match for the Ruining crowd, who allegedly extorted 60 million from them. Meanwhile, the Dai family was in disarray. Upon the old man's return, he was promptly hospitalized for examination. He himself said little, but Dai Nanxing, the eldest son, vented his frustrations on the grandson the old man had brought back. Currently, Dai Nanxing calls the shots, making all decisions in the household. President Dai has a younger son in his 30s, who has long had a penchant for martial arts and prefers not to engage in business. For he lacks no funds. Though he and his elder brother share a different mother, he enjoys the old man's favor and harbors great respect for his elder sibling. Upon hearing of their father's misfortune at Ruining, he was eager to storm over, but Dai Nanxing forbade him with a stern command. This time, their family had also put several pieces on the public market, and the younger Dai had accompanied his brother for a bit of fun, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face, one with whom he had a grudge. Qu Xiangxiang interjected at that moment, "I merely sketched it out casually. I didn't look after cutting. Did I say anything incorrect?" Just as Alone was about to respond, Uncle Zhang interjected, "Young man, concealing one's talents is commendable, but you all did retrieve the stone afterward, did you not?" Qu Xiangxiang chuckled. This elder brother inquires about the circumstances at the scene without asking what transpired afterward. Hence my silence. Alone slammed the table and rose to leave, but Uncle Zhang remarked, "Young man, such tricks are unamusing." Zhuang Shang, sensing the rising tension, expressed his displeasure. "I've heard about the Ruining affair too. Wasn't there mutual disagreement at the time? Why are there suddenly so many issues now?" Zhuang Shang holds a prominent position in Tingchong, having witnessed all manner of situations. Seeing a fellow villager being wronged ignited a sense of injustice within him. Qu Xiangxiang replied, "Brother Zhuang, no worries. There were many witnesses present. The final cut was indeed made by me. Each individual's interpretation of the stone varies. If the cut rises, should we demand a refund? What if it were to plummet? Would we receive a refund then?" Alone retorted angrily, "Humph, young man, you have some audacity." With that, he stood and departed. Uncle Zhang cast a lingering gaze at Qu Xiangxiang, choosing silence thereafter. Zhuang Shang leaned into Qu Xiangxiang and said softly, "Brother, your stone gambling skills are quite impressive. That day's events have spread vividly, particularly regarding the line you drew. It has become the talk of the town." Qu Xiangxiang replied quietly, "Brother Zhuang, pay no heed to the rumors out there. I hope to visit you in Tangchong one day." Zhuang Sheng responded, "Since you call me brother, feel free to drop the formalities. It makes me feel old." Qu Xiangxiang nodded in agreement. Zhuang Sheng continued, "Take some time to visit Tengchong. There are plenty of stones to gamble on, many of which are long-held collections. We can exchange insights." Qu Xiangxiang promptly expressed his gratitude. The atmosphere at the table grew heavy with silence, and feeling bored, Qu Xiangxiang bid farewell to everyone and departed. As he exited the restaurant, he spotted Fu Lin waiting for him outside, rushing over to greet him, as he was not qualified to attend such a banquet. Once in the car, Fu Lin drove Qu Xiangxiang back to the hotel. Not 10 minutes into the drive, Fu Lin suddenly slammed on the brakes, startling Qu Xiangxiang, who had been looking down at his phone. Nearly colliding with the windshield, Fu Lin's face mirrored his shock as they noticed a rugged SUV blocking their path. Fortunately, the two vehicles narrowly avoided a collision. Regaining his composure, Fu Lin exited the vehicle to investigate the situation with the SUV. Chapter 59. A kick and a punch. As Fu Lin stepped out, he saw 4 burly men leap from the SUV, striding toward him. Just as he was about to speak, the foremost individual commanded, Step aside, don't cause trouble. I'm looking for that young man in the car. Qu Xiangxiang recognized Alone as the leader and quickly exited the vehicle to prevent Fu Lin from getting into trouble. Seeing that the group aimed to confront Qu Xiangxiang, Fu Lin urgently called out, Tianxiang, get back in the car. I'm calling the police. Hearing Fu Lin's shout, one of the men lunged forward, seized Fu Lin, and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face before violently smashing his phone to the ground. Shattering it into pieces, blood began to trickle from the corner of Fu Lin's mouth. Qu Xiangxiang frowned and addressed Alone. Let him go. This isn't his affair. Alone chuckled menacingly. You dare to offend me. Today you'll learn the consequences. Qu Xiangxiang remained motionless and inquired, Who exactly are you? I do not recognize you. Alone replied, Once I finish with you, you'll know who I am. Qu Xiangxiang sighed, Very well, but first release him. He is merely a driver and has no involvement in this. I assure you he won't report you or flee. Alone turned to his companions and ordered, Let him go. Don't let him escape. He then turned back to Qu Xiangxiang, stating, Let me teach you a lesson. And then I'll tell you why. Qu Xiangxiang gently loosened his shoulders, removed his suit jacket, and placed it on the hood of his car, asking, Are you that confident? Alone sneered, I don't need confidence to deal with someone like you. Alone was a martial arts enthusiast, having trained since childhood, and had summoned his fellow disciples from the same dojo for this encounter. Soon as he finished speaking, Alone lunged forward, throwing a left hook aimed at Qu Xiangxiang's head. Qu Xiangxiang stood firm, focusing intently on the approaching fist. Just as it came within 2 inches of his face, Alone turned his head aside, allowing his left fist to graze past Qu Xiangxiang's face. Without pausing, Alone closed the distance, unleashing a powerful right punch directly at Qu Xiangxiang's chest. The preceding feint aimed to destabilize Qu Xiangxiang, setting him up for a solid blow that could leave him incapacitated in a split second. Qu Xiangxiang, sensing the ferocity of Alone's right punch, swiftly stepped back with his right leg, his upper body leaning back just enough to evade the strike. Once his right foot was steady, he leveraged the momentum to execute a rapid 360-degree turn, delivering a whip-like kick to Alone's head. Caught off guard, Alone was struck in the neck and collapsed. Unconscious, Alone's 3 companions stood in shock. They could hardly comprehend the situation. One encounter and their leader was floored. What on earth was happening? The 2 in front exchanged glances, steeling themselves as they drew knives and lunged at Qu Xiangxiang. He charged forward, ducking under the first assailant's sweeping blade. As he sidestepped, the first assailant's swing had left him vulnerable. And Qu Xiangxiang seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful uppercut to the man's armpit. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as the man was sent flying 3 meters away, clutching his injured right arm. Writhing in agony, while the other assailant, frozen in place, wet himself in terror upon witnessing his companion's plight. Qu Xiangxiang barely glanced at the remaining 2, beckoning Fu Lin, Brother Fu. Come here. Fu Lin approached in a daze. Utterly astonished by Qu Xiangxiang's actions, Qu Xiangxiang offered him a tissue to wipe the blood from his mouth, as Fu Lin's eyes widened in disbelief at the ferocity displayed by his companion. Qu Xiangxiang turned to the remaining 2, saying, I do not know you, nor do I understand why you wish to fight me. However, since you have lost, I expect some sense of accountability. My brother received 2 slaps, each worth 500,000. Deliver the sum to my hotel by tomorrow morning, and do not claim you can't find me. As he gestured for Fu Lin to get in the car, he suddenly recalled something and shouted back to the 2 men. Oh, and don't forget to bring a new phone tomorrow. I need one. The car sped away. The 2 remaining men hurriedly lifted their companions into their vehicle and rushed to the hospital. Back at the hotel, Fu Lin entered the room with Qu Xiangxiang and stammered, Tianxiang, we must inform General Tan about this incident. I fear I cannot bear the responsibility. He explicitly instructed me to ensure your safety, and I have failed. Qu Xiangxiang, aware that this must relate to the ruining private deal, pondered the identities of those individuals, and after a moment of thought, he reassured Fu Lin, Brother Fu, this is not your fault. Do not worry. There is a source for all this. I will call Uncle Tan shortly. He will not blame you, rest assured. After much persuasion, Qu Xiangxiang managed to send Fu Lin home. Chapter 60. A mess of feathers. Qu Xiangxiang sat in silence for a while, meticulously reflecting on the day's events. Alone was undoubtedly affiliated with President Dai, yet he was unclear about Uncle Zhang's role and why he had chosen to side with them. Furthermore, He wondered why President Wu from Pingzhou had so brazenly divulged his affairs, while Brother Zhuang likely had no issues, as he too seemed displeased with those individuals' actions. Having sorted through his thoughts, Qu Xiangxiang glanced at his watch. It was already past midnight. It was too late to call Uncle Tan. He would do so tomorrow. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in a physical altercation, and my reflexes have dulled somewhat. When the knife was swung towards me just now, I should have retaliated by striking his wrist with a backhand blow. However, out of caution, I opted to hit him in the armpit instead. Upon my return, I anticipate a reprimand, and I must find time to practice. Otherwise, if I fail my examination, my master will not hesitate to discipline me. After a refreshing shower, Chu Tianxiang took a moment to rest, enjoying a night filled with pleasant dreams, while countless others remained restless throughout the night. At the most opulent private hospital in Pingzhou, the surgical emergency room was overflowing with people, dapper gentlemen, an array of charming women, and boisterous figures from the underworld filled the corridor to capacity. Adjacent to the emergency room, a doctor's office had transformed into an impromptu conference room for top-tier bosses. Dai Nanqing, Uncle Zhang, and several others sat around a makeshift table, all aware of the events that had unfolded that evening. Two wealthy heirs from Lingnan had been incapacitated. One remained in a state of unconsciousness, while the other suffered a shattering fracture in his right arm, deemed irreparable. Another was experiencing incontinence, having changed his trousers 3 times in an hour, while the last, although uninjured, exhibited signs of confusion. All matters had been clarified. Dai's youngest son, incensed by his father's humiliation at Ruining, had enlisted a few familiar martial brothers, all skilled in combat, to exact revenge, only to find themselves utterly annihilated. Retaliation? Certainly, but who would carry it out? Should too many individuals be involved, do you suppose the police would be idle? Without solid evidence of your gang affiliations, I might as well be speaking in vain. Seeking capable fighters. Those who possess such capability are currently occupied in the emergency room. Call the police. Are you jesting? We intended to engage in violence. If we cannot succeed, we shall report it. Do you wish to ruin our reputation further? Old Zhang questioned. There was only one opponent. Have you seen him? Is he truly formidable? How would I know if he can fight? However, I observed that this young man maintained remarkable composure at the dinner table. Speaking with precision, Uncle Zhang replied, his expression clouded with worry over his second son's irreversible injury. Do not fret. Wu, the president, will arrive shortly. He is well acquainted with the other party, Dai Nanqing reassured. Before his words had fully settled, President Wu entered, saying, I sincerely apologize. I had a bit too much to drink last night. Please forgive me. Old Wu, could you enlighten us about the situation? We are utterly bewildered. It cannot be acceptable for a mere child to be bullied so brazenly. After taking a moment's pause, President Wu responded, this is a group, approximately 4 to 5 individuals. The key players hail from the capital. They have recently been acquiring exceptional raw materials to bring to Guangdong, claiming to have established connections in Myanmar. However, I have my doubts. One among them, Teng Hui, has a close relationship with my nephew. He operates several small chain stores in Beijing. Though they are not particularly large, I do not know the others well. I have encountered this young man a few times. He left little impression, being rather reticent yet exceptionally polite. On the surface, there appear to be no issues regarding Ruining, but they are in contention with President Dai over a particular stone. And it seems a master has discerned the quality of that material. The Shangxi individual likely lacks the understanding to identify which young man made the mark at that moment. I suspected that the master might be him, though I was uncertain due to his youth. This young man came to deliver the material for the public auction, while the others did not attend, and he provided a significant amount of revised material, all of commendable quality, something unprecedented in the past. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. No one knew how to respond. It was a relatively straightforward matter that had spiraled out of control. Retaliation? Nonsense. This is merely a brawl among the younger generation. If the parents intervene, regardless of the outcome, it would be unjustifiable. Moreover, the issue surrounding Ruining has reached a conclusion, yet they persistently harass us. Do you think they are to be trifled with? The bosses are presently focused on addressing the other party's counterattack. President Wu, could you ask your nephew to call that Tang fellow to ascertain the situation? It would be inconvenient for us, Dai Nanqing inquired. After a moment of contemplation, President Wu replied, I will give it a try. If their anger does not subside, this matter could become complicated. Old Tang, in poor health, had retired early that evening. Around 2 in the morning, his phone rang abruptly, reluctant to answer. He was irritated by the persistent ringing. As he groggily picked up the phone, he was jolted awake upon seeing it was Wei Hua from Pingzhou. While they were indeed friends, they had never called each other at such an hour. After collecting himself, Old Tang answered, "Old Wei, what on earth is going on? Why are you calling me in the middle of the night?" Tang Hui felt a flicker of hope, praying that Wei Hua would not utter Chu Tianxiang's name. On the other end, Wei Hua replied, "Old Tang, I sincerely apologize. Your nephew has encountered some trouble." President Dai's son, along with a few others, confronted him. Chapter 61. The aftermath. Before Wei Hua could finish, Tang Hui erupted, "Wei Hua, are you even a friend? I repeatedly asked you to look after Chu Tianxiang, and this is how you do it? He is a young man who has never ventured far and knows nothing. Could you not send someone along with him? Do you truly lack the funds for that? Are you still my friend after all these years? I have asked you for nothing, and you have managed to botch this one instance. I cannot consider you a friend any longer." Without waiting for an explanation, Old Tang abruptly hung up the phone. After a moment's thought, he dialed Chu Tianxiang, but the call went unanswered. He tried again, but once more, there was no response. Growing anxious, he called Fu Lin, only to find he was out of service area. Old Tang felt utterly helpless. Just then, his phone rang again. It was Wei Hua. With no other options, he reluctantly answered. Tang Hui answered gruffly, "If you have something to say, make it quick. I am quite busy." Wei Hua, with a nervous laugh, said, "Old Tang, I will be brief. Your nephew has hospitalized President Dai's youngest son, as well as General Zhang's second son. Both are severely injured. Your nephew, however, remains unscathed." Tang Hui gasped in shock. Struggling to comprehend who had attacked whom, he softened his tone, urging Wei Hua, "Old Wei, slow down and elaborate. I cannot reach anyone on that side." Seeing Tang Hui's tone soften, Wei Hua recounted the events of the night in detail. Tang Hui was taken aback. How could Chu Tianxiang possess such remarkable combat skills? He had taken on 4 opponents, injuring 2 severely and 2 lightly, while remaining unharmed himself, thankfully. Tang Hui inquired about the purpose of Wei Hua's call, to which Wei Hua explained, "President Dai's son is still unconscious after 3 hours, while General Zhang's son has suffered a complete loss of function in his right arm, with the joint utterly shattered and beyond repair. Li's son is experiencing incontinence from fright, and another is slightly disoriented, though not gravely affected." The 2 lightly injured individuals reported that Chu Tianxiang did not sustain a single scratch, yet they demand a compensation of 1 million, which must be delivered by tomorrow morning. The key players from their side wish to discuss the situation with you, as there must be some resolution for the 2 severely injured parties. After considering the situation, Tang Hui instructed Wei Hua, "Let us arrange for the 1 million to be delivered immediately to prevent further complications. I will head to Pingzhou first thing in the morning, arriving by afternoon to discuss matters with the others." After ending the call, Tang Hui contemplated the next steps and decided to contact Dai Dong. When the call connected, he was met with raucous music on the other end. Dai Dong's social life had never intersected with his own. Tang Hui shouted through the phone, "This is urgent. Find a quieter place." A moment later, the music ceased, and Dai Dong asked, "You're calling me this late? It must be serious." Tang Hui replied, "Regardless of your own affairs, you need to catch the first flight to Pingzhou in the morning. Your precious nephew has gotten himself into a fight, but thankfully, he is unharmed." Dai Dong casually remarked, "So what if he fought? As long as Tianxiang is fine, can't you handle it? 2 wealthy heirs have been severely injured, and 2 others are traumatized. Do you think I can handle this?" Tang Hui retorted. Dai Dong's laughter echoed through the line. "Well done, good lad. You remind me of my younger days." Tang Hui, uninterested in banter, stated directly, "I will await you at the first flight tomorrow. If you wish to bring Old Qian or Zhang Shi, feel free." The following morning, Tang Hui arrived at the airport to find Chen Pongzi waiting, but Dai Dong was absent, and Zhang Shi had traveled abroad. At around 8 a.m., Chu Tianxiang awoke. Although he was in Guangdong, his biological clock still adhered to Rue Ning's schedule. After freshening up, he prepared to have breakfast, only to find Fu Lin waiting in the corridor. He quickly inquired, "Brother Fu, you're here. Why didn't you knock?" Fu Lin, having endured a sleepless night filled with anxiety, had arrived early at the hotel, eager to glean Tang Hui's opinion regarding his job, which he held in high regard. "No worries. I just arrived as well. By the way, did you call President Tang last night?" "It was too late. so I didn't bother. Upon hearing that Chu Tianxiang had not called President Tang, Fu Lin grew anxious, urging him to make the call, but found the phone dead. Chu Tianxiang, feeling the pressure, attempted to reach Daidong, but again, there was no response. He then called Chan Zhangsheng, only to find that his phone was also off. The two men, perplexed, made their way to the dining hall for breakfast. Fu Lin was genuinely impressed by Chu Tianxiang. In such a tense situation, most individuals would either be beaten or terrified, yet he had effortlessly resolved the conflict. With the anticipation of a calm day ahead, they leisurely sipped their morning tea, awaiting the public auction tomorrow. As 10 o'clock approached, Wei Hua arrived. Upon seeing him, Chu Tianxiang immediately stood to greet him warmly. Wei Hua had been concerned that Chu Tianxiang might snub him, but seeing the respect he received eased his worries. After seating himself, he pulled a brand new phone from his bag and placed it on the table, casually stating, "It's inconvenient to be without a phone." Chu Tianxiang addressed Lin, saying, "Brother Fu, hurry and get a phone card. I'm afraid Uncle Tan will call for you soon." Fu Lin nodded in agreement, swiftly grabbed his phone, and rose to leave. Chapter 62. The arrival of Tan Hui Wei Hua turned to Chu Tianxiang and remarked, "Those individuals are all hospitalized. Their families are inquiring about your demands. After all, they initiated this matter." Chu Tianxiang replied, "I have already stated all my conditions. It is now up to them to act accordingly. I hail from the mountains, and I negotiate with them according to the rules of the mountains. If one loses, one must accept their fate. Historically, there have been numerous instances of villages being raided. If they are dissatisfied, let them send someone to retaliate." Upon hearing this, Wei Hua felt reassured. He gestured towards the door. And shortly thereafter, a person arrived carrying a leather suitcase, placing it at Wei Hua's feet. After setting it down, the individual bowed slightly to the two men and exited. Wei Hua said, 1 million is here. Tianxiang, please check it. Additionally, I've called General Tan, and he will arrive in Pingzhou by noon today. Only then did Chu Tianxiang comprehend why Uncle Tan's phone was off. He stated, "General Wei, since you and my Uncle Tan are friends, I will be forthright with you. Last night, I was incensed when those individuals came and tried to ram our car, nearly colliding with us, and then they got out to assault Brother Fu. They were not only arrogant in their words but also struck me mercilessly, using knives. If I hadn't possessed some skills, I would be the one lying in the hospital right now. Since you are intervening, let the subsequent matters be discussed with my Uncle Tan. I have no objections." Wei Hua thought to himself, "Is this merely possessing some skills? Do not jest. Those individuals are nearly insane from their martial training, relying on their wealth, neglecting all else, and solely devoted to their practice. They have fought in underground arenas, and none of them are pushovers. How is it that they appear so frail before you?" Seeing that Chu Tianxiang no longer pursued the matter, Wei Hua felt elated. His purpose was to temper Chu Tianxiang's anger before Old Tan's arrival. Otherwise, handling this situation would be quite troublesome. After conversing a while longer, Wei Hua took his leave. Chu Tianxiang awaited Fu Lin's return, and the two of them proceeded back to their room. Just as they entered, Tan Hui's call came through, inquiring about their location. 40 minutes later, Tan Hui and Chan Zhangxing entered Chu Tianxiang's room. Chu Tianxiang and Fu Lin hurriedly greeted them. Tan Hui, with a serious expression, said, "Let's discuss how the incident transpired." Chu Tianxiang recounted the events of the previous evening's banquet, detailing how they were obstructed in traffic and how Fu Lin had been assaulted, leaving no detail unmentioned. Fu Lin added his own insights. Tan Hui instructed Fu Lin, "This matter does not concern you anymore. You may return. If anyone from the other side contacts you, please let me know." As Fu Lin prepared to leave, Chu Tianxiang quickly interjected, "Brother Fu, please take the suitcase with you." Fu Lin shook his head and turned to leave. Tan Hui inquired, "What suitcase?" Chu Tianxiang responded, "The 1 million that General Wei sent over this morning. I promised it to Brother Fu." Chen Zhengxing interjected, "This is a decision made by Tianxiang. Old Tan, you need not involve yourself." Tan Hui pondered for a moment before stating, "It seems a bit excessive, but since Tianxiang has decided, let it be." He then asked Chen Zhengxing, "How should we proceed from here? I have no experience with such matters." Chen Zhengxing chuckled, "What else can we do? We negotiate." "And how do we negotiate?" Chen Zhengxing asked Chu Tianxiang, "Do you have any further demands?" Seeing Chu Tianxiang shake his head, he continued, "Very well, allow me to analyze the situation for you. The other side has incurred significant losses. Consider it. They have been severely injured. On the surface, we are obligated to compensate them for their medical expenses, but we are in the right here. They have suffered, yet they dare not report this to the authorities. If they do, the police may unearth other matters. They are quite aware of the gravity of the situation, thus I believe they will ultimately have to accept this. Is that all? Tanhui inquired. What more can be done? They are unwilling to escalate the conflict. Otherwise, they would not have sent over that 1 million, Qin Jingxing added. If Big Dai were here, he would have shut down a few of their businesses for several days. In such a case, we could potentially extract more money, but the issue is that we are not short on funds. The group shared a laugh. Qin Jingxing then asked Chu Tianxiang, how is it that your skills are so formidable? You took down 2 with a single blow each, and the remaining 2 were left in shock. Chu Tianxiang, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, my master taught me deadly techniques from the battlefield. Each strike aimed to take a life. When I was young, I did not comprehend these methods. I learned several sets of martial arts from my master over the years. Once I became proficient, he broke down each move, explaining how to apply them, under what conditions, and how to react to the opponent's responses. As a child, I did not grasp this. Only upon growing older did I realize that I struggle in fights, as my strikes are excessively forceful, targeting vital points. The ingrained instinctual thought processes and muscle memory are difficult to modify. I have become accustomed to it. Last night, I was slightly slower against the second opponent, perhaps due to nerves. When he swung his knife, I should have struck his wrist to disarm him, then seized the knife mid-air, taking a step to the side as I prepared to confront the second opponent, thrusting the knife into the back of the first, rendering him immediately incapacitated. Returning to his area of expertise, Chu Tianxiang demonstrated as he spoke. Qin Jingxing and Tan Hui were left astounded, contemplating what that unassuming, frail old man must have imparted to Tianxiang. This young man, typically refined and polite, seemed to abandon all caution in battle. Taking down 2 was one thing, but leaving the others in a state of shock was troubling. They imagined how bizarre and terrifying the scene must have been to instill such fear. Tan Hui cautioned, Tianxiang, possessing such skills is advantageous, but do not misuse them. If possible, refrain from resorting to violence. Chu Tianxiang nodded in acknowledgement, while Chen Fatty remained unconvinced. Chapter 63. The Fatty unleashed. Tan Hui picked up the phone to call Wei Hua, arranging a meeting. He and Qin Jingxing stood up to leave. But as they reached the door, Chu Tianxiang suddenly said, let them know that I can awaken the comatose long. I cannot assist with the others. The 2 acknowledged his statement and departed. After approximately 2 hours, Chu Tianxiang received a call from Uncle Tan, instructing him to wait at the hotel entrance for Fu Lin to drive him to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Fu Lin arrived within 5 minutes. As Chu Tianxiang settled into the car, Fu Lin inquired, Tianxiang, how has the situation been handled? It should be fine now. Uncle Tan and Uncle Chen are addressing it. They sent me to awaken the comatose individual. Prolonged unconsciousness can lead to brain damage. So, an agreement has been reached between both parties? Fu Lin asked. That seems to be the case. Tianxiang, as your older brother, I genuinely admire you. After simulating your moves, I found I could not replicate a single one. Chu Tianxiang chuckled, Brother Fu, I have practiced martial arts since I was under 10. I spent 5 to 6 years perfecting my horse stance. The movements may appear simple, yet most people find them quite challenging. Moreover, the simpler the movement, the more difficult it is to master. However, when executed, the impact is profound. Fu Lin continued. Word of last night's incident has spread throughout Pingzhou. There are many rumors and quite a few are clamoring for revenge. Those that bark do not bite. Pay them no mind. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, they spotted Tan Hui, Qin Jingxing, and several others standing there. Chu Tianxiang exited the car and promptly greeted them. Dai Nanqing was also among the crowd, as he felt obligated to be present due to his brother's injuries. Chu Tianxiang slightly bowed his head and addressed Dai Nanqing, saying, Mr. Dai, I apologize for my youth and for being heavy-handed. I seek your forgiveness. Dai Nanqing could only respond, it is my brother who has caused this trouble. He brought it upon himself. I must trouble you to take a look at him. His prolonged unconsciousness is concerning. The group gathered outside the emergency room, where several individuals sat on benches in the corridor. Upon seeing Chu Tianxiang and his companions approach, they all stood up. One robust man in his 40s fixed his gaze intently on Chu Tianxiang without uttering a word. Entering the emergency room, the doctors and nurses remained silent. Chu Tianxiang approached DeLong's bedside, observing him with his eyes tightly shut, unresponsive to external stimuli, though his breathing was steady and the heart monitor displayed normal readings. However, he had been in a coma for over 10 hours. If this continued, his brain would suffer damage. Chu Tianxiang grasped DeLong's hand firmly, Noting the lack of pain response, he then walked to the foot of the bed, lifted Along's left foot, and turned to the people behind him, saying, "Please step back." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his right fist and struck Along's left foot sole with a loud thud. Along let out a cry, "Ah," and awakened at that all it took to wake him up. Chu Tianxiang turned to Dai Nanxing, saying, "Mr. Dai, he is awake now. The rest is up to the doctors. I must take my leave." Tan Hui remarked, "Let us return together." The group bid farewell to Dai Nanxing, who had someone escort Tan Hui, Chen Zhengsheng, and the others downstairs. Just as they reached the ground floor, the robust man approached Chu Tianxiang, stating, "You are quite skilled. I wish to spar with you." Chu Tianxiang asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Tan Hui replied with annoyance, "What is there to fight about? Why complicate matters?" The group continued walking toward their car. When the man called out, "I am their senior brother. Let us spar in the ring." This indicated a contest of martial skills, unrelated to personal grievances. Chen Fatty, with a mischievous grin, turned back and said, "A sparring match is fine, but the appearance fee is 50 million. Such a price nearly rivals that of heavyweight champion Tyson." The group climbed into the car, and Tan Hui scolded Chen Fatty. "What business do you have provoking them?" Chen Zhengxing chuckled as he said, "A martial artist, let alone 50 million, has never even seen 5 million. What could he possibly use to fight? Just a jest." Chu Tianxiang rolled his eyes, thinking that Uncle Chen was truly incorrigible. Chen Zhengxing then inquired, "How is it that when you struck that young man's foot, he awakened?" Chu Tianxiang explained, "Last night, I lost control of my foot, and the force was a bit excessive. His blood vessels were sealed. Today, striking his Yongquan acupoint can help reverse the blockage." The others in the car did not grasp the explanation but paid it no mind. Chu Tianxiang turned to General Tan, asking, "Uncle Tan, how did the negotiations go?" Tan Hui replied, "How did it go? You should ask your Uncle Chen. He is an old hand at this, and I hardly spoke more than 3 sentences during the entire negotiation." Chen Zhengxing remarked, "The outcome is simply that everyone returns to their own homes, seeking their own mothers." Tan Hui corrected, "It's not quite like that. Your Uncle Chen managed to extort a vehicle. Specifically that one over there, a newly purchased Audi Q7. Chu Tianxiang looked at Chen Zhengxing in admiration, marveling at his ability to negotiate such matters, feeling too embarrassed to even broach the subject himself. Chen Zhengxing continued, "Such negotiations require a strong presence. One moment you pound the table and glare, acting like a rogue, employing both threats and inducements, and the next, you extol brotherly loyalty, practically begging to become sworn brothers on the spot. In the end, it's all a mix of truth and falsehood, with no genuine word spoken, yet the matter resolves itself. Those people today are not seasoned players, they are mere novices." Upon returning to the hotel, Tan Hui pointed at a suitcase and said to Fu Lin, "You've fought alongside Tianxiang, so you should take this suitcase as a reward." Fu Lin, hearing the boss's words, hurriedly waved his hands, insisting, No, this is something Tianxiang earned with his life. I cannot accept it, absolutely not." Chu Tianxiang interjected, "Brother Fu, we hit it off from the start. We are good friends. If I say you should take it, then you should take it. You endured a beating, and this is your compensation." Chen Zhengxing added, "Little brother, take it. Do not let Tianxiang's goodwill go to waste." It was impossible for Fu Lin not to be tempted by such a substantial sum. Yet his integrity made him feel undeserving. Realizing he could not refuse any longer, he stood straight and respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle to Tan Hui, choking out, "Thank you, boss." He then bowed again to Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang. Chapter 64. Zhangxi withdraws. Once Fu Lin departed, Chen Zhengxing cautioned Chu Tianxiang, "Though this matter has been settled, we must remain vigilant. After all, we are on their turf. It's fine to visit the public market, but when there's nothing pressing, we should stay in the hotel and venture out as little as possible." He continued, "Even though the other party holds no ground, their losses are substantial and surely there will be some dissatisfaction, leading to potential trouble." Tan Hui suggested, "Perhaps Tianxiang should return home early. I feel uneasy here." Chen Zhengxing firmly stated, "No, if Tianxiang leaves, our momentum will immediately wane, and the other side may pull some tricks." Tan Hui picked up the phone and called Dai Dong, explaining the situation. After hearing that Chu Tianxiang had not suffered any losses, Dai Dong decided against coming, recognizing that Chen Zhengxing was more adept at handling such matters. However, both sides must refrain from employing administrative power. Otherwise, he would have to intervene. The ensuing days were calm, with the group spending an entire day at the public market without encountering anything particularly noteworthy. During this time, Zhuang Sheng invited Chu Tianxiang to dinner, keen to learn about the events following the banquet, expressing profound admiration for the young man's martial prowess, repeatedly praising him for bringing honor to Yunnan. And the two parted on amicable terms. However, the surface calm belied underlying tensions. Dai Nanxing recounted the recent events to his father, who remained non-committal, opting for silence instead. Along had recovered remarkably well, showing no signs of his injuries. Nevertheless, the Dai family still had to deal with the aftermath of the incident involving the three families. How could it be acceptable that their child was lured into a fight, resulting in one being left disabled while the other emerged unscathed? The Dai family was eager to negotiate peace with Chu Tianxiang, hoping to placate their internal unrest. The second son of Zhang, the logistics company owner, suffered the most severe injuries, losing all function in his right arm, rendering him disabled. Although Zhang contemplated reporting Chu Tianxiang for intentional harm, he realized that even if the police took action, any repercussions would ultimately lead to civil compensation, making it far easier to seek restitution from the Dai family than from Chu Tianxiang. Thus, he too agreed to pursue reconciliation. The other two families' children sustained only minor injuries, which were deemed a normal part of street life. Ethically, the Dai family could not ignore this, so they awaited negotiations with the Dai family. This time, the Dai family had suffered a significant setback. The public market concluded without incident, and gradually, people began to forget about the altercation. As for most, the priorities remained earning a living and supporting their families. Others' affairs were merely gossip fodder. The materials brought by Chu Tianxiang were all sold, totaling 86 million due to the low initial costs. Tan Hui had not set a reserve price, adhering to a simple principle: sell as long as there were buyers, and even then, the average profit exceeded tenfold. This opened new avenues for several of them, as low-priced stones were easy to find and transport, minimizing costs and requiring less effort. This would undoubtedly prove to be a fruitful path in the future. Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhangxing prepared to return to Ruining, while Tan Hui headed back to Beijing. As the year drew to a close, each had a plethora of matters to address, and the group in Beijing agreed to take turns visiting Ruining. Before departing, Tan Hui and Chen Zhangxing discussed matters with Chu Tianxiang, particularly concerning Zhang Shi, an expert in electronics. Zhang Shi possessed exceptional skills in certain fields, and due to safety concerns, higher authorities hoped he would join a government series, taking on a vice president position at a state-owned company, overseeing technical operations with a high administrative rank. However, there was one stipulation: he must relinquish all shares and positions in his current private company, transferring them to designated individuals. This was a delightful surprise for Zhang Shi, whose family had historically held high office. The blood of officials coursed through his veins. Without hesitation, he agreed, motivated by patriotism and the opportunity to showcase his talents at a higher level. Believing that with good performance and tangible results, he could ascend even further. Dai Dong and Tan Hui were equally elated by this news, recognizing that the official path was the right one. Chen Zhangsheng, however, scoffed, preferring a life of ease rather than complicating matters for himself. Tan Hui sought Chu Tianxiang's opinion, noting that Zhang Shi must withdraw, and they needed to resolve the issue of his shares before the year ended. Chu Tianxiang pondered and replied, "Uncle Tan, the original agreement stipulated that shares could not be transferred externally, so we should handle it internally, distributing them equally among us." Tan Hui and Chen Jingxing nodded in agreement, as this aligned with their sentiments. Tan Hui stated, once Zhang Shi is abroad, upon his return, he should draft the share transfer documents and proceed with the necessary changes. The company will settle his entitlements. Chu Tianxiang added, "Uncle Tan, please send my regards to Brother Zhang when you see him in Beijing. He has finally embarked on the right path." The three bid farewell, and Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhangxing drove back to Ruining in the Audi Q7 that Chen Zhangxing had insisted upon acquiring. The journey provided plenty of driving satisfaction for Chu Tianxiang, although his ears were filled with Chen Zhangxing's critiques of his driving skills. Nevertheless, they arrived safely without incident. Chapter 65. Reputation spreads 3 days later. Upon arriving at the company, they were greeted by laughter emanating from the courtyard. The two exchanged puzzled glances before stepping into the courtyard, where they found a gathering of 4 or 5 individuals, including Pan Yue and General Gao, along with 2 unfamiliar faces. Elijia was inside preparing tea for everyone, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Upon their entrance, everyone in the pavilion stood up, with Pan Yue dramatically proclaiming, "Welcome, General Chen and General Chu, triumphant return from Pingzhou." Both Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhengxing were momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the implication of Pan Yue's words. It seemed that news of their exploits in Pingzhou had spread to Ruining. Chen Zhengxing laughed heartily. Pan, Gao, and these two esteemed friends I have yet to meet, allow us to freshen up a bit after driving over 2,000 kilometers. The others readily agreed, and shortly thereafter, Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang emerged, exchanging pleasantries. They soon learned that the two unfamiliar faces were Li Fei, a 30-something original stone merchant with a shop in the seven-color jewelry city, and Yang, a 40-year-old from Guangdong who owned a jade processing factory in the area. As they settled down, Li Jie promptly vacated his seat for Chen Zhengxing and retreated to the room. Chen Zhengxing inquired, "How is it that you gentlemen knew we would be returning today?" Pan Yue replied, "We had no idea. Tianxiang's call yesterday was out of service. We assumed you were driving back. So we arranged to come here for tea this afternoon to inquire about the situation, and lo and behold, you've returned. What a coincidence," General Gao added. "We've heard whispers about the events in Pingzhou. Though not many are aware, it seems we, the people of Ruining, have finally gotten some satisfaction." Pan Yue remarked, "Tianxiang has fought through numerous trials, and General Chen has engaged in a battle of wits." Hearing the praise, Chen Zhengxing couldn't help but laugh. "I am hardly that grand. However, Tianxiang is indeed a formidable force, taking on 4 opponents, injuring 2, and leaving the others dumbfounded. A complete victory." Boss Li Fei inquired, "I heard you also compensated them with 100,000 in a vehicle?" Chen Zhengxing, eager to display strength, replied, "They initiated the conflict without cause, so offering some compensation is only reasonable, but let us keep this under wraps. We wouldn't want to appear ungracious." The group erupted into hearty laughter. Chu Tianxiang sat in silence, merely listening. "Go be frank. The news from Pingzhou spreading and ruining may not be entirely beneficial. The line drawn on the private market was already quite astonishing. And now there was an individual with overwhelming martial prowess. Maintaining a low profile would be impossible." Li Fei remarked, "Mr. Chen, this evening I shall host you and Mr. Chu for a drink to celebrate." Chen Zhengxing declined, stating, "Let us forego it today. We've traveled over 2,000 kilometers and are quite fatigued, and Tianxiang is eager to return to see his mother. Perhaps another day." Pan Yue interjected, "Let us allow Brother Chen and Tianxiang to rest for a couple of days. And then on the night after tomorrow, let us have a gathering. What do you think?" Chen Zhengxing glanced at Chu Tianxiang and replied, "No problem, let us settle on that for now. If anything arises, just give me a call." After a few more exchanges, the group took their leave. Li Jie, noticing everyone had departed, quickly emerged from the room, holding a piece of paper. "Mr. Chen, Brother Tianxiang, there have been visitors every day. Some linger briefly, while others ask a few questions and leave. I've kept a record of all these visitors," he said, handing the paper to Chen Zhengxing. Chen Zhengxing glanced at it and handed it to Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianxiang observed the densely scribbled lines on the paper and estimated there had been around 7 or 8 groups of guests. The former owner, Mr. Shui, was also listed. Chu Tianxiang inquired, "Dodo, what made you think to record all these visitors?" Li Jie, lowering his head, replied softly, "Sister Zhang Li taught me." Chu Tianxiang chuckled, "Let us have Sister Zhang supervise you tomorrow. Practice your writing daily. Look at your handwriting. It resembles a dog's paw print." Li Jie pouted in response. Xiang turned to Chen Zhengxing and asked, "Uncle Chen, why are there so many visitors?" Chen Zhengxing sighed. "It's all the trouble caused by the private market. We should have been firmer back then and not cut that piece of stone. Those people are not foolish. They dared to spend 2 million to buy it back, only to have it yield Zhengyang green. You claim it was a stroke of luck, but the truth is, no one believes that. They are all shrewd. Nobody can deceive anyone else. Now, with the situation in Pingzhou, maintaining a low profile is impossible. The visitors are all stone sellers, which is advantageous for us as it saves us the trouble of searching everywhere." Chu Tianxiang felt this to be true, and upon hearing Chen Zhengxing's words, he resolved to face the situation with equanimity. Chen Zhengxing urged, "Tianxiang, hurry home and take that car away. All the items you purchased are in it. From now on, let that car be for the old man. He should be able to drive." Chu Tianxiang nodded and departed. Upon reaching home, Chu Tianxiang drove the car directly into the courtyard. As soon as he parked, the old man pushed the door open and, upon seeing Chu Tianxiang step out of the car, his eyes brightened. "When did you return?" he inquired. "Just got back, master," Chu Tianxiang replied. "Did you drive back?" The young man nodded, beginning to unload items from the car. Having the vehicle allowed him to buy quite a few local specialties from Guangdong. He picked out a few items and said to the old man, "I'll go upstairs to see my mother first, then come down to chat with you. I actually have something to discuss." With that, Chu Tianxiang bounded upstairs, where he found his mother standing in the corridor looking down, already aware of his return. "Mom, I'm back. Are you feeling well?" As he spoke, he supported her back into the room, placing the items he had brought on the table. "I'm fine. I've been feeling quite well lately. Your master found an excellent old doctor who has helped me significantly. After taking her medicine, I felt much warmer," his mother replied. "Mom, make sure you keep taking it. I don't plan on going out for a while. I'll stay with you every day." His mother queried, "Was your trip smooth?" Chu Tianxiang instinctively responded, "Extremely smooth. All the goods were sold, and the prices were quite high." He would never divulge the incident of the fight in Pingzhou to his mother. After chatting for a while, Chu Tianxiang went downstairs to find his master. The two sat in the gazebo sipping tea, and Chu Tianxiang remarked, "The stone sales went very well, but I did get into a fight and injured 2 people. I am fine, though." The old man's expression remained impassive as he said, "Tell me what happened, from start to finish." Chu Tianxiang recounted the entire incident, including the stone cut on the private market. When the old man heard that only Chu Tianxiang was present in Pingzhou, he frowned and asked, "Why didn't Ti Daidong and the others go to Pingzhou?" Chu Tianxiang quickly clarified, "Uncle Tan explained to me the next day. He and Uncle Dai had agreed that they would say they were going, but in reality, they wanted me to handle the entire public market operation alone, as a way to train me. Uncle Tan had people in Pingzhou assisting me. Moreover, the day after the incident, Uncle Tan and Uncle Chun caught the earliest flight to Pingzhou." "And then how did the fight break out?" the old man inquired. Chu Tianxiang promptly detailed the events that transpired after the banquet, especially the moments leading up to his altercation, even standing to demonstrate briefly. The old man asked, "Weren't there 4 of them? Did the other 2 not engage?" Chu Tianxiang replied, "The remaining 2 were either terrified or dazed. I was rather ruthless, and the second one screamed so loudly it startled me. In the end." His voice trembled when he spoke. "Fortunately, the few people present were even less composed than I was. So they didn't catch on. I never intended for that punch to be so devastating. My entire right arm is incapacitated." The old man sighed deeply, his head bowed as he said, "In those years, I was emotionally troubled and resentful. I would often speak with you, and while teaching you martial arts, I unconsciously imparted the lethal techniques from the battlefield. At the time, I didn't realize it was inappropriate. But looking back now, I see it was a mistake." The old man's face was wrought with regret. "In the future, try to avoid physical confrontations whenever possible. We are in a time of peace. Brute force cannot resolve all issues," he advised. After finishing, the old man sensed something was amiss and quickly added, "Of course, if someone bullies you, you must retaliate. Do not hesitate to act." Thus, his earlier admonishments appeared to have been in vain. What happened afterward? Chu Tianxiang then recounted the events that unfolded after Tan Hui and Chen Zhengxing arrived, before pointing to the car in the courtyard and saying, "This car is a gift for you. I don't want it. Take it away," the old man replied. He continued, "It's a good thing that the situation was resolved satisfactorily, but remember those individuals and remain vigilant. They will strike again. They suffered significant losses this time, and people with a bit of temper will not let things slide, especially not them." "I will heed your advice, master," Chu Tianxiang said respectfully. The night passed in silence. The next day, Chu Tianxiang rose early, enjoyed a bowl of rice noodles at the street corner, and returned to sit in the gazebo to drink tea and meditate, a habit he had recently developed. Each morning, he would summarize the previous day's work and contemplate the tasks ahead. As 10 o'clock approached, he drove to work. Zhang Li and Li Jie had already arrived and were tidying up. Chu Tianxiang went to the warehouse, where approximately a dozen stones remained. The warehouse was more than half empty, yet none had been cut. He compared the accounts with the costs and examined the stone's qualities, contemplating which ones could be sliced. A consistent style of stone being sold could negatively affect prices, and he aimed to keep this in mind. Moreover, Tan Hui had indicated in Pingzhou that if there were any jadeite bangle materials of the glutinous ice type or higher, he should cut them quickly, as several shops in the capital were running low on stock. With the year-end approaching, the peak season for jadeite sales was imminent. Chu Tianxiang selected 2 pieces, planning to cut them that evening. Having unwittingly developed the habit of cutting stones at night, not out of superstition, but simply a feeling. Chapter 67. Cultivating talent. After finishing work, the 3 of them gathered in the gazebo for tea and conversation. Ever since Zhang Li had joined, There had been no shortage of snacks, dried fruits, and seasonal fruits in the gazebo, much to the satisfaction of Dai Dong and the others. Brother Tianxiang, was Guangdong enjoyable? Zhang Li asked, her rural upbringing making her long for the big city. It was okay, though I reckon it can't compare to the capital. Were you not in the capital before? Chu Tianxiang replied. The capital is certainly better. There are many places to enjoy, but things are quite expensive and I can't afford to buy what I fancy, Zhang Li lamented. Suddenly, Chu Tianxiang asked, Zhang Li, which school did you graduate from? An accounting school, a vocational school. However, I passed the entrance exam, so it's not one of those schools you can just pay to attend, Zhang Li said proudly. That's more than sufficient, Chu Tianxiang remarked. Starting tomorrow, you'll supervise Li Jia's writing practice. Aim for him to improve within 6 months. Since there isn't much work at the company right now, you could also enroll in a part-time accounting degree or diploma course. And I will cover the expenses. Really? That would be fantastic, Zhang Li exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident. The young girl clearly possessed a strong desire for self-improvement. Brother Tianxiang, I've never been good at studying. I don't want to practice writing. Li Jie said softly. No. It's imperative that you practice writing. And you must also study cultural subjects in 2 years, at most 3. We all need to venture out to the capital or Yangqing to live and work. If you can't even write properly, how can I take you with me? Chu Tianxiang stated sternly. Li Jie was extremely satisfied with his current job, which paid a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. But he was now bringing home at least 5,000 or 6,000 yuan each month, primarily due to the bonuses from several bosses whenever the prices of cut stones increased, often amounting to over 1,000 yuan per bonus. This was utterly unimaginable in the past, and now, upon returning home, he felt a newfound confidence in his speech. The Dou family is currently working in ruining. Dou has 2 elder sisters. One is already married, while the other is employed at a real estate agency. Their parents earn less than 2,000 each month, while the sister's income is slightly higher. Life is just passable for them, but now Dou's earnings have matched the family's total income, bringing great joy to his parents and sisters, who repeatedly urge him to work diligently and not lose his job. When Tianxiang Gu mentioned taking him to the big city, Dou felt excitement. But a glance at Zhang Li reminded him of his apprehensions. To be honest, he is not afraid of Tianxiang Gu, but he is somewhat intimidated by Zhang Li. This girl has a sharp tongue, is clever and quick-witted. No matter what games they play, Li Jie always ends up on the losing side, leaving him with psychological scars. Tianxiang Gu, will you take me to the big city too? Zhang Li asked anxiously. As long as you are willing to come along, of course, I will take you. However, you must first complete the tasks I assign to you. Tianxiang Gu replied with a smile. Zhang Li immediately responded. Tianxiang Gu, no problem. She then turned and shouted fiercely at Li Jie, little Dou, go buy some calligraphy practice books tonight. You must start practicing tomorrow. If you don't practice well, just try to survive. Li Jie lowered his head in silence, thinking to himself that he could not argue with her. He would wait for a time to discuss it with Tianxiang Gu, hoping to avoid practicing if possible. Having been out for nearly a year, Tianxiang Gu has encountered many things and often reflects on the future. Ever since he met Fu Lin and Ping Zhou, he has felt the absence of capable individuals around him. Relying solely on a few uncles is not sustainable. That Fu Lin is calm and thoughtful, making him a valuable asset. Currently, he has only Zhang Li and Li Jie by his side, so he decided to nurture these 2. This company can only last for 2 years. Initially, he did not have much say, but in 2 years, whether the masters or uncles have opinions or suggestions, they will have to consult him. Although he has never considered parting ways with the uncles, he desires to establish his own team. He is still young, and the road ahead is long. He needs to find like-minded individuals to follow him. When Chen Zhengxing woke up, it was nearly 11 o'clock. After driving over 2,000 kilometers, even the young would find it exhausting, let alone someone nearing 50. After washing up, he picked up his phone and was surprised to see 8 missed calls. Last night, fearing interruptions, he had put his phone on silent. Sitting on the sofa, he scrolled through the calls. Tan Hui S, Dai Lao S, President Zhang S, Chun Li S, and nearly all the rest were from bosses in ruining. Well, it seems these days will be anything but peaceful. He first called Tan Hui, who had nothing urgent to discuss, and after a brief chat, they hung up. Dai Dong had matters to attend to. He mentioned he would rush to ruining in a week and urged Chen Zhengxing to quickly arrange a pass for Chu Tianxiang, as old Mr. Sun from HK had called to invite Chu Tianxiang to HK. Chen Zhengxing called several ruining bosses, and it spiraled out of control, as they all wanted to arrange dinners for the next 6 nights. Upon arriving at the company, it was lunchtime. Zhongli prepared a delicious spread of northern home-cooked dishes, and everyone was quite satisfied except for Li Jie, who was unaccustomed to the food. Yet, his feelings went unnoticed. According to Zhongli, cooking for you is a privilege. If you don't like it, you can eat out. Li Jie hesitated to spend money, unwilling to go out. During lunch, Chen Zhengxing said to Chu Tianxiang, we'll be collecting materials during the day, but for the next few nights, you and I have dinner engagements that cannot be postponed. He continued, your Uncle Dai and Uncle Tan called this morning, mentioning that you observed the public bidding situation in Pingzhou. Our materials are considerably better than others, and the costs are low, so, when collecting stones, be flexible. As long as the profit exceeds 5 times, secure them without fear of stockpiling. While eating, Chu Tianxiang absorbed this information, but the only thing that struck him was the unavoidability of the dinner engagements. He raised his head and asked, Uncle Chen, where do these dinner engagements come from? Chen Zhengxing replied with a bitter smile, tonight is the main event. President Zhang is treating, and there are several important guests. Tomorrow, it's the bosses from ruining, none can be postponed, for 6 days straight. Chu Tianxiang fell silent. Chapter 68. Meeting President Gao again, Chen Zhengxing continued, after lunch, we'll head to President Zhang's place to see if there are any suitable stones to collect. According to the principles I just shared, we must not let go of any promising finds. Chu Tianxiang nodded in agreement. He couldn't refuse Uncle Chen's arrangements, for he had a better grasp of the situation's urgency. It seems that the saying holds true, people fear fame, while pigs fear fattening. There are indeed many who have their eyes on him. Around 2 in the afternoon, the two of them strolled to President Zhang's gallery. Upon entering, they found President Gao and 2 unfamiliar individuals engaged in conversation over tea, while President Zhang was absent. Seeing Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang, President Gao quickly stood to greet them, and the 2 strangers nodded in acknowledgement. After taking their seats and pouring tea, President Gao introduced the guests, revealing they were local shop owners casually stopping by for a chat. President Gao asked if Chen Zhengxing wanted to call President Zhang back. But Chen Zhengxing replied, no need to disturb him. I heard he has new materials and wanted to take a look while passing by. President Gao was delighted, realizing that these 2 were not short on funds. While others purchased stones piece by piece, they bought them in bulk, showcasing their strength. Chen, Tianxiang, you 2 are quite well informed. This batch of materials just arrived 3 days ago, yet you already knew? Chen Zhengxing thought to himself. Informed? Not at all. I merely guessed and happened to hit the mark. He laughed heartily. President Gao, we'll be meeting President Zhang tonight. So let us not trouble him now. We'll just take a look. President Gao, fully aware of the situation, quickly called over a young man, saying, accompany Mr. Chu to inspect the stones. Be swift and careful, as the stones are large. Don't injure Mr. Chu. I'll stay here to chat with Mr. Chen. The young man agreed and led Chu Tianxiang to examine the stones. Chu Tianxiang picked up a flashlight from the table and walked towards the display shelves in the hall. After a cursory glance, he genuinely found himself impressed with President Zhang. A third of the stones on the shelves had been replaced, indicating robust sales. He began to scrutinize each stone carefully, while the young man sat on a nearby rattan chair, attentively watching Chu Tianxiang's actions. After over 40 minutes, Chu Tianxiang instructed the young man, open the back room. I want to see the materials inside. The materials inside had changed even more, with only about half remaining, suggesting that both the private and public bids had yielded significant profits for President Zhang. After more than an hour, Chu Tianxiang exited the room and approached the tea table, saying, President Gao, I'm interested in a few pieces. Please offer me a preferential price. President Gao suddenly jumped up, realizing he had been somewhat rude, and forced a smile. Let us go take a look. Since Tianxiang has spoken, even if it's not profitable, we must comply. They all stood up, and while President Gao was reluctant to let the 2 strangers follow, he couldn't voice it. Inside the room, Chu Tianxiang pointed at a stone and asked, how much for this one? 260,000. And this one? 300,000. What about this large one? That one is a bit pricey. It was co-purchased by President Zhang, and the asking price is 12 million. After inquiring about 5 stones, Chu Tianxiang calculated that the total asking price for the 5 stones was just over 23 million. He then stepped out to the display shelves and asked, what are the prices for these 3? President Gao's heart raced. 8 stones meant that even if they finalized 4, his commission would reach 6 figures. These 3 are relatively inexpensive. The black sandstone is 300,000. The yellow sandskin is 230,000, And the one at the card venue is 450,000. Chu Tianxiang glanced at Uncle Chun without speaking. Chan Jingsheng understood the cue and said to President Gao, "For the 8 stones, please give us a price. If it's suitable, we'll take them all." President Gao mentally calculated and replied, "The 5 in the back room, I can offer a bundled price of 18 million. For the 3 outside, I can't make a profit, so 80,000. Chen Zhengxing shook his head and said leisurely, "The price is too high. President Gao, do you take me for an outsider?" President Gao, feeling anxious, quickly said, "Mr. Chun, my old friend, I truly haven't asked for much. You don't understand how expensive stones are in the market right now." Chu Tianxiang, smiling, added, "President Gao, we've known each other long enough. You know our temperament. I'll quote a price. If it works, we'll take them all. If not, we'll walk away." Before President Gao could finish his sentence, Chu Tianxiang hurriedly interjected, "President Gao, just tell us if it's acceptable or not. No need for explanations. If you can't decide, feel free to call President Zhang." President Gao, stammering, thought for a moment and finally said, "Then I'll call the boss." He picked up the phone and stepped out of the room, leaving the 2 shop owners inside looking quite bewildered. They had never witnessed such a method of purchasing stones, gathering them in bulk as if shopping for vegetables at a market, and ruining. Selling high-priced gambling stones typically takes 10 days to half a month, with several rounds of haggling before a deal can be struck. Who are these 2? They had never heard of such formidable individuals emerging and ruining. One of the bosses promptly assumed the responsibilities of the host, beginning to serve tea and refreshments to Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang while engaging in small talk to glean information about their origins. Chen Zhengxing, unfazed by such social settings, casually left his phone number after a brief exchange. One was surnamed Li, the other Yang, both operating stores in the Jupiter Jewelry City. When Gao Zong returned, he smiled and handed the phone to Chen Zhengxing, saying, "Brother Chen, President Zhang wishes to speak with you." Chen Zhengxing took the call, exchanging pleasantries with President Zhang. He then set the phone down and said to Gao Zong, "Thank you for your kind words. Gao Zong, let us proceed with the card payment. Have the stones delivered to my store?" Gao Zong's smile was so broad it seemed to lighten his brow, as he quickly responded, "No problem. Thank you, Brother Chen. Brother Tianxiang is taking good care of our business." In his excitement, he completely muddled the hierarchy. Chapter 69. Revelry and Song, Part 1. Upon returning to the store, it wasn't long before all the stones were delivered. Gao Zong personally came to notify them that he would pick them up later that evening. After the stones were unloaded, Gao Zong exchanged a few words with his companions before driving away. The 2 sat down to chat, and Chen Zhengxing casually inquired, "Tianxiang, how did the stones turn out?" "There are a few exceptionally good pieces. If all goes well, there should be 2 ice-type stones with green flowers. And one of them will cover our costs," Chu Tianxiang replied. He continued, "Where does President Zhang find such reliable sources? He always seems to have good stones. However, there are 2 stones in his possession that, if cut, could be disastrous, each priced at over 1 million. Chen Zhengxing laughed and said, "It's all a matter of who is more unfortunate." The 2 burst into hearty laughter as Chen Zhengxing recalled when he first met Chu Tianxiang and the massive stone they cut, which cost them over 1 million, all for naught. At 6 o'clock, Gao Zong arrived in a brand new Mercedes to pick them up, a gesture of respect. Within 10 minutes, they reached the most luxurious and culturally rich Mengsha hotel in Ruining. The 3 disembarked and walked into the lobby, which was entirely designed in the Dai style, with servers clad in traditional attire bustling about. They traversed the lobby to the rear garden, where pavilions dotted the green shade, exuding an exotic charm. Gao Zong led the 2 to the innermost pavilion, where a large round table sat in the center, surrounded by several individuals. Chen Zhengxing quickly approached, extending his hands and exaggeratedly exclaiming, "President Zhang, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." Upon seeing Chen Zhengxing approach briskly, President Zhang immediately stood up, prompting those nearby to do the same. He grasped Chen Zhengxing's hand and cheerfully remarked, "President Chen, thank you for giving this old man face. I know you've been quite busy since your return." President Zhang's gaze shifted to Chen Zhengxing's side, and he said, "This must be young Chu." "Chu Tianxiang, we've met several times. This time, you've truly brought honor to us ruining folks." Chu Tianxiang hurriedly stepped forward, bowing slightly as he said, "Thank you for your kind words, President Zhang. I still have much to learn." President Zhang laughed heartily and remarked to those around him, "This young man claims he hasn't done enough." The group erupted into laughter. President Zhang took the head seat, with Chen Zhengxing on his left and Chu Tianxiang on his right. Beside Chu Tianxiang sat a sturdy man in his 40s, shorter in stature but robust. President Zhang introduced Qian Zhangxing and Chu Tianxiang to everyone, then pointed at the man beside Chu Tianxiang, saying, "This is the Association's Secretary General, Huang Bin. His father was our first president, now nearly 90 years old, and has withdrawn from worldly affairs to enjoy his twilight years." He then gestured to a man in his 50s to Qian Zhangxing's left, saying, "This is also from our association, Zhang Xiaoning, who owns a large Jade store in Yalong and has strong ties with the mainland." He indicated a 30-something man next to Zhang Xiaoning, saying, "This is Lu Liang, a rising star in ruining stone gambling circle. He is young and accomplished, having made significant strides in his career. His insights into raw stones are profound, particularly in sales, leaving us older gentlemen in the dust." There were two others, one being Huang Bin's assistant and the other brought by Zhang Xiaoning. Gao Zong sat at a position facing away from the steps, clearly just an observer. The banquet officially commenced. And whether familiar or newly acquainted, everyone relaxed and enjoyed the lively atmosphere at the table. In such settings, Qian Zhangxing thrived, effortlessly sharing witty remarks that elicited continuous laughter from the crowd. After a brief pause, Huang Bin raised his glass and stood, addressing Chen Zhengsheng, "Brother Chen, your visit to Pingzhou has brought us in ruining much honor. On behalf of my father, I thank you and Brother Tianxiang for avenging our family's grievances. I'll drink to that. You and Brother Tianxiang may drink as you please." With that, he downed his drink in one go. Chen Zhangsheng, feeling somewhat bewildered, had not partaken in any alcohol and turned to look at President Zhang with a questioning expression. As if to ask, "What's this about?" President Zhang sighed and explained, "Old Chen, this is a long-standing issue. About 30 years ago, when Jade first became popular, Huang Bin's father, our first president, was tricked by Dai Yue in Guangdong. Out of 10 truckloads of goods, only 4 returned, and payment was never received. The problem was that much of the merchandise was borrowed. It took old Huang 6 years to repay the debts. Dai Yue was quite cunning, setting up a very complex trap. Even going to the authorities was futile." Huang Bin added, "When I heard that President Zhang's private auction was coming, I didn't attend. Later, when I heard that the old scammer fainted at the scene, I was quite pleased and gathered a group of friends for a celebratory drink. When I learned about the events in Pingzhou, I quickly relayed both matters to my father, who simply said, 'Revenge is a dish best served cold.'" President Zhang continued, "In the beginning, the people of Ruining engaged in the jade business with sincerity and naivety, often falling prey to the cunning of the Lingnan folk. At that time, there were no public auctions in the country. They were adept at calculating profit margins, understanding processing stages, and had a nationwide sales network for finished products. Each transaction left us at a disadvantage. Eventually, the government supported the establishment of an association, which began to mediate major transactions, leading to some improvements. Later, public auctions emerged domestically, and things gradually became more regulated." Qian Zhangsheng was curious about the kind of scheme that could deceive so much merchandise, but hesitated to inquire further. He said, "Old Huang, there's plenty of time ahead. We'll have opportunities to get to know each other better. Although Ruining is somewhat remote, it's not a place where anyone can bully us." President Zhang added, "Old Chen is right. We deal in raw stones, which places us upstream, and we ought to have a voice." Chapter 70, Revelry and Song, Part 2, Zhang Xiaoning asked, "President Chen, what does your company primarily engage in?" Chen Zhangxing replied, "Our company was established not long ago. We mainly acquire raw stones. Some are for our own enjoyment, and we also supply several chain stores in the mainland with goods a few times a year. We have friends like Chunli from Yalong, Shuezong from Jiegao, and Pan Yue from Zhanqian." President Zhang interjected to Zhang Xiaoning, "President Chen is quite capable. He has other enterprises as well, and Jadeite is just a small part of it. If he sees a material he likes, he never hesitates." He continued, "I've introduced President Chen and President Chu to everyone. It's up to you all to make a good impression." With that, President Zhang sounded the charge for the drinking battle, and several bosses immediately raised their glasses to toast the two, recognizing them as the gods of wealth. A few more drinks now could translate into selling more stones later, as the evening progressed. Huang Han remarked, "Tianxiang, you're a local, aren't you? Your accent is very similar." Chu Tianxiang responded, "I grew up in Ruining, but my parents are from the mainland." Huang Han said, "Heroes emerge from the youth. You make your Uncle Huang feel ashamed. When you have time, I'll take you to meet my father. He wants to thank you in person." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiang quickly stood up and respectfully replied, "I couldn't possibly accept such an honor. I'll visit old Huang when I have the opportunity." Liu Liang suddenly chimed in, President Chu, I'd like to invite you to teach me how to gamble with stones. I am quite fond of it. Chu Tianxiang promptly said, Brother Liu, you flatter me. My skills are limited. I'll make time to visit your store. Though Liu Liang spoke graciously, he felt a twinge of discontent. Believing his own abilities to interpret stones were already quite high and that he possessed considerable talent. The line Chu Tianxiang drew on the stone during the event had become legendary and ruining. He was present at the time but hadn't paid much attention, so he thought to invite Chu Tianxiang for a discussion, harboring no ulterior motives. The banquet continued for over 3 hours, with several key figures becoming somewhat inebriated. Chen Zhangsheng sensed the moment had come to conclude the gathering, but Huang Han adamantly disagreed, insisting on taking Chen Zhangsheng and Chu Tianxiang to a bar. Even Jiang Xiaoning and Liu Liang seemed inclined toward this idea, indicating it had been prearranged among them. President Zhang, being older, was not fond of such revelry and left for home. Chen Zhangsheng, Chu Tianxiang, Huang Han, Jiang Xiaoning, and Liu Liang made their way to the hotel where Chen Zhangsheng had previously stayed, known for its extravagant nightclub, reputed to be the most luxurious and ruining. Chu Tianxiang had visited a few times before, always treated by bosses like Pan Yue, and now he no longer felt the awkwardness akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. He faced the scantily clad servers with ease. Huang Han was also quite unrestrained, reserving the largest private room, where a grand table was laden with foreign wines, beers, various delicacies, fruit platters, and snacks. He then summoned the hostesses, insisting that each person be paired with a lady. And the scene erupted into wild revelry, with drinking, singing, dice throwing, and dancing. Chen Zhangsheng, being seasoned in such settings, knew how to navigate the atmosphere effortlessly, indulging in both the savory and the sweet. However, Chu Tianxiang was less enthusiastic about such environments. He was tone-deaf and sang off-key, which was perhaps his only shortcoming. The moment was not yet appropriate for departure. He remained seated, quietly observing others reveling in their enjoyment. As the night wore on until past 3 in the morning, a few individuals finally dispersed, having thoroughly indulged. The following day, Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhangsheng resumed their routine of collecting materials during the day and attending banquets at night. However, this time, Chen Zhangsheng resolutely refused to visit the nightclub, opting instead to drink alone while encouraging Chu Tianxiang to have soft drinks. Despite Chen Zhangsheng's typically boisterous demeanor, he was acutely aware that successful individuals often disguise their true capabilities in the evenings. He would visit those who had hosted him during the day, collecting materials regardless of their quality, as he had explained to Chu Tianxiang. Furthermore, the duo maintained a firm grip on pricing, fostering gratitude among the hosts, who perceived them as generous and financially secure, an impression Chen Zhangsheng sought to cultivate. Presently, they were indeed financially comfortable, with only the absence of raw stones to contend with. With the new year approaching, the finished products were in high demand while raw stones were in a downturn. During this period, cash-strapped proprietors were eager to sell their stock, and Chen Zhangsheng aimed to seize this opportunity for substantial gain. For 6 consecutive days, Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhangsheng tirelessly examined stones and attended drinking sessions until exhaustion set in. Chen Zhangsheng took the initiative to halt the proceedings, deciding to forego further stone inspections and postpone the drinking engagements. After a few days of rest, they prepared to visit Liu Liang's store. Liu Liang was a rising star in ruining city over the past 2 years, in his 30s, hailing from Nanhai, possessing extraordinary insight into jadeite raw stones, and leading a group of young individuals to forge a path in ruining. Chapter 71. The Liu Liang incident. Liu Liang's store was located in the South Asia jewelry city, not far from where Chu Tianxiang and his companion operated. The two leisurely strolled over to as they approached Liu Liang's establishment. They noticed a group of young people bustling about inside, indicating a thriving business. Upon entering, a beautiful young woman greeted them with a soft inquiry. Hello, gentlemen. How may I assist you? Hello. We merely wish to browse for now, Chen Zhangsheng casually remarked upon noticing Liu Liang was not in the lobby. The young woman guided them to a sofa, poured 2 cups of tea, and gently inquired, Gentlemen, are you interested in viewing raw stones or finished products? Chen Zhangsheng was somewhat taken aback. Such a welcoming manner was characteristic of the inland style, and witnessing it in ruining felt somewhat disconcerting. Chu Tianxiang asked, Is Mr. Liu Liang available? Yes, he is. I will fetch him for you. May I ask your surname? Simply say it's Chen, he replied. The young woman turned and left. Allowing the two to survey the layout of the lobby, Liu Liang's store boasted a modern decor, devoid of the heavy traditional office furnishings. To the left were several sets of sofas, presumably for receiving guests, while to the right stood rows of trapezoidal shelves, appearing quite innovative. Chenggu Tianxiang, what brings you here without prior notice? It's rather impolite, Liu Liang's voice echoed as he quickly approached from a back room. The two promptly rose, shook hands, and took their seats. Liu Liang remarked, Chenggu, what brings you to my humble establishment today? Qin Zhengsheng replied, I came to familiarize myself with your place and to take a look at some stones. I have heard recently that you are the youngest expert in ruining, Mr. Lude. Liu Liang humbly responded, Chenggu, please do not flatter me, I am but a novice, with much still to learn from you. After a few pleasantries, Liu Liang expressed his apologies, saying, Chenggu Tianxiang, I have another customer in the back who is rather difficult. Please feel free to browse, and I will have my deputy accompany you. I hope you can forgive me with that. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Qin Zhengsheng graciously replied, no problem, old Liu. Attend to your matters. We can manage on our OW and AS. Liu Liang entered the back room. The two moved to the shelves to begin examining the stones, followed closely by a bespectacled young man named Liu Yi, Liu Liang's deputy. Chu Tianxiang quickly shifted into work mode while Qin Zhengsheng engaged Liu Yi in casual conversation. Suddenly, heated arguments erupted from the room where Liu Liang had retreated, the volume escalating. All eyes in the lobby, including those of several customers, turned towards the commotion. Liu Yi excused himself and dashed into the back room. Moments later, a young woman emerged from the room, crying as she rushed out the front door. Chu Tianxiang and Qin Zhengsheng exchanged glances, abandoning their stone inspection to return to the sofa, waiting to see how the situation would unfold. Within 10 minutes, the doors swung open, and 3 individuals emerged. 2 young men and a middle-aged man, their expressions filled with anger and disdain, suggesting they were locals as they strode out of the door. Clearly incensed, upon recognizing one of the young men, Chu Tianxiang's gaze faltered, and he whispered to Qin Zhengsheng, that's Qiao Lin, the second son of President Xiao from the Ruining Association. Qin Zhengsheng exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Tianxiang, and the two rose to approach the back room, entering Liu Liang's office, where they found Liu Liang flushed with anger, while Liu Yi spoke softly to him. Old Liu, what happened? Do you need assistance? Qin Zhengsheng inquired. Liu Liang lifted his head, saying, no need, Chenggu. I can handle it. He then instructed Liu Yi, you may step out for now. Please attend to the guests while I converse with Mr. Qin. Liu Yi nodded and exited. Sitting across from Liu Liang, Chu Tianxiang asked, that young man is indeed President Xiao's second son, isn't he? Qin Zhengsheng continued, what transpired? Liu Liang's expression turned grim as he recounted. One of my female employees, a beautiful young lady, inadvertently swayed one of his significant clients in front of his company's staff. It was unfortunate that one of their employees, being somewhat lecherous, approached our attractive girl, and before he realized the implications, she had already engaged the client. He sighed. I was careless. When the young lady brought this client to my store, I failed to inquire how she came to know him. This client had purchased several high-value stones from me, each worth millions, while Qiao Lin's side had not yet made any purchases. This is how matters escalated. Earlier, when I spoke to that young woman in the room, my intention was to demonstrate my position. Unfortunately, I had to endure the humiliation. Qin Zhengsheng frowned, pondering the situation. Surely this cannot be the sole reason. Chapter 72. The betting agreement. Liu Liang lamented. Raw stones from northern Myanmar consistently flood the market, boasting low prices and high quality. Many have been invited to inspect them. Qiao Lin, leveraging his status as a local and the son of the association president, has grown increasingly arrogant, seeking to monopolize everything. Although we had minor conflicts, we managed to avoid serious fallout until now, when he has seized the upper hand. Qin Zhengsheng remained speechless. Indeed, poaching clients was a significant breach of industry etiquette, especially for a deal worth millions. However, the situation had unfolded, and now it was a matter of resolution. He inquired, what demands do they have? Either close the store or enter into a betting agreement. A betting agreement? Chu Tianxiang exclaimed. Qin Zhengsheng looked at him with skepticism. Why the outburst? What's wrong with a betting agreement? Chu Tianxiang glanced at Qin Zhengsheng but chose not to respond. Turning back to Liu Liang, Brother Liu, do you understand what a betting agreement entails? Liu Liang replied, I have no idea. I just heard them mention it today. Chu Tianxiang explained, this is an ancient method used by tribes during jadeite mining disputes. the two disputing tribes each present 5 stones. And within a set time frame, each tribe selects their 4 highest valued stones to be opened on site. The tribe with the highest value wins. Should both tribes select stones of equal value, they must each choose 1 stone from the other's selection to determine the winner. Liu Liang listened intently, realizing that they had only 5 days to make a decision between closing the store or accepting the bet. The problem was, he had no understanding of what a betting agreement entailed. Recently, his success had drawn attention, and having breached industry norms left him with no opportunity to apologize or negotiate. They were simply demanding he shut down operations. What made matters worse was that the opposing party was backed by the association's president, the ultimate authority. This was critical. In any industry association, vice presidents are numerous, often with limited influence, and many hold honorary titles. However, the president possesses the power to determine the fate of businesses. Should he take a disliking to a company, that company would surely face dire consequences. Chu Tianxiang pressed on, "Brother Liu, what would the stakes of this betting agreement be?" Liu Liang glanced around, hesitating. "The other party offers 70 million in cash, while I stake this store. But the value of this establishment far exceeds 70 million. Currently, my funds are primarily tied up in this business, leaving me with almost no cash on hand. Winning would be favorable, but should I lose, I would have no chance of recovery." He swallowed hard and continued, "If I close the store now, I can't preserve all my assets, but they insist I must leave ruining immediately. Yet everything here is on the right track, and I am poised for greater development. If I were to simply walk away, I would feel deeply unsatisfied. However, if I wish to remain in ruining, I must wager this store, which constitutes nearly all of my wealth, against them. Given that they dare to propose such terms, they must be quite confident. Now, I find myself at a loss regarding what to do." Chen Zhengxin queried, "Old Liu, why not seek out President Zhang and Huang Han for counsel? Such actions would undoubtedly yield counterproductive results." President Zhang Huan, representing one faction, and President Qiao, representing another, often find themselves at odds, akin to the sharp edge of a needle against a grain of wheat. Their engagement in this matter would only exacerbate tensions. Both Chen Zhangxing and Chu Tianxiang momentarily found themselves at a loss for effective solutions. It appears that today's plans to visit the stone market will not come to fruition. After conversing for a while on other topics, they took their leave. As the two made their way back, their spirits were notably subdued. Suddenly, Chu Tianxiang remarked, "Brother Liu is quite a decent fellow." Chen Zhangxing turned sharply, admonishing Chu Tianxiang with a stern tone, "You must not involve yourself in this matter, do you understand?" It was the first time Chu Tianxiang had witnessed such seriousness from Uncle Chen, so he quickly chuckled. "He, I won't meddle, I promise." After a few more steps, Chen Zhengxing softened his tone, saying, "Tianxiang, take a moment to ponder why I do not wish for you to assist Liu Liang." "Understood, Uncle Chen," replied Chu Tianxiang. Though he remained puzzled. A day later, Dai Dong arrived. Their flight to Hong Kong had long been booked, and 2 days hence, Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang would first fly to Guangzhou, then take a train to Shenzhen. Crossing the Luohu border to Hong Kong, on the day of their departure for Hong Kong, Chu Tianxiang bid farewell to his master and mother, embarking on the journey with Dai Dong to Guangzhou. Chen Zhangxing returned to Shaanxi, where several board meetings awaited his year-end summaries. During the journey, Chu Tianxiang recounted the events in Pingzhou, to which Dai Dong offered no comment. However, regarding Liu Liang, Dai Dong concurred with Chen Zhangxing's stance. They would not assist Liu Liang, at least not at this moment. Chapter 73. The Oriental Pearl. Upon crossing the Luohu border, Chu Tianxiang was struck by an uncomfortable sensation. This was not the Hong Kong he had envisioned. The roads were narrow and winding, with frequent inclines and declines, and the multitude of skyscrapers stood rigidly like sharpened pencils. How could anyone inhabit such confined quarters? The vehicles, numerous and swift, varied in types, many of which he could not name. Pedestrians hurried by, appearing busily engaged. The city was a cacophony of signs, a far cry from the orderly image he had imagined of Hong Kong. After a 40-minute drive, they arrived at a luxurious residence nestled on a hillside, surrounded by lush greenery, presenting a stark contrast to the earlier bustling metropolis. The vehicle halted before the main entrance of a 4-story villa, modestly adorned yet exuding a sense of antiquity. A butler, appearing to be of distinguished demeanor, opened the car door and greeted, "Welcome, Mr. Dai and Mr. Chu, to the Sun family." With understated elegance, he gestured for them to enter. As they stepped into the grand hall, they beheld elder Sun seated on the central sofa, peering at a porcelain vase through a magnifying glass, flanked by two others. "Uncle Son, I've come to visit," Dai Dong announced loudly upon entering. Hearing the commotion, the elder looked up, recognition dawning as he exclaimed, "Ah, it's Dai Dong and Young Chu. Welcome to my home." The two hastily approached to pay their respects before taking their seats. The elder turned to the two companions beside him, instructing, "We have guests. Place your items here for now, and I'll provide you with news in a few days." They expressed their gratitude and discreetly departed. The elder inquired of the two, "Was your journey smooth? Young Chu, this is your first visit to Hong Kong, is it not?" Dai Dong replied, "Uncle Son, the journey was quite smooth. Tianxiang has never been to Hong Kong before. It is thanks to your kindness that he is here." The elder chuckled heartily. "At my age, what kindness can I offer?" Chu Tianxiang quickly interjected, "Grandpa's son, you are a blessed elder, enjoying longevity and prosperity." This remark elicited laughter from the group. "Since you have come to my abode, there is no need for you to stay at a hotel. You shall reside here with me," the elder declared. Turning to the butler, "Please escort them to the guest rooms on the second floor. They must be weary from their travels and should rest for a while." The two promptly rose to express their thanks. Observing them ascend the stairs, the elder summoned his bodyguard, a Jade, and inquired, "What is the situation with ruining?" A Jade replied, "There is but one matter. Chu Tianxiang encountered a conflict while delivering goods to Pingzhou. Stemming from a dispute over ruining's private market, a confrontation ensued, with Chu Tianxiang facing 4 adversaries, resulting in 2 sustaining serious injuries and 2 with lesser wounds. One of the severely injured lost the use of his right arm, while Chu Tianxiang emerged unscathed. Later, Tan Hui and Chen Zhengxing intervened, leading to a negotiation where the other party compensated them with 1 million and a vehicle. The elder raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "Chu Tianxiang knows martial arts? He should know, and at a high level. The 4 who were injured are all trained fighters, seasoned in underground arenas. Is there anything else?" A Jade continued, "Due to the long-standing enmity between Nanyue and Ruining, Chu Tianxiang achieved a decisive victory, allowing the Ruining individuals to vent their frustrations. Now, the bosses of Ruining take pride in their acquaintance with Chu Tianxiang, hosting numerous banquets in his honor, many of whom are prominent jade merchants in the area." "How is the quality of their materials at the public auction?" "Exceptional, with the worst being above average. All are top-grade materials, in high demand. It has been quite some time since such quality has appeared at the public auction, and the quantity is substantial. The path has been cleared, and their reputation has been established. Future dealings may become complicated," the elder murmured to himself. "Yes, you must summon a Ning back immediately. A Ning shall accompany them at all times. You should also go along. Wherever they wish to go, ensure to monitor Chu Tianxiang's conduct. That will be all for now. You may leave." "Understood, sir," a Jade replied, exiting the room. The evening banquet was hosted at the elder's residence, attended by his 2 sons, 1 daughter, a grandson, and 2 granddaughters, thus constituting a rather grand affair. Although Chu Tianxiang may not have been of such high standing, the presence of the Dai family from the capital warranted significant attention, as both families were considered long-time acquaintances. To accommodate the 2 guests from the mainland, the entire banquet was arranged as a traditional Chinese meal, primarily featuring Cantonese cuisine. The elder's eldest son, Zhang Dianpeng, approaching 60, served as the chairman of the family business board, known for his serious demeanor. His second son, Zhang Dianxing, was a prominent lawyer with his own practice, renowned for his eloquence. The elder's grandson, nearly 40, named Zhang Fanlin, was the eldest grandson of the Zhang family. The eldest granddaughter, Zheng Ning, was in her 30s, while the youngest granddaughter, a university student named Zheng Jing, was around 18 or 19, being the daughter of Zhang Dianxing. Chapter 74. A startling revelation. The atmosphere at the event was lively, with Zhang Ning having a long-standing acquaintance with Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang. She recounted the dramatic events that unfolded at Ruining's private auction, eliciting hearty laughter from all present. The elder quipped, "These 2 have taken advantage of this old man from out of town, costing me over 20 million. Just 10,000 more and I would have secured the deal, resulting in a loss of several hundred million." Zheng Jing eagerly chimed in, "Grandpa, it's merely that you miscalculated. Otherwise, Uncle Dai and the others wouldn't have been short by 10,000. Dai Dong quickly shook his head. "Zheng Jing, you must understand, our agreed price was 25 million, which was 10,000 less than the elder's. However, while drafting the bid, I inadvertently added an extra 200,000, leading to the subsequent events. If you don't believe me, ask Tianxiang. When the bid was announced as 25,200,000, he was stunned, thinking we had lost. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chu Tianxiang confessed, I was indeed very interested in that piece of stone. Upon hearing that we had lost, I was quite taken aback. The elder's eldest son, who had shared in the elder's Jade experiences, empathized with Dai Dong, stating, such occurrences are not uncommon in the bidding arena. What is remarkable, however, is your audacity to spend 2 million on what was deemed scrap. Should you misjudge, the loss could be catastrophic. Zhang Ning remarked, Dad, you have no idea how much effort Uncle Dai and the others expended to acquire that piece of scrap. Uncle Chen is undoubtedly a genius. He deliberately spoke in a heavily accented, unrefined dialect, deceiving everyone. When the stone was cut and revealed its full green potential, you should have seen him smirking beside. As if watching a gaggle of fools, Zheng Jing asked, Tianxiang, do you truly find the stone impressive? Chu Tianxiang quickly replied, not impressive. It was all a ruse. The elder laughed heartily, Young Chu, allow me to show you the treasure you have uncovered. He then turned to the butler, who promptly left the room. Moments later, the butler returned, cradling a large box with both hands. He exchanged a glance with the elder, who nodded approvingly. The butler opened the box, revealing a stand placed at the center of the dining table, then carefully unwrapped a round object swathed in red cloth, placing it on the stand. As the red cloth was entirely removed, a vibrant green sphere, roughly the size of a small soccer ball, was unveiled. The room fell into an odd silence. The exquisite polishing techniques had flawlessly showcased the stone's verdant beauty. The hues were perfectly balanced, free from cracks, impurities, or color discrepancies, exhibiting a high level of translucency that resembled a flowing green wave within. The elder smiled with satisfaction, realizing the immense value of this acquisition. He had intended merely to lend assistance, only to bring back a precious gem. Young Chu, see how substantial it is? Upon careful examination, Chu Tianxiang replied, it weighs over 6 kilograms, but it should not exceed 7.6.666 kilograms, to be precise. The elder beamed with pride. The raw material expended in crafting this sphere must have cost several million. The elder was indeed heavily invested. Zhang Dianping, the eldest son, had only known that his father returned from ruining with a piece of stone, but he had no idea it was such a gem. Understanding the trade, he exclaimed, this treasure is worth over 1 billion. The old gentleman smiled slyly and said, the old man from the Li family offered 1.6 billion. I ignored him, and he insisted on increasing the price. I flatly refused. Grandfather, please allow me to display it as a treasured centerpiece in my shop. Just having it there will undoubtedly increase foot traffic by 50. Suggested Zhang Fanlin. Absolutely not. I haven't had enough fun yet. The old gentleman decisively declined. He then instructed the butler, quickly take it away and hide it well. These people have set their sights on it. We mustn't let it go missing one day. Zheng Jing chimed in, Grandfather, I assure you, I have no intentions. Such a large ball is entirely impractical for me to wear. Laughter erupted in the room. Zhang Dianqing, the second son and a prominent lawyer, remarked, when it comes to jadeite, it is best to avoid gambling if possible. There is an element of risk involved, yet one can still profit through legitimate business practices. Second uncle, a casino is about betting money, whereas this is about betting experience and knowledge. Frankly, without the gamble of stones, jadeite lacks its very soul, countered Zhang Dianping's eldest son, Zhang Fanlin, the long-awaited grandson of the Zheng family, who oversees the entire jadeite business with hundreds of chain stores under his command. The old gentleman nodded and asked Chu Tianxiang, what are your thoughts on this matter, young Chu? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianxiang replied, first and foremost, throughout history, betting on stones has never been merely a game of chance. Rather, it is a survival skill, a manifestation of humanity's struggle against nature. In the mines, the vast majority of what miners unearth are ordinary stones, with only a minuscule fraction containing jadeite, and even then, its quality varies. In ancient times, with rudimentary tools, the methods of revealing the stones were through burning or prying with hammers, a time-consuming endeavor. If the stone yielded no jadeite or of poor quality, there would be no earnings, and lacking money meant no food, potentially leading the entire family into starvation. Therefore, the study of jadeite quality within stones directly relates to the fundamental question of survival. Though this process may seem harsh, It follows the natural law of survival of the fittest. Second, betting on stones provides an equal opportunity for competition. In the face of stones, whether one is wealthy or not, the ups and downs are equitable. While many people cling to the dream of instant wealth through betting on stones, ultimately leading to their ruin, one must ask, in what industry does no one face bankruptcy or despair? In fact, we gamble in various aspects of life daily. It is merely the association with the word gamble that leads to the misconception that betting on stones is akin to gambling, which is a biased perspective. Chapter 75. A Perfect Performance. Claps echoed as everyone turned to see Zhang Jing blushing, hurriedly stating, "I believe Brother Tianxiang is correct. Shouldn't we applaud?" Zhang Ning quickly interjected, "I too believe Tianxiang is right. Applause is warranted." Saying this, she clapped her hands twice. Zhang Dianqing, the second son, chuckled, "Well, it seems I've become the villain." "Father, you are not a villain. It's simply that you lack experience with Jadeite and do not understand." Zhang Jing reassured her father. The eldest grandson, Zhang Fanlin, added, "I do not delve as deeply into these matters as Tianxiang does." The old gentleman appeared somewhat surprised. Chu Tianxiang's earlier comments reflected a depth of cultural understanding and unique thought that were not easily articulated. He inquired, "Young Chu, which school did you graduate from?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed upon being questioned, Chu Tianxiang hesitated. Dai Dong interjected, "Uncle son, Tianxiang comes from humble beginnings. He dropped out of middle school to earn a living. Yet he is quite determined. Over the years, he has self-studied much of Chinese literature and historical texts, and he even writes beautifully in calligraphy. Moreover, he has independently completed an undergraduate degree in geology. This young man is dedicated to learning and possesses great self-discipline. In his 10-square-meter room, aside from a bed and a desk, it is filled with books. He truly deserves admiration." Zhang Jing suddenly recited a poem to Chu Tianxiang. Upon hearing the poem, Chu Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback. Quickly realizing he was being tested, he recited, "It is not merely the autumn wind. Dismount and drink your wine. Where do you wish to go? Who says that sorrow does not show? The bright moon still shines on the flowing yellow." Zhang Jing smiled slyly and continued, "As we part, I earnestly send this verse." Flushing, Chu Tianxiang responded, "In those lines lies a pledge that our hearts know." These lines held a hint of ambiguity. Zhang Jing refrained from further questioning, yet Chu Tianxiang felt a cold sweat break out. Failing to respond would not only embarrass himself, but also tarnish Uncle Dai's reputation, who had spoken highly of him. Zhang Jing turned to her grandfather and said, "Grandfather, the assessment is complete. He has indeed studied Chinese literature, especially excelling in Tang poetry." Why questions were quite obscure. Zhang Ning, a student of the university's Chinese department, had expected to recite poetry as part of her studies, not anticipating that he would truly know them. The others felt a wave of anxiety. Zhang Jing had been rather reckless. Had Chu Tianxiang failed to answer, it would have been a significant breach of etiquette, particularly towards Dai uncle. Zhang Jing's father shot her a stern glance, and Zhang Jing felt a pang of regret. Quickly standing to apologize, "Uncle Dai, Brother Tianxiang, I was rather thoughtless just now. Please forgive me." Chu Tianxiang's flawless performance brought joy to Dai Dong, who found it refreshing. He jokingly added, "Thank you, Zhang Jing, for putting him to the test. Otherwise, we would have thought him a charlatan, always claiming to know poetry." Laughter filled the room, and the event, which had begun with tension, concluded splendidly. The old gentleman was pleased. This young man was indeed a talent. After the banquet, several individuals gathered in the living room to sip tea and converse. The old gentleman remarked, "Little Dai, tomorrow let Ning accompany you. If you have any particular places you wish to visit, let her know, and for the rest, follow her arrangements." Dai Dong responded casually, "I don't have any specific sites in mind. Since Tianxiang has never been here, I would appreciate it if Zheng Ning could show him the renowned attractions in HK. If there is anything I can assist with on Uncle Sun's end, please let me know." Zhang Jing playfully said to Zhang Ning's sister, "I too wish to go out and play." Zhang Ning raised her brow. "Focus on your studies. We can discuss it come the weekend." Zhang Jing mumbled under her breath, hesitant to speak further. Zhang Dianpeng, the eldest son, announced, "Tomorrow evening, I will treat Brother Dai Dong and Tianxiang to dinner at the Shangri-La. Please don't decline. Our families are well acquainted, and if I don't invite you, I won't be able to visit the capital again." Dai Dong quickly replied, "I shall heed my elder brother's arrangements." The old gentleman added, "Do not venture out the day after tomorrow. I have a favor to ask of young Chu, and Fanlin will accompany us. Others who wish to join can do so. It will be quite entertaining." Zhang Ning and Zheng Jing eagerly exclaimed, "I will go." Chu Tianxiang promptly agreed. The next day, Zhang Ning arrived early at the old gentleman's villa. Now married and studying medicine, she was currently not working. Serving as the old gentleman's health advisor and personal secretary, Jean drove the Toyota minibus, and their first stop was Victoria Harbor. Hong Kong is not very large. After visiting several attractions, they returned to the villa by mid-afternoon. As there would be a dinner hosted by Zhang Dianping that evening, upon entering the hall, they spotted the old gentleman once again examining the porcelain vase while the butler conversed nearby. Several individuals greeted the old gentleman and gathered around him. Daidong inquired, "Uncle Son, do you still have an affinity for antiques?" "Affinity? I'm merely a rustic man. I see others enjoying it, so I partake in the frivolity." Indulging in cultural pursuits, the old gentleman replied with self-deprecation. "What is this, grandfather?" Chu Tianxiang asked. The old gentleman responded, "This is a Qinghua guanyin vase." He placed the vase on the table and stood, saying to the two, "Come, take a look at my treasure." He led them to his study. The room was decorated in a classical and grand manner, with a wall lined with antique shelves showcasing an array of uniquely shaped porcelain. The old gentleman introduced the pieces while the butler followed closely behind. Daidong was unfamiliar with antiques, and Chu Tianxiang was even more clueless, yet they could not dampen the old gentleman's spirits and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Chu Tianxiang noticed a porcelain vase identical to the one in the living room and asked in astonishment, "Grandfather, isn't this vase identical to the one outside?" The old gentleman glanced back and explained, "This one was purchased at Sotheby's many years ago. I wish to complete a pair, yet I remain uncertain about the one outside." Chu Tianxiang casually touched the vase, noting its smooth surface, and ran his 4 fingers along the inner rim. Seeing that the two showed little interest in antiques, the old gentleman felt he was speaking to an unappreciative audience, sighed, and led them out. Chapter 76. Appraising Antiques. After chatting for a while, the two prepared to excuse themselves to rest upstairs. Chu Tianxiang glanced back at the vase on the table, contemplated for a moment, and carefully picked it up, cradling it in his left hand while his right fingers delicately explored the inner rim. He frowned slightly, placed the vase down, and ascended the stairs. The old gentleman glanced at Chu Tianxiang but said nothing. Daidong returned to his room, quickly washed up, and prepared to rest a bit before the evening's gathering, which would undoubtedly be more spirited than the previous night, as it would consist of peers, and drinking would be inevitable. He needed to conserve his energy, for he must not appear weak in the presence of those from the capital. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Opening it, he found Chu Tianxiang standing there, who asked, "Why aren't you resting? Do you need something?" Chu Tianxiang entered and closed the door behind him, saying, "Uncle Dai, there's something I'm uncertain about, but if I don't express it, I feel uneasy." "What is it?" Daidong asked, a hint of tension in his voice, as he felt responsible for Chu Tianxiang's well-being. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Tianxiang organized his thoughts. "I'm not sure if I'm correct, but I suspect that one of the 2 porcelain vases downstairs is a fake, though I can't tell which one." "A fake? How do you know?" Daidong asked, his eyes widening in surprise. "It is akin to examining raw stones. These 2 bottles clearly did not emerge from the same source." "You can discern that as well?" Daidong exclaimed in astonishment. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "How confident are you in this matter?" "If you are asking me which one is genuine and which one is counterfeit, I have no certainty whatsoever. However, I can assert that the 2 bottles are not the same item, much like my assessment of raw stones." Daidong pondered for a moment, then glanced at Chu Tianxiang, who nodded in affirmation. Daidong stated, "Very well. You should return to your room and refrain from sleeping. Wait for me. I shall descend momentarily." With that, he donned his outer garment and proceeded to exit. Downstairs, the elder gentleman was engaged in conversation with the butler. Upon noticing Daidong's descent, he expressed mild curiosity. "Xiao Dai, why haven't you rested yet?" Daidong approached the elder with a serious demeanor, saying, "Uncle Son, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Please bear with me if I misspeak. This was a matter of necessity." The elder chuckled. "What has you so tense? Speak freely. I shan't hold it against you." Daidong glanced at the butler. The elder reassured him. "It is all right. Speak. This is my long-serving butler." Daidong nodded and took a seat, contemplating for a moment before addressing the elder. "I shall be direct. Just now, Tianxiang inspected your bottle before ascending the stairs. Afterward, he informed me that the bottle he previously examined and the one he examined later did not originate from the same source. when Dong stated that they did not come from the same source. He implied that the two bottles were from different eras, thus one must be counterfeit. The elder furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Tianxiang possesses a keen eye for stones. Is he equally adept with antiques? Dong replied, this was his first time assessing antiques, yet he is quite certain. He never speaks unless he is confident. Have him come down, the elder commanded without hesitation, then turned to the butler. Place both bottles on my desk in the study. Let Tianxiang examine them closely shortly. The butler acknowledged and departed, while Dong hurried upstairs to summon Chu Tianxiang. Once Xingning returned to her room and completed her ablutions. She rested for a while before changing her attire to join her grandfather for a chat. Upon entering the hall and finding it empty, she inquired with a servant who was busy with tasks. The servant pointed towards the study, and she quietly approached and knocked gently on the door. Grandfather, it's me. May I enter? What is happening? Upon entering, Xingning discovered her grandfather, uncle, and the butler seated on the sofa, all three sitting upright, intently focused on Chu Tianxiang, who was positioned at the main table in the study. Two porcelain bottles lay horizontally on the table, their openings facing outward, cushioned by thick velvet cloth beneath. Each bottle was flanked by a book to prevent them from rolling or colliding. Chu Tianxiang was seen with his eyes closed, his hands carefully exploring the interiors of the two porcelain bottles, moving at an exceedingly slow pace. Xingning, witnessing this scene, dared not even breathe, tiptoeing to the edge of the sofa to find a seat. After approximately 10 minutes, Chu Tianxiang opened his eyes and said to Dong, Uncle Dai, please assist me by swapping the positions of the bottles. Upon hearing this, Dong and the butler promptly rose to assist. Chu Tianxiang then reinserted his hands into the bottles. This time, within 3 minutes, he opened his eyes, cautiously withdrawing his hands from the bottles, exhaling deeply and addressing the group. It is clear now. The two are undoubtedly not the same item. The craftsmanship exhibits significant differences, and the sand used is also distinct. The group stood up, and the butler swiftly approached, carefully returning the two bottles to their original positions. The elder inquired, Can you not discern their authenticity, grandfather's son? I cannot determine. I do not know what the genuine article should resemble, Chu Tianxiang replied. Xingning found it perplexing. Was there truly such a method for assessing antiques? Dong, struck by inspiration, asked the elder. Uncle son, do you possess any confirmed genuine porcelain from the same era? It must be absolutely authentic. Upon hearing this, the elder quickly grasped Dong's intention and hastened to a display cabinet. Retrieving a porcelain bowl to hand to Chu Tianxiang, upon inspection, Chu Tianxiang remarked, Grandfather's son, this will not suffice. It is glazed both inside and out. I require a piece that is unglazed. The term unglazed was still fresh in his vocabulary. The elder then procured a small porcelain bottle, which Chu Tianxiang accepted, only to grimace slightly as the bottle's neck was too narrow to accommodate more than a single finger. This time, he did not take long. Pointing to one of them, this one is consistent with the craftsmanship of the small porcelain bottle. The sand grains are identical, indicating that these two should be from the same era. Chapter 77. Revisiting the stone gambling. The butler exhaled in relief. Sotheby's had not deceived them, and it appeared that the newcomer posed a problem. At that moment, the elder instructed the butler, immediately dispatch someone to take this to London. He gestured towards the bottle suspected of being counterfeit. He continued, expedite the carbon 14 testing to establish its timeline. If fragments are required, procure a piece. I will cover the cost. Dong instantaneously comprehended the elder's strategy. Such decisiveness was not typical of an ordinary person. Purchasing a counterfeit at a considerable expense may seem ill-advised. However, should it be proven that Chu Tianxiang's assessment was accurate, it would result in substantial profit. The antique trade is rife with misjudgments, and having Chu Tianxiang akin to obtaining insurance, spending this amount was unequivocally worth it. Xingning, overwhelmed by the events, failed to grasp what had transpired. Once the butler departed with the bottle and Dong and his companion returned to their quarters to rest, she finally asked, Grandfather, what occurred? What has happened? This lad is extraordinary, the elder replied. You are aware of my fondness for that Qianlong blue and white guanyin statue, correct? Recently, someone presented me with another. I have long desired to create a pair. Just imagine my elation upon achieving that. Yet, I fear purchasing a counterfeit. Several individuals have examined it and claimed it is genuine. I was poised to finalize the payment, but then this young man entered my study and, upon inspection, declared it to be fake. Can you believe that? Zhang Ning was even more perplexed. Is it possible that Chu Tianxiang's assertion of its falseness is definitive? Are those experts merely idle? He did not claim it was false. He stated that the two are not from the same era. That's sufficient. Is there truly such a method for appraising antiques? Zhang Ning's thoughts were entirely muddled. Thus, I instructed the butler to proceed to London for testing. To ascertain the carbon-14 results. Currently, carbon-14 dating is the most authoritative method for antique identification, and only the British possess this technology. Grandfather, I recall you expressing a desire to bring Chu Tianxiang into the family during your time in ruining. It now appears that the difficulty is insurmountable. Did you not notice how Dai Uncle observed Chu Tianxiang like a protective hen? Zhang Ning shifted the topic. Opportunities are created. Without effort, how can one ascertain the absence of opportunity? A jadeite piece, combined with antiques, may conceal immense wealth behind these skills. If the Zhang family wishes to endure for a century, they must possess hidden potential unknown to others. Regardless, this young man must either be integrated into the family or closely collaborate with it. We shall visit the raw stones the day after tomorrow. Depending on the circumstances, we will determine our next steps. The elder, feeling somewhat fatigued, concluded the conversation and retired to his room for rest. Zhang Ning did not immediately return to her chamber but sat alone, restless and contemplative. She found herself quite admiring this individual named Chu Tianxiang. Yet, the more she learned, the more concerned she became. This young man harbored too many undisclosed secrets, the simplest of all. As an ordinary boy from a remote mountainous region, what could he possibly know of national studies or reciting Tang poetry? There must be countless stories waiting to be unearthed behind him. 2 days later, at 10 in the morning, the elder sat in his Rolls-Royce Phantom, while several young individuals traveled in a Toyota towards the industrial park in the New Territories. Dai Dong and the elder occupied the rear seat, while a Jin sat in the front passenger seat, with another bodyguard driving. Dai Dong was uncertain of the elder's intentions for Chu Tianxiang, but suspected it was related to jadeite. Throughout the journey, he and the elder engaged in discussions about matters in the capital. Given the elder's political standing in the mainland, it was prudent to remain informed about developments in the capital. Chu Tianxiang, Zhang Ning, Zhang Jing, and Zhang Fanlin shared a vehicle. Zhang Fanlin, possessing high emotional intelligence, sat beside Chu Tianxiang during the drive, displaying considerable enthusiasm towards him, and throughout the journey, introduced Chu Tianxiang to the local customs and scenery of Hong Kong, indicating that the elder had briefed him beforehand. After more than 40 minutes, they arrived at a building resembling a factory. The group exited the vehicles in succession, trailing behind the elder as they entered the spacious factory, where an array of containers of various sizes were neatly arranged. Upon seeing the elder's entrance, a person resembling a manager hurried over, bowing and greeting, "Sir, you have arrived. Everything is prepared. Allow me to escort you." The elder nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. The group proceeded to the office within the factory. As soon as the elder sat down, the manager announced, "Sir, the containers have been opened. There are 3 large stones, and the outer packaging has been removed." The elder regarded the manager before responding, "Let us take a look." A medium-sized container was opened, revealing 3 stones inside, with wooden frames strewn about haphazardly. The elder approached, glanced at them briefly, and said to Chu Tianxiang, "Xiao Chu, these are items I set aside many years ago. Please examine them." Chu Tianxiang stepped forward in response, carefully scrutinizing the stones. Bodyguard Jian beckoned to the manager and whispered a few words. Shortly thereafter, the office's sofa, coffee table, and tea set were arranged beside the container, and additional chairs were brought in to ensure ample seating. Chu Tianxiang diligently studied the stones within the container, acutely aware that this was yet another test set by the elder. The stones were of considerable quality, being composed of old materials. Chapter 78. Reluctant to strike a blow after half an hour, Chu Tianxiang emerged, inquiring of the elder, "Grandfather's son, what shall we do with these stones?" His intention was to seek guidance on how to handle them. The elder looked up and replied, "Keep an eye on that one. Slice it just once. Do you understand?" Chu Tianxiang was taken aback for a moment. Then he comprehended the elder's directive. He turned to the steward and asked if there were any flashlights and colored markers, as the container was rather dim. The steward promptly called for workers to bring them. Armed with a flashlight and a colored marker, Chu Tianxiang stepped into the container in less than 10 minutes. He emerged and instructed the steward, "Please carry out the stones I marked and cut along the lines I drew. Ensure you do not deviate." He re-entered the container, and within an hour, 3 stones had been extracted and taken for cutting. Perhaps concerned that the noise would disturb the big boss, the cutting did not occur within the factory itself. The first stone was brought back, and the elder said to Dai Dong, "Let us take a look." Several individuals hurriedly followed the elder to the stone. Weighing over 200 kilograms, it was sliced in half. The cut surface merely polished, revealing an icy quality with a striking floral pattern. The material was exceptionally aged, with minimal cracks, promising a substantial yield of bangles, a definite windfall. The elder scrutinized the stone carefully and turned to Dai Dong and Zhang Fanlin, saying, "Now it's your turn to assess the goods." The second stone also weighed more than 200 kilograms, and upon its arrival, the two women exclaimed loudly, "It's stunning, spring with colors." The cut surface revealed a vast expanse of varying shades of red and purple, with a green band meandering through, exhibiting a rich hue on one jade piece. Both purple and green were present, commonly referred to as spring with colors. The elder was equally exhilarated. Such an extensive area of purple was indeed rare. And with a glutinous base, a single bangle could fetch over 1,000,000. This stone's value far surpassed that of the floral pattern one. The third stone, weighing over 60 kilograms, was of the flower blue variety, interspersed with white and green, featuring a fine glutinous texture, making it top-notch material for display pieces. Dai Dong and Zhang Fanlin estimated the potential of each stone. Zhang Fanlin remarked, "Grandfather, both Dai Shu and I have assessed the 3 stones, and their qualities are commendable. They can all be fashioned into products." The elder looked at Chu Tianxiang, awaiting his response. Noticing the elder's gaze upon him, Chu Tianxiang hesitated briefly before stating, "Brother son, the flower blue material is without issue, but the other 2 should not be cut." Zhang Fanlin, puzzled, asked, "Why not?" Dai Dong also appeared confused. Chu Tianxiang slowly explained, "Grandfather's son instructed me to make only one cut, which means to extract the best side. What you see now is indeed the finest aspect." The floral pattern material seemed to promise numerous bangles, at least a dozen, given its substantial size, and it could likely yield several more pieces. However, upon closer inspection, many cracks were evident beneath the surface. Apart from the visible exterior, the potential for bangles was nearly non-existent. The situation was even worse for the spring with colors stone. It had only 2 colored sections, with the rest being white, and the quality had deteriorated to a fine glutinous texture. Having finished speaking, Chu Tianxiang looked at the elder, falling silent. "Impossible!" Zhang Fanlin exclaimed, as he took the flashlight and crouched down to examine the stone. Dai Dong, also perplexed, thought to himself that such discrepancies had never arisen during Chu Tianxiang's previous assessments. After a moment's hesitation, he too crouched to inspect the stone, whispering with Zhang Fanlin. The elder beckoned Chu Tianxiang to sit, while Zhang Ning poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Zhang Jing inquired, "Brother Tianxiang, how can you be so certain?" "I am engaged in this profession. Misjudgment is not an option." Chu Tianxiang replied, "My elder brother has been in the jade business for nearly 20 years and is quite skilled." Zhang Jing responded, "Even after 100 years, it wouldn't matter." "Ah Jing, this is an entirely different matter." The elder interjected, "Grandfather, are you supporting my brother?" "I firmly believe in him," Zhang Jing playfully retorted. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals remained crouched, examining the stones, while the others engaged in conversation and tea. Chu Tianxiang remained calm and composed. Zhang Fanlin quietly asked Dai Dong, "Uncle Dai, can you see what Tianxiang sees?" Dai Dong did not hesitate. "I cannot. At least from the cut surface, it appears Tianxiang is mistaken. The purple in the spring with colors has sunk significantly, and it's impossible for it to be lost with just one cut. The floral surface shows minimal cracks. One could certainly yield 3 to 5 pieces, and only when nearing the outer shell might fine cracks appear." "I share that assessment. Our viewpoints align," Dai Dong concurred. Zhang Fanlin stood up, being of similar age to Dai Dong but from a different generation. He addressed Chu Tianxiang, "Tianxiang, I share Uncle Dai's opinion. Your assertion is incorrect." The elder asked Zhang Jing, "Hand me 100 yuan." Zhang Jing promptly retrieved a 100 yuan note from her purse and handed it to her grandfather. The elder placed the 100 Hong Kong dollars on the tea table, declaring, "The wager begins. Fanlin and Tianxiang will bet against each other. Which side do you support?" Chapter 79. A frantic face slapped the elder placed the 100 Hong Kong dollars on the tea table, announcing, "The wager begins. Fanlin and Tianxiang will bet against each other. Which side do you support?" Zhang Jing placed 100 yuan on the table, stating, "I believe in my elder brother." Zhang Ning hesitated momentarily before declaring, I support Tianxiang. Zhang Jing, flustered, exclaimed, Sister, you don't believe in my elder brother. Zhang Ning replied, In other matters, I trust my elder brother, but in this case, I still believe in Tianxiang. Zhang Jing pouted, speechless. Dai Dong smiled wryly. Recognizing the elder's intent to create tension at heart, he trusted his judgment after years in the jade business, having wagered on countless stones, all of significant value. Yet, the prospect of misjudging such a material was unfathomable for a jade shop owner like him. The dilemma lay in whether to trust himself or Tianxiang. After a moment of contemplation, he apologetically told Zhang Fanlin, I regret to say that I trust Tianxiang. That. Zhang Fanlin struggled to articulate his thoughts. Disbelief etched across his face. He even began to question Dai Dong's integrity. Just moments ago, they were allies, and now Dai Dong had swiftly shifted allegiances. The elder disregarded his grandson's reaction and turned to Chu Tianxiang, asking little Chu, What shall we do next? Chu Tianxiang found himself in a predicament. As this would be a direct slap in the face, he suggested, Let us not cut both stones. The spring with colors shows promise. So let us reserve it for the auction. We should slice the large icy floral piece just once, about 2.5 centimeters thick, or perhaps thicker, otherwise, it won't be clear. The elder inquired, Fanlin, do you agree? Zhang Fanlin looked to Dai Dong, still seeking his uncle's opinion despite their differing positions. Dai Dong understood the underlying message and calculated the implications, stating, cutting the spring with colors would clarify matters. Zhang Fanlin gave a thumbs up, acknowledging Dai Dong's insight, indicating they were on the same wavelength. The elder chuckled and said to Chu Tianxiang, Let us cut them both. Otherwise, no one will be satisfied. Little Chu, go draw the lines. Chu Tianxiang acquiesced and proceeded to mark the lines, while Zhang Fanlin and Dai Dong closely observed, as today's events surpassed their understanding. Zhang Jing discreetly asked Zhang Ning, Sister, is brother Tianxiang really that remarkable? Zhang Ning glanced at her sister, replying, Not just remarkable. He is extraordinarily talented. Did you not see how effortlessly he sketched on Rui Ning's private board, leaving everyone astonished? Just like the sphere grandfather showcased at the dinner party. Zhang Ning blinked and murmured to herself, Though he is impressive, I still trust my elder brother. With the stones sent for cutting, Dai Dong and Zhang Fanlin, feeling uneasy, both followed. Zhang Jing inquired, Brother Tianxiang, where did you learn to gamble on stones? Chu Tianxiang smiled, I learned from my master since childhood. He is a Chinese expatriate from Myanmar, now in his 70s. Did you also study classical Chinese with him? Zhang Jing asked, I learned classical Chinese from my mother. My master isn't well versed in it. Chu Tianxiang replied. The elder interjected, Did this master teach you martial arts as well? Chu Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Grandfather's son, it was my master who taught me, though sometimes I may have been too forceful. Please forgive me. Realizing the elder was aware of the incident in Pingzhou, he hastened to clarify. The elder remained silent. Chu Tianxiang questioned Zhang Jing, Do you know how the Chinese department at Hong Kong University differs from that in mainland China? Zhang Jing shyly admitted, I am not entirely sure. I've merely heard that the standards for classical literature in mainland China are quite strict. I intend to pursue a master's degree in the capital next year. Hence I'm focusing more on classical Chinese. Zhang Ning suddenly asked, Tianxiang, why don't you attend university? You certainly have the means now. Chu Tianxiang replied, Sister Ning, if not for Uncle Dai and the others assisting me this year, I wouldn't even have had money for my mother's medical bills, let alone for school. Zhang Ning felt an acute sense of embarrassment, realizing her question was rather abrupt. Zhang Jing asked, With such great talent, why aren't you earning money? Chu Tianxiang smiled wryly. My master forbids anyone from knowing I understand stone gambling, and he doesn't allow me to gamble. This year, at 20 years old, he finally permitted me to venture out. As they conversed, Dai Dong and Zhang Fanlin hurriedly approached, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. Zhang Fanlin reached Chu Tianxiang and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Tianxiang, as an elder brother, I concede. You were entirely correct. Upon hearing this, the elder's hand involuntarily trembled, though no one noticed. Zhang Jing eagerly asked, Elder brother, have we lost? Zhang Fanlin sighed, Ah Jing, indeed we have lost at that moment. The workers brought forth the finished stones, and this time, everyone, including the elder, moved forward to take a closer look. Each stone was meticulously carved along its original cutting surface, yielding an expansive slice, with a thickness of approximately 2 to 3 centimeters. The piece known as Chun Dai Kai suffered the most. One side was resplendent and vibrant, radiating beauty, while the other side remained unblemished and devoid of any trace of purple or green hues. The exquisite reds and deep greens had vanished, leaving one in a state of despair. The Piao Hua was not faring much better. What was once a location for bracelets appeared, upon inspection of the reverse side, to have suffered grievous cracking, with even the prominent areas severely diminished. Zhang Jing lamented, "This is utterly infuriating." They claimed it was gone, and indeed, it is. She had a fondness for that Chun Dai Kai stone. Zhang Fanlin, on the other hand, was drenched in sweat, not from heat, but from the gravity of the situation. He over 40 years old, having been engaged in the jade trade for more than 2 decades. He had never encountered such a misfortune. If these were entirely gambling stones, regardless of where a cut was made, these 2 stones would yield a significant profit, especially the Chun Dai Kai. A mere cut revealing purple or green would warrant a celebratory toast. Chu Tianxiang's first incision magnified all hopes to their zenith, rendering it impossible for anyone not to be swept away in excitement. Perhaps it was a stone purchased for a mere few $100,000. But after this cut, it could easily be worth tens of millions. With great hopes come equally great disappointments. The second cut transformed the potential treasure from tens of millions back to mere hundreds of thousands. Once the first incision on the Chun Dai Kai was completed, it would go directly to the public auction. Whoever won the bid could sell their pants, so to speak, and run naked in triumph. Chapter 80. Explosive Growth. Zhang Fanlin quietly inquired of Dai Dong, "Uncle Dai, how did Tianxiang learn this? How does he possess such skill?" Dai Dong chuckled, "Were you just complaining that I am inconsistent?" Zhang Fanlin quickly retorted, No, it just feels somewhat off and ruining." Contradicting his opinions meant facing backlash without respite. One could hardly maintain any dignity as an elder. Dai Dong continued, "It has now become a conditioned reflex. Tianxiang guarantees that all matters concerning stones are absolutely correct, and one must believe unconditionally, or else face disgrace." Fanlin, in the past, along with several others, greatly enjoyed gambling on stones. Otherwise, they would not have met Tianxiang. Now, however, there was no interest left. Watching him for half a day was not as fruitful as his 10 minutes of observation. What enjoyment could there be in that? Dai Dong said with a hint of melancholy. Zhang Fanlin glanced up at Chu Tianxiang, who was chatting amiably with the elder, noting the innocent expression on his face, thinking to himself, "What a peculiar fellow he is." Xing Jing approached and cautiously asked, "Brother Tianxiang, you are truly remarkable, but you cannot bully my brother, can you?" "I would never dare." "I asked, the bet nullified then?" "It is as you say." "The bet is nullified," Zhang Jing exclaimed, promptly claiming the 200 Hong Kong dollars from the table. Laughter erupted among the group, leaving Xing Jing somewhat embarrassed. "That was my money all along," the young girl muttered. The elder then asked his grandson, Fanlin, "Show Xiao Chu the photo of that stone." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fanlin quickly opened his phone and handed it to Chu Tianxiang. The screen displayed a photograph of a stone that was notably the top contender from President Zhang's private auction. Chu Tianxiang recalled it had fetched around 70 to 80 million. After reviewing it, he passed the phone to Dai Dong, glancing at the elder and then at Zhang Fanlin, as if asking, "What does this mean?" Zhang Fanlin explained, "It was purchased by a company from HK. Due to the high risk associated with this stone, they wish to partner with me, but my grandfather has advised me to hold off on expressing my stance. They are still awaiting my response." "Xiao Chu, what is your perspective?" the elder inquired. Xiang replied, "This is the number 1 raw stone. I have examined it closely, and it possesses all the requisite advantages. It is indeed very alluring." Grandfather's son was also present at the time. However, this stone must not be disturbed. The surface appears to have undergone secondary oxidation with sufficient temperature and pressure, thus exhibiting characteristics of aged material. Yet, the internal granular structure of the stone is flawed and loose, indicating that during its initial formation, either the pressure or temperature was inadequate, resulting in a coarse foundation. A brief silence followed Xiang's words. Each person now held differing views about Chu Tianxiang. Dai Dong's was straightforward. Everything this young man said was beyond reproach, and to contradict him would only lead to embarrassment. The elder's perspective was that he had encountered individuals who could assess stones through touch, but had never met one who could do so while simultaneously providing a geological lecture. Zhang Fanlin felt the most awkward. What a curious individual, yet one imbued with knowledge. Zhang Jing was utterly mystified. How does brother Tianxiang understand everything? Only Zheng Ning remained unfazed. She did not share her grandfather's obsession with bringing Chu Tianxiang into the family fold. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when the elder commanded everyone to return home. On the way back, conversation was sparse as everyone closed their eyes to rest, yet Zhang Fanlin squinted. His mind racing. He was eager to discuss with his grandfather the possibility of collaborating with Chu Tianxiang in matters of business. He would not let such an opportunity slip away. Upon returning to the villa, everyone retreated to their rooms for rest. The elder was indeed somewhat fatigued, not just physically, but mentally as well. The evening meal was again held at home. To be frank, Cantonese cuisine did not quite suit Chu Tianxiang's palate. Aside from seafood, Ruining's flavors leaned heavily towards spicy and sour, while the subtleness of Cantonese dishes left him lacking excitement during the meal. After dining, the elder summoned Dai Dong to the study, seemingly wishing to have a thorough discussion. Zhang Jing, eager to take Chu Tianxiang to a bar in Lan Kuai Fong, was not to be deterred by Xing Ning, who reluctantly allowed her to go. In the study, Zhang Fanlin and Xing Ning sat on the sofa as the elder asked Dai Dong, "What is the scale of Ruining's company, and what business do they engage in?" Dai Dong sensed the underlying seriousness. The elder had not invited him and Chu Tianxiang to HK for no reason. Encountering such an exceptional talent meant the elder must have substantial intentions. Dai Dong replied, "Uncle Son, to be candid, the company in Ruining was essentially established for Tianxiang. It was formed only after the Spring Festival this year. Currently, there are 5 shareholders, one of whom will be exiting by year-end. Our temporary business involves acquiring raw stones and either submitting them to the Pingzhou public auction or finding private buyers." "Is the scale considerable?" "I am unsure what you mean by scale," Dai Dong queried. The elder responded, "I mean to ask how many prepared raw stones you can produce each month." After saying this, he turned to Zhang Fanlin. "Fanlin, is this what you were curious about?" Zhang Fanlin felt embarrassed. He would have preferred to ask the question himself. Dai Dong continued, "Previously, our funding was limited, and on the other hand, we did not fully understand Tianxiang's capabilities. So we required him to only procure exceptionally good materials before making a move. Consequently, we did not acquire many stones in the early stages. However, after our recent return from the Pingzhou auction, we have accelerated our acquisition of raw stones. Currently, we should have around 70 to 80 raw stones, but none have been cut yet. We estimate that in the future, we will manage about 40 to 50 a month." Zhang Fanlin asked, "Uncle Dai, I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire if your current funding is sufficient." If Dai Dong indicated a lack of funds, Zhang Fanlin was prepared to inject capital immediately. Dai Dong smiled. "Funding is not an issue at present. We should still have over 2 billion on the books. The challenge lies in finding quality stones, as long as Tianxiang identifies stones with a 5-fold increase in potential. We will acquire them all." The elder was taken aback. How much did the shareholders invest when the company was established? 500 million. All in cash. The others listened in a daze. "What is going on? In just over half a year, how much have you earned?" "Over 2 billion. It seems like you have robbed a bank." Chapter 81. Astonishing prophecies. The elder remained silent, waiting for a moment before addressing Zhang Fanlin and Zheng Ning. "You two step outside for a while. I will call you back in shortly." Once they had exited, the elder quietly said to Dai Dong, "Tell me everything about Chu Tianxiang. What can be said and what cannot?" "I am your elder." This was somewhat unreasonable, yet he indeed had the standing to make such a request. Dai Dong contemplated for a moment before responding. "Chu Tianxiang is 20 years old. He became independent earlier this year. His master is a Chinese expatriate from Myanmar, now in his 70s. Chu Tianxiang lives with his mother. The identity of his father is unclear, and it appears he has never met him. His mother hails from a prestigious family in Jiangnan and received an excellent education. Yet for reasons unknown, she ended up in Ruining. Chu Tianxiang was born there, and the two of them have relied on one another through extremely challenging circumstances. Nonetheless, the boy possesses a kind heart, remarkable perseverance, and exceptional talent. Otherwise, he could not have acquired such skills. This company was essentially set up proactively for him. His master had the final say, but it can only operate for 2 years. And after that, we cannot predict what will happen. In hindsight, I realized that his master intended for us to cultivate Chu Tianxiang, broadening his horizons as he grew up in the mountains. While he is well educated, his experience and perspective are somewhat lacking. Given the current circumstances, his master has already provided us with at least 100 million in returns over these 2 years. But what will happen after those 2 years? At that time, his master did not disclose this, yet it is not a cause for concern. Chu Tianxiang is a loyal and emotionally invested individual, so after 2 years, he will likely remain in the same position. With the possibility of some changes in share allocation, is Chu Tianxiang's ability truly at such a level? Uncle Son, have you heard of the Jade Emperor from the early Republic era, a member of the Dai ethnic group with the surname Siyuan? I have heard of him. He was renowned throughout Southeast Asia and was said to be as wealthy as a nation. This was the prevailing assessment of him. Dai Dong remarked that Jade Emperor had a master of equal caliber to Chu Tianxiang behind him. The elder fell into contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, the elder lamented, I truly wish to meet his master. What kind of individual could nurture such extraordinary talent? Dai Dong replied, Uncle Son, it's not difficult. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you may visit Ruining again. His master is not able to go out, perhaps due to certain taboos concerning Myanmar. The elder then said, please summon them both to come in. Dai Dong nodded in agreement and exited. Upon their return to the study, just as they settled down, the elder addressed Fan Lin, you and Uncle Dai should discuss your collaboration. I shall refrain from involvement. One is upstream, the other downstream. The potential for cooperation is significant. I am weary. You may converse in the living room. In the living room, Zhang Fanlin spoke to Dai Dong. Uncle Dai, I currently oversee over 100 jadeite chain stores, predominantly within the country. Some specialize solely in jadeite, while others combine jadeite with gold. Each year, I import a considerable amount of jadeite rough materials from Myanmar, all processed in Lingnan. If you have premium rough materials, I can acquire them entirely, of course, at market prices. Dai Dong chuckled lightly. This matter must be discussed with Tianxiang. He is the major shareholder. I have no objections. But one thing to note is that our rough materials are all of the high-quality glutinous ice type or above. We do not deal with inferior grades. The finished products start at no less than 10,000 yuan. Please consider this carefully. Zhang Fanlin felt a bit embarrassed. In the domestic market, the primary offerings of jadeite chain stores typically range from several thousand to about 10,000 yuan. While there are products exceeding 10,000 or even reaching hundreds of thousands, they cannot dominate the inventory, as the majority of consumers are from the working class, with exceptions for specialized boutiques. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Fanlin said, Uncle Dai, if the prices are reasonable, I can manage. At worst, I will halt my imports from Myanmar. Rest assured, the prices will be notably lower, at least cheaper than Myanmar. Recently, we released over 80 million worth of goods at the Pingzhou public auction. You have no idea, we didn't set a reserve price. The absence of a reserve price means that, with a stroke of luck, anyone could acquire the materials for just 1 yuan, irrespective of their true value, provided, of course, that they are the sole bidder. In reality, this is nearly impossible. The idea of not setting a reserve price was proposed by Tan Hui, who wished to ensure that all materials at the public auction sold, assessing the market's tolerance for their stone prices. Regardless of how they sell, they are guaranteed profit, albeit varying amounts. Dai Dong continued, Fanlin, I am not speaking idly. Collaboration is feasible and pricing is not an issue. But a long-term, close partnership will require time. Moreover, Tianxiang must hold a dominant position in this. You need to be mentally prepared for that. It is not merely a matter of who has more money that decides. I cannot elaborate too much, but that is the reality. Tio speak disrespectfully, Tianxiang's future achievements will not fall short of the elders. Zheng Ning, upon hearing this, turned pale and asked, the profits from gambling on stones are substantial. But surely not to the point of defying reason? Dai Dong replied, a Ning, given time. The Zheng family shall aspire to such heights. The siblings were left dumbfounded. The Zheng family is a top-tier family in HK with assets exceeding hundreds of billions. Dai Dong solemnly stated, without the Zheng family, there would be no current Dai family. I consider myself part of this family. I do not speak alarmingly, nor do I have any need to belittle my kin to elevate others. With that, Dai Dong stood up and departed. The siblings exchanged glances, and Zheng Fanlin suggested, Ning, perhaps you should discuss this with father tomorrow. It seems grandfather wishes to abstain from involvement. Later that night, Zheng Ning received a phone call. Chu Tianxiang and Zheng Jing are in trouble. Chapter 82. Turmoil at the bar. Zheng Jing, a third-year student at HKU, was both academically gifted and a paragon of virtue. Being a young lady from a prominent family. It was impossible for her not to excel. A bodyguard drove the two to Lan Kwai Fong, the most famous bar in HK. Although Lan Kwai Fong is quite small and unpretentious, It boasts a long history and a stellar reputation. Gradually, the entire alley housing Lan Kwai Fong became synonymous with the name itself, making it one of the liveliest night spots in HK. Attracting locals and foreigners alike, as well as prominent figures from the entertainment industry. During the car ride, Zheng Jing called a few classmates to join them. Upon arrival, a boy and 3 girls joined them. Instead of going to Lan Kwai Fong, which was known for its mellow music and quiet conversations, they opted for a disco bar, where the deafening music was the youth's favorite. With a shared sense of camaraderie, Zheng Jing introduced Chu Tianxiang as her relative from the mainland. The young crowd, carefree, paid little attention, while Chu Tianxiang was quite relaxed. Before long, everyone was comfortable around each other. Although he couldn't sing, he had a martial arts background and danced with a unique flair, garnering the admiration of several girls, which made Zheng Jing feel a twinge of jealousy. One boy, somewhat overweight, seemed to be pursuing one of the girls, as they were always glued together, as fate would have it. While dancing with a drink in hand, he accidentally spilled his drink all over a nearby foreigner, soaking him from the waist down. The foreigner, tall and imposing, let out a roar and delivered a punch that sent the overweight boy sprawling onto the dance floor. The crowd erupted in chaos, and the bouncers rushed over to intervene. One of them tried to grab the foreigner, who, despite being slightly inebriated, retaliated with a swift right hook, knocking the bouncer flat. Now the situation escalated. The remaining 3 friends pulled out their batons, advancing towards the foreigner. Unbeknownst to them, 2 other foreigners joined the fray, and the bouncers found themselves in dire straits. The foreign men towered at around 2 meters tall, while the bouncers were all under 1.7 meters and scrawny by comparison. After a flurry of punches, 2 of the 3 friends were left unable to stand. One foreigner, witnessing that everyone had retreated 3 meters away, began to laugh maniacally, tauntingly beckoning, "Chinese, come here, fight." His arrogance left the onlookers in stunned silence. They truly couldn't match him. Zheng Jing and her companions sat there, sipping their drinks, until the crowd's uproar made them realize their friend was in trouble. They hurriedly helped the overweight boy back to his seat, where his left cheek was visibly swollen and his lip was bleeding. The subsequent scuffle drew little attention. Fights in a disco were commonplace. Could it even be called a disco if there hadn't been a fight in 3 days? When the foreigners continued to taunt and challenge others to step forward, perhaps fueled by alcohol, Chu Tianxiang suddenly pushed through the crowd. Zheng Jing immediately shouted, "Tianxiang, don't go over there." She reached out to pull him back, but he was already on his way. Chu Tianxiang turned back and smiled, "It's fine, Jing." Before he could finish speaking, the girl who was close to the overweight boy whispered to Zheng Jing, "Jing, there's a paparazzi." Without missing a beat, Zheng Jing squatted down, quickly pulling a scarf from her bag to cover half her face. If the paparazzi caught a glimpse of the Zhang family's young lady brawling in a bar, it would surely make the entertainment headlines the next day. Having secured the scarf, just as she stood up, a loud crash resonated from the front, as if something heavy had fallen. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and whistles filled the air. Peering through the throng, she saw Chu Tianxiang standing tall, with one foreigner sprawled on the ground. And that S1 down, how swift! Another foreigner stepped forward, and the room fell silent. Chu Tianxiang raised his hands, assuming a defensive stance, as the foreigner circled him with swift footwork. Suddenly, he lunged forward, delivering a right hook aimed directly at Chu Tianxiang's face. Given their height difference, the punch was poised to land just before Chu Tianxiang's face. In a split-second maneuver, Chu Tianxiang sidestepped in the direction of the punch, his body leaning slightly as he planted his right foot and retracted his left before launching a powerful kick at the foreigner's supporting ankle. The foreigner let out a brief yelp, followed by a heavy thud as he fell flat on the marble floor, his face crashing against the ground. The onlookers winced at the sight. That had to hurt. Having dispatched one opponent, Chu Tianxiang swiftly regained his footing and turned to face the last foreigner, who now appeared bewildered, glancing between the 2 fallen comrades and Chu Tianxiang. Suddenly, he raised both hands in surrender. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Surrender? Was this truly happening? Laughter erupted as the surrounding individuals found the scene amusing. Was this foreigner here to entertain? Chu Tianxiang stood his ground when a staff member abruptly pulled him aside, saying, "Sir, you need to leave quickly. The police are on their way." At that moment, the crowd was still in shock. Otherwise, they might have found it difficult to escape later. Chu Tianxiang glanced at Zheng Jing, who nodded in agreement. He promptly followed the staff member towards the back door of the disco, passing through the changing room and kitchen until they reached the rear exit. A man who appeared to be the owner stood there, and upon seeing Chu Tianxiang approach, he extended his hands warmly. "Thank you, sir." After the altercation, Chu Tianxiang felt a twinge of nervousness. Realizing this was HK, he asked, "Who were they?" The owner chuckled. "No worries, just some sailors looking for trouble." He gestured toward the end of the alley. "Keep going. Your friend is waiting for you there." Chapter 83. Safe and sound. Chu Tianxiang nodded and strode forward. After walking less than 100 meters, he spotted someone waving at him. Quickening his pace, he soon recognized it was Zhang Jing. She dashed over, linking her arm with his, and excitedly exclaimed, "Tianxiang, you're amazing. You took him down so quickly. Did you see? That guy lost his front teeth." Subsequently, with a hint of frustration, he remarked, "It's a pity I didn't catch the first one. I blame the paparazzi." Chu Tianxiang felt somewhat uncomfortable being embraced by a girl. His body rigid as he moved forward. "Where are your classmates?" he inquired. "They're waiting for you in the car up ahead. They'll treat you to a late-night snack shortly. Li Xiaopeng is covering the bill." Insisting on properly thanking you, you've made quite a name for yourself now. Li Xiaopeng is nicknamed Big Loudspeaker. Ha ha. The group departed from Longquai Fong, arriving at a late-night eatery near Central, where they ordered a hot pot. Li Xiaopeng requested some alcohol, but was firmly rebuffed by several of them. "If you drink more, do you want to start a fight? Can you even win?" Li Xiaopeng was visibly disheartened. Zhang Jing was eager to learn how the first person was knocked down, to which Li Xiaopeng replied, "At that moment, I was dizzy and couldn't see clearly." This frustrated Zhang Jing. Li Xiaopeng's girlfriend chimed in. "I didn't see it too clearly either, but I saw Brother Tianxiang strike that foreigner's neck with the back of his right hand, and the foreigner collapsed to the ground like a wooden doll, unconscious." Li Xiaopeng was determined to befriend Chu Tianxiang. Having such a formidable friend meant he could boast wherever he went, at the dining table. He called out to Tianxiang more affectionately than anyone else. After finishing their meal, the group stepped outside to head home. Just as they reached the restaurant entrance, Zhang Jing spotted her older brother, Zhang Fanlin, and the head bodyguard, Jade, chatting beside a car. She let go of Chu Tianxiang's arm and cautiously approached them, asking, "Big brother, Jade, what brings you here?" Zhang Fanlin's face was as cold as frost as he retorted, "Don't you know why I'm here?" Zhang Jing quietly replied, "Isn't everything fine? Whether it's fine or not, you'll find out when we get home." "Get in the car," Zhang Fanlin commanded. After finishing his statement, he turned to Chu Tianxiang and said, "Tianxiang, I sincerely apologize. Jing has caused you trouble." "Not at all, big brother. This matter is not Jing's fault. It was my own recklessness," Chu Tianxiang responded. He then asked, "Big brother, did we cause you any trouble?" "Everything is fine, Tianxiang. The situation has been resolved," Zhang Fanlin reassured him. The bodyguards following Zhang Jing did not enter the bar, remaining in the car while the brawl erupted inside, unaware of the commotion until a group of young patrons exited, chattering excitedly. Upon inquiring, the bodyguard learned the details of the incident and realized he had failed in his duty. As a bodyguard, this was a serious lapse, one that could not be forgiven. Fortunately, he promptly called his superior, Jane, to report the events. Zhang Ning, the elderly man's private secretary in charge of home security, felt a wave of apprehension upon receiving Jin's call. If anything happened to Chu Tianxiang, it would be impossible to explain to grandfather or Uncle Dai. As a woman, it was inconvenient for her to go out late at night, so she dispatched her brothers Zhang Fanlin and Jane instead. Chu Tianxiang returned to the villa and promptly fell asleep. He awoke at 10 in the morning, glancing at his watch and realizing he was not at home. It would be discourteous to rise late as a guest. After freshening up, he hurried downstairs to find the elderly man. His elder brother Zhang Dianpeng, Dai Dong, and son Fanlin in the living room engaged in conversation. He quickly approached the elderly man and bowed, saying, "Grandfather son, I apologize for my recklessness, which has caused you trouble." The elderly man chuckled. "I had heard you were skilled in martial arts, but I didn't take it seriously. It seems you truly are impressive, knocking two out, and one even surrendered on the spot." As he spoke, the elderly man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dai Dong felt somewhat awkward, having come as a guest only to be embroiled in a major incident. He attempted to explain to the elderly man, Uncle Sunday, but was immediately interrupted. The elderly man declared, "A man of strength who does not act is not a true man." Tianxiang did the right thing. Zhang Dianping added, "Old Dai, it's no big deal. Just a few foreign sailors who got drunk and caused trouble. Such things happen frequently." His son, Zhang Fanlin, remarked. The bar owner praised Tianxiang. saying he had never seen such fluidity in a fight. If it weren't for the fear of police involvement, he wouldn't have wanted to let Tianxiang go. He insisted on befriending him. Daidong inquired, "What happened to those foreigners?" Zhang Fanlin replied, "Two of them were unconscious for a while. One suffered a broken nose and lost two front teeth, while the other was fine." The police took statements and considered the case closed. The involved parties couldn't be located, and the bar's surveillance was down, so the police preferred to avoid complications. Chu Tianxiang surveyed the room. Noticing Zhang Ning and Zheng Jing were absent, he asked, "Big brother, where has Sister Ning gone?" Zheng Fanlin responded, "A Jing is frightened and doesn't dare to come downstairs. Sister Ning has gone upstairs to persuade her." Chu Tianxiang found himself at a loss for words. Daidong addressed the elderly man, "Uncle Son, if there are no pressing matters here, I would like to return in the next couple of days. The end of the year is approaching, and there are several matters to attend to in Beijing and Ruining." The elderly man pondered for a moment before replying, "I have no urgent matters at hand." He glanced at his eldest son, and Zhang Dianping immediately added, "I have a few things to discuss with Daidong and Tianxiang." The elderly man said, "Then let's discuss it after dinner. We tentatively plan to leave the day after tomorrow." "How does that sound?" Daidong nodded in agreement. After dinner, Zhang Dianping and his son, Daidong, and Chu Tianxiang convened in the elderly man's study to commence formal business negotiations. Zhang Pengcheng, seasoned in the business world for decades, was often underestimated as merely cunning. However, this time he adopted a humble approach with a singular aim: to secure cooperation. First, he needed to win over Chu Tianxiang before addressing the next steps. Daidong and Chu Tianxiang also hoped for a favorable outlet for future ventures and readily agreed to the proposal, resulting in mutual satisfaction. Since the incident at Longkuaifeng, Chu Tianxiang had not seen Zheng Jing. When he inquired with Sister Ning, she informed him that Zheng Jing had returned to school, busy with exams as the year-end approached. Chapter 84. The Art of Seduction. On this day, Daidong and Chu Tianxiang prepared to depart early. The elderly man emerged from the study to inform Daidong, "We've received news from London. That one was a fraud." Having said this, he turned back to his study. Daidong glanced back at Chu Tianxiang, shaking his head without uttering a word, while Zhang Fanlin, who was seeing them off, looked on in confusion. Daidong and Chu Tianxiang crossed into Yangcheng, with Daidong heading to Beijing and Chu Tianxiang to Ruining. Upon returning to the company, Zhang Li and Li Jie were elated, exclaiming that this time, the goods brought back by brother Tianxiang were all from HK. Regardless of taste, the packaging was exceptionally innovative and visually appealing. Entirely different from what they had locally. Upon his return, Chu Tianxiang was met with disheartening news. Lu Liang had lost a bet. This was conveyed to him by Pan Yue. Chu Tianxiang immediately went to Lu Liang's shop, only to find workers replacing the signboard at the entrance, with Lu Liang's former deputy, Lu Yi, overseeing the process. Chu Tianxiang greeted him, but Lu Yi appeared somewhat awkward. He addressed Chu Tianxiang, saying, "President Chu, General Lu has left Ruining, not disclosing his destination, leaving us to find work on our own. General Chiao retained the employees who didn't leave, and I had nowhere else to go, so I stayed." Chu Tianxiang felt uneasy about Lu Yi's actions. While Lu Yi's behavior was not incorrect from a professional standpoint, it felt lacking in terms of camaraderie. Chu Tianxiang exchanged a few pleasantries with Lu Yi before taking his leave. With several uncles absent, Chu Tianxiang embarked on his quest for gold, starting with jinxing. After several days, he had collected 8 or 9 stones, though their quality was mediocre, lacking anything particularly remarkable. That afternoon, his former boss, Shui, called him, mentioning he had a stone for him to examine. Chu Tianxiang readily agreed. Upon arriving at Shui's shop, he was greeted by a sense of nostalgia. He got out of the car and first greeted Uncle Siyuan and several of his former subordinates. Engaging in small talk, at that moment, Shui descended the stairs with 2 individuals, beaming as he approached Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianxiang quickly stood, saying, "Boss Shui, I'm here." Shui approached and patted Chu Tianxiang on the shoulder, saying, "Tianxiang, let's go take a look at the Old Mian stones." Old Mian is the term used by Ruining locals to refer to the Mian people, akin to how mainlanders refer to foreigners as Lawai. The group made their way to the reception area on the first floor, where a black Wu Sha Ra stone weighing approximately 300 kilograms lay on the ground, alongside a white sand-skinned stone weighing over 60 kilograms. Shui quietly informed Chu Tianxiang, "Tianxiang, take a close look. I'm only making a bit of white card money." White card is a term in Mian language that translates to commission fee. Chu Tianxiang circled the black Wu Sha, then squatted down to scrutinize every detail of the skin. occasionally picking at the sand grains on the surface. The stone exhibited numerous speckles of mottled color, with a few streaks, though none were particularly long or wide. Given the presence of outsiders, Chu Tianxiang used one hand to feel around the skin. And after more than half an hour, he picked up a flashlight from the table to examine the sand's variations closely. After another 10 minutes, Chu Tianxiang stood up, stretched, and said, "Boss Shui, call a few people over to flip the stone. I want to see underneath." Upon hearing this, Shui promptly went outside to summon several workers. With 5 or 6 people straining, they turned the stone over, and Chu Tianxiang squatted down to inspect it again. The two Mian individuals and Shui chatted nearby, with many of the Mian speakers well-versed in Mandarin, facilitating smooth communication. Chu Tianxiang eventually took a seat on a round stool, his legs numb from squatting. He calmly asked, "Boss Shui, what is the price for this black wuxia?" Upon hearing this, Shui turned to the Mian individuals and asked, "How much do you want?" They quoted a price of 12 million. Sensing that Chu Tianxiang had finished examining the stone, the Mian individuals became animated, asking, "What is your counteroffer?" Chu Tianxiang, now adept at negotiating, responded smoothly. The Mian individuals hesitated for a moment, stating, "We won't sell for less than 7 million. Qu Xiangxiang calculated briefly and addressed the Myanmar nationals, stating, "I shall propose a price. If you agree, we shall finalize the deal. If not, I shall not negotiate further. 3,200,000." Upon hearing this, the heads of the Myanmar representatives shook vigorously, repeatedly insisting, "Boss, your price is far too low. You must think higher, much higher." Regardless of what the Myanmar nationals continued to assert, Qu Xiangxiang remained silent, diverting his attention to the piece of white rock on the table. Upon noticing this, Shui, the general, sensed an opportunity, for that stone belonged to him. Qu Xiangxiang scrutinized it for nearly 20 minutes, a duration that rendered the Myanmar nationals as restless as ants on a hot pan. They yearned to converse with him, yet felt it inappropriate to interrupt while he examined the stone. Conversely, they were genuinely fearful of losing this significant client. Qu Xiangxiang finally lifted his gaze and inquired, "Shui, is this new factory stone?" Shui nodded and added, "The interior contains violet hues, and its size is adequate, the quality commendable." "What price do you propose?" 300,000, he replied cautiously, merely adding 60,000, without hesitation. Qu Xiangxiang acquiesced, "Very well, I shall take it." He then produced his bank card to hand to Shui. Once the transaction concluded, Qu Xiangxiang paid no heed to the two Myanmar nationals, instructing Shui, "Have Uncle see you and assist in delivering the stone to the company. I must take my leave." With that, he departed, leaving Shui to escort him to the door. Turning back, Shui posed the question to the two Myanmar nationals, "How much are you truly willing to sell for? A client has come forth with the highest offer in recent days, and you remain unsatisfied? You possess an entirely speculative piece, merely a dark stone. Do you believe it holds the value of imperial green? I shall not accept white cards either. Take your stone away. I am ruining. The trade of gambling stones resembles a cat and mouse game, where the first consideration is who possesses good merchandise, followed by who has access to clientele. The Myanmar nationals were ill-equipped to connect with high-tier clients from the mainland. With valuable stones, they could only rely on the shop owners in the country to promote their goods. Thus, they could not afford to offend prominent figures like Shui. Chapter 85. The Supreme Fool Ruining is home to numerous large-scale cutting and processing factories, yet Qu Xiangxiang was neither inclined nor particularly daring to visit, for the allure of the items within was too intoxicating. He had not encountered such things in years, and once the world caught wind, trouble would inevitably follow. The old Myanmar had good materials in hand. Alas, better to bear the shame than to stir up a tempest in the city. "Daodu, come in," Qu Xiangxiang called towards the entrance. "What is it, Brother Tianxiang?" Li Jie responded obediently. "Head to Dajili's place and have them bring over the trailer. We need to cut a stone weighing over 300 kilograms. Li Jie complied and departed. Large jade processing factories were equipped with gantry saws, small gantry cranes, trailers, and other tools specifically designed for cutting massive jade boulders, and in ruining, transport was often complementary. The stone was secured atop a pile of sandbags to prevent uneven pressure during the cutting process, while a massive saw blade dangled precariously above it, swaying slightly. Qu Xiangxiang stood to the side, observing, surrounded by onlookers. Such large stones were seldom cut in ruining, perhaps only once a month. The roar of the motor was deafening. The downside of water-cooled machinery was its excessive noise. After approximately an hour, the first cut concluded, prompting a rush of spectators to gather. What is this? It's a disaster, crumbled to pieces. The skin appeared promising, yet the interior was disappointingly coarse. Qixiangxiang maintained an impassive expression, parting the crowd to inspect the cut surface. He placed his left hand upon it, delicately feeling, before retrieving a marker from his pocket to draw another line on the stone. Instructing the foreman, cut along this line once more. The foreman, reminiscent of the stoic Qixiangxiang from years past, displayed neither joy nor anger, simply nodding in acknowledgement before resuming his work after the second cut, which yielded results akin to the first. Qixiangxiang requested a third cut. The crowd began to stir, murmurs swirling about. Some discreetly observed Qixiangxiang's expression, relishing in his apparent misfortune, while others critiqued the stone, playing the role of hindsight experts. Qixiangxiang, amidst the cacophony, suddenly recalled a verse from Tang Bohu. The world laughs at me for my madness, yet I laugh at the world for its lack of insight. Thus, the fourth and fifth cuts were made. The crowd fell silent, bewildered by the young man's obsession. Even as the stone crumbled before them, he continued to invest in its cutting. Ultimately, Qixiangxiang regarded the remaining piece, now reminiscent of tofu, weighing over 40 kilograms. He withdrew a stack of cash from his bag and instructed Li Jie, settle the bill and place this piece in the trunk. The rest is unnecessary. Li Jie acknowledged and proceeded to pay. The foreman quickly summoned 2 workers to lift the stone and place it in Qixiangxiang's trunk. Li Jie drove while Qixiangxiang, eager to impress, had specifically chosen to drive his Audi Q7 with lignin plates. Upon returning to the company, the 2 men transported the stone to the machine room, where they could employ their own chainsaw for the next round of cutting. Li Jie observed Qixiangxiang with trepidation. Having been at the company for nearly a year, this was the first time he witnessed him so serious, and the first time he had seen stone cutting devolve into such chaos in public view. Each time they finished, seeing the stone that resembled Jade yet did not hold true Jade's value, he felt the heat of embarrassment rise within him. For over 300 kilograms, even a hint of oil green would justify the exorbitant cutting fees. Li Jie refrained from speaking, while Qixiangxiang, gazing at the angular remnant, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Li Jie muttered, brother Tianxiang has lost it. Once his laughter subsided, Qixiangxiang addressed Li Jie, Daodu, the moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. I am granting you a substantial bonus. After a brief pause, he continued, inform Zhongli to prepare some late-night snacks. We shall work through the night. Equipped with the chainsaw, they executed 4 cuts, followed by utilizing the angle grinder. The sharp, ear-piercing sound of the angle grinder grinding against the stone was maddening, but fortunately, their location was secluded enough to spare the neighbors from disturbance. Even so, the night patrol security guards knocked on the door twice to check in. One person could only manage an hour at most. Otherwise, the tremors would make it impossible to grasp the angle grinder's handle, leading to numbness in the hands. Qixiangxiang fared slightly better, having trained in martial arts. But by the early hours of the morning, even he could only endure half an hour before his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. At 6 in the morning, both men, utterly exhausted, could no longer hold onto the angle grinder and opted to rest in the lounge on the second floor. Zhongli arrived at the company around 8, aware that Tianxiang and Daodu would be working through the night. She brought breakfast, quietly entering the yard, only to hear the sounds of snoring emanating from the second floor. Instead of disturbing them, she set about tidying up by 2 in the afternoon. When the 2 men had yet to awaken, Zhongli ascended the stairs to rouse them. They groggily arose, washing their faces to shake off their drowsiness. Li Jie asked, Brother Tianxiang, if I recall correctly, the stone is with you. I remember you brought it up this morning. Qixiangxiang chuckled, it's in my bed. I feared it might be lost, he then added. Quickly eat something, and we shall go to the villa for a shower before returning to sleep. We still have work tonight. Zhongli, please inform my mother at home, and Li Jie, contact your sister to let her know you want to be returning tonight. Zhongli, prepare something delicious for dinner to replenish our energy. I need to go home to change. I'm covered in mud. How can I go out like this? Li Jie complained, as young people often preferred to be neat and tidy. No returning home. We will find a shop along the way to the villa to buy some clothes, and no need for anything too clean. They'll just get dirty again tonight. Another sleepless night ensued. By noon the following day, both men finally awoke, and Qixiangxiang drove directly to the bank. The rented safe deposit box was still available. After completing the necessary paperwork, he placed the stone, wrapped in multiple layers. Inside the safe before returning home to rest. Noticing Qu Xiangxiang had left first, Zhongli curiously asked Li Jie, after 2 days of work, "What kind of stone did you cut out?" "I didn't dare ask, Brother Tianxiang." Li Jie whispered, "It's a solid green piece. It weighs more than the last one, but the color is somewhat dark and slightly smaller." Zhongli remained uncertain about the stone's quality. The ensuing days passed uneventfully. The piece of white rock yielded 2 sections totaling 20 kilograms of fine lavender material. The valuable portions were located between the 2 stones, containing elements of the coveted glutinous ice quality, albeit in small quantities. Even so, the value surged dramatically. Purple is the most unique color in jade, with its formation mechanism and coloring elements still shrouded in mystery, yet it holds value comparable to green and is particularly favored by Westerners. The presence of purple in jade rough is often indicative of poor quality. The industry has a saying, 10 springs, 9 woods, where wood refers to opacity, cotton-like texture, and juvenile quality. However, if the purple is rich and reaches the glutinous ice category, it qualifies as high-end or even top-tier jade. Dai Dong arrived, accompanied by 3 others. All shareholders had gathered. Chapter 86. The shareholder meeting at 2 in the afternoon. They arrived in ruining and proceeded directly to the villa, resting for an hour before the company's shareholder meeting set for 4. The second-floor reception room had been immaculately cleaned by Zhang Li and Li Jie, free of dust, with the coffee table adorned with an array of fruits, dried nuts, and snacks. 5 copies of the company documents were neatly arranged on the table. During the meeting, Zhang Li was responsible for taking notes and serving tea, while Li Jie stood guard on the first floor. At precisely 4 o'clock, the company meeting commenced. Dai Dong was the first to speak. "Esteemed shareholders, as of today, our company has been established for a full 10 months. Initially, the startup capital was 52 million, and our current account balance has soared to 3.5 billion. Over the course of 10 months, our total expenditures have been..." Dai Dong spoke eloquently, presenting various data with ease, ultimately conveying one clear message to everyone. "We have made a profit. A substantial profit." He continued, "This meeting has several key themes. First, our development plans for next year. Second, the departure of Zhang Shi. And third, the dividend ratio. At this moment, Chu Tianxiang raised his hand and said, "Uncle Dai, may I interject? Let us first discuss the latter 2 items. I have much to say regarding next year's development, and it would take considerable time to cover." Dai Dong glanced at Chu Tianxiang and replied, "Then let us first address Zhang Shi's matter. Zhang Shi has received a promotion. Let us extend our congratulations to him." A few people applauded enthusiastically. Zhang Shi felt a twinge of emotion. He stood up from his seat and expressed, "Thank you to my brothers and to Tianxiang. This opportunity to join the organizational series is partly due to my work in telecommunications, which involves critical security matters. Additionally, my family hopes for my advancement in my career. So as not to disappoint my grandfather's teachings, I must sincerely thank Brother Dai for his significant support in facilitating this transition." After bowing deeply to Dai Dong, he continued, "I have completed the handover of all business affairs in the capital. What remains is our sector, specifically Dongxiang Company. I have calculated that I could achieve approximately 100 million in returns. Since I am now on a professional path, it is my duty to maintain integrity. Before assuming my position, I must declare my assets for auditing. To avoid impacting company operations and to keep our company out of the public eye, I plan to take only 50 million, which is already 10-fold my initial investment." Chen Zhangsheng and Chu Tianxiang were about to speak, but Dai Dong interjected, "You two should hold your comments. We will proceed as Zhang Shi suggested." It seemed Zhang Shi and Dai Dong had communicated beforehand, and Dai Dong was in agreement with Zhang Shi's thoughts. Zhang Shi continued, "I need to report back before the Spring Festival, and time is pressing. I kindly ask my brothers and Tianxiang to expedite the changes to the shareholder agreement in the next couple of days. As I am eager to return to the capital. In the future, I will primarily be traveling between the capital and the northwest. If Tianxiang goes to the capital, please be sure to inform me." Dai Dong replied, "All the documents for the share transfer are prepared. We will handle it tomorrow." He added, "This matter is settled. The next item is the redistribution of Zhang Shi's shares, year-end arrangements, and dividends." Tan Hui remarked, "Let Zhang Shi's shares remain as they are. Redistributing them is cumbersome and would require amending everyone's shares." Chen Zhengsheng concurred, stating, "I support Old Tan's view." Chu Tianxiang succinctly agreed, "I concur." Dai Dong then commented, "Regarding the year-end holiday, my plan is that everyone from the capital returns home. Tianxiang and Li Jie will stay here on duty. If there's nothing pressing, they can check in at the company. If suitable opportunities arise, Tianxiang can pursue them. If not, there's no need to search too hard. This period should be used for Tianxiang to reflect on the experiences from the past few months. Chu Tianxiang nodded in agreement. Everyone had no objections. They reached a consensus on the dividends, agreeing on a 50 profit distribution. In the blink of an eye, several individuals became billionaires, with Chu Tianxiang receiving the largest share, over 900 million. All in cash. The final agenda item. Dai Dong looked at Chu Tianxiang, who straightened his posture and spoke. Dear uncles, when the company was established at the beginning of the year, it was entirely managed by my master. I had no part in it, including the share distribution and the duration of collaboration. After several months of operation, I believe we should reconsider the company's development. First, the company has performed admirably, yet having such a large sum of capital stagnating without investment is a tremendous waste. We should not be confined to the 2-year agreement. My master and I have reached a consensus on this point. Other than the prohibition against engaging with the drug trade in Myanmar, everything else can be modified. Second, Ruining is located in the southwest, with inconvenient transportation and poor information flow. Thus, for a certain period, I wish to travel and simultaneously assess the capital, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and even Hong Kong. The investment focus of Dongxiang Company should be placed in these cities. Ruining, and indeed all of Yunnan and Myanmar, serve merely as the company's cash cow. Third, we need to build our talent pool. During my last visit to Pingzhou, I became quite interested in Fu Lin, who works under Uncle Tian. It is not that I intend to poach him, but rather I believe we urgently require such high-caliber talent for our future development. A profound silence enveloped the room. The information was impactful. Each individual had indeed contemplated long-term collaboration, yet the elders' considerations were valid. They had established a company without knowing each other well. If they could work well together, they would continue. If not, after 2 years, Chu Tianxiang should have matured enough for them to part ways amicably. It now appeared that they had all passed the elders' test. After a moment of contemplation, Dai Dong stated, Tianxiang has presented a new situation. This company can indeed transcend the 2-year limitation. This is my first time hearing such a proposition. Let us all reflect on this and discuss it further in our next meeting. Tianhui suggested, I believe it is a bit premature to discuss this now, especially with the new year approaching. It would be better for Tianxiang to take some time during the holiday to think it over. And it would be ideal to produce a written proposal. As a major shareholder, he has this responsibility and obligation. We can then expand our discussion based on his written input. Currently, this is rather aimless and inefficient, lacking a clear objective. Everyone agreed to postpone the discussion until after the new year. After the meeting, Dai Dong called Chu Tianxiang aside, handed him a note, and whispered, This is Zhang Jing's phone number. Please take a moment to call her. After the incident the other day, she has been grounded. Old Sun is quite protective and imposes strict discipline on his family. Zhang Jing only managed to find my number by sneaking a peek at her sister's phone. Chu Tianxiang took the note, his heart racing. Upon leaving Hong Kong, he had intended to ask Ning Jie for Zhang Jing's number but had not dared to do so. Now, a fortunate opportunity had presented itself. Throughout the evening banquet, Chu Tianxiang was unusually excited. As he drank with Zhang Shi, it felt as effortless as drinking water. Dai Dong and the others were also pleased for Zhang Shi, who was now on a positive trajectory. With some achievements, after a few more years of perseverance, he might well attain lasting success. That night, after drinking with several uncles, Chu Tianxiang felt a warmth coursing through him. He refrained from driving and took a taxi home. His master and mother were already asleep. He stealthily returned to his room and quickly pulled out the note Dai Dong had given him, which contained a phone number. Chapter 87. The Emperor Green. After some thought, Chu Tianxiang dialed the number directly. The phone rang twice before it connected. He cautiously asked, Hello, I am Chu Tianxiang. Is this Zhang Jing? To his ears, a delighted voice exclaimed, Tianxiang Gu, is that you? It's Zhang Jing. Why did it take you so long to call me? I've been worried sick. Her excitement was palpable. Chu Tianxiang replied, Jing, Uncle Dai just gave me your number today. I didn't get to say goodbye when I left the other day. You're not upset with me, are you? Zhang Jing responded, Not at all, Tianxiang Gu. You have no idea. I've been grounded by my sister and can't leave campus. I really wanted to see you off. But she wouldn't allow it. She has such a killjoy. Chu Tianxiang said, Your sister is only looking out for you. Since the day I left, I haven't been able to contact you. I've missed you. Tianxiang Gu, I've missed you too. I'm about to go on holiday. How about I come to see you? Zhang Jing suggested. No, no. Our place is poor and shabby. I'm worried you might not adjust. And besides, Ning Jie wouldn't agree. Zhang Jing replied, Tianxianggu, do you not want me to visit? No, no. I'm just concerned for you, a young girl traveling such a long distance. It would be better if I come to Hong Kong after the Spring Festival. No way. It's settled then, she insisted. Then, in a soft voice, she added, Tianxianggu, I really miss you. The next day, they began the process of changing the shareholding structure. A mountain of documents required the signature of each shareholder before submission to the regulatory authorities. It was not until 3 in the afternoon that they finally completed the work. Zhang Shi caught a late-night flight back to the capital, as there were still urgent matters to attend to there. Zhang Li and Li Jie were in an extremely exuberant state over the past couple of days, working at a brisk pace. The company had issued substantial bonuses. Zhang Li received 30,000, while Li Jie got 20,000. Furthermore, several uncle shareholders each presented them with 5,000 as a New Year bonus. Adding to their substantial income. In ruining, the average salary was only 1 to 2,000. And Li Jie, having never seen so much money, found himself unable to suppress his silly grins. The day after Zhang Shi left, Dai Dong summoned Chu Tianxiang and the others to the company early in the morning, stating there was an important matter to discuss. However, the group waited until after 10 o'clock before Chu Tianxiang finally arrived. Chen Pongzi had been busy with drinking engagements, moving from lunch to dinner and then from dinner to the early hours of the morning. A boss in ruining who was planning to treat him to a meal had a strong background, causing Chen to sleep only from 3 or 4 in the morning until now. He sat there struggling to keep his eyes open. Tianxiang, if you don't have anything exciting to share shortly, you must join me for drinks tonight. I want you to experience what it's like to sleep at 4 in the morning and be up by 9. Chen Zhengxing yawned as he spoke to Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianxiang grinned and replied, Uncle Chen, no problem. I promise you'll be more excited than anyone else in a bit. With that, he placed the bag he was holding on the tea table. Tan Hui inquired, What's in there? He casually picked it up, feeling it was a stone. Dai Dong observed as Tan Hui unwrapped the item from the bag, surmising it was likely a piece of jadeite rough. He handed Tan Hui a pair of scissors. Tan Hui carefully unwrapped the outer packaging, lifting a corner to sneak a glance. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, startling Chen Pongzi, who was seated nearby. Old Tan, what are you doing? You could scare someone to death. Tan Hui ignored Chen Pongzi's remark and fixed his gaze on Chu Tianxiang, asking in a trembling voice, Is this imperial green? What? Dai Dong and Chen Zhengxing exclaimed in unison. Having heard the question clearly, Tan Hui had inquired about imperial green, the most exquisite color of jadeite, unparalleled in its beauty. Chu Tianxiang nodded with a smile. Wow! Dai Dong hurriedly pulled the stone closer to himself, tearing away the entire outer packaging in a flurry. Before them lay a piece of jadeite rough weighing approximately 3 to 4 kilograms, entirely enveloped in lush green. Chen Zhengxing switched on a flashlight and pressed it against the stone, illuminating an area of 1 square meter, which was completely shrouded in green, resembling a floating green sphere. The hue was rich and profound, understated yet undeniably luxurious. Ice type. Tan Hui exclaimed loudly, quickly sitting down and retrieving several pills from his pocket, likely to stave off a potential heart attack from the overwhelming excitement. Dai Dong remained silent, his eyes fixated on the stone, appearing calm, yet his trembling hands betrayed his true feelings. Chen Pongzi seemed slightly dazed, continuously sliding the flashlight over the stone while muttering to himself, a habit he had when he was nervous. After a long moment, the three regained their composure, their 6 eyes collectively fixed on Chu Tianxiang, eagerly awaiting his explanation. You bought this stone from General Shui, over 300 kilograms, and it yielded such a small piece. Chen Pongzi slapped Chu Tianxiang on the shoulder, exclaiming fiercely, And you call this a small piece? You should have made it sound more grandiose, something like a storm brewing while cutting the stone, or at the very least, have a dragon circling the house twice. No one laughed. Imperial green is the pinnacle of jadeite, a rarity that many enthusiasts may never encounter in their lifetime. To downplay it as merely a small piece was infuriating. Chu Tianxiang scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. If you want me to embellish it, I should mention that Li Jie and I worked 2 all-nighters to polish it. The hardness was too high, and our polishing skills could only achieve this level. Also, at the Dajili processing factory, Li Jie and I are notorious for being fools. We cut a stone that was essentially worthless into 5 pieces, costing us several thousand. Tan Hui let out a sigh of relief. remarking, "Tianxiang, you are quite fortunate. This is indeed imperial green. Ask your Uncle Dai. His store in the Capital Wealth Center is quite upscale, yet he has never seen a piece of imperial green jewelry. Of course, I have several." Dai Dong retorted defensively, before sheepishly admitting, "Actually, those are close to imperial green but just barely missed the mark. Originally, I intended to showcase them when Brother Zhang was present, but after seeing him take 500 million, I hesitated to bring them out, fearing it might provoke him." Chu Tianxiang offered an explanation. Tianhui replied, "You made the right choice. It is better that Zhang Shiji does not see them." Chen Jingxing scoffed. "Zhang Shiji is just a fool, needing someone to manage him." "How inconvenient." Dai Dong called out to the group, "Let's talk about the stone." Tianhui brought the stone closer and asked Tianxiang, "How much does it weigh?" 4.1 kilograms, Chu Tianxiang responded. Dai Dong, regaining his composure, remarked, "This stone is immensely valuable, and as a whole piece, it might be difficult to sell." Chen Pongzi quickly inquired, "First, tell us how much this stone is worth." Chapter 88. The king returns. Tianhui and Dai Dong exchange glances, and Tianhui hesitantly stated, "Let's start at 2 billion. Pongzi turned to Dai Dong, who shrugged and said, "Don't ask me. I have no idea." Chu Tianxiang pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about we do it like last time, with an astronomical asking price?" Pongzi grinned widely, "Haha, I like that idea." Tianhui elaborated, "This stone is similar to the one we sold to the old gentleman. We need to account for the price based on its transformation into a finished product. However, as he said, cutting it would be a waste. On the other hand, as a whole, it is a top-tier jadeite art piece. Its value is whatever we declare it to be, priceless." Typically, imperial green is sourced from smaller stones, suitable only for small pendants, with very few able to be fashioned into bracelets. Once such a bracelet is made, it essentially has no price standard. The seller can charge whatever they wish, and it is a matter of personal preference for the buyer, as both parties are usually affluent. Chen Zhengxing shook his head, muttering, "I don't quite understand. It seems like the price is whatever one desires." Dai Dong chuckled. "Old Tan probably means just that." Tianhui then asked Dai Dong, "Old Dai, remember when you and Tianxiang went to HK last time? The old gentleman had a stone that someone offered 1.6 billion for, yet he didn't sell." Dai Dong replied, "That's what the old gentleman said. Tianxiang was there too." Chu Tianxiang added, "At that time, Grandpa's son mentioned that the other party was willing to increase their offer, but Grandpa's son refused." Tan Hui's imagination sparked, and he quickly interjected, "Send a picture of this stone to the old gentleman. If it's a good piece, I can't believe he wouldn't sell the original." The group, being quite astute, immediately grasped Tan Hui's intention. Chen Pongzi gave Tan Hui a thumbs up, saying, "I've seen some ridiculous antics, but yours takes the cake. You're trying to force the old man to buy it." With laughter, they set to work. Dai Dong and Tan Hui took pictures of the stone and sent them directly to the old gentleman's grandson. Zhang Fanlin. An hour passed, and the group anxiously awaited a response. Suddenly, Dai Dong's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, quickly signaling the others to remain silent. Even their breathing slowed to a hush. After answering the call, Dai Dong stepped outside the room, chatting while pacing in the hallway. In just 4 or 5 minutes, he hung up the phone and returned to the room. The three looked on with wide eyes, waiting for him to speak. Noticing their tense expressions, Dai Dong feigned seriousness, saying, "The situation isn't great. The old gentleman isn't convinced that it's imperial green." Pongzi stood up, ready to refute him, but Dai Dong continued, "Therefore, the old gentleman plans to come to Ruining tomorrow to see it for himself." With that, he broke into laughter. Chen Pongzi remarked, "Is the feng shui of Ruining poor? Even Dai Dong has learned to pull a fast one." Tianhui, being more rational, asked, "Is the old gentleman really coming in person tomorrow?" "Yes, he will be coming with Zhang Fanlin. Fanlin also wants to take a look at our other materials," Dai Dong replied. Chu Tianxiang immediately stood up, saying, "Then let us hurry and tidy up. It shouldn't be too dirty or messy." Tianhui added, "Tianxiang, have Zhongli and Li Jie clean up, while we head to the warehouse to check on things." The group was overly excited. With the old gentleman's arrival, it seemed the stone would finally find its resolution. To be honest, relying on just the 4 of them to sell the stone was not an easy feat, given the high price. Upon reaching the warehouse and opening the door, they were met with the sight of an abundance of stones, with shelves overflowing and several layers stacked on the floor. Dai Dong counted briefly, estimating around 100 pieces. Dai Dong frowned, saying, "The warehouse is too small. It looks too cluttered." "What should we do?" Chu Tianxiang suggested. If it doesn't fit, we can start placing them in the small room outside. Arranging them tightly. We can make it work. Given the circumstances, that was all they could do. The group began to move stones, leaving the larger ones in place while placing the smaller ones in the outer room. Upon seeing them move stones, Li Jia rushed over to help, as they couldn't afford to tire themselves out. After all, these were their own sources of fortune. The next afternoon, the old gentleman's private jet landed at the Ming City airport. Dai Dong and the others went to welcome him, but with no suitable vehicles, they could only rent 2 Mercedes from a car rental service, uncertain how many people would arrive. Regardless, they brought out all 3 company cars. The old gentleman, Zhang Fanlin, Zhang Ning, along with bodyguards and attendants, totaled no more than 10 individuals. After a few polite exchanges upon disembarking, they all got into their vehicles, and the convoy swiftly departed the airport, heading straight for Ruining. Upon arriving at the hotel, the old gentleman requested to rest for a while the others returned to their rooms to freshen up. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the old gentleman was driven to the company of Chu Tianxiang and his associates. This time, the old gentleman was assisted upstairs, followed closely by Zhang Fanlin and Zheng Ning. Once seated, the old gentleman inquired, "Little Chu, what does the skin of that stone look like?" When Chu Tianxiang had imagined meeting Zhang Jing while picking up the old gentleman, reality had taken a different turn, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. Hearing the old gentleman's question, he quickly perked up and respectfully replied, "Grandpa son, that stone is black and sandy, over 300 kilograms, with plenty of loose flowers. The sand is quite hard, but not dense enough. And there are too many inclusions. What about the other materials? Grandpa, they are of poor quality." The term poor quality is also a term used in the gambling stone trade, indicating that once opened, the stone contains little jadeite, mostly black spots and impurities. Poor quality can yield high green jade. The old gentleman sighed and said, "Let us take a look." "Certainly, Grandpa." Chu Tianxiang stood up, opened the safe, and retrieved the stone. Placing it before the old gentleman, Zhang Fanlin reached for a flashlight to hand to his grandfather, but the elder did not take it. Instead, he stared intently at the stone and truth, under equivalent polishing conditions. The raw stone of imperial green is not as visually appealing as that of Zhengyang green, particularly for those less versed in jadeite. Firstly, imperial green tends to be heavier and somewhat dim, lacking the refreshing clarity of Zhengyang green. Secondly, the hue of imperial green carries a hint of blue, whereas Zhengyang green has a touch of yellow. Inherently, shades of blue are not as aesthetically pleasing as those tinged with yellow. This discrepancy mainly arises from the significantly higher concentration of green in imperial green. When the thickness of the stone is excessive, natural light fails to penetrate, resulting in a darker visual effect. However, once fashioned into a finished product, a single piece of imperial green surpasses 10 pieces of Zhengyang green in value. After a brief interval, the elder gentleman picked up a flashlight, pressed it against the stone surface, and upon switching it on, his eyes brightened momentarily before he turned it off again. He looked up at Dai Dong and remarked, "Ah, Xiao Dai, you seem to have discovered your uncle's Achilles heel." Dai Dong felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Chen Zhengxing thought to himself that the old man was unjustly blaming Dai Dong, as it was actually the cunning idea of old Tan. Dai Dong said, "Uncle, I must first present the good stuff to you, lest you accuse your juniors of being unfilial." The elder chuckled. The sons of the Dai family are all quite formidable in their wit. Their tongues are sharp. Dai Dong could only smile sheepishly in response. The elder continued, "Name your price, but this time, Xiao Chu has declared that no one else is to interject." Chu Tianxiang felt a bead of sweat trickle down. This elder was certainly unpredictable, with no alternative but to comply. He racked his brain and, after a moment's contemplation, resolutely stated, 4.5 billion. 4.5 billion. The elder's gaze fixed intently on Chu Tianxiang, prompting him to repeat the price. "Indeed, Grandpa Sunday, April 5 billion, Tianxiang replied, meeting the old man's steady gaze. Suddenly, the elder burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Xiao Chu, you truly are remarkable. That aligns perfectly with my expectations. Very well, I shall take the stone." The hearts of Dai Dong and the others sank. Zhang Fanlin hurriedly took the stone, realizing he had yet to scrutinize it closely. It would be remiss to neglect such an opportunity. He intended to take it back to HK, fearing that Grandpa might hide it away again. Zheng Ning joined him, eager to study it as well. "Xiao Chu, there is something I must ask of you. I need your assistance with an item," the elder said. Chu Tianxiang quickly responded, "Of course, but I fear I may not be accurate." "Accuracy is at my discretion," the elder chuckled. Zhang Ning, upon hearing her grandfather speak, retrieved a small box she had brought, unveiling a porcelain vase about a foot tall, adorned with blue landscapes. Dai Dong promptly fetched a piece of velvet cloth, spreading it across the coffee table, upon which Zhang Ning placed the vase. "Tianxiang, this is from the same era as the last one," she indicated, implying that he need not find a genuine counterpart for comparison. Gently, Chu Tianxiang picked up the vase, examining its base. Satisfactory, with no glaze on the foot. He glanced at the others, who immediately fell silent, their eyes wide with anticipation, as Tan Hui and Qian Zhengxing observed his antique appraisal for the first time. Chu Tianxiang closed his eyes, reminiscing about the information on that vase from HK. After a few minutes, he placed his left hand on the vase's body while his right hand, with 3 fingers, rested on the unglazed base, gently caressing it with deliberate slowness. All present held their breath, captivated by his movements. After a while, he adjusted his grip, placing his left hand as 3 fingers once again on the unglazed area. Repeating his earlier actions, though this time the duration was shorter. Subsequently, he picked up a small wooden spoon from the tea table, lightly tapping different parts of the vase while carefully listening to the sounds produced. Setting the vase upright, he looked up at Zhang Ning, signaling her to put it away. "Grandpa's son, if I speak incorrectly, please bear with me," Chu Tianxiang said cautiously, directing a careful glance at the elder. "Enough of the small talk. Just tell me," the elder urged, echoing the sentiments of everyone present. "There are differences, albeit slight. It should originate from the same mind," Chu Tianxiang asserted firmly. "Ha ha ha." The elder was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Xiao Chu, you are impressive. The last one was from the Qianlong era, while this one is from the Kangxi period, both from the Jingdezhen imperial kiln." Everyone present was taken aback. Was antique appraisal truly conducted in such a manner? Chu Tianxiang's skills were astonishing, distinguishing the Kangxi from the Qianlong within a mere century. Chun Pongzi, intrigued, casually picked up his teacup and remarked, "I figured it out too. This is from Kangxi's father." Zhang Ning smiled at Chu Tianxiang, saying, "Tianxiang, Grandpa is testing you. Congratulations, you scored full marks." She retrieved a beautifully crafted box from her bag and presented it to Chu Tianxiang with both hands. "This is a letter of appointment from the HK Mingda Art Foundation. You have been appointed as an art appraisal consultant." Chu Tianxiang hesitated to accept, feeling woefully unqualified, as he knew nothing about antiques, not even the name of the blue landscape vase, let alone the Mingda Foundation. "I have no expertise in appraisal," he protested. Dai Dong, overhearing Zhang Ning's words, was astonished. The Mingda Art Foundation was founded by several top-tier magnates from HK, holding considerable prestige both locally and internationally. The position of antique appraisal consultant was highly esteemed, reserved for the most distinguished experts, bringing substantial income and opening doors to influential business circles. Dai Dong urged Chu Tianxiang, "Tianxiang, you must accept it." The elder chuckled, glancing at Dai Dong. "You are quite the uncle, knowing how to draw good fortune to your family." Dai Dong smiled awkwardly. Reluctantly, Chu Tianxiang accepted the appointment letter, and Zhang Ning added, "Later, I will explain the details regarding the Mingda Foundation. It's not a demanding role, requiring only 2 to 3 business trips a year, possibly worldwide. There are other requirements I need to discuss with you." Chu Tianxiang quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa's son, thank you." Ning Jie.as Zhang Fanlin entered. He remained mostly silent, observing the group. Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang were somewhat familiar, but the 2 others exuded shrewdness, clearly not to be trifled with. Upon seeing the image of the imperial green sent to him in HK, he was utterly astonished. Was it genuine? Just as he had acquired a high-quality Zhangyang green, another imperial green emerged. This group was indeed impressive, making the rarity of top-grade jade seem trivial. He resolved to see for himself the environment in which they resided. Perhaps the feng shui was exceptionally favorable, allowing for such fortunes to flourish. The compound was unremarkable, yet the people were keenly astute. What astonished him most was how Chu Tianxiang had suddenly become adept at antique appraisal, and notably accurate at that. He was aware of the Mingda Foundation's background. Their appraisal experts were typically aged between 65 to 70. If one were to claim the title of expert at 50, they would be deemed too young and inexperienced. Merely a token presence. Yet here was a 20-something, making those over 50 envious of the prospect of joining Mingda. Chapter 90. Fanlin's acquisition. Zhang Fanlin said, "Uncle Dai, I have come to examine the materials. Is that convenient for you? Dai Dong immediately replied, of course, the warehouse is downstairs. Let us go take a look. At that moment, the elder stood, waving his hand. Everyone, let us go have a look. These young lads must have many treasures. This elicited laughter from all. The elder then said to Zhang Fanlin, Ah Lin, take my precious item. Keep a close eye on it. The group erupted into laughter once more. As they arrived at the warehouse and opened the large door, revealing a floor strewn with stones, the elder frowned and turned to Dai Dong. Why on earth can't you find a larger warehouse? There's hardly any room to maneuver. Dai Dong chuckled ruefully. Uncle Son, I had no idea Tianxiang had amassed so many stones. Typically, these matters are overseen by Lao Chun and Ah Xiang. I only came to check the warehouse yesterday after hearing you were coming, and realized how cramped it is. If we acquire more stones, we may have no space left. The elder whispered a few words to Zhang Ning. Zhang Fanlin inquired, Uncle Dai, are all these stones for sale? Dai Dong answered, indeed, but they must all undergo modifications first. We will make a cut and then send them to Lingnan. After considering, Zhang Fanlin said, then, Tianxiang, I ask you to work a bit harder these next few days. Cut them all. If the quality is satisfactory, we need to send them to Lingnan. I'll take them all. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Fanlin. Even the elder was somewhat taken aback. Though he refrained from commenting, Zhang Fanlin added, however, I have one request. Please do not cut the stones in the HK manner. Hearing this, Chu Tianxiang hastily waved his hands. Brother Zhang, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't even consider it. Dai Dong explained, Fanlin, we don't usually cut stones that way either. To be honest, that method is excessively damaging. We already have ample profit, so there's no need to take advantage of others. Zhang Fanlin thought to himself, there may be no harm to others, but why is it always me who gets the short end of the stick? At that moment, Zhang Ning and a Jin entered, leading a man who approached the elder and bowed, Sir, I am the person in charge here. My name is Tian Gao. Where is your store? The elder asked. Sir, it's not far from here. Turn right upon exiting. And it's the 5th shop across the street, Tian Gao replied. Is your warehouse large? Not particularly, sir, but it can be renovated, Tian Gao said. Then let us proceed with renovations, the elder instructed, pointing at Dai Dong. Listen to President Dai for the specifics. That warehouse will be designated for their use from now on. At your command, sir. Tomorrow, I will contact General Dai, and if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He nodded towards Dai Dong and turned to depart. Dai Dong was taken aback to discover that the old gentleman also owned a shop in Ruining, and his confidentiality measures were quite effective. I will need to discuss the specifics with that person surnamed Tian tomorrow, Zhang Fanlin remarked. Grandfather, let Ning accompany you back to the hotel for some rest. I will stay here to discuss the matters regarding these stones with Uncle Dai and Tianxiang. The elder replied, very well, let us proceed with that. I shall return to the hotel first, and later we can dine together. Dai Dong, ensure that all your company personnel are invited. The more, the merrier. Dai Dong responded. Uncle Son, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. I have already made arrangements for the evening. The elder departed, and everyone escorted him to the entrance. Once the old gentleman was in the car, he addressed the bodyguard seated in front, saying, Jean, have all unrelated individuals at Tian Gao's shop withdrawn, and then hand the shop over to Fanlin. Inform him that it will operate normally from now on. Jean turned back and replied, understood, sir, I will take care of that once I return you home. Zhang Fanlin and Dai Dong, along with a few others, began to examine the stones. Zhang Fanlin looked at Chu Tianxiang and said, Tianxiang, the method of cutting these stones is ultimately your decision. Chu Tianxiang inquired, Brother Zhang, are you planning to sell these stones directly after taking them back, or will you process all of them into finished products? Zhang Fanlin answered, I will process a few pieces of one type myself into finished products. The rest will be sold directly in Hong Kong. I can also move them over to the Treasure Island. Tanhui interjected, Tianxiang, let us do this. Pick out a few good pieces from each variety and cut them first. Everyone agreed with this suggestion. With so many stones, they must be cut regardless. Zhang Fanlin straightened his back and asked Dai Dong, how shall we determine the pricing? Upon hearing this, Dai Dong glanced at Tanhui and said, in business, we adhere to the principles, Fanlin. Before Dai Dong could finish his sentence, Tanhui suddenly spoke, let us set the price at 20% below the Pingzhou market rate. Mr. Zhang, we will not negotiate further. This was a substantial concession, for Pingzhou is a hub for jadeite rough materials, attracting merchants from across the nation, even from Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, due to its affordable prices and quality goods. Dong did not hesitate, saying, "Let us proceed as Uncle Tan suggested." He looked back at Chen Zhengsheng and Chu Tianxiang, both of whom nodded in agreement. Zhang Fanlin was taken aback by this outcome and quickly said, "Uncle Tan, you and Uncle Chen are my elders. Please just call me Fanlin." Chen Zhengsheng laughed and replied, "Let us keep it formal. We are not that far apart in age. If you call me uncle, I might just get goosebumps." Laughter erupted among the group. Chen Pongzi certainly knew when to lighten the mood. Zhang Fanlin clasped his hands together and expressed gratitude. "Thank you all for your kindness. I shall not be overly polite. We will begin cutting the stones tomorrow. I will not return with grandfather. I will remain until all the stones are cut, and I will call a couple more people over, as I still have some prices I am uncertain about." The banquet was a resounding success, and everyone returned home satisfied. The following morning, the elder took a private jet back to Hong Kong. The two individuals summoned by Zhang Fanlin arrived in Ruining in the afternoon, both evidently from Lingnan. Dark and slender, and not particularly tall, on the second floor of the company, in front of Dong and the others, Zhang Fanlin instructed the two, "Your primary task is to calculate the prices according to the average price on the Pingzhou public market. Each stone must be numbered, with one price corresponding to one stone, and each stone consists of 2 pieces. There are no other tasks, and you are not to be involved in anything else. Here, regardless of what happens or what is witnessed, once you step outside this door, you must not speak of it, not even to family. Once everything here has concluded, I will reward each of you with a generous red envelope. You will not be treated poorly, however. Should you divulge anything, do not blame me for not warning you beforehand." Despite Zhang Fanlin's approachable demeanor when speaking with Dong and the others, his long-established authority was unmistakably evident when addressing his subordinates. The two nodded in agreement, yet inwardly they were puzzled. What was so secretive that it could not be disclosed? Wasn't it merely about cutting stones? A day later, the two understood the reason for the secrecy. This was not merely gambling on stones. It was akin to a windfall. When had they ever seen a piece increase in value upon being cut? Moreover, the increases were astonishing. At the very least, they were of the glutinous ice variety. And 2 pieces were entirely green. Oh my heavens, what is going on here? During their leisure moments, the two began to examine the stones, and no one hindered them. They could look freely, yet after examining piece after piece, they found it impossible to predict which would skyrocket in value. How could that exceptionally handsome young man be so remarkable? He could simply take a piece, draw a line, and cut it to yield an extraordinary increase. Did he possess X-ray vision? Or was he using cheat codes? Such astonishing news, if leaked, could warrant dire consequences, for it represented an immense fortune. Chapter 91. Zhang Jing arrives with the cut stones accumulating with no place to store them. It would not do to brazenly display them in the courtyard. Zhang Fanlin commanded Tian Gao to grant his employees a week of leave, leaving him alone to oversee the shop. The doors were kept tightly locked, and the cut stones were directly transported to the shop. During this time, no one remained idle. Dong, Tan Hui, and Chen Zhengsheng engaged in daily banquets, ensuring that acquaintances and strangers alike were kept away from the company. Fearing that should they see the abundance of high-quality stones, those who had sold stones to them might go mad. Initially, all 3 cutting machines were operational, but by the second day, only 2 remained, as one was too small to accommodate the stones. Chu Tianxiang was now so busy that he dashed even to the restroom. Lighter stones could be handled by Li Jia alone, but heavier ones required both of them to work together. After studying the cut stones, Chu Tianxiang still needed to explain them to Zhang Fanlin, fearful of making mistakes, thus requiring meticulous examination. Cutting 1 or 2 pieces was manageable, but after a long day of over 20 pieces, the task became overwhelming. While he spoke until his throat was parched and his hands and feet were in constant motion, Zhang Fanlin felt his fingers grow numb. It had been years since he had written so much. He pondered that it would have been more efficient to bring a computer, and this task could not be delegated to others as it involved highly confidential data regarding this batch of stones. When everyone felt they could no longer continue, the stones were finally cut. A collective sigh of relief was heard. The 107 stones had taken 6 days to cut, with efficiency noticeably declining in the final days. Zhang Fanlin presented the typed 3-page document to Dong, detailing the prices calculated by the 2 Lingnan individuals. Dong glanced at it, signed his name casually, and instructed Chu Tianxiang to deliver it to Zhang Li for accounting purposes. Zhang Fanlin assessed the figures himself, realizing that this batch of materials was even cheaper than what he could have procured at the Myanmar Dien mine, primarily due to the superior quality, resulting in a significant profit margin for finished products. Previously, purchasing materials in Myanmar was fraught with complications from transportation challenges due to the long distances involved, requiring both land and sea transit to reach Hong Kong, leading to lengthy delivery times and high risks during transport. Zhang Fanlin could hardly contain his joy. After settling accounts with Dai Dong, he hurried back to Hong Kong, as everyone was busily preparing for the new year. The 107 stones, costing over 60 million, ultimately sold for 470 million, averaging an approximately 8-fold profit. Although this appeared to be a lower profit margin than public auctions, the presence of that one piece valued at 4 billion provided a robust cushion. This was the brilliance of Tan Hui, not sweating the small stuff while focusing on the bigger picture. Finally, they could take a break. All social engagements were cancelled, and they slept until they woke naturally, living a life akin to that of celestial beings. The group spent 2 days resting and ruining before Dai Dong, Tan Hui, Chen Zhangsheng, and Zhang Li boarded a flight to the capital. With only a few days left until the new year, Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie found themselves with little to do. The streets of Ruining were noticeably less crowded than usual, as those engaged in the Jade business returned to their hometowns like migratory birds. Celebrating the Spring Festival was a steadfast tradition. On this particular day, Chu Tianxiang arrived at the company early, feeling restless. Even Li Jie, with his blunt demeanor, could sense the excitement. After all, the new year was approaching. Chu Tianxiang had given him a 50,000 yuan red envelope, nearly driving him to madness with joy, and Zhang Li had received one as well. Tianxiang, are you up to something? Li Jie ventured to ask. Chu Tianxiang, slightly embarrassed, replied, we're going to the airport to pick someone up at noon. Saying this, his face flushed. Please, it's just picking someone up. Why are you blushing? Li Jie teased. Oh, it wouldn't be a beautiful woman, would it? He realized. Chu Tianxiang, annoyed, retorted, what of it if she is beautiful? Mind your own business. Li Jie chuckled mischievously, prompting Chu Tianxiang to chase after him in a playful manner. At 12:30, the flight from Yangcheng landed at Mang City Airport. Standing at the reception area, Chu Tianxiang spotted Xing Jing, her friend, and that chubby Li Xiao laughing as they exited. He excitedly waved, and upon seeing him, Zhang Jing quickly left her friend behind and hurried towards him, saying, Tianxiang, I'm here. Aren't you going to welcome me? Chu Tianxiang took Zhang Jing's rolling suitcase and repeatedly exclaimed, Welcome, of course. If you hadn't come, I would have gone to Hong Kong to find you. Hearing this, Zhang Jing felt a surge of happiness. Turning around, he addressed the approaching Li Xiao, Fatty, you've gained weight again. Welcome to Ruining, Zhang Jing's friend, surnamed Zhao and named Zhao Chong, chimed in, Why aren't you welcoming me? I brought your girlfriend here. Standing next to Tianxiang, Zhang Jing's face turned crimson as she angrily stomped her foot, saying, How annoying. Stop saying such nonsense. That's not true. Zhao Chong made a face at Zhang Jing and remarked, You better treat me well, or I'll expose you. Zhang Jing gently nudged Zhao Chong. At that moment, Chu Tianxiang called over Li Jie, who was behind them, and introduced him to the group. This is my colleague and brother, the one and only Li Jie. You can simply call him Dodo. Turning to Li Jie, Chu Tianxiang added, Let's not dwell on age. The males should address me as bro, and the females as sister. They are all university students and possess greater knowledge than you. Li Jie, somewhat dazed, agreed and then addressed Li Xiaopeng and Zhao Chong, saying, Bro, sis, welcome to Ruining. Just call me Dodo. After uttering this phrase, a rather comical scene unfolded. Li Jie bowed respectfully towards Zhang Jing and greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. The blush that had just begun to fade from Zhang Jing's face suddenly deepened to the roots of her neck. Annoyed, she exclaimed, You all conspired to tease me. I won't bother with you anymore. And with that, she walked away. Zhao Chong and Li Xiaoping burst into laughter, with Zhao Chong laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Chu Tianxiang, unable to contain himself, kicked Li Jie lightly and admonished, Stop talking nonsense. He then hurriedly caught up with Zhang Jing and said, Don't pay attention to Dodo. He's just teasing you. He enjoys making jokes. In truth, Zhang Jing was not genuinely angry. She felt a slight thrill inside. The suddenness of the situation left her unprepared, and she found herself caught in an awkward position, unsure whether to respond or not. As a result, she chose to walk away. Li Jie took over Zhao Chong's wheeled suitcase. And as they walked, Li Xiaopeng walked alongside Zhao Chong, muttering to himself, Hee hee, hello, sister-in-law. Hearing this, Zhang Jing turned around in anger, saying, Li Xiaoping, if you say that again, do you believe I will have Tianxiang sell you off to Myanmar to mine? I believe it, sister-in-law, Li Xiaoping replied with a mischievous grin. To this point, everyone lost their composure. Li Jie laughed so hard he was slapping his thigh, while Zhao Chong collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to laugh myself to death. Zhang Jing turned to chase after Li Xiaoping, who ran away shouting, I didn't mean it, sister-in-law. Chapter 92. The arrival of Spring Festival. As they drove along, the three young individuals from HK marveled at the continuous mountain ranges and the lush green vegetation that filled the valleys. The winding mountain roads revealed natural landscapes that they had never encountered in the bustling city. Upon reaching the hotel, they checked into 3 separate rooms. Chu Tianxiang instructed them, you all freshen up and rest for a while. I'll come to fetch you for dinner in an hour, Li Xiaoping replied. No, Tianxiang, just come to my room and bring Dodo along. Once they finish washing up, come get us. I'm absolutely starving. The first meal was arranged at Mangsha Restaurant, a place renowned for its distinct diethnic style. As the 3 HK youths entered the dining hall, they were immediately captivated by the decor. Accustomed to the opulence of HK, with its dazzling lights and vibrant nightlife, they found the atmosphere here to be one of sincerity, tranquility, and serenity, reflective of Dai culture. The white elephant and peacock, symbols of good fortune for the Dai people, stood out in harmonious contrast, exuding an exotic charm. After arriving at their reserved pavilion in the garden, surrounded by lush greenery and towering plants like banana trees, jackfruit, and passion fruit, they took their seats. Chu Tianxiang suggested, since you're in Ruining, you should try the local ancient tree tea. It's truly delightful, Li Xiaoping chimed in. I'll drink whatever you choose. I have no idea. Chu Tianxiang picked up the menu and turned to Zhang Jing, saying, let's each order a dish. Just point to the pictures. Most of the dishes are Dai style. If you can't handle spicy or sour flavors, let me know, and I'll adjust. Shortly thereafter, dishes such as lemon chicken, grilled fish with lemongrass, fried bamboo worms, and stir-fried beef with pickled bamboo were brought to the table. The young men opted for local small pot rice wine and Myanmar beer. Excitedly, they sampled each colorful dish as it arrived, with the 2 girls particularly enjoying the lemon chicken and grilled fish. However, when the fried bamboo worms were served, they hesitated to take a bite. Chu Tianxiang reassured them, these fried bamboo worms are highly nutritious. They are a specialty of the ethnic minorities in Yunnan. The taste is rich and creamy. After hearing Chu Tianxiang's enthusiastic description, the girls mustered their courage and each picked up a bamboo worm with their chopsticks, closing their eyes as they took a tentative bite. Wow, this is delicious, they exclaimed, overwhelmed by the unexpected flavor. However, when the pickled bamboo came out, they recoiled in distaste, and no matter how Chu Tianxiang extolled its virtues, they refused to try it, finding it both sour and pungent. Even worse than stinky tofu from HK.as they enjoyed their drinks. Xiaoping began to regale Li Jie with tales of Chu Tianxiang's escapades in HK bars, omitting the part where he had been beaten up, which felt a bit embarrassing. Zhang Jing was captivated. While it was Li Jie's first time hearing these stories, and with Zhao Chong embellishing the accounts, Chu Tianxiang felt as if he were being compared to a legendary hero, far removed from his own reality. The next morning, they set off for the national border. Ruining's National Gate is the largest land port in the southwest, linking Myanmar, with a constant flow of goods. Most shops surrounding the border sell food and handicrafts from Myanmar and Southeast Asia. Zhang Jing and Zhao Chong eagerly purchased anything that caught their eye, indulging in various crafts and snacks. Leaving Li Jie burdened with bags, Li Xiaoping, fascinated by the knives of the Achang ethnic group, lingered in a shop, reluctant to leave, but was disappointed to find that shipping was not available. Not far from the border lies the Jade market in Jiegao, where the 3 were astonished to see beautiful jade ornaments displayed on makeshift counters under tin roofs. The simplicity of the setup was hard to believe, considering the value of the treasures. Some worth tens of thousands. Zhang Jing, whose family was in the jade business, found it particularly shocking, as every jade shop in HK was opulently decorated. This felt akin to a flea market, ATA street corner. The girls were excited to see several Myanmar girls using oil-soaked wooden pestles to pound dried beef, and they eagerly joined in, each buying a large bag to take home as snacks. They then visited the Amoli waterfall, a breathtaking sight that straddles 2 countries, leaving a lasting impression on the HK youths who had spent their lives in a concrete jungle as 5 days passed. The relationship between Chu Tianxiang and Zhang Jing blossomed rapidly, evolving from simple conversations and strolls to holding arms and hands, both gazing at each other with deep affection. Chu Tianxiang's charisma, intellect, and unwavering determination greatly impressed Zhang Jing. They visited his home, which, though modest, was tidy and filled with books, leaving the university students in awe. It hardly resembled a dropout's room, more like a professor's study. Chu's mother exuded a grace that made the two girls feel somewhat inadequate. Perhaps due to Zhang Jing's intentions, Chu's mother took a liking to her. While not classically beautiful, Zhang Jing had a charm that grew more appealing with each glance. Coming from a large family, Chu's mother had a keen eye and quickly discerned that Zhang Jing hailed from a respectable background, although when she inquired, Chu Tianxiang skillfully deflected. His father also took a liking to Zhang Jing, appreciating her sweet demeanor and social grace, subtly gauging whether there was a connection with his son. Time flew by during their gathering, and the day of parting arrived. Zhang Jing had secretly told her family she was traveling with classmates. Without mentioning her trip to Ruining S, she stood at the boarding gate. Tears filled her eyes. She was reluctant to leave yet knew she had to. She had developed feelings for Chu Tianxiang. Despite his modest means and living in a small rented room with his elderly and impoverished master. Nonetheless, she believed he would change his circumstances, and did a girl need a reason to like a boy? Chu Tianxiang, equally disheartened, felt his newfound passion dimmed by distance. The one he cherished was leaving, and they would be separated by miles, leaving him to bury his longing deep within. As firecrackers heralded the end of the old year. The Spring Festival arrived. 3 generations celebrated a harmonious new year, marking the first time in over a decade that they didn't have to fret over how to spend their meager savings. It was a rare occasion where they could eat whatever they desired and buy whatever they wished. Daily phone calls with Zhang Jing brought warmth to his heart. She was thoughtful, sending him various delicacies from HK. However, he found himself at a loss, unsure of what to send her in return. Ultimately, he resorted to purchasing some wild honey from the countryside to send her. Before the new year, he also received several gifts, with friends from Daidong sending numerous health supplements for his mother and master. To his surprise, Pingzhou's Fu Lin also sent him a generous package of food and necessities, further enhancing his fondness for Fu Lin. When he found himself with leisure time, Chu Tianxiang either accompanied his mother for a chat and a stroll or joined his master to fish at Ruining River. During their conversations, he recounted in detail the significant events and minor occurrences of the past year, sharing his gains and losses, as well as his plans for the future. At that moment, Xiang resembled a subordinate reporting on the previous year's work and outlining the next year's agenda to his superior. The old gentleman listened with great satisfaction, recognizing the swift growth of this child, adept in social nuances, strategic in action, possessing a blend of simplicity and cunning, and most importantly, retaining his true essence in all his endeavors, a truly admirable quality. Chapter 93. The trip to Tung City. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie arrived at the company, thoroughly cleaning the premises in preparation for the grand opening the following day. Zhang Li would arrive tomorrow, while the 3 uncles would take a few more days to reach. Unlike the inland regions, the Jade Market in Ruining remained operational during the Spring Festival. The morning and night markets bustled with activity, primarily populated by Burmese vendors who had no concept of the holiday. Furthermore, the influx of tourists was overwhelming, many of whom, despite their ignorance, were willing to spend, much to the delight of the jade sellers. In the past few days, Chu Tianxiang intended to visit Tung City, as he had received several calls from his acquaintance, Brother Zhuangshang, urging him to come for a visit. On the afternoon of the 7th day, Zhang Li arrived. Upon seeing Li Jie, she exclaimed, "Little Dodo, did you miss me?" This caught Li Jie off guard, leaving him blushing crimson as he stammered, unable to articulate his feelings. Zhang Li, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "It's rare for me to think of you. I brought you a lot of delicious treats, but I've decided to give them all to Brother Tianxiang instead." Li Jie quickly retorted, "I missed you? I missed you. Let me see what goodies you brought." He reached for Zhang Li's bag, prompting her to kick him in frustration. Chu Tianxiang then inquired, "Are you tired, Zhang Li? If you are, you can rest at the company. If not, I plan to head to Ting City tomorrow, and since there is nothing pressing here, why don't the 3 of us take a leisurely stroll together?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Li joyfully jumped up, exclaiming, "I'm not tired at all. Even if I were, I wouldn't admit it since we get to go out and have some fun." Chu Tianxiang replied, "All right then, I've prepared a document that I left on the desk. Could you print it out today and send it to the uncles?" Being a computer novice due to financial constraints, he struggled even with basic typing. Brother Tianxiang, when you return, make some time to learn the computer. At the very least, you should master simple typing and document editing, Zhongli suggested. Once we're back from Tang City, you can teach me, Chu Tianxiang responded. Before Zhongli could interject, Li Jie chimed in. Brother Tianxiang is quite skilled with computers. He excels at gaming, you know. We used to sneak off to the internet CAF together. Chu Tianxiang playfully kicked Li Jie on his backside. Playing games and editing documents are two entirely different matters. The following day, the trio set off in an Audi Q7. With over 200 kilometers separating Ruining from Tang City, they navigated the rugged national roads for more than 4 hours, by early afternoon. They arrived at Zhuangsheng's company. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Zhuangsheng emerged, joyfully clapping Chu Tianxiang on the shoulder. Tianxiang, I've missed you dearly. It's been months since we last met. Chu Tianxiang replied, Brother Zhuang, how could I decline your invitation? He then introduced Zhongli and Li Jie to Zhuangsheng, who welcomed them warmly, his hospitable nature evident as he led them inside. Once seated, Zhuangsheng addressed Chu Tianxiang, Tianxiang, shortly I will take you to the hotel to rest. Later this evening, I have a few friends joining us for drinks. It wouldn't tea, due to have such a long-distance guest in a small gathering. Chu Tianxiang quickly interjected, Brother Zhuang, I truly cannot drink much. I'll limit myself tonight as I need to work tomorrow. Drinking is drinking and working is working. They can coexist, Zhuangsheng insisted. Here, you will follow my lead. A group of friends wishes to meet our hero from Yunnan. It would be improper not to invite anyone. Realizing the inevitability of the situation, Chu Tianxiang reluctantly conceded, All right, Brother Zhuang, I will do my best. Shifting topics, Xiang informed Zhuangsheng, Brother Zhuang, I'm here for the purpose we discussed over the phone. I aim to acquire a batch of stones, specifically gambling stones weighing at least 10 kilograms, preferably of good quality. Given your extensive network of friends, I cannot afford the time to visit every vendor, so I would appreciate it if your friends could bring their stones to your shop for my review. I will keep what I find suitable and pricing is flexible. I will give you 5 of the transaction value. Zhuangsheng, being straightforward, responded, In that case, I thank you, Tianxiang. Let us prosper together. To be honest, Zhuangsheng feared that Chu Tianxiang might decide against purchasing after viewing the stones. A concern he dared not voice. The evening's gathering unexpectedly exceeded the expectations of the trio. Zhuangsheng had arranged 3 tables, hosting over 30 guests, predominantly Jade business owners. As the night progressed, Chu Tianxiang found himself pleasantly intoxicated, while Li Jie succumbed to drunkenness at the table. Zhongli, however, managed to hold her own, as Zhuangsheng had thoughtfully arranged for several female companions to keep her company. The night passed in silence. The following morning at 9, the trio drove to Zhuangsheng's shop. Upon entering, they noticed 3 or 4 individuals sipping tea, likely there to deliver goods. Zhuangsheng promptly rose to greet Chu Tianxiang. After a brief chat, Chu Tianxiang asked, Brother Zhuang, do you have a smaller room to store the stones? I'd like to examine them at my own pace. Zhuangsheng replied, Follow me to my storage room. It is quite spacious, though somewhat rustic. He led Chu Tianxiang to the storage area, which spanned over 50 to 60 square meters, lined with shelves against the walls. The center was mostly empty, indicating Zhuangsheng had likely profited well from the year-end auctions in Pingzhou. Chu Tianxiang was thoroughly satisfied. He fetched a small stool, flashlight, and spray bottle. Instructing Zhuangsheng to bring in the stones, a flurry of activity ensued as several individuals began transporting stones into the room. After a half hour, Chu Tianxiang emerged, asking Zhuangsheng, Brother Zhuang, could you please invite the stone owners in? The seated individuals immediately stood and entered the storage area, sensing that business was about to commence. Pointing to the stones on the ground, Chu Tianxiang inquired, Whose are these? This one, that one, and over there as well. A man stepped forward, claiming, The 2 adjacent ones are mine. Chu Tianxiang promptly asked, What is your asking price? Don't tell me the asking price. Just tell me how much you wish to sell them for. The man hesitated before responding, 2 stones for 240,000. Chu Tianxiang frowned, contemplating before stating, 2 stones for 110,000. If you agree, we can process the payment. I want to increase the offer. He quickly turned to another stone, asking, Whose is this one, and what is the price? Another individual responded, That one is 80,000. Chu Tianxiang replied, 50,000. If you agree, we can process the payment. The final stone's owner interjected, Mr. Chu, mine is priced at 150,000. Chu Tianxiang glanced at him, stating, 100,000. Go ahead and process the payment. No one else will offer you this price. Chapter 94, Gambling Stones and Counterfeits. Zhuangsheng felt slightly dizzy. He had never encountered such a straightforward purchase process. One price? Take it or leave it. Upon exiting the room, Chu Tianxiang instructed Zhangli, based on my pricing, you handle the payment and documentation, while Li Jie assists you. The last stone owner quickly agreed. Mine is sold for 100,000. The first and second owners hastily chimed in. Mine is sold too. Chu Tianxiang then requested Zhuangsheng, Brother Zhuang, could you help me by setting aside the stones I've purchased in a separate area? Zhang Li and her team need to document them. Additionally, please remove the other stones from the room. Bring in new ones when available. Zhuangsheng readily agreed, directing his staff to place the purchased stones in another room while promptly clearing out the unsold ones. As several individuals were still waiting, the second batch of stones took over an hour for Chu Tianxiang to assess, during which the anxious stone owners sat sipping tea, engaging in idle chatter. When Chu Tianxiang finally emerged, the owners sprang to their feet, invigorated, and rushed back into the storage area. Chu Tianxiang pointed at the stones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whose are these? Let us hear your prices. A cacophony of voices erupted as several individuals began to speak at once. Silence, Zhuangsheng bellowed, and an instant hush fell over the room. With a smile, Chu Tianxiang encouraged, let us take it one at a time. No need to rush. As before, he offered a price. Agreement led to a sale, while disagreement meant the stones would be taken away. All 6 stones were successfully sold. Zhuangsheng suggested, Tianxiang, why not take a short break? We've been at it for quite a while. Chu Tianxiang replied. Brother Zhuang, I'm not tired. Let us keep going. Another batch of stones was soon brought in, and shortly thereafter, Chu Tianxiang poked his head out and called, Brother Zhuang, could you step in for a moment? Zhuangsheng entered the room, asking, what is up, brother? Chu Tianxiang pointed to a stone on the floor, saying, this one has a fake skin. We will not be accepting this individual's goods. Zhuangsheng's anger flared instantly. Who dares to play tricks with me? Selling counterfeit stones in my shop is a death wish. He lifted the offending stone onto a cart without uttering a word and made his way to the main hall. His expression grave as he scanned the crowd and boomed, whose stone is this? At that moment, a diminutive figure emerged from the crowd, casting a glance at the stone and exclaiming, Brother Zhuang, this stone belongs to me. How? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuangsheng let out a chuckle, suddenly raising his leg and kicking the individual more than 3 meters away. The unexpectedness of the act startled those nearby, causing them to scatter in alarm. The small man struggled to regain his footing, and Zhuangsheng directed his ire towards him, saying, Xiao, it's crowded today, so I won't hit you. Just take your stone and get lost. From now on, in this jewelry city, every time I see you, I will strike you. You dare to deceive me, but, Brother Zhuang, there's another piece inside. Xiao murmured softly, urging himself to exit hastily. This incident truly infuriated Zhuangsheng. If word got out that he was selling counterfeit stones in his own shop, how could he ever maintain his standing in the Jade community? Such a disgrace would be unbearable, a bystander inquired. Brother Zhuang, what's going on? We all know that Xiao, Zhuangsheng, seething with rage, replied, counterfeit. In the Jade business, there exists a distinct divide. Those who deal in genuine products and disdain the counterfeiters. While the former may borrow and exchange goods among themselves, the latter are looked down upon. You may deceive others today, but who knows when that deception may come back to haunt me. Thus, the two groups have no intersection. Consequently, Xiao's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. Chu Tianxiang emerged once more, and upon seeing the throngs of people, he was taken aback. Goodness, where did all these people come from? The room was packed to the brim, with not even a place to sit. Strangely, amidst the crowd, no one dared to speak loudly. They were engaged in hushed conversations, and outside, there was a queue of individuals waiting to examine stones. What on earth was happening? Chu Tianxiang asked Zhuangsheng in bewilderment. Brother Zhuang, what's going on? Zhuangsheng replied with a wry smile, brother. These people have come to deliver goods. The previous day, during a banquet, Zhuangsheng had mentioned to a group of Jade businessmen that Chu Tianxiang would begin collecting high-quality stones the following day. However, some of the older businessmen dismissed him, thinking, what can a young man in his 20s afford? Besides, what does he know about high-quality stones? While they acknowledged his prowess in business, they doubted his expertise in Jade. Consequently, some were not particularly invested in the matter, planning merely to present a few stones to Zhuangsheng out of respect. Little did they know that the young man was indeed serious about acquiring materials. After the first two groups returned, they scrambled to borrow stones and rushed back to Zhuangsheng's shop. Upon inquiry, not only was he collecting stones, but he was also offering remarkably fair prices. With even the least fortunate earning at least 10 more than usual, the news spread rapidly, first within Zhuangsheng's jewelry city and then to other jewelry hubs. Both those who knew Zhuangsheng and those who did not began flocking to his shop to deliver goods, unwilling to entrust their wares to others. Once a buyer had identified a stone they liked, the price was fixed, leaving no room for negotiation. Looking at the queue, it was evident that individuals with net worths in the millions were the norm, with some potentially worth tens of millions or even more. The security guards at the jewelry city were bewildered by the crowd outside Zhuang's shop, pondering if a disturbance was about to ensue. When a few guards inquired, the crowd explained they were there to present goods for the client to assess. The guards replied, "Even if you're delivering goods, you can't block the way. Look at the situation. It's difficult even for pedestrians to pass." The guards devised a clever solution. A queue, not for people, but for stones. They assisted in overseeing the stones, allowing the group of businessmen to disperse and clear the pathway. After a simple lunch of boxed meals, Chu Tianxiang retreated to the inner room. After reviewing several batches of stones, he noted that it was already past 4 in the afternoon and felt a bit fatigued. He called Zhuangsheng into the room, saying, "Brother Zhuang, I'm feeling a bit worn out. Let us call it a day. But what about the people outside?" Aware that they would undoubtedly not finish examining everything that day, Zhuangsheng had already devised a plan. The stones in the queue would remain undisturbed. He would offer the security guards a sum to ensure they stationed additional staff to oversee them throughout the night. However, he informed the stone owners that if anything were lost, there would be no compensation, and those who were concerned could take their stones with them, but they would need to rejoin the queue the following day. Zhuangsheng said, "Tianxiang, you should head home and rest. I'll finish up here and come to pick you up for dinner." Chu Tianxiang chuckled, "Brother Zhuang, please don't gather such a large crowd as yesterday, nor indulge in excessive drinking. I'm truly exhausted today." Zhuangsheng readily agreed, stating, "All right, tonight we'll keep it to one table and drink less." The evening's banquet turned out to be quite modest. With fewer than 10 attendees, and after 2 hours, everyone parted ways in high spirits. Chapter 95. Growing reputation. The next morning, on the way to Zhuangsheng's shop, Zhangli said in the car, "Tianxiang, you're such a trickster. You said you were bringing us here for fun, but this is hardly a leisure trip. You've come to collect stones." Chu Tianxiang replied, "Just hold on for 2 more days, and once we're done, I'll take you to soak in a hot spring. You both know that the company is currently running low on inventory, so we need to gather some stones quickly, especially with the upcoming spring auction in Pingzhou." He then turned to Zhangli, saying, "Don't you enjoy shopping for clothes? There are several large malls here, even bigger than Ruining Est after we're done. We can go shopping and get you a few outfits you liked." As he spoke, Chu Tianxiang glanced at the driver, Li Jie, and added, "Let Dodo pay. I didn't bring any money," Li Jie blurted out. Zhangli, seated behind him, playfully slapped Li Jie, and he recoiled slightly. Chu Tianxiang burst into laughter. Another busy day ensued, and during dinner, Chu Tianxiang remarked to Zhuangsheng, "Brother Zhuang, tomorrow is the last day. Today, we've already seen a lot of the same materials." Zhuangsheng grumbled angrily, "These ungrateful pups think of me as a pig." "Brother Zhuang, don't be upset. They're just trying to sell their materials," Chu Tianxiang encouraged. "Fine, let us make tomorrow the last day. The day after, I'll take you both to the hot springs to unwind." Chu Tianxiang suggested, "Tomorrow afternoon, please find a girl to accompany Zhangli to the mall. It would be rather difficult for a young girl from the capital without a proper shopping venue." "No problem. She can buy whatever she likes. As her big brother, I'll treat her," Zhuangsheng boasted, and Chu Tianxiang did not press further. The following day, Chu Tianxiang reviewed several batches of materials, noting that the quality had significantly declined, with many repeats. After contemplating, he stepped outside to inspect the queued stones, where a large number of people remained, and the ground was lined with stones. Chu Tianxiang took a brief look, assessing the potential of each stone, and then called out to the crowd, "Whose stone is this?" A voice emerged from the throng, "Chu Tian. This one belongs to me." Chu Tianxiang instructed, "Please move it to the inner room." With this, the efficiency of the process improved considerably, as it was time-consuming to move large quantities of stones in and out. After approximately an hour, he had finished examining the queued stones and told Zhuangsheng, "Brother Zhuang, that's enough for now. I won't be looking at any more." Zhuangsheng promptly acknowledged, turning to the gathered crowd to announce, "Dear esteemed colleagues, I sincerely apologize. Those who brought stones into the inner room, please wait a moment. Chu Tian still needs to take a closer look. The rest of you may return. Chu Tian will conclude his stone collection here, and I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality over the past 2 days." Upon hearing that no further stones would be accepted, the crowd dispersed, each clutching their respective stones. This past couple of days had been exhilarating, with some making profits of several million, their faces beaming with joy, while others, having gone home empty-handed, bore expressions of disappointment. However, they could not blame anyone but themselves for lacking quality stones. Of the stones moved into the inner room, Chu Tianxiang retained 7, marking the conclusion of this material acquisition phase. Over 3 days, he had collected 93 stones, totaling over 60 million in expenses, filling Zhuangsheng's storeroom to capacity. After settling accounts with Zhuangsheng, the two discussed plans to visit the hot springs the next day. As the hot springs in Youngster were renowned as the finest in the southwestern region of Yunnan. Throughout these 2 days, Zhuangsheng had been in a state of exhilaration. He had not anticipated Chu Tianxiang's considerable strength and boldness. Initially, he admired the young man purely for his capabilities, then found a kindred spirit in him, and eventually deemed him a worthy ally. Now, they were like brothers. Over the course of 3 days, he had earned over 3 million from Chu Tianxiang, with those selling their materials providing him at least a 5 commission, which was customary in the industry. First, Zhuangsheng had refrained from discussing commissions with the sellers, fearing that if he did, Chu Tianxiang might end up with too little or none at all, which would be embarrassing. However, industry norms dictated such arrangements, whether agreed upon beforehand or not. This was a tradition upheld by the jade industry for centuries. No one dared to bypass this commission. Should word get out that someone refused to pay, their reputation would plummet to the same level as that of the counterfeit seller, Xiao. When all was accounted for, Zhuangsheng had profited at least 6 million, showcasing the advantage of having significant clients. Big clients equate to production power. Moreover, this incident significantly elevated Zhuangsheng's standing in the community. Over the past couple of days, he had been inundated with calls from notable individuals eager to speak with him. They were either inquiring about stone acquisitions or expressing a desire to meet the young Chu Tianxiang. Zhuangsheng readily agreed to all requests, leaving the actual arrangements for later. Even the president, vice president, and secretary general of the association reached out, clearly indicating their desire to connect with Chu Tianxiang, despite their reluctance to visit in person. During this substantial delivery, fewer than 1/6 of the business owners from Ting City attended. Many of them believed their status rivaled that of Zhuangsheng, if not surpassing it, and would rather not earn this money than queue outside Zhuangsheng's store. Yet, the thought of foregoing this opportunity left them feeling discontented, caught in a dilemma. A few individuals soaked in a hot spring pool, surrounded by towering mountains, with a gentle breeze brushing against their faces, creating a uniquely delightful atmosphere. Zhuangsheng observed Chu Tianxiang, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and found this handsome young man somewhat inscrutable. He had casually purchased a substantial number of stones, over 90 pieces in one go. Such considerable financial strength. What business did his family engage in? How could his parents be so trusting as to allow a young man in his 20s to spend millions at will? Suddenly, Zhuangsheng thought of something and leaned closer to Chu Tianxiang, whispering, "Tianxiang, there's something I wish to discuss with you." Chu Tianxiang opened his eyes and replied, "Brother Zhuang, why so formal? Please, go ahead." This matter had nearly become a joke in Tung City. In a village on the outskirts, there lived a family of the Dai ethnic group with the surname Dao. Their ancestors had once prospered, but now they were impoverished. The man in the household was in his 40s, the woman slightly disabled, and they had 2 children, both attending primary school. The elders had passed away, and the family relied on a few acres of land for sustenance. The woman was in poor health, and life was precarious. The man had a terrible temper and was unyielding. However, the family possessed a piece of jadeite rough weighing over a ton, which he claimed was passed down from their ancestors, a pure gamble stone with decent potential. The wealthy business owners of Tung City and clients from afar had visited their home countless times, yet a price could never be agreed upon. Chu Tianxiang inquired, "Is his asking price exorbitantly high?" Zhuangsheng responded, "Indeed, it is too high. Everyone admires the stone, but no one can accept the price he demands. He insists on 54,360,000, while the highest offer has only reached 30 million, which he rejected with scorn." Chapter 96. Brother Dao of the Dai family Chu Tianxiang expressed his surprise, asking, "Why such a precise figure?" Zhuangsheng chuckled, explaining, according to him, someone once offered that price years ago, and since his ancestors did not sell it then, he now wishes to sell it at that price. Chu Tianxiang was even more perplexed. How can past prices compare to today's? The value of money has changed. The absurdity of the situation lay in the fact that he had educated himself, understanding enough to calculate the historical value of silver dollars against today's currency, referencing the price index to arrive at 54,360,000, and he adjusted the price annually. Zhuangsheng laughed, then sighed, their poverty is dire. With two children still growing, regardless of how much their ancestors might have received for the stone, wouldn't he selling it to resolve their immediate survival issues be the better choice? Yet, he insists on preserving his ancestors' legacy, refusing to sell unless he receives his asking price. This situation had persisted for 3 to 4 years, with no sale materializing, and their circumstances had only worsened. Chu Tianxiang felt a tightness in his chest. Having grown up in hardship, he understood the difficulties of life. He said, "Brother Zhuang, let's go and take a look. Viewing is fine, but let's not hastily part with any money. That fellow can be quite disagreeable and might throw your cash away." Zhuangsheng cautioned. The next day, a few of them drove to the outskirts, traveling for an hour beyond the city limits until they arrived at a village on a hillside. They parked in front of a mud brick house and exited the vehicle. Zhuangsheng led the way, lowering his head as he entered. The interior, although tidy, bore the marks of smoke and soot on the walls. The old table, rickety chairs, and a bed were accompanied only by a television that was 2 decades old. This was their sole electrical appliance. The walls and beneath the glass of the table were adorned with photographs, showing 2 little girls sitting on the bed, watching TV, while sounds of cooking emanated from the kitchen. Zhuangsheng called out, "Brother Dao, are you home?" A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, gaunt and haggard, her age indiscernible. She smiled upon seeing Zhuangsheng and said, "Mr. Zhuang, welcome." Zhuangsheng inquired, "Sister, where is Brother Dao?" The woman replied, "He has gone to work but will return shortly. Please, have a seat." She moved a few small stools for them to sit on, while Zhuangsheng, Zhangli, and Li Jie took their places. Chu Tianxiang, however, did not sit. Instead, he approached the table and examined the photographs on the wall. The oldest depicted someone in the uniform of a Qing dynasty official, though the rank was unclear. Most showed figures in long robes and mandarin jackets, some with round faces and others with a celestial bearing, clearly indicating that this family had once enjoyed a period of glory. At that moment, Brother Dao returned, a lean man who greeted them briefly before lapsing into silence, appearing quite out of place. The woman set a small dining table on the floor, preparing to serve the 2 children their meal. It was lunchtime, and they would have to return to school in the afternoon. Each child received a bowl of plain rice and a plate of stir-fried potatoes devoid of any visible oil. The younger child, seeing the potatoes, cried out, "Mom, I want to eat meat." Chu Tianxiang felt a pang of sorrow as he looked at the patched clothes the child wore. Hearing the request for meat stirred painful memories of his own hardships, and tears welled up in his eyes. Not wanting to be seen, he discreetly wiped his eyes and called over Li Jie, saying, "Do, I saw a place selling soy sauce ducks when we entered the village. Go buy a couple." Li Jie nodded and stepped out. Before long, he returned with 2 soy sauce ducks. Brother Dao, who had been smoking a water pipe, was about to speak when Zhuangsheng patted his arm and interjected, "The children are still growing. Let us not be too chatty." Brother Dao sighed, taking another puff from his pipe. The children, however, were ecstatic, devouring the food eagerly. Zhuangsheng then continued, "We'd like to take a look at the stone, if that's all right." Without hesitation, Brother Dao stood and walked towards the inner room, with the others hastily following. They passed through the kitchen, arriving at a large shed with a thatched roof. In the center sat a wooden frame draped with tarps covering the stone, surrounded by a small vegetable patch. Brother Dao carefully lifted the tarp, revealing a jadeite rough weighing over a ton. The surface was dark and oily, with a tight skin and excellent mottling. Chu Tianxiang touched it, feeling its smoothness, while Zhuangsheng leaned closer, whispering, "We water it every week and apply oil, lest it leak water." Leaking water refers to the moisture within the jadeite evaporating when exposed to air for too long, causing the stone to lose its luster. Chu Tianxiang thought to himself, "This stone is treated better than a cherished daughter, requiring half a pound of oil each week. Over the years, that must amount to a fortune." The group settled on the ground in the shed, while Chu Tianxiang stood by the stone, scrutinizing it intently. After about an hour, he exchanged a glance with Zhuang Shang, and they stepped aside. Chu Tianxiang said, "The stone is quite good. I'll take it for 60 million. Your 5 cut still stands." Zhuang Shang, alarmed, hissed, "He didn't even ask for 60 million. Chu Tianxiang responded, "Brother Zhuang, I assure you this stone will yield a profit. It's worth the price, especially given how well he has cared for it. Plus, I cannot bear to see those children yearning for meat." His voice trembled as he spoke. Zhuang Shang was moved, realizing that the earlier scene had struck a chord with Chu Tianxiang. He chose not to press further, but remained firm about his 5 cut. Otherwise, their friendship would be in jeopardy. Chu Tianxiang acquiesced. They returned to the shed, where Zhuang Sheng addressed Brother Dao. "This gentleman is interested in your stone. Perhaps you could negotiate." Just as Brother Dao was about to respond, Chu Tianxiang interjected, "Brother Dao, I'll take the stone for 60 million. If you agree to sell, I can transfer the funds immediately." Brother Dao was taken aback, about to speak, when Zhuang Sheng pinched his arm sharply. Brother Dao, though stubborn, was not foolish. He quickly grasped Zhuang Sheng's intent and stammered, "Thank you, sir, I will sell." Brother Dao grabbed his identification and, accompanied by the others, headed to the town to transfer the funds. Lacking a bank card, he had to set one up on the spot. After completing the transaction, he repeatedly confirmed with the bank staff that the 60 million would be accessible at any time, and that he could withdraw whatever amount he desired. Satisfied with their responses, Brother Dao staggered out of the bank, almost unable to stand. Elijah had no choice but to support him as they made their way to the car. Upon reaching home, Brother Dao rushed inside, opened a cabinet, and retrieved a small altar box containing an image of an elderly man in a long robe. He placed the altar box on the table and solemnly said to Zhuang Shang and Chu Tianxiang, "Please, esteemed guests, bear witness." The couple knelt before the altar, tears streaming down their faces as Brother Dao spoke in Dai language to his ancestors about the many years of perseverance, the grievances endured, and his unwavering commitment to honor their legacy. Zhangli was moved to tears, while Li Jie, perplexed, could not comprehend her emotional response. Zhuang Shang and Chu Tianxiang were also affected, stepping outside where Zhuang Shang remarked, "Tianxiang, your good deed has reached impressive heights. I am in awe." Chu Tianxiang sighed, "Brother Zhuang, you wouldn't believe it, but I lived the same life as those 2 children when I was young." Zhuang Shang was genuinely puzzled. In just a few days, he had seen over 100 million spent without hesitation. How could someone in their 20s, who had once been impoverished, suddenly possess such wealth? Had the god of wealth bestowed upon him a treasure trove? Chapter 97. Farewell to Luliang. Chu Tianxiang said, "Brother Zhuang, let's first transport the stones back to Ting City. I need to examine them closely. My mood isn't great today, and I can't make accurate assessments." Zhuang Sheng readily agreed and promptly made a call to arrange for a forklift and a truck. After bidding farewell to Dao Gu and his wife, the stones were hauled back to Tang City and placed in Zhuang Sheng's empty store. Those stones he had previously purchased had already been sent to ruining. After dinner, with much persuasion, they managed to send Zhuang Sheng away. Chu Tianxiang went to the store to inspect the stones, leaving 2 employees to accompany him while Zhangli insisted on dragging Li Jie to the mall. The room had no windows, and the lights were off. Chu Tianxiang stood by the stones, placing his hands upon them, slowly moving them. Occasionally, he would scrape at the sand particles with his nails, meticulously discerning the information that came from either side: hardness, viscosity, temperature, the density of the sand, and the properties of the fillers. After a considerable amount of time, Chu Tianxiang turned on his flashlight, scrutinizing the skin's appearance inch by inch, observing the direction of cracks, the size and positioning of the mottling, and the shape of the blemishes in certain areas. He sprayed a bit of water to observe how quickly it penetrated the stone, occasionally knocking on it with his flashlight to listen for changes in sound. 3 hours passed. It wasn't that the stones had changed too much, but rather that they were simply too large. When Chu Tianxiang emerged, he appeared quite fatigued. He noticed Zhangli lying sideways on the sofa, sound asleep, while the 2 employees were engrossed in their phones, leaving only Li Jie, oblivious, munching on a pile of snacks. Upon seeing Chu Tianxiang come out, Li Jie stood up and asked, "Brother Tianxiang, are you done?" Chu Tianxiang replied, "I'm finished. Wake up Sister Zhangli. We need to head back to the hotel." Upon returning to the hotel, Chu Tianxiang took a shower. Initially feeling drowsy, he now felt much more awake. He picked up the phone and called Tan Hui. Tan Hui answered, Tianxiang, what is the matter that you are calling so late? Chu Tianxiang said, Uncle Tan, I've acquired a large stone in Tung City. An old material, likely close to 100 years old, weighing over a ton, of black sand. If nothing unexpected occurs, it should be ice-type green flower. Tan Hui was taken aback, fully alert now, and immediately inquired. Over a ton? At least from the few sides I've examined, there are no issues, but the stone is enormous, and the information is rather ambiguous. The very bottom remains uncertain, resembling a large blemish. Tan Hui asked. Tianxiang, what do you mean? Uncle Tan, should we cut it? Where should we do so? If we cut it in ruining and it turns out to be ice-type with green flower, especially if it's several hundred kilograms, it will be impossible to cover up. Everyone will know. Tan Hui pondered for a moment and said, don't sleep just yet. Let me communicate with those two individuals. With that, he hung up the phone. After waiting for about 40 minutes, Chu Tianxiang began to feel a bit drowsy. Suddenly, the phone rang loudly, startling him. He picked up the phone and saw it was Tan Hui calling. Tan Hui said, Tianxiang, I've discussed it with Uncle Dai and Uncle Chan. Let us send the stone to Jincheng province. Old Chan has found a stone factory where a friend of his works. They have such a bandsaw. And the workers and the owner likely aren't very knowledgeable about jade. If it's cut and it rises in value, the chances of it leaking out are minimal. Chu Tianxiang, still groggy, mumbled, Uncle Tan, please send me the shipping address on my phone. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Today has truly exhausted me. The next day, he awoke to find the sun high in the sky. After freshening up, he headed to the dining room and saw Zhongli and Li Jie already there, having finished their meal. Chu Tianxiang picked up some of his favorite dishes, took a plate, and sat down, saying, after we send the stones off at Brother Zhuang's, we'll head back to ruining. You two have anything else to take care of? Zhongli, having returned with a bounty of clothes, all purchased with Zhuangsheng's money, responded. Brother Tianxiang, we have nothing planned, Li Jie interjected. You have nothing? You're practically overflowing with shopping bags. Zhongli retorted angrily. Xiao Dodo, are you looking for trouble? The two seemed to thrive on their playful banter. If they didn't spar verbally a few times in a day, it felt like a day wasted. Chu Tianxiang chuckled. All right, once we finish eating, let us hurry back to the room, pack up, and check out. The trio drove to Zhuangsheng's company, where they found him seated, sipping tea, accompanied by several others. Upon seeing Chu Tianxiang and the others enter, Zhuangsheng and the others stood up. Good morning, Brother Zhuang. Chu Tianxiang greeted first. Come, Tianxiang, let me introduce you to some friends. Zhuangsheng smiled. He pointed to a shrewd-looking man in his 50s and said, this is President Liu from the Tung City Association. He then turned to President Liu and said, President Liu, this is Chu Tianxiang, Mr. Chu, from Ruining. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Tianxiang realized President Liu was present and felt concerned that he might not be able to leave soon. Thus he quickly said to Zhuangsheng, Brother Zhuang, there's a pressing matter in Ruining. I need to head back quickly. Once the stones are shipped, I shall take my leave. President Liu had originally planned to invite Chu Tianxiang for dinner that evening to further cultivate their relationship. As such valuable clients were rare, and he had no intention of letting one slip away easily. Mr. Chu, a day or half a day's delay should be manageable, right? Let us sit together tonight. Communication between our two regions is essential. Chu Tianxiang promptly stood up and said, President Liu, Brother Zhuang, two clients from the mainland are coming in tonight specifically to see me. It would be quite rude not to return. Next time I come to Tung City, or if you two visit Ruining, I will accompany you throughout. But this time, I genuinely cannot stay. Now, Chu Tianxiang spun this fabrication without a hint of shame or hesitation. Seeing his resolve, President Liu did not press further and they chatted for a while longer. Soon, the logistics company personnel arrived, and everyone watched as they used a forklift to lift the stones out. President Liu took a careful look at the stones and was taken aback. He casually approached Zhuangsheng and whispered, Are these old Daoist stones? Zhuangsheng nodded, and President Liu glanced back at Chu Tianxiang. Pondering, just how much power does this young man possess? He sighed. It seems old Daoist family has finally escaped from their plight. Zhuangsheng replied, Brother Liu, you should have seen them, both of them crying their hearts out. It was heart-wrenching to witness. With the stones dispatched, Chu Tianxiang waved goodbye to Liu and Zhuangsheng and got into the car to leave. As they were nearing the outskirts of Tung City, Chu Tianxiang suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. He quickly urged Li Jie, pull over, quickly. The music in the car was loud, and Li Jie didn't quite catch what Chu Tianxiang said. He turned his head and asked, What did you say? Stop the car, pull over at Elijah. Puzzled, complied and parked the car. Chu Tianxiang didn't wait for the car to come to a complete stop before jumping out and running back. Li Jie and Zhongli were taken aback, and Li Jie told Zhongli, "Stay in the car. I'll see what is going on." With that, he exited the vehicle and chased after Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianxiang ran about 100 meters back, then began to walk slowly, looking up at the signs of the shops along the roadside. He recalled that it was a fast food restaurant. After walking a little further, he saw Lu Liang sitting alone on a small stool outside the fast food restaurant, sipping tea. Chapter 98 The Stone Gambling Scam. He quickened his pace and approached Lu Liang, saying, "Brother Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Liang looked up, and upon seeing Chu Tianxiang, a smile spread across his face. "Tianxiang, what brings you to Tung City?" He then added, "Come on in. This restaurant is mine. It's rare to see an old friend here." They entered the fast food restaurant, just as Li Jie arrived, and Chu Tianxiang introduced him, saying, "This is my colleague." The three of them sat down, and Lu Liang asked, "Tianxiang, have you eaten yet?" It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Chu Tianxiang was about to decline when Li Jie's stomach audibly growled. Annoyed, Chu Tianxiang conceded, "Since we're at Brother Lu's place, I want to be polite." He turned to Li Jie and instructed, "Bring the car over to Li Jie." Complied and stepped out. Chu Tianxiang then asked Lu Liang, "Brother Lu, when that incident occurred, I was out of town on a business trip. Upon my return, I heard about the gambling loss and even visited your restaurant. I saw your vice president, the one with the surname What was it again?" Lu Liang chuckled. "Everyone has their own ambitions. We all need to eat." He took it all in stride. Chu Tianxiang inquired, "Brother Lu, what exactly happened? If it's not too much trouble, could you share the details with me? If it's inconvenient, I understand." Lu Liang smiled. "There's nothing I can't discuss. I now suspect that I was set up by Qiao Lin." "What?" Chu Tianxiang was taken aback. He noticed Li Jie and Zhongli approaching with bowls of rice noodles and said, "You two go eat over there. I have something to discuss with President Lu." Li Jie was puzzled. When did a fast food owner get to be called president? However, he obediently distanced himself from the two. Lu Liang continued, "At first, I didn't think much of it. After losing the gamble and arriving in Tung City, having nothing to do, I began to meticulously recall every detail of that incident and found many things to be quite suspicious. After the incident, the person who had harassed my female employees vanished. And the word was that he had left of his own accord, while some said he was fired. With such a grave mistake, how could the company not fire him immediately after a key client was poached? What was Qiao Lin waiting for? Wasn't it enough to let him cover the losses? Chu Tianxiang contemplated this. It was merely speculation and didn't provide solid proof. Lu Liang continued, "When a significant client arrives, there should at least be a high-level executive accompanying them, or even the boss himself should be present. Why did Qiao Lin feel so secure sending just an ordinary salesperson?" Chu Tianxiang felt increasingly perplexed. In ruining, important clients were regarded as paramount. Once clients landed from their flights, they couldn't be out of sight. Daily companionship was a necessity. Otherwise, they could easily be poached, which was standard practice. This situation seemed amiss. Qiao Lin was certainly not a careless individual. Once again, according to my female employee, she was already acquainted with the employee from the other side. They met at the Jiegao market, where that individual took the initiative to greet her. Moreover, there was a moment when he left unexpectedly, which inadvertently granted the young lady the opportunity to bring the client back to my company. There are certain suspicions, yet they do not elucidate much. Chu Tianxiang pondered. The client in question is the owner of a publicly listed company in Tianjin, generous and magnanimous, who spent 10 million with me. For 3 consecutive days, I accompanied him, while Qiao Lin remained utterly silent, which is the most suspicious aspect. Given the contentious relationship between Qiao Lin and me, one would expect an immediate confrontation upon learning that the client had been lured away by me. To be honest, I would have no grounds to argue if he chose to confront me physically. Chu Tianxiang furrowed his brow, recognizing the clear anomalies. Qiao Lin is certainly not the type to suffer silently, but is rather meticulous and exacting. His later actions towards Lu Liang illustrate this point well. Immediately after the client departed, Qiao Lin came to my office, inquiring about how to handle the situation. I was aware that the fault lay with me, so I proposed to give him all the profits from this transaction, along with some additional compensation. He flatly refused, instead proposing that I shut down my store and engage in a bet. Chu Tianxiang remained silent, as various signs indicated that this indeed resembled a trap. Over the past 2 years, the domestic economic landscape has been exceptionally favorable, with people possessing substantial disposable income and jadeite becoming increasingly popular. However, this has also given rise to numerous individuals attempting to enrich themselves through deceitful schemes, including many former jadeite merchants. When they cannot make money or feel that their profits are insufficient, they often contemplate ways to deceive others. One of the most notorious scams in recent years involved several individuals posing as wealthy buyers frequently visiting Ruining to purchase stones. They mingled amicably with several jadeite merchants in the area. Then, one day, they contacted these merchants, expressing a desire to buy stones of superior quality, requiring them to transport no less than 50 million worth of goods to a certain location in the mainland. Since transporting goods from Ruining to the mainland is a common practice, the jadeite merchants suspected no foul play and proceeded with the delivery. Upon landing, the scammers warmly welcomed them, loading all individuals and their accompanying luggage, containing 50 million worth of stones, into a van. The vehicle then proceeded to a luxurious restaurant, where the scammers invited the group to dine. They attempted to bring their luggage inside, but the scammers insisted that it would be safe in the van, assuring them that the restaurant has surveillance cameras and nothing could go missing. The luggage was simply too heavy, so they left it behind. After finishing their meal, they discovered the van had vanished. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they realized it had been captured in a blind spot. Reporting the incident to the police proved futile, as this was a case without leads. The police could not investigate effectively. Although the individuals knew they had been duped, they had no evidence, and the scammers felt aggrieved, having also lost their recently acquired luxury van. Years have passed, and the case remains unresolved. Chu Tianxiang began to find credence in Lu Liang's words. He turned to Lu Liang and said, "Brother Lu, please continue." Lu Liang recounted, "I used to work in finance for a publicly listed company, and during occasional visits to Ruining, I developed a fondness for gambling on stones. Perhaps it was a natural talent, for I have a keen eye for stones. Even when the prices do not soar, they seldom plummet drastically. Eventually, I thought to pursue this path and brought my original team along. They were eager to follow me. Over 3 years, everyone made substantial profits, but with increased wealth, egos inflated. The internal dynamics became unstable, leading to this significant incident. Xiao Lin should have known that I would never agree to shut down. My employees would never consent either, as the earnings are astronomical, something we could never have imagined in our previous company. I suspect Xiao Lin was aware of my overconfidence in my stone gambling, which is why he lured me into it, and I fell right into the trap." Chu Tianxiang was now nearly certain this was a setup. He asked, "How did the gambling lose?" Chapter 99. The initial meeting. Lu Liang fell into contemplation. Seemingly recalling the scene at the time, he said, "2 skilled stone evaluators came, both from Myanmar, one of whom was over 70 years old and exceptionally adept. We had 10 stones in total, each of us selecting 4. And we all chose 3 of the same. I lost on the final stone. I cut an icy blue flower, while he cut an icy green flower. The stone he selected was yellow sandstone, which I had examined closely. It was impossible for it to yield a green flower. How did that Myanmar man discern it?" Lu Liang sank into deep thought, yet he still could not unravel the mystery. Chu Tianxiang inquired, "Brother Lu, even if you lost the gamble, you wouldn't resort to opening a fast food restaurant in Tung City, would you? A stone gambling business of that scale must require a minimum liquidity of several millions." Indeed, there were over 20 million, but I distributed it all among my employees, leaving myself with only 2 million. Most of these individuals came to Ruining with me, and I felt it was only right to give them back the money I had lost on their behalf. I never intended to run this store long term. A year, at most 2, and then I would return to the stone gambling industry. During this period, I wished to reflect, as I had become a bit too proud. I should have been more cautious. I should have recognized the trap halfway through. Chu Tianxiang had no further remarks. The two engaged in idle chatter for a moment before Chu Tianxiang casually asked, "Brother Lu, may I inquire which publicly listed companies have promising prospects? New materials, innovative technologies, electronic chips, internet concepts, and several enterprises on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange's growth enterprise market are all showing great potential." Lu Liang replied, a specialist in the field. "Brother Lu, your expertise is commendable," Chu Tianxiang praised. Lu Liang chuckled, saying, "Tianxiang, I worked in a publicly listed company for 10 years, primarily overseeing finance. If I were to be ignorant of this, it would indeed be a dereliction of duty." The 3 bid farewell, and before parting, Lu Liang advised Chu Tianxiang, "Be cautious in Ruining. Xiao Lin has a strong connection with the Myanmar mountain troops. Avoid any conflicts at all cost. On the journey back to Ruining, Chu Tianxiang remained silent. Zhang Li and Li Jie, noticing his serious demeanor, refrained from speaking, even hesitating to turn on the music. The scheme orchestrated by Qiao Lin was not overly complex. With a bit of thought, it could easily be unraveled. Not to mention the animosity between two individuals, even brothers could discern such deceit. Liu Liang's brazen attempt to lure clients should have incited immediate outrage. It was simply that Liu Liang's recent success had diminished his vigilance, leaving him oblivious to the pitfall. Qiao Lin, leveraging Chairman Qiao's influence, indeed held a certain arrogance in ruining. While Chu Tianxiang was still working under General Shui. He had already heard numerous stories about Xiao Lian. Liu Liang is a decent person. To distribute over 20 million among his subordinates, leaving himself nearly empty-handed, requires immense courage. It appears glamorous, but is, in reality, fraught with thorns. Chu Tianxiang murmured. Li Jie, unable to catch what he said, inquired, Brother Tianxiang, what did you just say? After all this time without speaking, I feel like I'm suffocating. Let's play some music with that. Chu Tianxiang sighed. They traveled safely, and by evening, the group returned to the company. After tidying up, they each retired for the night, with no further discussions. The following morning, Chu Tianxiang called several uncles to update them on the outcomes of the Tang City visit, detailing the efficient process of sourcing materials, which allowed for the acquisition of many excellent items at once. He expressed his desire to replicate this in Ruili. Dai Dong and Qian Zhengsheng had no objections, but Tan Hui was slightly concerned that it might be too ostentatious. Chu Tianxiang awaited the arrival of a ton of black sand to head to Jin Province. He had arranged for logistics, which was somewhat slow. Once the goods from Tang City arrived, Chu Tianxiang had them stored at Tiangao's shop. He embarked on another gold-hunting journey, but this time, luck was not in his favor. After several days, he managed to collect only 4 or 5 stones. Zhang Li had completed the company plan he drafted on the computer and sent emails to several contacts in the capital. Chu Tianxiang began learning to use the computer and checked Li Jie's calligraphy practice, which was quite satisfactory. Zhang Li, as a teacher, was performing admirably. For now, Li Jie's handwriting was legible. The highlight of Chu Tianxiang's day was the evening phone call with Zheng Jing at 8 o'clock, which they had agreed upon. While she was busy studying and he was working irregular hours, they maintained flexibility for calls at other times, yet the evening commitment was unwavering. Their relationship gradually deepened. Despite the distance, their affection overflowed in their hearts. That morning, Chu Tianxiang, Zhang Li, and Li Jie sat in the courtyard sipping tea and chatting when 2 Myanmar individuals entered, adorned in their traditional longi. The Myanmar people had darker skin, making it challenging for locals to gauge their age. Chu Tianxiang stood up to greet them and invited them to sit. The older Myanmar man said, I have a batch of materials I wish to sell, and I am curious if General Chu might be interested. Chu Tianxiang inquired, where are the materials located, and what is their quality like? The Myanmar man replied, the materials are in Pazi village, with over 100 pieces, each weighing at least several dozens of kilograms, and they exhibit excellent quality. I heard that General Chu possesses the capability to procure them, which is why I came to ask. The Myanmar man lowered his voice, adding, they are quite similar to the 3 pieces delivered last time. Chu Tianxiang was taken aback, immediately realizing the nature of their business. Mountain Troops, an autonomous organization from northern Myanmar. These organizations are composed of a single ethnic group, numbering around a dozen, with the smaller ones having thousands and the larger ones tens of thousands of members, enjoying a high degree of autonomy, complete with their own military forces, and are engaged in constant conflict. Often referred to as mountain troops by outsiders, their primary economic source comes from selling local resources, such as jade, timber, and metal ores. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianxiang replied, I am open to taking a look, but I cannot guarantee a purchase. Can we go right now? The Myanmar man inquired. Chu Tianxiang turned to Li Jie and said, come with me, you'll drive. With that, he stood up. Pazi village is a small village located on the outskirts of northern Ruining. Conveniently near the national highway, a group of individuals arrived before a large house in the village. Several of them disembarked and entered directly. The interior was sparsely populated, devoid of any women, consisting solely of young men. They traversed the main hall and proceeded to the rear, passing through several rooms until they reached a building resembling a factory. The ground was strewn with stones, and numerous woven bags were stacked around, presumably filled with small jade roughs. An elderly Myanmarese man remarked, Mr. Chu, there are some larger, more valuable stones in the adjacent room. Feel free to take a look, and we can discuss any that catch your interest. Chu Tianxiang acknowledged him and began to examine the stones. He surmised that this was likely a trading post for the Shan army. Such posts were plentiful, with at least 8 scattered across various locations. As they were contraband, the authorities were quite stringent. If one were to smuggle just a piece or two, it would often go unnoticed, but attempting to transport a large quantity was a different matter altogether. The quality of the stones on the ground varied considerably. They were likely seized by the Shan army. After nearly 2 hours of scrutinizing over 100 stones, Chu Tianxiang selected fewer than 10. He straightened up and addressed the Myanmarese man seated nearby, sipping tea. "I would like to see those higher-priced stones." The Myanmarese man led him to the entrance of a room within. Producing a key, he unlocked the door, turned on the light, and gestured for Chu Tianxiang to enter. Upon stepping inside, Chu Tianxiang's eyes lit up. "These are all old materials. This is the type of stone that truly matters." The room lacked windows, its walls lined with 3 tiers of shelves brimming with stones, while the floor was occupied by several larger specimens. Chu Tianxiang requested, "Please fetch me a flashlight. My battery is running low." The Myanmarese man promptly exited, returning with 2 flashlights and a spray bottle. Chu Tianxiang added, "I may be here for a while. Feel free to stay or go outside for tea." The Myanmarese man, without suspicion, turned to leave. Chu Tianxiang first examined the stones on the ground, becoming particularly intrigued by a stone weighing approximately 1 ton, featuring a yellow sand skin that was coarse and tightly bound. Adorned with speckled patterns, one side entirely covered in blemishes, he scrutinized this particular stone for over an hour. After a moment of contemplation, he exited the room and approached the group of Myanmarese men and Li Jie, who were engaged in a game over tea. The Myanmarese men promptly stood, while Li Jie remained engrossed in his game. Taking a seat, Chu Tianxiang was quickly offered a cup of tea by the elder Myanmarese man. Chu Tianxiang inquired, "May I ask your surname?" The elder replied, "Mr. Chu, you may simply call me Gaisong." "The stones are impressive. I would like to discuss the 1-ton yellow sandskin stone first. What is your asking price?" Without hesitation, Gaisong stated, "That stone is priced at 40 million. Chu Tianxiang gestured toward the pile of stones on the ground, saying, "There are others here that have caught my eye, and I have only examined half of what is in the room. I have but one condition. Those stones must pass through customs, and I will cover the customs fees. If you trust me, we can negotiate on the 1-ton stone. Otherwise, I am unable to proceed." After a moment's thought, Gaisong replied, "Passing through customs is not an issue, though it may pose some difficulties for us." "What price do you expect?" "No less than 20 million, he responded. "For the yellow sandskin stone?" "I will offer you 30 million. Gaisong countered 0.1 million. Chu Tianxiang replied with a smile. Then, employing his unique method of silence, he remained mute despite Gaisong's attempts to negotiate. Eventually, even the younger Myanmarese man began to interject. Yet Chu Tianxiang continued to smile at Gaisong, not even blinking, steadfastly refusing to speak. Gaisong felt a sense of helplessness. How had he encountered such a peculiar person? Ultimately, he conceded, "Mr. Chu, you are young and talented. A master negotiator. Let us settle on 1 million. Chu Tianxiang called out to Li Jie, who was distracted by his phone. "Stop playing and get to work." Startled, Li Jie almost jumped up, asking, "What is it?" "Brother Tianxiang, what work?" Chu Tianxiang turned back to Gaisong, inquiring, "Is a bank transfer acceptable? I do not have that much cash on hand." Gaisong nodded in agreement. Chu Tianxiang then addressed the others, saying, "Gaisong, please deliver the stones to my company, and then accompany my accountant to the bank for the transfer. Dodo, you will follow back with them. The stones can be placed in the yard, and then let Zhongli handle the bank transfer of 1 million. Do you understand?" Li Jie nodded in acknowledgement. He then added, "Is there anything to eat around here? I'm starving. Please bring me a bowl of rice noodles. After I eat, I need to continue looking at the stones." Gaisong, overjoyed, quickly arranged for someone to fetch the noodles, while Li Jie eagerly called out, "I want 2 bowls." The Myanmarese men, equipped with a forklift and truck for unloading, took both along with the stones. After devouring the noodles, Chu Tianxiang hurried back to examine the stones in the room. There were fewer than 100 stones, and given his discerning eye, he had already selected over 20. He murmured to himself. "Old materials are indeed the best." He summoned Gaisong and several Myanmarese men into the room, indicating the stones he had chosen, instructing them to move them outside for proper arrangement, as he intended to photograph them once a price was agreed upon. Lined up were 2 rows of stones, 23 pieces, plus the 8 from outside, totaling 31. Gaisong was ecstatic. His organization was currently short on funds, and he was required to raise 30 million within a month. If he could finalize deals on these stones, he would secure several million. Observing Gaisong, Chu Tianxiang silently signaled for him to quote a price. Gaisong hastily retrieved his ledger, and the group began calculating costs while conversing in hushed tones in Burmese. Chu Tianxiang sat quietly, listening to their discussions. After a while, Gaisong looked up at Chu Tianxiang and said, "Mr. Chu, for the 31 stones, the total is 150 million. Chu Tianxiang pretended to calculate, stating, "I will propose a price. If you agree, we can proceed. If not, I will not raise my offer." He declared, 69 million. Gaisong remained silent, while the nearby Myanmarese man quickly handed him a calculator. After a few moments of contemplation, Gaisong looked up at Chu Tianxiang with a puzzled expression before finally saying, "Mr. Chu, deal." The subsequent arrangements were straightforward. Elijah documented the transaction, and Gaisong needed to smuggle the stones back to Myanmar before officially declaring them for entry into the country, which would significantly increase costs. Fortunately, Chu Tianxiang agreed to cover this expense. As Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie drove back to the company, he suddenly burst into laughter uncontrollably. Elijah, puzzled, wondered aloud, "Brother Tianxiang, what is so amusing?" Chu Tianxiang had learned from a Myanmarese master since childhood, and his fluency in the language was as effortless as his native tongue. When the Myanmarese men discussed prices, they did not conceal the cost of the stones from him. He had left them with a 10% profit margin, which explained Gaisong's incredulous glance. The pricing was remarkably precise. Even accounting for customs fees, Chu Tianxiang had managed to secure a substantial bargain. Upon returning to the company, it was already evening. Tianhui called, informing him that the stones had arrived in Dadong, Shaanxi, and inquiring when Chu Tianxiang would be able to go. After evaluating his commitments, he planned to head to Beijing the day after tomorrow before proceeding to Dadong. He informed Tianhui, "Uncle Tan, I have also purchased a 1-ton stone, which I will send to Dadong tomorrow." Tianhui readily agreed. Chu Tianxiang instructed Zhang Li and Li Jie, "Once I leave, if those stones from the old Myanmar arrive, Dodo, ensure you compare them against the pictures one by one, then log them into the inventory. Zhang Li, you will handle the payment." Both nodded in affirmation. Chapter 101. Journey to the North. Chu Tianxiang boarded the plane bound for Beijing, marking his first visit to the capital city. For a place steeped in history and now radiating boundless vitality as the political and cultural center of the nation, anyone visiting for the first time would undoubtedly feel a sense of reverence and anticipation. As the aircraft descended gracefully, Chu Tianxiang felt a surge of excitement. He had never imagined he would find himself here. As he navigated through the bustling airport crowd, he was momentarily overwhelmed, taking in the sights with wide-eyed wonder. This was a city he had known well from childhood texts, yet now he could genuinely experience its allure. Qian Zhengxing arrived to greet Chu Tianxiang, and soon their vehicle merged into the flow of traffic. Chen Zhengsheng informed him, "Tianxiang, a friend of mine in Dadong runs a stone processing factory. He has several saws but lacks experience with Jade. He needs you to guide him." He continued, "Brother Dai has invited you to dinner at Quanjude for roast duck tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will drive to Dadong, and after cutting the stones, we can return to Beijing to enjoy ourselves for as long as we wish." Chu Tianxiang responded, "Uncle Chen, I need to mention something." Lu Liang was set up and deceived. He recounted the events of their recent meeting, and Qian Zhengxing agreed with Chu Tianxiang's assessment. He thumped the steering wheel and declared, "Such scum cannot be tolerated. We must seize the opportunity to deal with them decisively, or you never know when they might strike back, leaving a deep wound." Chen Zhengxing continued, "Tianxiang, do you know why I initially advised against your assisting Lu Liang?" Chu Tianxiang replied, "Firstly, given the circumstances, Lu Liang was indeed in the wrong. It is only fair to support the right side, even if it meant acting against a friend. While the terms were harsh, they remained equitable on the surface. Secondly, our relationship with Lu Liang has not yet reached that level of intimacy. It was not worth the significant risk." Chen Zhengxing expressed with a sense of relief, "Tianxiang, that was precisely my intent at the time, but circumstances have changed. We must take decisive action against these individuals, for it is better to mend the fold after the sheep are lost." To outsiders, the roast duck from Quanjude is simply described with one word: delicious. However, for the locals of the capital, it is characterized by 2 words: expensive. Chu Tianxiang, who has an immense fondness for roast duck, nearly devoured an entire one by himself, drawing hearty laughter from the uncles present, remarking on the hearty appetite of the youth. The group consisted of acquaintances from the previous year, and Dai Dong remarked, Tianxiang, we have all reviewed the emails you sent us. The three of us have had a brief discussion and decided to put other matters on hold for now. Let us focus on establishing the clubhouse first. Right here in the capital, real estate prices are reasonable at present. If we find a suitable property, we shall purchase it. If not, we can rent. The idea of building a high-end jadeite clubhouse is exceptionally promising. When the topic of real estate arose, Chu Tianxiang said, Uncle Dai, I need your assistance with something. I wish to purchase a Sihiyuan in Beijing. My mother has been to the capital before and is quite familiar with Sihiyuan. I would like to buy one for her as a gesture of filial piety. Dai Dong replied, This is certainly feasible. You should aim for the best quality, one that is intact. Do you have any specific location in mind? Chu Tianxiang responded, The location should undoubtedly be prime. I am willing to pay a higher price. Dai Dong turned to the other two and said, If we are going to buy, we should act swiftly, as this is a scarce resource. Whether for living or investment, it is a sound decision. Chen, the chubby one, feigned seriousness and said, All right, let us buy 10 sets to start. This prompted Dai Dong to jokingly scold him. You big fellow, do you think we are at a vegetable market buying cabbages? 10 sets? You have tarnished the reputation of Jin province with your coal baron antics, thinking you can do anything with your wealth. Chen retorted, Oh, come on, Boss Dai, that's not entirely fair. I have also contributed to infrastructure projects, and this year I donated to 2 Hope primary schools for poverty alleviation. Right? And you, Boss Chen, just helped a third-rate singer escape poverty. Don't you think I'm unaware? Dai Dong shot back, leaving the chubby one momentarily speechless. Tan Hui interjected, You two are rambling on about nonsense. Can we please discuss something of substance? Seizing the opportunity like a drowning man grasping at a straw. The chubby one quickly replied, Yes, let us talk business. Let us talk business. Did you hear that? This was met with disdainful looks from the other two. Early the next morning, the four set off. The capital is over 300 kilometers from Dadong. And with the highway available, the journey was smooth, taking only 4 hours to exit the expressway. Instead of entering the urban area of Dadong, they went directly to the stone factory owned by Qian Zhengxing's friend. Situated in the outskirts, surrounded by mountains, the landscape was starkly different from the verdant hills of Yunnan, with bare rocky formations dominating the view, save for a few resilient pine trees growing in the crevices. Evoking a sense of desolation, upon disembarking, they found the quarry, the size of a football field, with a row of bungalows in front. To the left lay neatly arranged cut stones, adjacent to gravel, and on the opposite side was the raw material area, lined with several saws and crushers. The bane of any stone yard is the dust, but fortunately, it was winter, and with the recent spring festival, the worksite had yet to commence operations. Qian Zhengxing's friend, Lu Feng, a robust and genial man, welcomed them into his spacious office, which spanned nearly 100 square meters, cluttered with several desks and an assortment of filing cabinets and toolboxes. A few stoves were lit to provide warmth. After settling in, he said, Brother Chun is my elder brother. Now that you are here in Dadong, we are all friends, and I will take care of everything. Tonight, we shall feast on roast lamb. You must try the local flavors. He added, The stones will be cut tomorrow at noon. It's too cold to work at night, as the water will freeze. Dai Dong expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Liu. I appreciate your hospitality. Lu Feng replied. Here, you are at home. Enjoy hearty meals and drink freely. There are no restrictions. Tonight, prepare to experience the generous spirit of the frontier at just past 4 in the afternoon. The sky began to darken, and light snowflakes started to fall, with temperatures plummeting to below -10 degrees Celsius. Although Chu Tianxiang had seen snow in places like Ruining, he had never experienced such biting cold. The icy wind cut through to the bone. While the lamb roasted outside, the warmth of the stoves enveloped the room, where Chu Tianxiang savored the heat. A grand spread was laid out, featuring roasted lamb legs, lamb chops, hot pot, stir-fried lamb offal, and lamb face, complemented by a selection of vegetarian dishes. The room was filled with warmth as Lu Feng summoned 3 close friends to join them, as local custom dictates that fewer guests can make the host appear less hospitable. All were men, and they drank heartily. The 60-degree sorghum liquor felt like swallowing fire. With 3 portions in a single gulp, it became overwhelming, and they quickly consumed lamb to temper the burn. Chu Tianxiang, still adjusting to this boisterous northern drinking culture, found the lamb and dishes mild, but the liquor was excessively fiery, making it difficult to swallow. As the youngest at the table, he was included in every toast. And as the drinks flowed, he felt a warmth enveloping him. He shed his thick down coat, eyes sparkling as he watched the uncles and the locals engage in drinking contests. The northern drinking culture is rather brazen, relying on simple and direct encouragements. Brother, here's to you. Drink freely, I'll finish mine. How could you refuse, brother? This is your first time in Dadong, right? Oh, I've been here several times. That makes us familiar. So let us drink to old friends. We're old friends now. Let us go, brother. You live in the Xiqing district of the capital, don't you? I have a place there too. We're neighbors. Let us drink to that. When did being in the same district make one a neighbor? What? Your birthday is in July. What a coincidence. Mine is too. Let us drink to that. These flimsy reasons for toasting flowed freely. And if one could withstand the drinks, it would be a sign that the host was generous and considerate. The atmosphere was lively and raucous, each voice rising above the other, with moments of pairs drinking against one another and others in complete chaos. Drinking was as effortless as gulping water. Northern men may concede in contests, but never in drinking. They could drink to the point of collapse, but they could never be intimidated into submission, nor could they feign drunkenness. Chapter 102. Business on the doorstep. Dai Dong had fallen asleep at the table, and Chu Tianxiang was not much better off, dozing in his seat. Seeing this, Chun the chubby one quickly asked Lu Feng to find someone to assist the two back to their rooms for rest. Having eaten his fill, Tanhui felt bored and followed along. Lu Feng, with red-rimmed eyes and a breath reeking of alcohol, approached Chen the chubby one and said, Brother Chun, I need to discuss something with you. Chen, feeling somewhat hazy himself, took a large sip of strong tea and asked, What's on your mind? Lu Feng explained, the other day, while drinking with some friends, I may have mentioned your intention to cut Jade here. And two of them expressed interest in coming to take a look. Chen Zhangsheng, slightly tipsy, casually replied, They can come to see, just don't let it slip beyond this circle. Lu Feng quickly reassured. That's not a problem. They are all in the same line of work, mining. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the temperature reached its peak for the day. Chu Tianxiang donned the work gloves Lu Feng had given him and began marking lines on the stone, as bare hands would succumb to the cold. Lu Feng summoned several workers to assist in packing the hardened fragments into woven bags for stabilizing the raw stone. The others, including Dai Dong, Tanhui, and Chen Zhangsheng, now felt no tension regarding Chu Tianxiang cutting the stone. Their curiosity was simply piqued as they had never cut such a large piece before. The three companions from the previous day's drinking and two strangers stood by, with one approaching Chu Tianxiang to observe him mark the stone, but remained silent. The saw started up, and the others quickly retreated to the warmth of the office, as lingering outside for too long was still quite chilly. Chen Zhangsheng found a cotton military coat for Chu Tianxiang to wear over his down jacket, while Chu Tianxiang occasionally ventured outside to check. After over 3 hours, the saw came to an abrupt halt. The group hurried outside, where they saw Chu Tianxiang directing several workers in laying the stone down. With a thud, half of the stone was flipped onto the ground, revealing the cut face. The icy surface displayed a hint of green. Tanhui gasped in surprise and rushed forward, followed closely by the others. Tanhui took out a flashlight and pressed it against the cut surface, but there was no reaction. Oh, the sunlight is too bright. The cut face had formed a thin layer of ice, which actually provided a polishing effect. The stone split into 2 sections, one riddled with blemishes, occupying just over half of the stone, while the other had a thick rind. And between the rind and the flesh was a fine layer of white mist. The internal texture resembled that of ice, with a clear view through to the bottom. The texture was delicate, with a winding green band traversing both ends, the widest being the size of a child's palm, accompanied by a few narrower bands. The entire cut surface was marred by several large cracks, but they did not significantly affect the potential for bracelets, as the stone was exceptionally large, the cut portion resembling a large tabletop. Tanhui turned to Lu Feng and asked, Mr. Lu, can we move a piece inside? I would like to examine it closely. Lu Feng promptly nodded in agreement and called over workers to lift it with a forklift. Once the stone was moved indoors, Tanhui placed the flashlight on it and scrutinized it closely. Very little cotton. The overall cut surface hasn't changed, with a few large cracks but no fissures. Bracelets are definitely possible, Tanhui murmured to himself as he examined the stone. After finishing, he cast an excited glance at Dai Dong, who was also inspecting the stone with a flashlight, yet he didn't look up. Tanhui then glanced over at Chen Zhangsheng, who was engaged in hushed conversation with the companions from the previous evening. Their discussion shrouded in mystery. Where has Tianxiang gone? Tianhui looked around and soon discovered Chu Tianxiang squatting by the hearth, warming himself. It seemed that the boy had been quite cold a moment ago. As soon as the stone was brought inside, the two guests observing exchanged glances, and one of them approached Lu Feng to whisper a few words. Lu Feng promptly walked up to Chen Zhengxing and brought him before the two men. One of them said, "Mr. Chen, I am also in the mining business. Are you selling that stone?" Chen Zhengxing's eyes darted, and he replied, "Yes, once it's cut, we will immediately send it to the public auction in Lingnan." Upon hearing this, the other man grew anxious and quickly said, "Mr. Chen, could you possibly wait a day before sending it? I have a few friends who are interested in purchasing." Chen Zhengxing glanced at Lu Feng and then said, "Selling is selling, regardless of who it is, especially since we are all from Shaanxi province. I will discuss it with the shareholders and get back to you." After saying this, he turned and approached the stone. He addressed the two men who were inspecting the stone, saying, Hey, don't look anymore. A buyer has come." Dai Dong and Tan Hui simultaneously lifted their heads, looking at Chen Zhengxing, awaiting his words. Chen Zhengxing continued, "There are people interested in buying this stone, also from the mining sector, but they won't be able to come until tomorrow." Upon hearing this, both men stood up. Tan Hui asked, "Is it reliable?" Chen Zhengxing replied, "How would I know?" Lu Feng called them. He then shouted, "Lu Feng, come over here." Lu Feng hurriedly approached, and Chen Zhengxing inquired, "What exactly do those two men do?" Lu Feng responded, "Chen Ge, the one you spoke with his surname Li, and he is also in mining. They have formed a stone gambling association, comprised of enthusiasts who enjoy betting on stones. They have even hired a few consultants and frequently visit Yunnan to gamble on stones, including the kinds you cut. Each of them has quite a few stones at home now." Upon hearing this, Chen Pongzi thought to himself, "Damn, they're just like I used to be." Tan Hui asked, "Lu Zong, how is their financial standing? The price for this quality is quite high." Lu Feng replied, "No problem, they are just rich." Dai Dong remarked, "Sell it to them. I will negotiate. Old Chun, stay out of it." After saying this, Dai Dong strode towards the group, with Lu Feng quickly following. Dai Dong approached the men and asked, "Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Li?" A middle-aged man replied, "I am Li. We are very interested in that stone. May I ask your surname?" "I am Dai. You can call me Old Dai. Now, the stone is for sale to anyone. If we can finalize the deal here, it saves us the trouble of shipping it back." "It is up to you how you want to proceed," Dai Dong inquired. "Old Dai, could you possibly move the stone into Dadong City? The conditions here are too rudimentary, and it's inconvenient for eating and lodging." "Of course, I will cover all expenses." Dai Dong pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself, "What will happen to the stone?" Mr. Li hesitated to respond. He dared not suggest that he was familiar with Dadong and could find a place to store the stone. To utter such words would risk turning even Lu Feng into a fraud in the eyes of others. After contemplating, Dai Dong took out his phone and dialed a number. Upon hearing the line connect, he spoke into the phone. "Yufan, oh, hello, this is Dai Dong. Are you in Dadong? Great, drive over now." He handed the phone to Lu Feng, saying, "Lu Zong, please inform them of our location." Lu Feng took the phone and relayed the address. Dai Dong then took it back, saying, "Don't wear a uniform. Call me when you arrive. I need you to handle something." After hanging up, Dai Dong turned to Mr. Li, saying, "Mr. Li, you will need to find a truck." "I'm unable to assist with that. Li quickly asked Lu Feng, who replied that there were no good vehicles available, only trucks. He hurriedly arranged for the workers to load the stone onto the truck. Chu Tianxiang, having been warming himself, noticed the discussion and approached Tan Hui, whispering, "Uncle Tan, what is happening?" Tan Hui replied, "The stone might have a buyer." Chu Tianxiang was taken aback, thinking it was all happening too quickly. Chapter 103. Ouyang Bufan. 20 minutes later, a Passat drove into the courtyard, stopping in front of the office. A robust man in his 40s, standing nearly 2 meters tall, stepped out of the car. Dai Dong, spotting him, called out, "Yufan, you arrived quite swiftly." The man instinctively stood at attention, ready to salute, but suddenly realized his mistake, smiled broadly, and extended his hands, saying, "Sixth brother, what brings you to Dadong?" Inside, Mr. Li and his companions were taken aback by the scene. This imposing figure must surely be a police officer or military personnel. Mr. Dai was quite impressive to have such a person in his circle. Shortly thereafter, Dai Dong entered the room and told Lu Feng, "Lu Zong, please have your driver follow that Passat. Arrange for your driver to return after delivering the vehicle. It will stay parked overnight, and in the morning, you can send the driver back. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, and Dai Dong chatted with the tall man for a moment before both vehicles departed. The remaining individuals quickly boarded their respective cars and headed into Dadong City. Dadong is a resource-rich city, abundant in coal, and decades of reform and opening up have birthed countless coal barons often criticized by outsiders. These individuals are wealthy but typically lack high educational backgrounds. They prefer luxury cars and opulent homes. While others purchase a single house, they buy by the floor and eventually entire buildings, as their wealth is excessive and they lack investment knowledge. 1 year. At the Myanmar public auction, a group of Shaanxi coal barons inflated the bidding prices by 30%. Without any clear motive or reason, they simply enjoyed it. They would toss their purchases into the basement, claiming it was a form of value retention, more effective than saving money, infuriating Jadeite merchants. Now, with stone gambling reaching new heights, associations have formed. The convoy arrived at a 5-star hotel, where Li greeted the front desk. Turning to Dai Dong, he said, "Old Dai, all the rooms are arranged. We will dine here tonight, and a few friends will join us shortly. Please allow them the opportunity." Dai Dong did not hesitate, replying, "Mr. Li, once in Dadong, I am at your service." This was an implicit agreement. The restaurant in the 5-star hotel was undoubtedly luxurious, and Li made quite an impression by booking a spacious private room with 2 tables. Dai Dong and his companions were seated at the main table, which accommodated 10 people, including Lu Feng. Gone were the crude and boisterous interactions of the previous evening, replaced by a more refined and gentle discourse. At this table, only Dai Dong and Chen Zhengxing engaged in conversation with their counterparts, while Tan Hui and Chu Tianxiang remained silent, neither having consumed any alcohol nor being pressured to do so, as they were still unfamiliar with each other. The guests accompanying Li were members of the Stone Gambling Association, including 2 consultants recognized as experts in the field. 1 middle-aged man appeared familiar to Chu Tianxiang, yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. This man, whose surname was Ouyang, was named Bufan, suggesting that his parents had high hopes for him. Li inquired, "Old Dai, do you have a company in Yunnan?" Dai Dong replied, "We have a company that specializes in sourcing raw materials. We are all fond of jade and enjoy gambling on stones, hence the establishment of this company, through which we cut and sell." Li asked, "Do you have many high-quality stones?" Chen Zhengxing laughed heartily, saying, "Old Li, don't be fooled by our mining backgrounds. In stone gambling, you might still be lacking. The lowest quality we buy is the glutinous ice with blue flowers, and none weigh less than 20 kilograms. Li was astonished. He was a seasoned stone gambler, having learned over the years that losses outweighed gains. Gradually, he began collecting modified materials, motivated by both enjoyment and value retention. This was the first time he had heard of making a profit in stone gambling. "Old Qian, impressive. I must visit you sometime to learn. I tend to lose." Another person asked, "Mr. Chen, do you have many high-quality stones?" Chen Zhengxing turned to Chu Tianxiang, asking, "How many do we have left in the shop?" Chu Tianxiang replied, "There are still over 100 stones, with the best being a high ice stone with green flowers." Weighing over 40 kilograms, the group's interest visibly peaked. They appeared eager to engage. Dai Dong remarked, "High-quality materials are not an issue. Mr. Li can visit Ruining to take a look." Ouyang Bufan interjected, "Mr. Chen, where is your shop located?" "I frequent Ruining as well," Chen Zhengxing answered. "Jinxing Jewelry City?" "No X. Ouyang continued, "Chairman Xiao from Ruining has a good relationship with me. He handles the first-hand shipments from Myanmar. If you need anything in Ruining, just let me know, and I can speak to Chairman Xiao. There's nothing he can't resolve," he added. "In the past, when my master was active, he was a household name in Ruining. Even the chairman of the Ruining Association would bow and scrape before him." Chen Zhengxing had never heard of such a prominent figure in Ruining and asked, "Who was your master?" "I'm rather uninformed and have not heard of him." This struck a nerve with Ouyang Bufan, who proudly responded, "Mr. Chen, you may not be familiar with the stone gambling industry, but my master is the renowned stone gambling king, Zhang Zhongping." Chen Zhengxing feigned ignorance and turned to Dai Dong, asking, "Old Dai, have you heard of this stone gambling king?" Dai Dong, recalling a mention of a stone gambling king from Chu Tianxiang's master, deliberately shook his head. Chen Zhengxing erupted in laughter. "I haven't heard of the stone gambling king, but just before the spring festival, the Jade King's son Laoi spent an entire afternoon at our shop." This was a slap in the face. The stone gambling king paled in comparison to the Jade King, akin to a mere star beside the moon. Claiming existence does not guarantee visibility. Ouyang Bufon's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. Chu Tianxiang had been observing Ouyang Bufon from the shadows, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the man. Upon hearing him mention frequent visits to Ruining and his acquaintance with President Xiao, Chu Tianxiang suddenly recalled that at the end of last year, in a shop in Luoyang, the middle-aged man who had walked past him and Chen Zhongxing, while standing next to Qiao Lin, was indeed that very individual. He had also been complicit in that scheme. He quickly whispered a few words to Chen Zhongxing beside him, who responded with a stoic nod. General Li sensed a palpable tension in the air. While Ouyang seemed amiable enough, he had a penchant for boasting after a few drinks. Yet there was no denying his capabilities. He interjected, "Old Chun, Dai Dong, let us arrange things for tomorrow. It's quite frigid outside, and examining stones in such weather is not convenient. Let us convene at my club at 10 a.m. We'll bring the stones along. A few members of our association will also be there, and we have quite a selection of stones at the club. I ask you both to lend your discerning eyes." General Li's position was quite humble, something Dai Dong greatly appreciated. Dai Dong had his own motives. He was cordial towards General Li, hoping to forge connections with these influential individuals. The coal tycoons of Jin Province possess staggering purchasing power, and any additional avenue for profit was beneficial for all involved. The banquet dispersed without a hitch, yet soon after, the winds of change began to stir, full of anticipation and uncertainty. Chapter 104. The bosses of Jin Province at 8:30 a.m. The Stone Gambling Association convened, with fewer than 10 attendees present. This was a loosely organized group, comprising a dozen members who paid a small annual fee, employed a few stone gambling consultants, and arranged several trips to Yunnan for stone gambling, buying for those who wished and treating it as a mere excursion for those who did not. General Li, whose full name was Li Panjun, served as the association's secretary-general, essentially managing the miscellaneous affairs. The president, an elderly gentleman in his 60s with a background in mining, bore the surname Feng. "Old Li, have you managed to uncover why they are cutting stones in Dadong?" President Feng inquired. Li Panjun replied, "Feng Lao, I haven't been able to gather any information. Those I know in Ruining claim there haven't been any significant stones recently." He continued, "I examined that stone. From its exterior, it is undoubtedly worth millions. I consulted the owner of the stone yard, who is a friend of mine.